Haiyu in era year 1529. There were still 10 years to go before that straw hat boy set sail. In the Goa Kingdom at the foot of the garbage mountain, endless heaps of refuse rose like mountains, exuding every possible stage of stench between rotting and utterly. The city's trash was cleared every 2 days, carted out and dumped here in full loads, as if the kingdom were disgorging all its digested filth in one violent heave. Officially, this place was called the outer dumping zone beyond the city walls, but everyone knew its true name, the slums. The people who lived here in the ledgers of the noble lords were nothing more than walking numbers that needed to be regularly cleared away. Around the garbage mountain rose a high encircling wall. Beyond that wall lay the central district of the Goa Kingdom, where lights never went out through the night and music never ceased. That side was the face of the most beautiful nation in the east, blew a temple of hierarchy, a fig leaf of civilization. On this side of the wall, though, it was a place where not even a fig leaf could be found. In a dilapidated shack, a delicate-featured boy lounged with one leg cocked over the other, tapping his knee idly with his fingers as he hummed a tune with a strange offbeat melody. His voice was clear and bright as he sang, carrying a carefree, resigned air, as if to say that since things had already turned out this way, he might as well take them as they came. The boy's name was Cass. His full name was Aurel Cass, 11 years old, a wretched soul with no instruction manual, no after-sales guarantee, and certainly no newbie gift pack. In his previous life, his greatest wish had been to work a stable 9 to 5 and save enough for a down payment. In the end, he was sent off this world by a dump truck that ran a red light. Judging from the logo, the truck had probably been from Daejeon. He had once thought we are all struggling just to stay alive, yet even after he had tried so hard, that truck was still very much alive. And then when he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a sky tainted by stench, garbage spread across the ground, and in the distance, several ragged children fighting over a moldy piece of bread. In that instant, only one thought roared through Cass's mind: what a cruel fate. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would truly transmigrate into the world of One Piece. It sounded blood-boiling on paper, but in reality, it was a slaughterhouse where blades were licked and only the strong survived. Put out to sea. Marines, pirates, revolutionaries. None of them were easy to deal with. Imagine a woman without a bra swaying back and forth before you, waving a great banner as she keeps urging you to go challenge some major pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. What does that even mean? She is not wearing a bra. Who could possibly refuse a big sister like that? And then you charge in. And after that, sudden death. The other path, living honestly, wasn't much better either. Mountain bandit King Higuma, the sea king of the nearby waters. Any one of those supreme beings could make him suffer miserably. Most crucially, he had no cheat. No system, no daily sign-in, no lottery, no devil fruit granted at the start. His strength would have to come purely from grinding. He had nothing at all. He was just an ordinary hungry beggar reeking of filth, living among piles of trash. Is this some kind of hard mode start hell difficulty? He muttered. Cass scratched his messy hair, murmuring to himself, maybe I should just restart. Who knows, I might roll some legendary background. Be a Tenryubin, or better yet, the younger brother of Emo. The thought flashed by, and even he laughed at himself. Forget it. With my luck, if I restart, I'd probably not even be human. Might as well reincarnate as fish food for some sea king.
Naruto could probably guess. The Sage of Six Paths utilized the power of the demon gods, that is the energy.
A sturdier boy, broader than Cass by a full circle, sat cross-legged on the dry straw, fiddling with an old pocket watch in his hands. This boy's name was Gaia. His full name was Lanehate Gaia. 2 years older than Cass, he was Cass's only brother on this garbage mountain. Both of them were homeless scavengers. As for how they had met, the reason lay in that old pocket watch in Gaia's hand, which was absolutely top-tier treasure in the garbage mountain. It was a true rarity, nearly pristine. Cass and Gaia had discovered it almost at the same time and lunged for it almost in the same instant. Without a word, a fierce, exhilarating battle for the summit broke out on the spot. Punches flew, kicks landed, heads collided, and teeth bit. They fought from trash heap to mud pit, from mud pit to the roof of a busted carriage, from daylight straight into dusk. At last both lay on the garbage heap, faces swollen and bruised, gasping for breath. Let go. You let go first. I'll count 3, 2, 1, and we both let go together. Fine. 3, 2, 1. Neither loosened their grip. The two exchanged a glance, then suddenly burst out laughing together. Wiping the blood from his nose, Gaia said, Kid, you're lousy at fighting, but you've got plenty of dirty tricks. Cass, wheezing, shot back, You've got strength, but your brain is way too straightforward. Sometimes between men, friendship really was that simple, born from a good fight. The two swore brotherhood on the spot. They did not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day. Nor did they ask to die in the same year, month, and day. After all, this was a pirate world where danger was unpredictable. If they swore such an oath and one of them died the very next day, the one left behind would feel thoroughly cheated. So their rules were simple. While alive, they would look out for each other. Once one died, the survivor would curse heaven a few extra times on his behalf. If possible, the survivor would remember to take care of the corpse so that wild dogs would not gnaw on it. Simple, practical, stripped of all ceremony. Perfectly in tune with the survival philosophy of garbage. Too lazy to sing, Cass said, shifting his posture and propping his grimy feet up even higher. My energy's drained and my stomach's empty. My esteemed elder brother, you wouldn't have the heart to watch your half-step, half-blood younger brother starve until he's nothing but a paper-thin figure, would you? Gaia. I swear. Gaia snapped, delivering a sharp flick of his knuckles right to Cass's forehead with perfect accuracy. Are you sick or something? Why are you yelling so loudly? Want everyone within 10 li to come rushing over to steal food. Ever since Cass had learned his name, he shouted it at the top of his lungs whenever he had the chance, as if afflicted with some strange... Was Cass treating him like he was deaf or something? Cass clutched his reddening forehead, baring his teeth in pain, yet still chuckled. It just feels like shouting quietly has no presence. Imagine one day when you've become a great pirate and someone roars your name. Those two syllables, so loud that enemies tremble at the sound. Wouldn't that be impressive? A great pirate. Gaia snorted, then reached out to rub the spot. He had flicked his touch unconsciously gentler. I'd rather be a marine. At least then I'd have enough to eat. A marine. Cass tipped his head back, his gaze suddenly growing distant. It's good, sure. I'm just afraid that over there the water is even deeper. I don't get it, Gaia said. He didn't understand, and he didn't press the issue. In his eyes, Cass had always been a strange one. His words incomprehensible, his mind far from normal. Every now and then Cass would blurt out bizarre terms or sing songs Gaia had never heard before. But Gaia didn't care. In a place like this, staying alive was already enough. Who had the leisure to worry whether the other guy's head was screwed on right? Fine, I'll go out and find us something to eat, Gaia said, getting to his feet and brushing dust from his clothes as his gaze swept. There was really nothing worth looking at. Calling it bare walls would have been flattering. Their most valuable assets were Cass's chipped little knife at his waist and the pocket watch tucked in Gaia's arms. Cass instantly put on a fawning expression. Thank you, big brother. If you do not scorn me, I'd gladly worship you as my foster father. Scram, Gaia said, walking toward the doorway without looking back, though the corner of his mouth couldn't help lifting slightly. This brat's mouth was truly sweet when he wanted it to be, and just as truly infuriating at other times. The rickety wooden door creaked as it swung open, and a tall figure like a mountain filled the doorway. Against the light, his face was obscured, only the outline of his suit faintly visible. Well, two little rats hiding in this dump. You there, take these two as well. It'll help fill the numbers, a slightly hoarse, condescending voice drawled. Gaia instinctively spoke up. Who are you? What are you? Before he could finish, a gleaming shoe sole expanded rapidly in his field of vision. Bang! The next instant, Gaia was kicked clean off his feet, sent flying back to crash heavily into the pile of junk inside the shack. Gaia! Cass's heart clenched as he lunged forward to help him. At the doorway, the man in the suit leisurely withdrew his foot, his gaze icy. Mud-leg trash from the dump dares to talk back. You don't even bother to piss, and look at what you are. Gaia gritted his teeth, his chest burning with pain. He planted his hands, trying to push himself up, but Cass clamped down. Gaia looked up at Cass and saw that this fellow, usually all grins and jokes, and calling others foster father at the drop of a hat, now had a smile rapidly spreading across his face again as he bowed and scraped. Yes, sir, your lesson is well taken. We're just mud-leg nobodies who don't know the rules, offending your eyes and dirtying your shoes. Just point us in the direction you want, and we'll walk there ourselves. We won't cause trouble, and we'll save you the effort of dirtying. The man in the suit lowered his head to look at him, seemingly a little surprised by Cass's perceptiveness. At least you've got some wits. Take them, he ordered.
Pika realized that even if he released control over the rock giant, he could not escape its body. Not only that, but after the wooden hand grasped him,
Gaia lowered his voice. Why did you stop me? Don't talk, Cass replied just as softly. First we stay alive. They were herded forward like livestock. The path grew more and more remote, trees thickening around them until they finally arrived at a hidden valley enclosed on three sides by mountains. The valley was already packed to the brim, a dark mass of people pressed shoulder to shoulder, all residents from the Trash Mountain and the surrounding barren lands. There must have been tens of thousands. On the high slopes encircling the valley stood ranks of fully armed royal guards, their gun barrels faintly angled toward the people below. Cass suddenly recognized that the man in the suit from earlier was among them. On one side of the valley, where the ground was slightly higher and offered the best view, a temporary canopy had been erected. A cluster of richly dressed men and women with haughty demeanors gathered beneath it. At the center of their little circle stood three figures wearing bulbous bubble helmets and bloated suits resembling spacesuits. Tenryubito. Cass's heart gave a violent jolt, a chill surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. A sealed valley, countless commoners, heavily armed elite guards, and Tenryubito watching with avid interest. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. The worst possibility had been confirmed. Cass, you look terrible. Gaia turned his head and saw the fine sheen of cold sweat at Cass's temple, his own unease swelling rapidly. They've dragged so many of us here. What exactly do they intend to do? We may be doomed. Cass's voice was dry and hoarse. What? Cass's throat burned. He licked his cracked lips, forcing his tone to sound steadier. Gaia, doesn't this look like a gladiatorial arena to you? Only this time the spectators are them, and the beasts in the ring are us. He fixed his gaze on the king of the Goa Kingdom upon the high platform, Stary, a young monarch with slicked hair and powdered face. At that moment he was bent at the waist, obsequiously attending to the male Tenryubito, so eager in his flattery he seemed ready to drop to the ground and polish the man's shoes with his own hands. We're likely about to become expendable playthings for those noble lords and their gods. Gaia froze, then fell silent. We're going to be hunted like rabbits. Yes. Cass closed his eyes. A scene surfaced in his mind. Young nobles on horseback with guns in hand treating natives as prey, hunting them like wild beasts. It was a slaughter that had truly taken place in the pirate world, prettied up and paraded as entertainment. And now he in this very moment stood among the names on the list of prey. On the platform above, Stary spoke. Lord Roswald Saint, his voice drenched in exaggerated reverence. Please look. This valley has been meticulously prepared as your private hunting ground. Though the time was short, every prey selected is fresh and lively. I am certain it will add a unique touch of pleasure to your tour of the Goa Kingdom. Roswald St. peered through his bubble visor at the surging sea of heads in the valley below. His tone remained flat, tinged with faint displeasure. The venue is passable, a bit small, lacking grandeur. Still, it will do for some sport. Yes, exactly as you say. Starry bent even lower, nearly prostrating himself. Please forgive any shortcomings. This time I was ill-prepared, but next time I will have an even grander, finer playground ready for you with far more prey. I guarantee you young Lord Charlos Saint and Miss Shalilia will enjoy themselves to the fullest. In his heart he calculated that if he served this man well, the heavenly tribute for this year, and perhaps the next few years, could be greatly reduced. To exchange a handful of lowly commoners for immense relief to the kingdom's finances and the favor of the Tenryubito, what bargain could be more profitable than that? None. Starry silently applauded himself. Under his governance the Goa Kingdom would surely grow even more prosperous and flourishing. Behind Roswald Saint, the infamous glutton for punishment Charlos Saint snuffled at the snot hanging perilously from his nose, and urged in a muffled voice, Father, my new gun, too, can't wait any longer. Shalilia also spoke in a coy, petulant tone. Father, hurry and start. Just looking at these filthy things crammed together makes the air smell foul. Roswald Saint waved his hand. You may begin. Starry straightened at once, his bearing shifting in an instant to stern majesty. He turned to a minister with a goatee at his side and commanded, Ranchu, what are you waiting for? Clear the field and open the hunt for our exalted lords. The minister named Ranchu bowed to receive the order, then strode to the edge of the platform and flung his arm toward the guards below. By order of the king, the hunting festival now begins. Gunshots erupted without warning, a deafening volley. They were not fired into the air but straight into the densest part of the crowd at the valley entrance. Blood-sprayed screams ripped through the air. Those in the front row toppled like wheat being scythed down. They're killing us. Run quickly. Panic spread like wildfire across dry plains, consuming everyone in an instant. The crowd completely disintegrated, weeping and shoving, scattering like headless flies as they bolted away from the direction of the gunfire towards the patch of pitch-black forest. Honored lords, please savor to your heart's content the thrill of pursuit and the joy of the hunt. Whoever reaps the most trophies shall receive a generous reward from His Majesty the King. Awoo! For the chance to shine before our lords. Charge. Pray don't run too fast. Let this young master have some fun. The noble youths, long waiting at the side astride tall, powerful horses, swords, and fine firearms in hand, let out shrill cries of excitement and urged their mounts forward with cracking whips. Like wolves catching the scent of blood, they plunged into the collapsing mass of people. Move, quickly.
Naruto looked at him expressionless and said, is this the extent of your power? The Otsutsuki deity was momentarily stunned. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
Valley. Head for the woods. The trees will block their line of sight. Gaia quickly snapped back to himself, seized Cass with an iron grip around his wrist, and protested, no. Cass risked a glance over his shoulder at the terrain as they ran. Not the woods. Head for that boulder field to the east. The ground there is a maze of rocks. Horses can't get through it. You sure? We'll have to gamble. Gaia did not hesitate. He changed direction, at once dragging Cass with him as they sprinted toward the eastern boulder field. Behind them the thunder of hooves, the crack of gunfire, and peals of laughter tangled together like some grotesque symphony. Charlos Saint rode atop a robust pirate clutching a gilded firearm. One shot from his gun struck an old man squarely in the back as he ran. Bang! The old man pitched forward onto the ground, and Charlos clapped his hands in delight. Hit him. I got another one. TCH, what a bunch of lowly vermin. Shalilia rode another pirate, her expression cool and bored as though she found the entire affair rather dull. The other noble youths, however, had gone completely mad. They galloped left and right through the crowd, slashing with blades and firing guns, treating this bloody massacre as the perfect stage to display their valor and curry favor with the gods above.
Even the summoned beasts bore renegade eyes. Without hesitation, the rhinoceros charged straight at the two.
On the high platform, King Starry remained bowed, speaking eagerly to Roswald Saint, his face piled with ingratiating. Cass and Gaia threaded their way through the boulder field, using the jagged terrain as cover to temporarily slip free of it. The gunfire and the sound of hooves behind him had become distant and blurred, and the voices faded to echoes barely audible from deep within the valley. What should we do next? Gaia gasped heavily, leaning against a rock as he asked in a hoarse voice. What he had experienced today clearly exceeded the limits of his imagination. Previously, he thought the worst thing was being hungry, freezing, or being insulted like a dog. But today he realized that none of those were truly tragic. The real tragedy is discovering that in the eyes of certain people you are even worse than a dog. Dogs can still be kept as pets. They are merely targets for amusement. This damn world. Cass also leaned against a rock, closing his eyes. What should we do? Should we really hide like a turtle, praying that the butchers in their bloodlust would overlook this corner? Praying that the nobles of the celestial dragons would suddenly have a change of heart? No, even hiding here does not guarantee survival. If those people become bloodthirsty and think someone might be hiding in the rubble, or set it ablaze, they would be like fish in a barrel with no way to escape. Since living has already become an extreme sport, what is there to fear? Cass took a deep breath and lowered his voice. They treat. Gaia grinned, exposing his white teeth, though the smile was somewhat forced. In this world of cannibals, those two words carried more weight than any oath. We might die this time. When have we not faced death? Cass paused for a moment, then laughed. Yes, when have we not faced it? Since living has already become an extreme sport, what is there to fear? Cass took a deep breath and lowered his voice. They treat us as prey to hunt. Then we will go back. Gaia's pupils constricted, and he asked hoarsely, back to that hunting ground. Yes. Cass gazed past over the rocks, aiming towards the towering stands in the distance, the center of the bloody feast. The most dangerous places sometimes offer the greatest opportunities. They are currently blinded by bloodlust focused on those trying to escape. The guards might thus become lax. If we can take down a lone guard or attendant, strip him of his clothes, and blend in, we can slip away towards the port. Steal a ship, set sail? Are you sure? Gaia fell silent for 3 seconds after hearing this. This plan sounded like a fairy tale. Oh, every step was like walking on the edge of a blade. A slight misstep would lead to utter destruction. Cass stared at him, his gaze intense. Staying here is waiting for death, charging out his 9 lives, and one of which do you choose? This damned world has already seen me die once, so it would be nothing to start over. Gaia did not answer. He pulled out a dagger, its cold touch slightly calming his restless heart. He held the dagger in a reverse grip, placing it in the most accessible spot at his waist, then began to whisper. Listen, Cass, if we truly make a move, it has to be quick and ruthless. If things go wrong, and we make noise, then we both die here. He knew that although Cass was quick-witted and smooth-tongued, and could employ underhanded tactics in a fight, he had likely never truly killed anyone. In the garbage heap, seeing blood and taking lives are 2 different matters. But he was different. To survive, he had long been stained with blood. Huff! Cass took a deep breath and stood up. Fear still screamed in his bones, but stronger was the fierce determination of burning bridges. Yes, he indeed had, but he thought that today he would likely break that vow. Like a wolf driven to a dead, and even if it cannot bite the hunter's throat, it must fiercely tear a piece of flesh. Even if it means becoming a ghost, one must be a ghost who dies full. They did not go back the way they came. Instead, they used the cover of the rubble to circle towards the side of the hunting ground. The screams and laughter gradually became clearer, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Half an hour later, 2 corpses were writhing in the shadows. Cass and Gaia smeared mud and blood on their faces and bodies, lying among a few real corpses. This was a blind spot Cass had observed. The guard's line of sight was mainly directed towards the hunting ground, while the lackeys transporting the corpses would take the small path from the side. They had bet correctly. 2 lackeys in gray robes pushed a cart over, quietly complaining about their unlucky task, and began tossing the corpses onto the cart. As the cart passed a tense shadow, Cass and Gaia rolled into the back of the tent like raccoons. There was no one inside the tent, and outside cheers, gunfire, and the sounds of hooves echoed, as if from another world. Lucky us. Cass quickly scanned the area and whispered, this looks like a temporary warehouse or equipment room. Let's see if there are any suitable clothes and quickly change out of these bloody garments. The smell is too strong. The 2 rummaged through the tent and ultimately found 2 sets of attendant uniforms. They were not a perfect fit, but they could barely wear them. After changing clothes, Gaia found a short axe in a corner to tuck behind his. Cass found a piece of inner armor and unhesitatingly donned it, covering it with the attendant uniform. Defense must be maximized. Health is everything. What now? Gaia asked. Cass did not respond, because he had found something incredible. In the depths of the tent, the light was even dimmer. But in that grayish haze, there was a platform covered in dark red velvet, standing out conspicuously. He walked over, almost instinctively lifted the velvet cloth, and opened the box inside. Within lay a yellow fruit covered in spiral patterns, quietly resting on the velvet cushion. It emitted a strange luster, pulsing slightly, as if it were alive. Cass recognized this item in an instant. A treasure of the sea. Consuming it grants superhuman abilities, but curses one to become a landlubber. But so what? It remains a source of power that countless people covet, even at the cost of their lives. Cass' heart raced. How did it end up here? In a place like this? It was akin to finding a dragon-slaying sword in a beginning. An absurd thought flashed through Cass' mind. Interesting, is this a prize mimicking God Valley? Gaia swallowed hard. He recognized the devil fruit, as well. Under these circumstances, whoever eats it has a greater chance of survival. Cass, maybe you should. Just, bang. At that moment, the door was kicked open. Ho ho ho, look what I found. Saint Knight Charles appeared at the door, swaying on the back of a pirate slave. 2 little mice stole something they shouldn't have. Saint Charles spoke in his distinctive tone, the gun's muzzle shifting between Cass and Gaia. Hand over the prize and I can make your deaths more merciful. The suited man stepped forward, making no unnecessary movements, yet a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire room. Cass' brain was racing at an unprecedented speed, almost overheating like a CPU. Run. He had to run. But how to run? In a flash, Cass made a move that left Gaia dumbfounded. He suddenly knelt down, a pitiful smile plastered on his face, his voice trembling. Just right, my lord. We were just curious. Please spare our worthless lives. We are willing to be your most loyal slaves forever. While speaking, he held the fruit with both hands, kneeling and inching forward, his posture lowering to the dust. The suited man frowned slightly, thinking this kid had some audacity. Dared to compete with him for a livelihood. Gaia was stunned. But he then saw Cass' hand behind his back, quietly making a gesture. Get ready. Gaia's muscles tensed instantly. St. Charles seemed to relish the kneeling, lifting his chin. You are somewhat perceptive. Bring the prize over, and then die by your own hand to spare me the mess. Yes, yes, yes. Cass continued moving forward, his voice filled with gratitude, only 3 steps away from St. Charles. Then under the watchful gaze of the suited man, Cass suddenly raised the fruit, high, making a gesture to hand it over. But at the last moment he abruptly threw the fruit towards the opposite corner of the room. Gaia, catch it! Gaia lunged almost simultaneously. St. Charles instinctively turned to look at the flying fruit, and the suited man's gaze was also drawn to the flash of purple. But for Cass it was enough. He sprang up from the ground like a spring not charging for the door, but towards the pirate slave ridden by St. Charles. He grabbed the collar around the slave's neck and pulled back with all his strength. Let's go. The slave was already controlled by the collar, dazed and caught off guard, losing balance, causing both him and St. Charles to St. Charles. The suited man's face changed drastically. He could no longer pay attention to the fruit flying away, leaping towards the fallen St. Charles, using his body as a cushion. Now's the time. Gaia, run. The two hurriedly sprinted towards the exit. You filthy insect. How dare you? St. Charles fell onto the suited man, although unharmed. The immense humiliation and anger turned his plump face a deep shade of liver. You, go, catch them. I want them nailed to a stake, and I'll slice their flesh piece by piece with the dullest knife. He slapped the back of the suited man beneath him, his stutter easing with his fury. Yes, my lord. The suited man answered, but he dared not get up immediately. He had to wait for St. Charles to rise first. Run, run for your life. Cass felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if his lungs were about to burst. But the footsteps and wind behind him, like the breath of death, grew ever closer. Too fast. Cass only saw a shadow, and the suited man was already upon them. Gaia felt the chill behind him, and quickly turned, swinging his short axe towards the back. Clang. The suited man kicked out, deflecting the axe blade. Gaia's hand split, and the axe flew from his grip, causing him to be kicked away as well. Gaia. Without a second thought, Cass drew the dagger from his waist and lunged. You overestimate yourself. The suited man didn't even glance at him, merely waving casually, a fist crashing into his chest. Uff. Cass spat out blood, flying backwards and landing right on top of the just risen Gaia. The two tumbled together, their bones feeling like they were shattered, unable to rise for a long time. Cass, are you okay? Gaia ignored the burning pain in his chest and hurried to support Cass. Cough, cough. It hurts so much. Cass wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the slowly approaching suited man, revealing a mocking smile. Big brother, cough, cough. We really know we were wrong. Can we have a chance? Cough, cough. It hurts so much. Cass wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the slowly approaching suited man, revealing a mocking smile. Big brother, cough, cough. We really know we were wrong. Can we? They had courage. But that was all. He slowly drew the long knife from his waist. You won't die immediately. Ooh, I will sever your legs, robbing you of the ability to escape. I presume that dragging your severed legs while crawling and wailing in the hunting grounds will amuse my lord even more. As his words fell, he flicked his wrist, the long knife slicing through the air, aimed at Cass' legs. Cass' pupils constricted, time seeming to slow down. He was about to die again, dying in this rotten world like a bug. Sorry, Gaia, it seems that we brothers are really destined to die on the same day, the same month, the same year. Uff. The sound of flesh tearing. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Cass was knocked to the ground, looking up to see a splatter of bright red. Gaia stood from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, a huge deep wound that could be seen to the bone sliced across his chest. Flesh peeled back, blood gushing out like a spring, instantly staining his tattered clothing red. Gaia. Cass' voice trembled. Gaia looked down at his chest wound, then raised his head to Cass, revealing a twisted smile. Hurry. Run. Cass opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound. He reached out a hand, wanting to touch Gaia, but his hand trembled in the air. Their memories flashed before their eyes. Sharing a piece of moldy bread in the garbage heap of the slums, huddling under a tattered straw mat for warmth on a cold winter night, laughing out loud by the dock, when they first stole money, helping each other escape, when being chased by guards. In this world where humans were treated like livestock, it seemed that Gaia was his only friend. Why should it be? Why should those swine be able to decide their lives and deaths at will? The suited man's voice continued to ring out. Humph, quite the bond, but lacking one prey. Oh, I hope my lord does not find it dull. Dog bastard. Who are you calling prey? Cass slowly stood up, looking at the suited man coldly, saying, You're just a dog raised by those pigs. A dog that wears a collar, wagging its tail and begging. Even if you bring me shoes, I would find your filthy soles dirty. Wearing a mask for so long, do you really think you are a person? The day your pig masters tire of you, you'll have to line up to be prey. And you might not even make the cut. Filthy commoner, you're looking for death. The suited man seemed to be struck at a sore spot, the cold mask on his face finally shattered, revealing the snarling expression beneath. Are you panicking? Kill me, then let's see if this dog of yours is tougher than my life. Cass, using all his strength, faced the surging, murderous intent, roaring, Bastard. Come on. The suited man stopped talking, raising the long knife. This time he would not be cutting legs. The blade fell, casting a shadow of death that completely enveloped Cass. It's over. Life danger detected for the host, mental fluctuations reaching critical value, meeting special binding conditions. Welcome, host. The Pokémon System is at your service. Life signs detected: severe injury, blood loss, intense mental fluctuations. Newbie gift package issued, random Pokémon X1 drawing. Obtain Pokémon Gastly. A mechanical, emotionless voice echoed in Cass' mind. The blade hung 3 inches from his forehead, just a little lower, and it would cleave his skull. Suddenly, a spherical creature seemingly made of mist silently appeared between the two. The blade sliced through the mass of gas effortlessly, which squirmed for a moment before condensing into a ghostly face that grinned at the suited man, saying, Koji Koji. Surprised, Cass' eyes widened as he looked at this familiar, yet strange figure, his mind going blank instantly. Information flooded into his consciousness: ghost attribute, ghost poison traits, floating current skills, tongue lick, strange light, murky mist, fright. The suited man's pupils constricted as he stepped back 3 paces, adopting a defensive posture. What is this? A devil fruit ability. The unknown powers of the sea were countless, and a mere ghost was too common. Koji, the ghost floated in the air, turning to look at Cass, its eyes crescent-shaped, as if waiting for a command. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Or is this a hallucination before death? Cass' mind was blank, but the will to survive and the thought of saving Gaia overwhelmed everything. He pointed at the suited man and shouted hoarsely, "Ghost! Kill him!" Koji. The ghost blinked its large white eyes, seemingly understanding. It opened its mouth and a thick purple poisonous mist erupted from the ghost. Murky mist. The mist, carrying a pungent sweet odor, caused a burning pain upon contact with skin. Poison. The suited man held his breath instinctively and quickly retreated, but the poisonous mist seeped in everywhere, clinging to his skin and clothes. A wave of numbness and weakness surged through his limbs. Damn it. He wanted to run out and breathe fresh air. Koji, the ghost let out a mischievous laugh, a glimmer flashing in its eyes. Strange light. A bizarre, colorful beam shot from the ghost's eyes, striking the suited man. The suited man's body stiffened suddenly, his gaze becoming vacant and confused, completely losing the ability to escape. At the same time, the poisonous mist continued to erode his body, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Did we get him? Cass panted heavily, astonished that the formidable enemy they struggled against was so easily dealt with. But before he could catch his breath, another chilling voice rang out. What is this thing? It's a rare species I've never seen before. The Holy Knight Charles stumbled over with his slave, an excited expression on his face, as if he had just found a new toy. It even glows. Capture it. I shall lock it in the prettiest cage. Cass looked at this foolish, overweight pig, and his anger flared again. It's this pig. This idiot. Gaia's injuries, the lives lost, all because of this fat pig. But there was no choice. This pig couldn't die. If it died, there would be big trouble. Have you heard of the great general's spirit summoning? Cass' eyes gleamed ferociously as he pointed at Holy Charles. Ghost used strange light on him. Koji. The ghost obediently shot out that strange enchanting light again, penetrating Charles' eyes. Charles' body stiffened, his gaze turning vacant and confused. He froze for a few seconds, then a fanatical, twisted smile appeared on his face. Hunt. Continue hunting. He no longer looked at Cass, but raised his firearm, staggering toward the other side of the valley as if drunk. Soon chaotic noises erupted from the other side. Bang. Holy Charles. WWHYRE. And Master. The prey is over there. That way. Help. He's gone mad. Holy Charles has gone mad. Chaos erupted completely. The noble celestial dragons suddenly turned their guns on their own people and began indiscriminate attacks. The noble youths scattered in fear, while the guards turned pale, yet they dared not lay a hand on the celestial dragons, not even to stop them. Afterward, Charles seemed possessed by a god of war like Lubu, reincarnated, killing anyone he saw and biting any dog in sight. But this was the chaos Cass wanted. He no longer hesitated, rushing to Gaia's side and lifting him with all his strength. The wound on his chest was still bleeding profusely, and his body temperature was rapidly plummeting. Hold on, Gaia, hold on. Cass used his clothes to hastily bandage Gaia, then found a horse, laid Gaia across its back, climbed on like he had seen in a previous life on TV, and tightened the reins. Go! The horse neighed and galloped wildly toward the valley exit. Along the way, some guards attempted to stop them, but the poisonous mist spat by the ghost and the scattered chaotic nobles served as perfect cover. Cass bent low, holding on to Gaia tightly as he burst out of the valley and headed toward the port. The port was docked with numerous ships, most of which were supply vessels for the noble pigs. Cass scanned his surroundings and ultimately locked onto a small supply ship where only 2 sailors were busy unloading cargo. Ghost, deal with them. Koji. The ghost floated over and sprayed poisonous mist at the 2 sailors. The sailors didn't even see their enemy before they collapsed unconscious. Cass charged up the gangplank, carried Gaia into the cabin, then pulled out a dagger to cut the mooring rope and raise the sails. The sea breeze filled the sails, and the small ship slowly sailed away from the port. Only when the port became a small in the distance, and he confirmed there were no pursuers, did Cass collapse onto the deck. The ghost floated beside him, curiously surveying this new world. Cass ignored it and looked at Gaia, whose complexion was as pale as paper, with breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The wound on his chest was too deep. The blood, though seeping slower, was still oozing out. Without medicine, without a doctor, he couldn't hold on much longer at sea. You can't die. You can't die. Then Cass remembered something. Damn it, he had a devil fruit. He had almost forgotten about it in his panic. Fruit, you finally remembered me, didn't you? He pulled out the devil fruit from his pocket, preparing to pry open Gaia's mouth and stuff the fruit inside. Gaia's such a big chunk. Why don't you cut it up, you bastard? Stuffing it in will kill him. Gaia had already lost consciousness. Damn, you can't even use the chance I gave you. Cass had no choice but to crush the fruit with force, squeezing the juice and pulp into his throat. Gaia, yes. You finally got it. And is this shit? Yuck. Swallow it. Maybe it can save you. The juice from the fruit flowed down the corner of Gaia's mouth, purple and viscous. Seconds passed, then tens of seconds, then a minute. No change. Cass' heart sank little by little. Could it be that he is already? Suddenly Gaia's body twitched. Then layers of brown soil seeped out from his skin, as if alive, covering the wound. Gaia's breathing gradually stable. Mud fruit, marsh fruit, or something. Cass' mind was in chaos, but ecstasy instantly overwhelmed everything as he laughed and cried at the same time. Who cares what kind of fruit it is? At least Gaia's life is saved. Koji. The ghost floated over curiously, poking his face with its gaseous tentacles. Why is it crying before being scared? Did it get moved by this ghostly beauty? Ghost. Cass looked at this suddenly appearing life-saving ghost Pokémon, then glanced at Gaia wrapped in soil. Things didn't seem so bad. The sea breeze remained salty and damp. The sky was still a deep blue, and the ocean stretched endlessly, evoking a single-masted sailboat similar in size to the Golden Mary bobbed weakly with the waves. Its course seemed to depend on the whims of the wind. Gaia, how much longer do we have to drift? Cass lay on the deck, limbs sprawled out like a dried salted fish. How the hell should I know? Gaia sat on the ship's railing, feeling utterly numb. The grotesque scar on his chest had long, yet at this moment the wounds of his spirit felt more painful than the knife that had once struck him. 2.5 months. Who knows how he endured these 2.5 months? That bastard Cass can't even sail. The food ran out ages ago, and the remaining fresh water was only enough to moisten their lips 3 days ago. Initially this guy was so confident about going to sea, and yet is this all he could manage? What? You ask why Gaia doesn't sail himself? Huh. Gaia declared he had never been to sea in his life, so why would he know how to sail? In response to the accusations, Cass weakly waved his hand. Young man, one must remain calm. Sailing is an art that relies on fate. Look at how vast the sky is. Gaze upon the depth of this ocean. Our journey is to starve to death at sea and become fish food. Gaia shouted in anger as he added, caw, 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 caw. A playful swirl of purple-black mist danced above their heads, its mouth opening and closing, its large white eyes crescent-shaped. The negative emotions of resentment, disdain, and confusion radiating from the two of them mixed together, creating a veritable feast for the ghost-type Pokémon Gast. Not that he could finish it. Hockey, you bastard. Cass looked at Gast, who seemed carefree and even appeared to have gained a bit of weight, feeling both amused and exasperated. Sometimes he truly felt that this creature was the emotional stabilizer of their little team, even if its method of achieving stability involved absorbing their unstable emotions. But he hadn't been idle these past 2 months. Aside from attempting to discern their direction, he spent the rest of his time studying his golden finger. The findings could be summarized in a single sentence: the future is promising, but the present is a blank slate. The system interface was refreshingly simplistic. Host Aurel Cass, level 5 abilities mastered, none. Waving fists, doesn't count. Points 0. Congratulations, cleaner than your face. Pokemon Gas status happy, to the point of blurriness. Overall evaluation purely useless. Suggested to find a block of tofu to bump into for efficiency's sake. Cass, where did the system learn to mock like this? Personal levels determine the power of Pokemon. In simple terms, his stamina is Gast's blue bar, and his physical constitution determines battle sustainability. Previously, when Gast displayed such prowess in the valley, it was actually consuming his stamina. At that moment his adrenaline surged and he felt nothing, but afterward he lay down for 3 days, deeply realizing what it meant to be completely drained. He felt an inexplicable sense of deja vu akin to a star spirit mage. Then there was the function module. Lottery Gray is unavailable. The host level must reach level 10 or complete the first special event to unlock. Store. It was lit up, divided into 3 columns. Pokemon category: Caterpie 100 points, Rattata 150 points, Charmander 1000 points, Squirtle 1000 points, Magikarp 1000 points. And so forth. Magikarp. You dare sell a flopping Magikarp for 1000 points? System, have you gone broke? The system did not respond to him. He continued to scroll down, finding that semi-god level Pokemon were locked, legendary Pokemon were locked, and first level gods were also locked. Not enough level, all gray avatars. Item category: various energy gems, evolution items, mega evolution stones, Gigantamax bands, Z crystals. A dazzling array, though the prices were equally eye-watering. Food category, including berries, Pokemon food, energy cubes, rare candies, special dishes, and more. Fortunately, Gast was easy to feed. It could survive on negative emotions, otherwise it would be yet another expense. In short, he had his golden finger, and next he needed to continuously grow stronger. Ways to earn system points: defeating strong enemies, completing tasks, and achieving special accomplishments will all yield points. Want to grow stronger? First gather some money. Want to make money? First gain strength. Want to gain strength? Well, it's a closed loop. As for the fruit that his good brother Gaia had consumed, after 2 months of exploration, he had basically determined its category. Paramecia, Earth fruit. The name sounds like a natural type, but it is indeed a genuine Paramecia type, because Gaia cannot be immune to attacks. According to Cass' limited understanding of One Piece, Paramecia can be roughly divided into 3 categories. 1. Paramecia body, transforming oneself, or possessing material characteristics. For example, Buggy, Split, Katakuri. Special Paramecia, Mochimochi, Luffy. Ordinary rubber, Nika, doesn't count. 2. Paramecia technique, creating or controlling specific materials from the body, such as the News King Morgan's String, the Vice Admiral Sabo Wax, and Cracker Biscuit. 3. Superpower, not altering oneself, not creating materials directly, obtaining a superpower that violates physical rules. For example, Whitebeard, Quake, Shiki, Float, and Law Surgery. The Earth fruit leans towards the 3rd type of superpower, with its core ability being to assimilate and manipulate the earth it comes into contact with. It does not turn itself into earth, nor does it create earth out of thin air. Rather, it can command the earth and stone it touches, altering their form and hardness and using them for attack or defense. Of course, Gaia currently cannot do any of these. But that's okay, Cass has already thought up a future nickname for him. It will be Guardian of the Earth. Fishhead Mama expresses that she likes this name. Hey, Cass, look over there. There's land. Where? Isn't it a mirage? Gast, help me check if it's an illusion. Cass did a flip and squeezed to the side of the ship with the approaching Gast. 3 heads turned together to gaze. At the horizon where the sea meets the sky, the outline of a lush island slowly emerged. It worked. It finally worked. After a brief silence, the 3 of them excitedly hugged each other, jumping and shouting on the deck. After 2.5 months of aimless drifting, Cass thought he was going to become the protagonist of the mystery surrounding the East Sea. Gaia, full speed ahead. Hi. Gaia got fired up too, rolling up his sleeves, then suddenly froze. Bastard Cass. I don't know how to say. So what? Just like anyone else. Forget it, I'll try adjusting the sail, full left rudder. No full right rudder. I'll whatever charge ahead. Fortunately, fate did not abandon them. Or rather, the ocean current did not abandon them. Under the clumsy control of the 2, the little boat wobbled towards the island. On the island's beach. 997, 998, 999. 1000. A clear young girl's voice rang out by the beach, accompanied by the swish of a bamboo sword slicing through the air, the final strike landing perfectly. The girl slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, her deep blue short hair damp, with sweat sticking to her smooth forehead. Swinging the sword 1,000 times each day, this number kept her focused, preventing her from drifting into idle thoughts. It was also the limit she had set for herself based on her current physical capabilities. Strength. Still not enough. Is this the limit for a girl's body? The girl gazed at the sea, her expression slightly dim. Her father's words always echoed in her ears. Women were limited by their physical strength, forever unable to stand atop the pinnacle of swordsmen. In response, she could only work harder, practicing more to compensate for that so-called innate deficiency. Just as she prepared to begin her next set of exercises, a small moving dot on the horizon caught her attention. A ship, but it will run aground if it approaches like this. The girl frowned slightly. Soon the ship came to a very awkward stop some distance from the beach. Then 2 figures leaped from the ship like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, scrambling up the beach, one even excitedly kneeling to kiss the ground. Land. Solid land. Not a dream. Cass, pinch me. Ow. You really pinched me. Didn't you tell me to Who are you? A calm voice laced with a hint of caution sounded before them. Cass looked up, and what met his eyes was a girl holding a bamboo sword standing upright. The sea breeze tousled her deep blue short hair, and the sunlight outlined her figure. Although she appeared to be young, her calm, yet sharp gaze made it impossible to perceive her as an ordinary child. A name suddenly sprang to Cass' mind. Kazuki Matsu, Zoro's senior sister, a victim of the Great Stairs. So this is Frost Moon Village. Truly the heavens do not forsake me, Cass. In an instant, Cass became a theatrical performer. His face instantly shifted into a mix of terror, sorrow, and genuine relief as he spoke in a choked voice. This heroine, my name is Cass. This is my brother Gaia. We are fleeing commoners whose home was destroyed by the scum of the nobility, and only the 2 of us managed to escape. May I ask, where is there a place to get a meal? We haven't eaten for 3 days and nights. As he spoke, he pinched his thigh hard, forcing out a few tears, while secretly kicking the still dazed Gaia. Gaia jolted. Although he didn't fully understand the play Cass was performing, he understood the part about begging for food. Instantly his eyes turned incredibly sincere. That's right, we were just chatting and singing a song. Suddenly we were ambushed by bad guys. No tricks, all raw emotion. Fleeing. Kazuki Matsu's gaze swept over their tattered clothes, their wounds, and the unpretentious desire for food in their eyes. This caused her vigilance to fade, significantly replaced by a hint of sympathy. Though that purple floating thing still seemed quite strange. She sheathed her bamboo sword, her tone softening. My name is Kazuki Matsu. If you want to eat, just follow me. Thank you, Kazuki Matsu. Cass immediately performed a standard 90-degree bow. Having food, that's wonderful. Gaia was nearly drooling. In Shuanyue village at the Isen dojo. How many bowls have they eaten? The 33rd bowl, no, the 34th bowl. How impressive. How can they fit so much food? One person is still licking the bowl. The apprentices of the dojo stood at a distance, dumbfounded, watching the 2 in the center of the dining hall devour their food. The rice disappeared at a visible speed, and the dishes on the table quickly ran dry. Guyana had already gone back and forth to the kitchen several times for more rice. Gung Siling knelt at the main seat, his face still bearing that seemingly carved, gentle smile, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Where did my daughter find these 2 hungry mouths? Guyana, it's good to help others, but can you please not pick up such gluttonous burp? Finally, after consuming enough food to satisfy the dojo's apprentices, Cass let out a satisfied burp. Phew, I feel revived. Thank you for the feast. I'm almost full. Gung Siling secretly sighed in relief, his smile becoming more natural. Children, if you're full then. Could I trouble you for 2 more bowls? No, 3 bowls of rice. I feel like I can still eat more. Gaia smacked his lips and looked earnestly at Guyana. Gung Siling. The apprentices. Guyana silently got up, preparing to serve more rice. Gung Siling's smile completely froze. Although the dojo had some assets, it couldn't sustain such consumption. Seeing this, Cass felt it was time. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, walked a few steps to Gung Siling, and in front of everyone's astonished gazes, he plopped down on his knees. Child, what are you doing? Gung Siling thought he might have gone too far if the child might just be really hungry, which is why he ate so. Sir, Cass has drifted for half his life lamenting never encountering a wise master. If you do not reject me, I am willing to take you as my master and wholeheartedly follow you. I do not seek fame across the 4 seas, but wish to learn skills to avenge my family and eliminate injustices in the world. This is why he wanted to apprentice under Gung Siling. The core logic of becoming the Pirate King. Taking shortcuts won't get you far. The firmer the foundation, the stronger the later stages will be. Devil fruits and hockey are like high-grade engines, while the foundation is the chassis and frame. Fancy techniques are just superficial. Without a foundation, no matter how powerful the fruit or how fierce the techniques, they are all hollow. And in the East Sea, there should be no one who understands teaching better than Gung Siling. What? You say there's also carp? With that training intensity, Cass can't guarantee he would survive. Except for although Gaia didn't understand what kind of act Cass was putting on since his brother was doing it, how could he back down? He immediately followed suit and plopped down beside him. Me too. Gung Siling looked at these 2 boys who had just consumed at least 3 days worth of food, feeling somewhat troubled. Well, if you want to stay here to learn, you are naturally welcome, but his gaze uncontrollably drifted to the pile of empty bowls that looked like a small mountain. Cass immediately understood and quickly responded, Master, don't worry. Today was truly an accident. My brother Gaia and I have drifted at sea for many days, unable to fill our stomachs, which is why we lost control. Our usual appetites are no different from ordinary people. Gaia also nodded vigorously. Me too. This. Gung Siling looked at Cass' earnest face, and then at the still-scarred Gaia, sighing in his heart. Ah, these 2 children have it tough. They really seem to have suffered a lot. Although the dojo isn't wealthy, having 2 more pairs of chopsticks isn't too much to bear. Gung Siling's gentle smile returned. In that case, you are now apprentices of my Isen dojo. Remember, when practicing martial arts, one must first cultivate virtue, never bully the weak, and must not waste time. Yes, Master. The 2 immediately bowed 3 times to Gung Siling, officially becoming his apprentices and settling down at the dojo for the time being. With a roof over their heads, food to eat, and a renowned master to consult, this beginning had suddenly dropped from hellish difficulty to ordinary difficulty. Gung Siling truly was a responsible master, devising different training plans according to the characteristics of the 2. Gaia had a solid foundation, and after eating the tudu fruit, Gung Siling guided him to develop his fruit abilities, reminding him that although abilities are good, physical strength is fundamental. As for Cass, he was required to start with the basics: horse stance, push-ups, and long-distance running, to hone his body and sharpen his will. However, when Cass formally requested to learn swordsmanship one day, he was rejected by Gung Siling. Scene restoration. Cass confidently stated, Master, I believe I have exceptional talent, unique bone structure, and the potential to become the world's greatest swordsman. Teach me swordsmanship. Gung Siling's smile remained unchanged. Good disciple, give it up. There's absolutely no possibility of that. Gaia, eager to try, asked, what about me? Gung Siling sighed. Listen to me, the waters of sword practice are too deep. You can't grasp it. Instead, focus on strengthening your physique. In simple terms, they were gently dissuaded from the path of swordsmanship by Gung Siling, the great swordsman. You 2 are not suited for sword practice. But Gung Siling did not neglect them. He taught Cass to incorporate the basic sword movements, slashes, cuts, thrusts, and flicks, into his physical training. Not seeking mastery, only aiming to use it as a tool to enhance the body. Days passed. Life at the dojo was simple, yet fulfilling. Although the training was tough, being able to eat well and stay warm without worry was already heaven for Cass and Gaia. They gradually became familiar with the dojo's apprentices. Although their appetites were still slightly extraordinary, it remained within Gung Siling's acceptable range. In the calm days, there were also ripples. One day in the open space behind the dojo today marked the 2001st challenge from the green-haired Zoro to Guyina. Zoro bit down on the 3rd wooden sword, striking a pose for the 3-sword style with fierce momentum. Guyina, today I will definitely defeat you. 3-sword style, I slash. You've exposed a flaw, Zoro. Guyina's gaze was calm, her steps steady, executing a simple and direct downward slash that accurately struck Zoro's abdomen, sending him flying along with his sword. 2001 defeats. Guyina calmly sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Guyina, wait for me. I will definitely defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro shouted at her back. Guyina paused for a moment, but did not turn around. She simply tightened her grip on the sword. Gung Siling, not knowing when he had appeared beside them, gently sighed. Guyina, your talent in swordsmanship is the highest in the dojo, but you are a girl. Oh, what a pity. Guyina's shoulders trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Cass, who was practicing the horse stance nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Master, what era is this? Still holding on to traditional gender discrimination. You seem to be quite open-minded, yet your thoughts are still stuck in ancient times. What's wrong with being a girl? Eating your family's rice. Oh, indeed I did, but that doesn't mean one can hastily judge a person. Exactly. Gaia's head suddenly popped up from the ground beside him, chiming in. Guyina is clearly extraordinary. She can take down 10 Zoros with one hand. Master, you're just biased towards that green-haired fool. Zoro instantly exploded in anger. You bastard, Gaia. Who are you calling a green-haired fool? Want to fight? Why do I have these 2 fools among my disciples? Gung Siling's forehead twitched. You 2 ungrateful disciples. My heartfelt sentiments become bias in your mouths. It seems I've been too lenient with you. Today's training load. Master, I was wrong. X2, the 2 instantly surrendered. At night, the moonlight flowed like water. Cass lay on the rooftop, a blade of grass between his lips, contemplating the gaze of Guyina from earlier that day. He understood what that gaze meant. Doubt towards himself, confusion about the future, and a profound sense of helplessness. Before long, he saw Guyina standing alone at the edge of the cliff, silently gazing at the shimmering sea under the moonlight. Holding the sword, he dowed tightly. Cass sighed, rolling off the rooftop and landing lightly on a rock not far behind her. Who? Guyina turned back, alertly, hand resting on the hilt of her sword. It's me, Cass. Cass approached and stood beside Guyina at the cliff's edge. Not sleeping so late, are you contemplating? It's me, Cass. Cass approached and stood beside Guyina at the cliff's edge. Not sleeping so late, are you contemplating life? Girls really cannot reach the pinnacle. Is a girl's body destined to become a burden as she grows up? Her gaze unconsciously fell upon her slightly swelling chest. Once flat, it now began to show gentle curves. Among the peculiar gazes of her fellow disciples at the dojo, she gradually understood that this seemed to symbolize a contradiction to strength. Cass followed her gaze, instinctively stroking his chin and objectively assessing his. Well, from certain aesthetic perspectives, the future looks promising with great potential. Moi. Guyina didn't immediately respond, looking at him in confusion. Ahem. Cass quickly coughed twice, saying, what I mean is whether girls can surpass boys, whether they grow stronger or weaker as they mature. These questions don't have standard answers. Guyina paused slightly, asking, what do you mean? Cass moved closer to her, his tone becoming serious. I crawled out of the trash heap with Gaia, hunted by nobles, almost dying. But we wanted to live, to grow strong. We wished to one day change this damned world. He pointed to the sword in Guyina's hand. What about you, Guyina? You were born in the dojo, taught by renowned masters, with a healthy body and a starting point that countless people dream of. Just because they say girls can't, that girls will be weaker as they grow, do you think your path is at an end? Are you ready to give up? Guyina opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Cass didn't give her the chance to speak. What does it matter? What does it matter if your strength is weak? Just because they say you can't achieve it doesn't mean you can't. They define your limits with their words, so use your sword to shatter their definitions into pieces. With your sword, trample the so-called upper limits beneath your feet. Tell Zoro, that green-haired fool. Tell your master that a woman can also become the world's greatest swordsman. The sea breeze howled, carrying his words far away. Guyina was utterly stunned. Under the moonlight, Cass' eyes, usually carrying a hint of laziness and lethargy, shone brilliantly at that moment. It seemed to burn with an unquenchable flame, igniting something in her heart that was about to extinguish. Indeed, why should it be so? Why should there be limits just because I am a girl? Why should others' definitions become my shackles? Her gaze shifted from confusion to shock, and then to a renewed sharpness more intense than before. She tightened her grip on the sword, sensing a faint resonance. Koji. At that moment, Gaisai quietly floated over, giving Cass a knowing look. Gaisai, what are you doing? Just as the atmosphere was perfect, the inspiration was flowing, and the motivation was thick, what were you doing here to spoil the moment? He turned around to find Gung Shirlang standing behind him. The moonlight illuminated him, making his white training robe shine like a glowing cloak. In his hand, he held a sword. Not a bamboo sword, but a real sword, already unsheathed by 3 inches. Master. Good evening. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, ha. Cass laughed awkwardly, instinctively taking a half step back. Damn. Social death. I got caught talking bad about him. The moonlight is indeed beautiful, just right for cleaning house. Gung Shirlang said with a smile. Tell me, who's the old man? I'm older, my hearing isn't so good, can you say it again? Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Cass waved his hands, quickly stepping back step by step. Master, please let me explain. That was just a strategy to encourage Guyina. My admiration for you flows like the endless river, and like. It seems I've been too easygoing, causing some bad disciples to forget what it means to respect their teacher. Gung Shilong's smile grew even brighter as he slowly drew the sword, a sharp aura spreading around that was hard to describe. Today I'll let you experience what it means to wield a sword. Gung Shilong's voice remained gentle, but Cass felt the hair on his body stand on end. Master, calm down. Blades have no eyes. I'm still a child. Cass turned to run. Frost Moon Flow Void Slice. Gung Shilong's voice lightly rang out. Then he casually swung the sword in Cass' direction. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling sword energy. Cass only felt a gentle breeze brush past his body, cool and refreshing. He stopped, bewildered, and touched himself. Hey, nothing happened. He looked at his unharmed self, and then at Gung Shilong, who was still smiling kindly in the distance, and immediately sighed in relief, feeling touched. Master, I knew you still loved me. You couldn't bear to really cut me. Oh, is that so? Gung Shirlang smiled ambiguously. The next moment, swish. The apprentice robe on Cass from the collar to the hem split, neatly transforming into countless fabric pieces that floated down like butterflies. Little Cass. He froze instantly, only able to cover his vital parts with both hands, shivering in the cool sea. Gung Shirlang calmly sheathed the sword, nodding with satisfaction. This feels much better. You little rascal, if I don't show you some colors, you really think I'm made of clay. After saying this, he didn't even look at the petrified Cass, turning to Guyina, who was equally dumbfounded, and smiled gently. Guyina, it's getting late, you should rest early. Although this little rascal speaks nonsense this time. Perhaps he wasn't wrong. After saying that, he floated away. After several seconds, Cass finally snapped back from the brink of social death, filled with grief and indignation. Damn it, master. My clothes. It was one of the only 2 pieces of clothing I had. Ha ha, Cass, you look so funny without clothes. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Guyana's suppressed low laughter nearby. This was the first time Cass saw this usually serious girl laughing so heartily. However, before he could respond, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Whoosh. He saw a smooth mirror-like cut appear on the sea surface in the moonlight following the direction where Gung Shirlang had swung the sword, and the sea water silently parted to reveal the bottomless seabed. This fissure extended far beyond sight. It wasn't until several seconds later that the sea water on either side roared back together, creating immense waves. Holy crap! Cass gasped, his mouth agape, forgetting to cover his vital area, completely petrified. With one cut, he severed the sea. Is this Gung Shilang's true strength? That uncle in glasses who always smiled and seemed harmless. This was almost comparable to a great swordsman. Guyana also stopped laughing, staring blankly at the gradually calming, yet still rippling sea. Her eyes held no confusion, only a more ardent longing and determination. So this is the realm of a swordsman. Thank you, father. Gaisai floated out from Cass' shadow, happily letting out a burp, his large white eyes squinting with satisfaction. Tonight's emotional feast was truly delightful. In the year 1536 of the Haiyuan calendar, time is the most domineering yet fair element. It never consults you on its progress. It simply transforms the present into the past and drags the future into sight. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. This time is sufficient for a sniveling child to grow into an energetic youth, allowing many once unreachable dreams to gradually reveal their true forms amid the daily sweat and toil. In Xuanyue village, in the clearing behind the Isin dojo. Damn it, Cass, you sly dog. If you have the guts, don't hide behind Gungue. Are you even a man? Why the hell don't you dare come out and fight me? Gaia's roar came from behind a suddenly raised, thick earthen wall. The surface of the earthen wall was pockmarked, clearly having endured more than one round of bombardment. Kajaku. In response, a series of cheerful laughter rang out. The Gungue, which had evolved into a little chubby creature, floated in midair, its large white eyes squinted into slits, grinning widely with its signature big mouth. Its two little short arms were not idle either. One by one, black-purple energy shadow balls rained down on the earthen wall like a barrage of cannon fire. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The flying debris made the seemingly sturdy earthen wall tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Gaia gritted his teeth behind the wall desperately, trying to maintain its form, cursing Cass 1,000 times in his heart. Damn it, who said Gungue is weak? This Gungue is incredibly powerful. Do you understand what saturated bombardment means? Get a load of this firepower. As for approaching from underground, Ha Gungue will make you deeply understand what it means to be inseparable. This is called strategy, brother. In stark contrast to the smoky battlefield was the leisurely figure on the sidelines. Cass, now 18 years old, had grown to a solid height of over 2 meters. Under the ample nourishment of the Isin dojo, his physique was tall and well-proportioned, with smooth muscle lines. A rare head of silver short hair shimmered with a cold luster under the island's sunlight, with a few strands falling across. He still wore the old pocket watch he had taken from a noble hunting ground, and at his waist hung the jagged dagger that had accompanied him for many years. What was most special were his eyes. His left eye was as usual, while his right eye was a deep blue like the sea. This was a change brought about by the power of the aura, enhancing his perception far beyond that of an ordinary person. The strange heterochromatic eyes added a touch of mystery and allure to his handsome face. At this moment, those eyes were filled with playful amusement as they watched Gaia being suppressed by Gung Gui's firepower. He casually tossed his hair, his movements carefree and unrestrained, as if the intense battle before him were nothing more than a relaxing afternoon. If you can gang up, why bother with the onion on? Gaia, you're still too young, Cass said leisurely. Of course, on the surface he appeared calm, but inside, he was silently calculating his own energy. The aura power serving as the bridge between him and his Pokémon was steadily and rapidly decreasing with Gung Gui's relentless bombardment. After all, the powerful output of Gung Gui essentially consumed the fuel of this trainer. Gung Gui, control the tempo, we're running low on fuel. Let's play the economy game. Cass quietly conveyed his thoughts through the aura. Gung Gui paused momentarily, tilting its big head, its large white eyes revealing clear confusion. Kajao, running out of fuel again. Cass, your endurance isn't quite up to par, you need more practice. Although he silently complained in his heart, Gung Gui still obediently slowed down the firing rate of the shadow balls. In that brief moment of pause and firepower, the tides of fortune turned. Today, it's my turn. It's my time. Gaia keenly seized the opportunity. He let out a low growl, and like a dragon turning over in the earth, he suddenly burst from behind the earthen wall. At the same time, the soil and stones around him seemed to come alive, rushing madly toward his raised right arm, condensing in an instant into a giant rock stick as thick as a bucket and several meters long. Take this, earth flow gun. Gaia swung the terrifying rock stick, charging toward Cass with a roaring wind. Gaia, calm down. Violence won't solve the problem. You're still young, you mustn't tread down the path of crime. Cass exclaimed in panic while retreating. Gaia was not swayed by this, rushing forward faster, a sinister smile of vengeance on his face. Don't worry, little Cass, he'll be gentle. I promise to make you feel blissful. Here comes the little flying stick. Bang. No. 3 seconds later, as the dust settled, Gaia, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, now lay on the ground with a fresh lump on his head, like a spent dog groaning. The rock stick had long since shattered into pieces. Cass dusted off non-existent dirt from his hand, sighed, and spoke with a tone full of helplessness. Why must you push me to take action? Above Gaia's head hovered a peculiar-looking great sword. Rather than a sword, it resembled a magnificent shield in the shape of a sword. The center of the shield had black patterns against a golden background with a red eye embedded in the center that seemed to see through one's heart. It connected to a golden sword tip above and extended into a white sword edge below. The black base with purple-edged ribbons extended from both sides of the shield, crossing in front of it, striking a pose like a proud figure with hands on hips. Bisharp, the shield Pokémon, a ghost, and steel-type, a royal symbol, also a noble among swords. This was another partner that Cass had poured his heart into training. Why choose Bisharp? Well, the words of the swordsmanship master Gung Shiro still echoed in his ears. Cass, heed my advice. The world of swordsmanship is too deep. You cannot grasp it. If even a swordsmanship senior said so, an ordinary person would certainly back off. But who is Captain Cass? A man driven to excel, not one to easily concede defeat. You say I lack talent in swordsmanship. Fine, I'll raise a sword with talent, directly uniting man and sword. Just ask if it's extraordinary. Isn't it amazing? Jinghui, well done. Cass praised with a smile. Jinghui, the name Bisharp had taken. It was named for its cold blue glow during its sword sheath face. Bisharp's single red eye narrowed slightly. Defeating Gaia was a piece of cake. Cass focused his thoughts, bringing up a system panel that only he could see. Host Aurel Cass, level 47 abilities, basic combat skills, basic swordsmanship, aura power, observation hockey, beginner armament hockey, beginner points, 5,000 Pokemon. Gung, Gui, Bisharp, overall evaluation. The waters of Donhai are a bit shallow for you now. It's time to go to a bigger stage and face tougher challenges. Oh no, I mean to explore a broader sky. Compared to the pure waste evaluation from 7 years ago, the current panel was finally acceptable. After all, this is not some invincible system. At most, it's an acceleration aid. The level up comes from relentless training and countless real combat experiences. In simple terms, it is cultivated through practice and beaten out through battles. The awakening of the armament hockey and observation hockey can be credited largely to Gung Shiro's meticulous guidance. Gung Shiro, I don't know this rebellious disciple. You still have that expression after winning. Who are you trying to impress? Gaia rubbed the lump on his head, grimacing as he got up. Cass withdrew his gaze, looking at the brother who had crawled out of hell alongside him, then turned towards the dojo, his voice calm, yet resolute. Gaia. What? We should go now. In the quiet chamber of Isin Dojo, the air carried the faint curl of tea steam. Gung Siling knelt on the meditation cushions, still clad in his immaculate white Taoist robe. Round glasses perched on his nose, his face wearing that eternally gentle smile, though a few fine lines had appeared at the corners of his eyes. He looked at the young woman standing before him with graceful composure. Guyana, also 18. There was no tragic stairway incident to mar her youth. Time had tempered the once headstrong, prematurely mature girl into a sword about to be drawn from its scabbard. Her dark blue hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, a few loose strands brushing her smooth forehead. Her upper garment was a sleeveless white collarless vest. Her exposed arms traced clean lines that hinted at explosive strength. Below, she wore wide-legged deep gray kendo trousers neatly tucked into black ankle boots. At her waist hung silent and poised the great cleaver, the Hidao Yuenzi wrought in the 21 forges. The aura of blade and bearer fused into one serene and razor-sharp. Have you decided? Do you truly intend to go to sea with that wretched boy Cass? Gung Siling's voice was steady, betraying. Yes, I've decided. I decided long ago. Guiana's answer was without hesitation, her gaze clear and red. My sword needs a vaster sky, oh, it must test that road. She did not say more, but Gung Siling understood. It was the path first ignited on a moonlit cliff night by a mischievous youth whose antics had set her course aglow. A woman too could ascend to the utmost of the sword path. Gung Siling was silent for a moment. He lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, and then set it down. Ah, if you have decided, then go. An eagle must leave the nest, and a treasured blade must be tempered on the whetstone. The dojo will always be your home. Yes, father. Guyana set down her cup and bowed deeply to Gung Siling with respectful formality. Remember, a sword is a deadly instrument. The heart that wields it determines whether you become a slayer or a guardian. Do not forget your original heart. I will honor your teaching, father. Shuangyue Village Beach. A boat lay moored quietly at the shore. Its silhouette was that of a standard naval small warship, yet its hull was covered in graffiti, a roaring, exaggerated visage of Gungyue, painted in bold strokes, oddly artistic in its own way. This vessel naturally was another Spolso redistribution achievement for the pair's philanthropic piracy. As the old saying put it, the naval lords have many ships, borrowing one for a while was merely resource reallocation. A good deed, truly. Guyana, didn't your master come to see you off? How sad my filial piety wasted. Cass wiped imagined tears from his face in mock sorrow as Guyana approached alone. Guyana shook her head and sprang onto the deck with clean, decisive motion. Father said this is far enough to see me off. Oh. Cass stroked his smooth chin. Master surely could not bear to see you go in person. He would cry, and that would damage his... Sigh, I always knew master loves me most. Father told me to pass you a message. Guyana cut short his self-satisfied. Surely it will be a tender admonition of love. Speak quickly. Am ready to be moved. Cass looked expectant. Guyana regarded his expression. A barely perceptible smile touched her lips. Then she spoke in a tone as calm as still water. Father said do not think of him. If you stir up trouble on that great sea later, just don't mention master. The smile on Cass' face froze. His silver hair tousled in the sea breeze. PFF, huh? Gaia paused for a beat, then burst into laughter, pounding his chest in mirth. Oh, I can't. Cass turned to him with an impassive face. You little wretch, just you wait. Guyana, timing her remark perfectly, added, and looked at Gaia. Father said the same to you, Gaia. Huh? Gaia's laughter cut off abruptly like a rooster suddenly strangled. Seeing his two companions wilt in an instant, a genuine smile finally flickered across Guyana's eyes. She was the first to spring onto the deck and called back, are we leaving or not? Let's go. Right now. Cass and Gaia clambered aboard. The mooring lines were cast off under Gaia's clumsy but serviceable handling. The sails rose, and the ship drifted away. Over these past years, Gaia had at last grasped the basics of seamanship and helm work. On a high slope behind the dojo, a green-haired youth gripped his wooden sword and stared at the ship shrinking into a black speck. He roared with everything he had. Cass, Gaia, Guyana, I luo noya su long will go to sea someday too. And then I will surpass you all. Become the world's greatest greatsword master. The youth's vow scattered on the wind. A few days later, near Gaia, that island ahead. Is it on the map? What's it called? Cass lounged on a deck chair, sunglasses on, basking in the sun, and asking lazily. Gaia, struggling with the wheel, did not look back. How should I know? The chart is in your hands. Cass picked up the crumpled sea chart beside him and peered at it, flipping it over and scratching his head. This scribble, did Master give us a bootleg chart? Why doesn't it match reality? You ask me who to ask. I only learned how to make this iron lump move and not crash into things. Navigation is your job, Gaia said with self-righteous firmness. Cass fell silent for 2 seconds, then admitted sincerely. I only know how to read the sun to find direction. True navigation is advanced seamanship. Ooh, I haven't learned it yet. Gaia, so what are we now? Cass, the way of drift navigation. See an island land resupply, ask around, then. Gaia, excellent. Nearby, Guyana paused mid-motion as she polished the He Dao Yuenzi. Had she signed onto a band of thieves? And were both captain and first mate rather unreliable? She briefly considered whether there was still time to jump ship and swim back to Xuanyue village. Ka. Gungawei drifted over, placing a freshly caught seagull before Guyana, its eyes crescented. This is for you. The seagull was still alive, flapping its wings as feathers flew. Guyana hesitated for a heartbeat, then declined politely, but firmly. Thank you, but I do not eat things raw. Ka. Gungawei tilted its head, as if earnestly puzzled why humans did not eat raw fare. Then it did something none of them had expected. It breathed a small mouthful of murky vapor onto the seagull. The bird went numb and lay still on the deck. Then, under the increasingly stunned gazes of Guyana Cass and Gaia Gingawei, began its culinary performance, plucking feathers, finding a pot, wrapping the bird in mud, and finally exhaling a ghostly flame to roast it. The motions were absurdly smooth. As time passed, the mud ball hardened under the ghost fire, and a strangely alluring aroma seeped through the cracks. Cass sat up and stared at the lump in the pot with a complex expression. The scent that rose from the vessel was undeniable. Cass stared at the bird in the pit. Gungawei, what are you making? Beggar's chicken. No, beggar's seagull. Ka. Gungawei puffed out its round belly in proud satisfaction. Gaia's mouth watered with moved admiration. Of course it's you, Gungawei. Far more useful in a pinch than our captain. Gungawei produced the roasted mud ball, like a treasure, cracked it open, revealing steaming seagull meat within. Cass' feelings were mixed. On another day of being fed by Pokémon. Meanwhile, a warship approached the island. Ziluobu village. Not far away on a hillside, a man in a crisp black suit with a meticulous side part and round glasses pressed a spyglass to his eye, fixating on the oddly graffitied ship at sea. The man was named Kelibatir, the steward of the Kia household and the village's wealthiest, a fragile, sickly young master. Or so it appeared. He had another identity. Former captain of the Haimeo pirate crew Baiji Keluo, once wanted with a bounty of 16 million Bailey. A strategist famed across the East Sea for his cunning and cruelty, yet privately loathing the pirate life, and scheming a fake death to retire as a secure, wealthy man. His plan had seemed flawless. Keluo had believed his disguise impeccable. Until today, when he spotted a graffiti-covered naval ship steering toward Ziluobu village. Damn, has the Navy noticed so quickly? Keluo lowered his spyglass. The eyes behind his lenses hardened with a cold, dangerous glint. Where did the slip occur? No, impossible. My plan was flawless. Could it be that Zango acted clumsily and drew attention while operating outside? His mind raced. To him, that ship, despite its messy graffiti disguise, could not escape his scrutiny. It was clearly a standard naval hull masquerading in paint. Surely some naval outpost had caught wind of things and sent a reconnaissance detachment attempting to approach under this crude camouflage to investigate. The Navy, do they think they can fool Baiji Keluo so easily? A cold smile curled Keluo's lip. Fine. If they came looking, they would find his hand unrelenting. It would also serve conveniently. He could use these few naval men as part of his carefully staged death, making his false demise all the more convincing. On a slope in another direction, 3 small heads huddled together, nervously gazing at the coast. Someone's coming. 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. They came down from the ship. Are they pirates? Captain Usopp said that pirates are always in groups with hundreds of them. But their ship looks strange. It doesn't resemble a typical pirate ship. Never mind. Hurry to report to Captain Usopp. The 3 little ones dashed towards the edge of the village and into the wood. Under a large tree, a tall, thin young man with a long nose and wearing sniper goggles lay sprawled on the grass, mumbling, Kaya. Enough, really enough. Captain Usopp can no longer eat. Captain Usopp, there's a situation. The screams of the three little ones pierced the air like a demonic tune. Pirates are coming. Run. Usopp jolted awake, eyes closed, clutching his head as he charged towards the village. After running a few steps and realizing no one was chasing him, he stopped to catch his breath, looking at his three subordinates in a daze. Cough, cough. He immediately straightened up, cleared his throat, placed his hands on his hips, and struck a pose of confidence. What are you panicking about? I am the captain here. What's the situation? Speak in detail. Report, Captain. 3 people have come from the coast, disembarking from a strange ship, suspected to be pirate scouts. Qingjiao stood at attention to report. What? 3 people dare to scout the village protected by the great Captain Usopp. Upon hearing the number, Usopp's courage surged, for he was a notorious pirate with 8,000 subordinates. 3 people. Aren't they just delivering food? Having told so many lies, he almost believed them himself. Let's go. He'll personally meet them. Let you see what the dignity of the first captain of the East Sea looks like. He grabbed his slingshot and that iconic horn, and with his 3 little followers marched confidently towards the coast. At the seaside, Cass and the others had just stepped onto the pier. Hey, you 3 sneaky guys over there. Stop right there. A somewhat tense yet forced shout rang out. A young man with a long nose stood on a nearby hill holding a large horn, trying hard to project an imposing presence. Behind him, 3 little boys mimicked his stance, making fierce faces. You lot listen up. Usopp took a deep breath and began his classic intimidation speech. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass through here, leave. Who are you? A performer? Gaia dug at his ear, glancing sideways at this suddenly appearing long-nosed figure. Usopp felt underestimated and puffed out his chest. I am the notorious pirate of the East Sea. Captain Usopp, with 8,000 subordinates. Wise up and quickly leave this island. Otherwise, when my 8,000 army arrives, I shall leave you, without a single piece intact. Just you. Gaia scoffed, sizing up Usopp's thin arms and legs, and the 3 little ones behind him, who were not even as tall as his thigh. 8,000 subordinates. More like 8,000 ants. Usopp was sweating on his forehead, but still put on a brave front. Why don't you believe me? Cass watched this scene with great interest. This was the future great god who would stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in a mortal body, and after rocks, the second person bold enough to confront the world's king on fiercely opposing the highest authority of the world government. But for now, he was still just a liar trying to bolster his own courage. It's fine, don't mind him, just an amusing little kid. Cass chuckled, gesturing to Guena and Gaia, and continued walking towards the village. How dare you ignore me? Usopp saw the 3 actually turn to leave, and a clever idea struck him. Little ones. The 3 little ones understood immediately, and swiftly ran to the side where traps had already been set up. Soon on the slope and in the woods, flags with skulls drawn on them were raised with ropes fluttering in the wind. At first glance, it really looked like a lot of people were lying in ambush. Still playing around. Gaia was amused by this childish trick. He lifted his right foot and lightly stomped on the ground. Earth wave roll. Buzz. The ground within a range of several dozen meters ahead transformed into a surging sea, suddenly heaving and rolling violently. The flags that had just been raised immediately swayed and fell down, and the 3 children lost their balance, screaming as they tumbled into a pile. An earthquake. The earth is alive. Captain Usopp, help. I'm so scared. Usopp staggered a few steps, finally managing to stand firm. Seeing this scene that exceeded his comprehension, his long nose turned pale. Magic, is it? Ha ha ha. Jump up. Shake it. Gaia laughed triumphantly at the chaotic slope. Guena glanced at him. Child. Boring. Cass echoed. Gaia's laughter abruptly stopped as he looked at the 2 who had already walked far away, shrugging with disinterest. TCH, boring. Then he quickly caught up with Cass and Guena. Usopp stared blankly at the retreating backs of the 3, swallowing hard. That big guy, what kind of monster is he? The 3 entered the village of Zillabu along a narrow path. The village was small, but very peaceful and harmonious. The villagers, seeing 3 unfamiliar faces, were somewhat curious, but did not show much caution. Their target was the most prominent large manor. Following the common practice of robbing the rich to help the poor, such places were usually the first choice for supplying resources. Should we just charge in? Gaia clenched his fists, eager to try. Guena frowned, hand resting on the hilt of her sword, and unusually hesitated. Are we really going to do this? This family may not be heartless despite their wealth. This is called strategic resource allocation, Cass said seriously. We'll observe first. If they are truly good people, we will find another way. If they are heartless bastards, then we shall be their righteous allies. As he spoke, the side gate of the manor creaked open. A girl in a light-colored dress, pale but very pretty, stood at the door. Who are you? Oh. The 3 were suddenly at a loss for words, feeling a wave of intense embarrassment and guilt. Especially Guena, participating in this kind of activity for the first time. The initial thrill of acting heroically and robbing the rich to help the poor faded away. Under the girl's clear gaze, it was instantly replaced by a heavy sense of shame. Damn, what am I doing? Cass, with his thick skin, quickly switched expressions, wearing a smile that was 7 parts sincere and 3 parts awkward, and weakly said, Miss, we are travelers from Frostmoon Village, drifting at sea for many days, and our supplies have run out. We haven't had a meal in 3 days and nights. Passing through your land, we saw your manor and wanted to ask for some food and water, but were afraid of being abrupt. Guena beside him felt her eyelids twitch. This feeling was oddly familiar. Does this jerk have a fixed script to swindle young girls? Upon hearing this, the girl's beautiful face immediately displayed compassion and concern. That's truly unfortunate. Please come and I'll have Melee prepare some food. She hurriedly stepped aside, allowing the three to enter the manor. Watching Kaya's hurried back, Goena felt her guilt reaching. I'm truly damned. The girl's name is Kuya, a wealthy young lady from the original story who shares a childhood friendship with Usopp. She is frail but possesses an exceptionally kind heart. Her parents passed away 1 year ago, leaving only her the old butler, Mei Li An. The scheming Clabatel Kuya enthusiastically instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous meal. At the dining table, she curiously inquired about the backgrounds and experiences of the three guests. Cass was half-heartedly weaving stories. Gaia was focused on her food, while Goena ate, with little interest, feeling an unusual heat emanating from the Wado Ikamanji at her waist. Just as the dining atmosphere was friendly, the manor's door swung open once more. Chloe, disguised as Clabatel, entered with impeccable butler etiquette. Upon seeing the three indulging in their meal, the pupils behind his lenses suddenly constricted, but a professional smile quickly masked his surprise. Miss, do we have guests? Mr. Clabatel, you are back. Kuya happily introduced. These three are travelers who were shipwrecked here, Mr. Cass, Mr. Gaia, and Miss Goena. Free, this is my family's butler, Mr. Clabatel. Hello, Butler Clabatel. Cass, still chewing, met Klaus' gaze in the air, displaying a harmless smile. Chloe was known for his cunning and cruelty. Maintaining his smile, he slightly bowed again. Welcome, esteemed guests. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids a cold glimmer flickered. These three naval scouts. How dare they enter my domain? And dine with Miss Kuya? Was it a deliberate probe? Or were they trying to extract information about him from Miss Kuya? You lot have chosen the path to your demise. Nightfall quietly descended. Klaus' actions were extremely decisive. Since he had determined that the other party was from the Navy and had recognized him, he decided to strike first. He first used his identity as the butler to lure Cass, under the pretense of discussing urgent matters regarding suspicious ships in the nearby waters, to a secluded grove outside the manor. He had secretly contacted and infiltrated the remnants of the Black Cat pirates lurking on the outside ships, stealthily landing under the leadership of the former first mate, the strongest monster Zhang Ao. Klaus' plan was straightforward. He would personally deal with Cass, while Zhang Ao would use hypnosis to control Gaia and Goena inside the manor, creating the illusion of a pirate attack, while he himself would appear injured as a heroic protector. A perfect scheme. As Chloe brought Cass to the edge of the village, Zhang Ao hid in the shadows, waving his hypnosis ring. 1-2 Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao hypnotized himself, entering a combat state. Chloe lowered his body, removed his glasses, and the eyes that were always hidden behind the lenses were now filled with the ferocity and sharpness of a pirate. Spoon. In the next moment his figure vanished. Not truly disappeared, but moved so quickly that under the moonlight he left behind blurred afterimages, silently and swiftly closing in on Cass. 5 bright blades of light aimed directly at Cass' throat. This was his ultimate technique. Silent Step Spoon. It was incredibly fast, comparable to the 6-style shave. The downside was that he could not control the direction, making it an indiscriminate attack that could also harm teammates. However, he was fast, but someone was even faster. Clang. The clear sound of blade clashing resonated like flowing moonlight. A blade of light, swift as a matching ribbon, precisely interposed between Klaus' 10 blades and Cass' throat. Gina's figure emerged, as if materializing from behind Cass, her Wado Ikamanji steady as a rock. How is that possible? You actually saw through my spoon. Chloe was incredulous. This move had never failed. How could this female swordsman possibly catch his trajectory? Saw through. Is it that difficult? Her gaze was serene, her breath locking onto Chloe. Frost moon, flow moon. The blade lights split and converged like shadows under the moonlight, unpredictable, yet imbued with a chilling aura, instantly enveloping all of Klaus' afterimages. Chloe was alarmed. His pride and speed was rendered useless in front of this female swordsman, who skillfully pressured him to retreat, claws and blades clashing, sparking dazzling flames. Meanwhile, Zhang Ao was about to shake the hypnosis ring again to assist the captain when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. A purple plump head emerged beside his shoulder, with white curious eyes fixated on the hypnosis ring in his hand. Kojia. Say. The Gung-Gui found this shiny little ring that spun him using. Ghost. Zhang Ao was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, almost dropping the hypnosis ring. He hurriedly shook it, trying to hypnotize the creature. 1-2 Zhang Ao. Hypnotize it. However, the light of the hypnosis ring had no effect on Gung-Gui. Gung-Gui grinned widely, extending its crimson tongue to lick Zhang Ao. Tongue lick. With a paralyzing effect. So. Numb. I can't move my body. Zhang Ao felt half of his body stiffening, causing the hypnosis ring to fall again. Gung-Gui had enough fun putting the hypnosis ring on its short arm like a hula hoop, then blinking its large white eye. Cass, now 18 years old, had grown to a solid height of over 2 meters. Under the ample nourishment of the Isin dojo, his physique was tall, and Gung-Gui patted its round belly and floated away contentedly, playing hypnosis with ghosts. You are still too nice. On the main battlefield, the Cat People brothers Sam and Bougie charged towards the manor's main entrance with dozens of howling pirate minions wielding their swords, only to see Gaia standing at the door, arms crossed, looking leisurely. He looked just like a head teacher standing at the back door of a classroom. Is this all you've got? Not enough to see. Gaia pouted, his tone tinged with disappointment. I have my pants down, and this is what you show me. You're asking for death. The Cat People brothers were furious, one on the left and one on the right, lunging at him, their claws and kicks slicing through the air, clearly not their first time engaging in this kind of bullying. Gaia did not dodge or evade but shouted harden. In an instant a layer of deep brown rock-like hard substance covered his arms resembling granite just taken from a quarry. Clang, clang. The claws and kicks landed on his rocky arms making a sound of metal clashing, yet leaving no marks whatsoever. The strength is decent, but not hard enough. Gaia grinned, his fists crashing forward. Rock fist. Twin dragons emerged from the sea. Ugga. Two screams almost echoed at the same time as the Cat People brothers were sent flying back faster than they came crashing into a group of pirates behind them who had not managed to dodge. Monster. He is also a monster. The pirates screamed in terror and turned to flee, their legs moving much faster than when they came. Now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Oh, let's play a little longer. Gaia slapped his hands on the ground. Earthwave. Collapse. Boom. A large area of ground in front of the manor suddenly caved in, swallowing dozens of pirates along with the Cat People brothers, who had just gotten back up, leaving only their heads and flailing arms exposed. Help! I will never be a pirate again. Mom, I want to go home. A group struggled in vain, only sinking deeper, creating a rather comical scene. Gaia brushed the dust from his hands, looking at this human meat carrot field before him, nodding in satisfaction. Quite. The battle ended swiftly. It was even somewhat bland. At this moment in the small grove outside the manor, the battle was also nearing its end. Claw's spoon was indeed strange and swift, but before the swordsmanship of Guyana, which was as quick as the wind, he found himself at a disadvantage at every turn. Her sword always seemed to appear at the most troublesome positions, forcing him to change his moves and interrupting his rhythm. Even more terrifying was the silver-haired youth beside her. Although he hadn't made many moves, the pressure from his heterochromatic eyes and the almost imperceptible sense of being locked onto made Chloe feel like a thorn was digging into his back, forcing him to divide his attention and be on guard. Damn! What kind of monsters are these two guys? Chloe gasped for breath with several shallow cuts from swords on his suit was already tattered, his hair disheveled, and he looked utterly disheveled. Frost Moonflow. Ieto-1 flat. Guyana's gaze sharpened, her form resembling a startled swan emerging under the moonlight, as she drew a brilliantly shining arc with her sword Dao E1Z. Clang. After yet another clash, Chloe was jolted backward repeatedly, the 10 blades in his hand flying from his grasp. The tip of Dao E1Z's blade halted just an inch from his throat, cold and piercing. Defeated, utterly defeated, he lost to a female swordsman who looked to be no more than 20. As Cass leisurely walked up to Chloe, who was being threatened by Guyana's sword, the face of this master planner was filled with defeat and disbelief. Master planner Chloe, with a bounty of 16 million berries, known for his cunning, yet loathes the pirate life so much that he faked his own death to disguise himself as a butler merely to seize a family inheritance, then washed his hands of it all to live a peaceful life. Cass slowly announced his name. With each word he uttered, Klaus' expression darkened further. This mockery was the greatest insult to his ambition and cunning. I must admit your plan was quite meticulous and your patience sufficient. You were able to set aside the arrogance of a pirate, willingly play the fool, and endure humiliation. This level of restraint is not something just anyone can achieve. However, Cass shifted his tone to a serious one. Your vision is far too narrow. Chloe suddenly raised his head, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring fiercely at Cass. Stop with the condescension. Victors and vanquished alike. You can kill or maim me as you please, but do not think to humiliate me. Even in defeat, Chloe tried to maintain his last shred of pride. Cass stood up, dusting off non-existent dirt from his hands, and then in the midst of Klaus' astonished gaze, he extended a hand towards him. Chloe, come be my strategist. What? Chloe thought he had misheard. I said come be my strategist, my chief advisor. Cass enunciated clearly, ambition shimmering in his heterochromatic eyes. I need your wisdom, your planning ability. I need a mind that can devise extraordinary strategies when I find myself in dire situations, capable of formulating tactics and managing various complex relationships. Follow me, and we won't need to snatch a little girl's inheritance. We will seize a grander stage plan for more thrilling games, and together turn this world upside down. Klaus' pupils slightly contracted. Cass' words pierced into a corner of his heart that he did not wish to confront. A grander stage. A more thrilling game. Turning the world upside down. Did the life of disguise truly dull everything? Chloe remained silent. Such ambition. I never expected there to be a man like you within the Navy. It's quite interesting. He still believed Cass was part of the Navy. Who told you I was in the Navy? Cass chuckled, pointing at the nearby ship, which was painted in a chaotic manner. Do you see any Navy that would paint their warships like that? That was taken by me. Let me formally introduce myself. He straightened his back, his silver hair fluttering in the sea breeze, his heterochromatic eyes shining brilliantly under the moonlight. I am Aurel Cass, the world's reformer. Come change the world with me, Chloe. The moonlight, the sea breeze, the silent onlookers, and the turbulent waves within Klaus' heart. After a long while, Chloe raised his head, his golden-rimmed glasses already missing. His gaze no longer held the feigned gentleness, but rather rekindled a unique cunning. Strategist. Sounds like it has more challenges than being a butler. He adjusted his non-existent glasses. He didn't directly agree, but that was already his answer. Welcome aboard, my strategist. From now on I look forward to your guidance. Cass nodded slightly. He knew that someone like Chloe needed to step up as well as time to digest and confirm. I hope your ambition matches my plans, Cass. Captain. Chloe also slowly stood up, and despite his injuries his back was already straight. When Zhang Yao woke up, he found that he was not dead and the captain had become someone else's strategist, looking utterly bewildered. However, after Claw's brief, yet slightly threatening explanation, he immediately pledged to follow Captain Clo to the death. I know it was strategist Clo and Captain Cass. A very promising statement, and Cass was quite satisfied. This hypnotist may not have top-tier combat power, but the comedic effect and a certain kind of loyalty made Cass feel that keeping him might not be a bad idea. As for the Catman brothers and those remaining pirate minions, Clo mercilessly shoved them back to their little broken ship, leaving them to fend for themselves at sea. Clo felt no attachment to these failed creations. Before leaving, Kaya came to the port to see him off. She handed a heavy pouch of coins to Clo, who had changed into ordinary clothes, his demeanor vastly different. Mr. Clabatel, Kaya said softly, her eyes clear as a bottomless pool, please accept this. Though I don't know where you are going or what you plan to do, please live freely according to your true heart. Clo took the pouch, his fingers tightening slightly. He lowered his head, adjusting his glasses, making it hard to see his expression. He had gone to great lengths to disguise himself as a docile butler, orchestrating a meticulous plan just to reclaim that. But when Cass' punch shattered his plan, and when that swordsman named Guyana held her blade to his throat, he suddenly realized his so-called freedom was merely self-deception. After a few seconds, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Thank you, Miss. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he turned and strode onto the ship without looking back. The sea breeze lifted the corners of his suit, and the once elegant and sinister butler Clabatel was now completely left in the past. The graffiti warship untied its moorings and slowly set sail from the port of Ziliuab village. Phew, that terrifying guy has finally left. Usopp on the hillside sighed in relief. So terrifying. That burly man could control the earth. The ground was moving. He was simply a superhero. Carrot came over and whispered, Captain Usopp, are you scared? Who is scared? I am the captain of a great pirate crew with 8,000 subordinates. But your legs are shaking. I am just exercising my muscles. Yes, exercising muscles, Usopp said while desperately trying to control his trembling legs, but in his heart, he thought, Kaya, please do not summon any more strange butlers. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, and the graffiti warship cut through the azure, sea sailing smoothly. Cass stood at the bow, hands on his hips, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his signature silver hair, feeling quite pleased. Oh, this is the life a pirate should have. Sunshine, the sea, and unknown adventures. He stretched widely and glanced back toward the cabin. Guyana was sitting cross-legged on the deck, carefully wiping Dao Iwanzi. Gaia leaned against the side of the ship, holding a fishing rod that he had somehow found, trying to catch something. Given his personality, Cass seriously doubted that even if he did catch something, he would only end up punching the fish away. As for the two new members, Clo stood in the shadow of the mast, reading a book on the East Blue navigation notes that he had taken from Kaya's study, occasionally pushing up his glasses, looking just like a refined scholar. Zhang Ao squatted at the stern, staring seriously at the ghost ship. Do you believe I can hypnotize you? The ghost ship tilted its head, revealing a mischievous smile. Kojia, just you. Don't laugh. I am a genuine hypnotist. I've even hypnotized a naval colonel. The ghost ship floated up, spun around Zangeo's head, and then suddenly made a face. Kojia, wow. Zhang Ao was so startled that he fell onto the deck, causing Cass to burst into laughter. Cass, where are we going next? Gaia flexed his wrists, eager to test himself against a new opponent. The Catman brothers were too weak to even qualify to warm up against. Cass took out the still wrinkled sea chart, studied it for a while, then looked up at the sun and finally said with a serious expression, based on the sunlight, ocean currents, and my keen intuition. Guyana and Clo both looked over. Even Zhang Ao perked up his ears. We should head that way. Cass casually pointed in a direction. The others? Surely you just pointed randomly. It must have been random. Guyana silently tightened her grip on Dao Iwanzi, contemplating whether to strike down this captain now. Clo adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming coldly, and began to fulfill his duties as strategist. Captain, I believe before we decide on a course, we need to address a few fundamental issues. First, as a pirate crew, we need an accurate nautical chart. Second, we need a clear short-term goal, such as replenishing specific supplies, recruiting necessary personnel, or gathering intelligence. Third, based on the current information, I suggest we head to Coral Town, which is not far from here. It is a famous trade town in the East Blue, rich in resources, and with a high turnover of people, making it convenient for us to gather what we need. Clo paused before adding, moreover, I've heard that the seafood risotto in Coral Town is quite famous. Logical and substantiated, even food intelligence was included. This is what a qualified strategist should do. Listen to the applause. Upon hearing this, Cass' eyes lit up, greatly satisfied with Claw's analysis. Then we shall heed the strategist's advice. Destination Coral Town. Set sail. Having a strategist is excellent. Dick gets straight to the point. No wonder the neighboring Naruto likes to use Nara. Who wouldn't want to use that? Clo. He had yet to finish detailing the specific route plan. Clo looked at the silver-haired captain before him, suddenly feeling that the new ship he had chosen might be more unpredictable than he had imagined. Unpredictable, but it seemed not bad. At least it was more interesting than being a butler. At this moment, Zhang Ao finally couldn't help but move closer to Clo, whispering, strategist Clo, that is the food in Coral Town really that delicious? Clo shot him a glance and said flatly, when you get there alive, you'll know for yourself. This dog was quick to change his tune. The way he called him strategist was so natural. Zhang Ao shivered and quickly shrank back. The captain, no, the strategist was still so terrifying. Sailing on the sea, apart from freedom, adventure, and the occasional cannon fire, there lies a crucial issue that concerns both the quality of survival and the morale of the crew. Food. Unfortunately for the newly formed pirate crew led by Cass, this issue is akin to a hellish nightmare, because there is no cook on board. Aside from the occasional creative dishes concocted by Gung Gui, the rotation system of cooking among the crew is a dual torment of both ingredients and diners' bodies and minds. Captain Cass and first mate Gaia are both utterly incapable of cooking. They cannot even roast meat properly. They can be described as men who are useless apart from fighting. The swordswoman Guyina wields her sword with unparalleled skill. However, any ingredient in her hands will turn into uniformly minced bits, ultimately resulting in a bowl of indistinguishable, suspiciously colored mush. As Crow, the coldly sarcastic strategist, remarks, Miss Guyina's knife skills are breathtaking, and the final product is equally astonishing. Understood by those who know. Crow, the strategist, is exceptionally intelligent, but his culinary skills are equally non-existent. Does the former captain need to cook? And then there's Zango, the strongest oddball, who is known in the original story for getting overly excited about food and almost forming a brotherhood with the Navy officer Hobody, asking him to cook. It would be better to have him perform a fainting act right on the spot, where dreams of food abound. Indeed, not a single person in the team knows how to cook. So after sailing on an empty stomach for quite some time, the few of them finally reached Coral Town, renowned for its fishery and gourmet food. Meat. I want to eat meat. Normal juicy meat. Gaia's roar echoed the collective voice of the ship. Agreed. Guyina stated succinctly, if we can't get a decent meal soon, I can't guarantee who will be next to be minced. Crow adjusted his glasses according to the theory of demand. Physiological needs are fundamental. If we fail to resolve the food issue, the stability and combat effectiveness of the team will continue to decline, which is detrimental to our future plans. Zango raised his hand. Me too. Captain Cass, under the resentful gazes of the entire crew, wiped away non-existent cold sweat. Well, I heard there are lots of delicious foods here. Shall we first indulge in a good meal? It's on me. Yay. Long live the captain. The cheers rang out loudly. A captain who pays is a good captain. Who is Cass? I don't know him. Soon after, the crew found a highly rated restaurant in the town and dove right in. When the golden fragrant seafood risotto, the crispy yet tender grilled fish, and the aromatic creamy soup were served, no one spoke. Only the clattering of cutlery and bowls filled the air, along with the sounds of eating that almost swallowed the plates whole. This fish. It's so fresh my tongue is about to fall off. This meat. It melts in the mouth. The spices are perfect. Soup. Is it the taste of heaven? Even Crow, who usually maintained decorum, noticeably quickened his eating pace. Cass was also eating with great satisfaction, but his mind was racing. Chewing on the delicious food, he thought it's tasty, but we can't eat out every day, or our wallets can't handle it. Also, what will we do after we set sail? Will we have to eat Crow's half-cooked meat, or Guyina's mush again? No, we must have. Just as he was pondering how to recruit a cook onto the ship, he overheard a conversation at the nearby tables between diners and the restaurant owner. If we're talking about the best cook in Coral Town, it has to be the one from the Blue Coral Tavern. You mean Master Luca? He is indeed remarkable. The dishes he makes, tisk, once you taste them, you'll remember them for a lifetime. But his temperament is a bit strange. He only makes a few dishes each day, limited supply, and how much he makes depends on his mood. Arrive late. Sorry, come early tomorrow. Indeed, many food enthusiasts from outside come just for that one bite. Cass' ears immediately perked up. Mysterious chef. Top-notch culinary skills. Limited supply. Based on mood. This concept, this prestige. It perfectly fits the mold of a reclusive master. Isn't this exactly the ace chef he has been dreaming of, one who could elevate the happiness index of the whole crew? Brothers, our chef is secured. Cass slammed the table, causing plates and cups to rattle, which startled Gaia, who was engrossed in his meal. He was making a ruckus. This captain was anything but composed. Cass waved his hand with vigor. Target Blue Coral Tavern. Let's go. The Blue Coral Tavern, though modest in size, was elegantly decorated, and at that moment it was packed to the brim, with the air filled with the enticing aroma of food and the laughter of diners. In the open kitchen behind, the legendary chef was becoming the center of attention. He appeared remarkably young, barely in his 20s, yet possessed a serene demeanor that belied his age. Wearing a well-tailored suit with a shawl collar, he stood tall. His platinum hair was meticulously styled, and the way he handled the spatula was both elegant and precise, resembling a conductor directing a symphony rather than a cook. This demeanor, this attire. Calling him a chef would be an understatement. He seemed more like a nobleman fallen into common life. Master Luca, is today's volcanic grilled fish still available? I've been in line for 2 hours. This spiciness. Just the smell makes me sweat. Hurry, give me a portion. Cass and his companions squeezed through the surging crowd, watching the chef revered by diners as master, and the sounds of fellow diners swallowing their saliva only confirmed their beliefs further. It looks good, has style, even more impressive than Crow when he pretends to be a butler. Gaia gave a high evaluation. His movements are clean and swift, and his control over heat and seasoning is exquisite, with an impressive sense of rhythm. Guyina acknowledged with a swordsman's perspective. The fabric of his clothing is expensive, tailored, not something an ordinary craftsman could manage. A chef? It shouldn't be that simple. Crow habitually analyzed the background. Zango wiped his mouth. Zango wants to invite him to dance, a celebratory dance for finding good food. But another problem arose. There were too many people, they couldn't get a spot. The best spots at the bar had long been taken by regulars, and those who queued early, leaving latecomers only to gaze long. Cass attempted to showcase his captain's charm, flashing what he considered his most handsome smile as he stepped forward. Hey brother, let's discuss something. The waiter didn't even look up. Q. Gaia squeezed forward, trying to persuade with strength. Hey, we are. The waiter plated the grilled fish and handed it to a waiting diner, then glanced at Gaia, speaking in a flat tone. Next. Our captain is super rich. Gaia began to clear a path with belly. The waiter was even more dismissive. He nouveau riche. Gaia. His fist had hardened. Guyana frowned slightly, stepping forward, casually resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. Are you sure you can't prepare for us? Are you threatening me? No. The waiter showed no fear. Seeing this, Zango felt it was his moment to shine. He pulled out a hypnosis ring and excitedly jumped in front of Cass. Leave this to Zango. 1-2 Zango. After hitting a wall repeatedly, Cass felt a bit embarrassed as the captain and could only cast his last hope towards the only mature adult in the team. Chloe adjusted his glasses, said nothing, and simply tidied his suit jacket before walking steadily to the bar. He didn't shout, but spoke to Lu Ka in a volume just loud enough for the two to hear. At the same time, his fingers lightly tapped a few times on the bar, seemingly unintentionally. Lu Ka paused his motion of packing up the tools. He looked up and studied Chloe carefully for the first time, then glanced at Cass and the others behind him, slightly furrowing his brow. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded and quietly instructed the nearby waiter. Wow, how did you do that, strategist? Gaia asked in shock, lowering his voice. Cass also looked at him curiously. Guena seemed to be in thought. Chloe sat down calmly, methodically arranging his napkin, his gaze behind the lenses serene and unruffled. I showed him my bounty notice. 6. The crowd responded. Simple, brutal, effective. No wonder he was the only one in the team with an official value proof. The essence of simplicity could not be overstated. Before long, the waiter brought over several servings of fragrant and enticing volcanic grilled fish. The fish skin was grilled to a crisp, the flesh tender and snowy white, coated with a thick, specially made spicy sauce blended with various spices, steaming hot, the spiciness rushing to the nostrils yet appealing to the appetite. The group eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Hiss, so spicy, but so delicious. Gaia gasped from the heat, yet couldn't stop eating. The flavor is quite good. Guena had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, but her eyes sparkled, clearly captivated by Chloe ate slowly, savoring each bite, giving a professional level review. The spiciness has rich layers, the spice combinations are clever, the cooking time is perfect, and the thickness and adhesion of the sauce are impeccable. Such culinary skills are rare. Zhang Yao had woken up, but was too spicy to form complete sentences. He could only drink water frantically, while tears streamed down his face, stuffing his mouth with fish. The scene, quite touching. Cass' eyes sparkled as he suddenly put down his chopsticks and slapped the table. This chef, I'm going to recruit him. Not even Jesus could keep him, I swear. He sprang to his feet and amidst the astonished gazes of the others, including other diners, walked to the open kitchen and with a self-assured and charming smile, said to Lu Ka, who was wiping knives, hey brother, great cooking skills. And then, Lu Ka didn't look up, continuing to focus on wiping the blade. Come be my chef. Our team needs. Lu Ka paused in his motion of wiping the knife, looked up at Cass with a gaze that suggested he thought he was insane, his brows tightly knitted. I refuse. What kind of pirate lacks awareness? Who would leave a stable life to become an unpredictable pirate? Is he out of his mind? Cass was not ready to give up. No. Lu Ka's voice had taken on a hint of anger. It was truly unfortunate to encounter someone who didn't understand. No consideration. Lu Ka rejected him even more bluntly, turning to prepare to leave without further engagement. Really not possible. The treatment is negotiable. Cass was not ready to give up. No. Lu Ka's voice had taken on a hint of anger. It was truly unfortunate to encounter someone who didn't understand human language. Watching Lu Ka disappear behind the curtain without looking back, Cass rubbed his nose and awkwardly returned to his seat, forcing a dry laugh at his companions. I'm sorry guys, I wasted your time. Not a good start. This kind of operation had left his own crew bewildered. Close suppressing his laughter, comforted in his calm and steady tone. Captain, there's no need to feel overly guilty. He refused you 3 times, and it only took a total of 5 seconds. The efficiency is quite high. Gaia was the first to lose control, bursting into laughter. Cass, you're just pathetic. To be rejected so quickly, there wasn't even room to negotiate. Guena couldn't help but turn her face aside, her shoulders slightly shaking, clearly struggling to contain her laughter. This guy always managed to create moments that were both funny and touching. Zhang Yao was even more delighted, dancing in place. The captain got rejected. Let's dance to celebrate. Zhang Yao. Cass felt a headache coming on, feeling that his dignity as a captain was shattering, angrily muttering Gung Gue. Kojia. Gung Gue poked half of its round head out from Cass' shadow, its large white eyes blinking. He was too noisy. Kojia. What Gung Gue understood moved with lightning speed to snatch the hypnotic ring from Zangeo's hands, then blinked its big white eyes at Zhang Yao, who was still laughing madly. Hypnosis. Zzz. Zangeo's laughter abruptly stopped, his eyelids flipped, and he simply collapsed onto the ground. The crowd. Gaia's laughter instantly caught in his throat. This person couldn't take a joke and resorted to Gung Gue when he was out of arguments. Cass snorted, coldly clapped his hands, and looked back toward the kitchen. No, I've set my sights on him. This chef, I'm going to recruit him. Chloe adjusted his glasses, thinking this captain is indeed interesting. Being rejected 3 times without getting angry shows he has patience. Knowing that the other party wouldn't easily join the crew and not giving up shows determination. Not forcibly dragging someone away shows he has principles. Having patience, determination, and principles. Combine these 3 qualities mean that even if he's not an ancient century genius, he won't be an ordinary person. Just as Cass was cracking his knuckles preparing to launch the second round of the chef recruitment plan, the tavern door was pushed open again. The moment the door opened, it felt as if light had poured in. A tall, graceful figure entered, exuding a dangerous and enchanting aura that was incongruous with this small tavern in the East Sea. The newcomer was an extremely beautiful young woman with flowing pink shoulder-length hair, styled uniquely, the right side covering her eye and the left side curled into spiral ends. Dressed in a tight black leather outfit and hot pants, her breathtaking curves were accentuated, and a prominent number 6 tattoo adorned her exposed thigh. Her appearance instantly attracted almost everyone's gaze in the tavern. The men's eyes turned fervent, while the women instinctively felt a twinge of inferiority and wariness. Included among them was Cass. His eyes narrowed slightly as they fell upon the woman's 6 tattoo, and he subtly, sitting beside him, Gwen, keenly noticed the change in Cass' gaze. She followed his line of sight and assessed the woman. At first glance, she was clearly not a respectable woman. Of course, this did not imply Cass was a perverted person, nor that the woman was unattractive. Although she was indeed very attractive. However, at this moment, that was not the focal point. The key was that Cass recognized this woman. Vinsmoke Reiju, known as Poison Pink. The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji's sister, commander of the Germa 66 army. A series of information flashed through his mind. Why would the Germa from the North Sea suddenly appear in this small town in the East Sea? Surely she wasn't here for a vacation to find her brother. Cass' wariness instantly peaked. Sitting in the back corner beside Klaus, he too noticed the subtle change in Cass' expression. He did not look at the woman's face. As a top strategist, he was more focused on the information itself. Does the captain know this woman? What is her identity to provoke such a reaction from him? A naval officer? A formidable, or a dangerous figure from another faction? Leggio seemed accustomed to the gazes of those around her. She took a quick look around the somewhat crowded tavern, ultimately resting her eyes on a man. She walked over with a graceful sway, leaned down, and addressed the man, whose face flushed and breath quickened at her approach. Her voice, like an orchid. Sir, may I sit here? The man looked at the stunning beauty before him, momentarily blanked out, his face turning crimson, stuttering yes. Of course, it would be my honor. He hurriedly cleared the spot for her, even thoughtfully, pushing his untouched volcanic grilled fish toward Leggio. Please enjoy. The grilled fish here is truly delicious. Thank you so much. Leggio smiled gracefully, unceremoniously picking up the utensils and taking a bite of the grilled fish. The spicy flavor made her eyebrows twitch slightly, but she soon revealed a satisfied expression. The culinary skills are indeed impressive, far more interesting than those rigid chefs back home. She set down her utensils, wiped her mouth, and then instructed the several men in suits standing behind her like sculptures. You go fetch the chef of this tavern. Remember, be polite. Yes, officer. The men in black responded in unison, their voices stern and booming, moving in perfect unison to salute one of them, then turning to head to the kitchen. Leggio watched their retreating figures, a faint complexity fleeting in her eyes. Still, they are no substitute for a real person. Soon, under the gentle invitation of a group of men, Luca was reluctantly brought before Leggio, frowning. Madam, are you dissatisfied with my dishes? Luca's tone was not pleasant. Naturally, anyone asked to come out like this would not be in a good mood. No, I am quite satisfied. Leggio turned around, crossing her legs casually, and looked at Luca with a beguiling smile. The chefs at home, who strictly adhere to the recipes, could never create dishes with such soul as yours. Upon seeing Leggio's face, especially her uniquely arched eyebrows, Luca's pupils dilated suddenly, his complexion drained of color as he exclaimed, it's you, a member of the Vinsmoke family. It seems you remember me, little prince of the Flammel family. Leggio's smile deepened, yet it felt devoid of warmth. Why abandon your position as a prince to come to the East Blue to be a chef? What a refined interest. Why? I've already fled to the East Blue, hiding my identity, hoping to live as an ordinary chef. Why can't you just let me be? Luca clenched his fists. Germa 66, those war maniacs, had conquered his homeland, and now they wouldn't even let him, a defeated exile, go. Cass observed all of this, beginning to piece together the scattered fragments. Flammel. Leggio referred to him as the prince of the Flammel family. Germa 66 was pursuing him. He did not wish to be found. No, he was terrified of being found. A dethroned prince. A target being hunted by Germa 66. A person hiding a secret. No wonder he exuded such an extraordinary aura. It all made sense now. I'm afraid that won't do. Leggio gently shook her head. Flammel, Luca, will you voluntarily cooperate and hand over what you have, or shall we invite? She paused, making a gesture. The other men around her immediately stepped forward, simultaneously removing their sunglasses to reveal identical cold faces beneath. An invisible killing intent spread, and the temperature of the tavern seemed to drop several degrees. Germa 60 SIXS war weapons, clone soldiers. Products of genetic factor technology, hastily matured to a 20-year-old adult form in 5 years, absolutely obedient, fearless in combat, and powerful killing machines. This is the foundation on which Germa 66 stands in the North Sea, and also the reason they are labeled as an evil army. That's not from the North Sea. I saw them in the newspaper before. Forget about what they are, just run. Right, run. It's not worth risking your life for a chef you don't. In the tavern, other patrons who had initially been curious and resentful instantly lost their resolve and rushed out in a frenzy. Why provoke these seemingly unapproachable army-like figures for a chef we don't know? Not worth it, not worth it at all. Luca, realizing his identity was completely exposed and knowing there was no way to settle things peacefully, flashed a resolute look in his eyes. He abruptly hurled the toolbox at Leggio and quickly retreated. Capture him. Leggio effortlessly caught the toolbox, issuing her cold command. Several clone soldiers immediately pounced, moving swiftly and in perfect coordination to block Aurel Cass' escape route. Aurel Cass' gaze sharpened, no longer hiding his true self. He skillfully dodged the first soldier's grab, his right hand clenched into a fist, arm muscles tensing as he struck forward. The force of his punch sliced through the air, creating an invisible shockwave. Air pressure fist. Bang. The leading clone soldier was as if struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, letting out a grunt as he staggered back, a noticeable dent forming in his chest. Martial arts. It doesn't seem like mere brute force. Goa observed, keenly muttering, is it a technique similar to a shockwave? Gaia also seized his joking demeanor. It doesn't resemble a fruit ability, more like a martial art or technique utilizing air. Klaus analyzed. No wonder the captain had his eye on this person. This chef was indeed remarkable. It's akin to the Navy's 6 styles application, but focuses more on explosive power. Cass' eyes sparkled with interest. He wanted this person even more capable of fighting, resisting, and cooking. Truly a versatile talent. Then 2 clone soldiers flanked him from both sides, fists and feet whistling through the air. Aurel Cass spun around, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick, the legs wind, creating sharp vacuum whirlwinds slicing through the surroundings like invisible blades. Cyclone kick. Several encroaching clone soldiers were struck by the vacuum blades, blood appearing on their bodies, but their movements only slightly faltered as they continued to pounce fearlessly. No fear, no cries of pain, only silent execution of orders. Germa's warriors fearless. Leggio murmured, making it hard to discern if it was admiration or a statement of fact. Monsters. They're all monsters. Aurel Cass felt a chill in his heart. Such individuals were indeed the evil arm. As the encirclement tightened, Aurel Cass took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination, his fists clenched and his arm muscles bulging fiercely. He then bent over, sharply striking the ground with his fists, which had amassed tremendous power. Air shockwave. Boom. Around the point where his fist struck the ground, a powerful circular air pressure shockwave suddenly erupted like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. The ground cracked inch by inch, wooden floorboards shattered into pieces, tables and chairs were swept away by the violent airflow. The advancing clone soldiers were thrown back as if struck by an invisible tsunami, screaming in unison as they crashed into the tavern's walls and bar, causing a scene of chaos. The entire Blue Coral Tavern shook violently under this blow, dust falling from the ceiling. Wow, what a powerful shockwave! Gaia exclaimed, instinctively raising a dirt wall in front of him to block the flying debris and dust. This guy is really a cook, Goa murmured. The power of this strike had already surpassed the realm of ordinary martial arts, requiring a profound mastery over airflow. It makes sense for a cook to be a warrior too, Cass said, his gaze growing more fervent. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the tavern lay in ruins, resembling a place recently ravaged by sea kings. The few onlookers and waitstaff who had previously remained were now all sprawled on the ground, unaware of their fate. Only Cass and his companions stood unscathed, protected by Gaia's timely dirt wall, appearing strikingly out of place. Leggio looked at the fallen clone soldiers around her, not only unperturbed, but instead revealing an even more intrigued smile as she lightly applauded. Oh, you can really fight, little prince. It seems you haven't wasted your skills in the East Sea. Luca panted, clearly exhausted from the previous air shockwave technique. This was a secret martial art from his family, creating a pressure differential in the surrounding air using his own breath. Then he compresses the air, gathering high-pressure airflow, combining it with punches and footwork to integrate chi control into his attacks. Purely physical chi control suited for close combat. That previous shockwave technique could easily take down a pirate of millions in strength. But facing this woman, Luca stared intensely at Leggio, his eyes filled with vigilance. I don't like hitting women. Let me go or Leggio interrupted him, her smile still alluring, but laced with a teasing playfulness. Do you really think you can defeat me? Before her words fell, a brilliant light burst forth from Leggio. What a great figure. Gaia, Cass, and even Kuro instinctively held their breath, their scholarly gazes fixated on her. Goa let out a cold snort. As expected, she was an indecent woman. As the light faded, Leggio had changed into a specially made pink and white fitted combat suit. The combat suit was boldly designed, exposing her chest and navel, perfectly outlining her voluptuous curves, with a pink cape resembling butterfly wings extending from her back and jet-booted war shoes on her feet. This combat suit. Kira's pupils slightly contracted. Pink number 6, the evil army of the North Sea, Germa 66. Those stories from comic strips. Are they really true? What evil army? What 66? Gaia wore a puzzled expression, having limited knowledge about the legends of the North Sea. It's a fairy tale, or rather a horror story circulating in the North Sea. It's said to be a powerful army composed of scientific forces with cold-blooded members possessing superhuman physiques and technological equipment. They are the nightmare of the North Sea nations, ultimately defeated by a naval hero named Sora. But that should only be a fairy tale. You really know a lot, military advisor. Even the fairy tales of the North Sea. Gaia admired. Luca looked speechlessly at the few people still commentating over there, feeling a chill run down his spine. Hey, you patrons over there, could you please stop the live commentary? I'm under a lot of pressure. Why is a pirate from the East Sea so familiar with the legends and realities of the North Sea, and explaining it so in detail? Are you here to eat or to narrate? Oh, sorry, it's a professional habit. Kuro adjusted his glasses, apologizing. Instance, PFF. Little brother, I really like your narration. After you're done dealing with him, can you tell me all about it? Leggio was amused by the scene, laughing so hard her figure shook the curves beneath her combat suit, undulating, drawing the gaze of several male figures. Damn it. Who wants to be dealt with by you? Luca knew he couldn't wait any longer and must seize the initiative to launch it. He stomped fiercely, creating a small pit in the ground, his figure shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, still using the air compression technique with a punch. But this time he poured all his strength into it, the punch's wind becoming more solid, accompanied by a piercing whistle directly striking at Leggio's beautiful face. However, facing a punch capable of shattering stone, it seemed inadequate before Leggio, who had undergone genetic modification with the bloodline of the Germa family. She casually raised her arm wrapped in the combat suit material and blocked it in front of her. Bang! The punch's wind hit her arm, producing a muffled sound. Leggio's body swayed slightly, and fine cracks appeared on the ground beneath her feet. But she herself remained unscathed. You have some strength. Is it from cooking pots? Leggio shook her arm, her tone relaxed. I have a younger brother who also likes to be a cook. I hope he can achieve what you have, at least to protect himself. Cass' mind stirred. At this point, mentioning Sanji, it seemed Leggio really cared for him. Having such a sister must be quite delightful for that guy. Monster. Luca's heart sank. His full power strike had been effortlessly blocked by the opponent. Not believing in evil, he spun rapidly, executing an even more ferocious vacuum whirlwind, sending invisible wind blades slicing towards Leggio's waist and legs. Spiral kick. This time Leggio did not take it heeding. The jet mechanism in her combat suit activated, allowing her to slide back at high speed, easily evading the slicing range. Not done yet. Luca growled, his feet suddenly erupting with intense air pressure, generating powerful thrust to quickly close the distance again. Explosive step. At the same time, violent and turbulent airflow visibly gathered on his fists, emitting a strong wind sound. Air shockwave. Both fists struck out, the long-prepared air shockwave exploding with full force. Stronger and wider than before, the circular shockwave violently spread, crushing all the wreckage in its path once more. This time he aimed at all the directions Leggio might evade. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions, the area where Leggio stood was thoroughly engulfed in smoke and shockwaves. Now, is it resolved, eh? Luca knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After using this technique repeatedly, his stamina was nearly depleted. Not at all. A sweet yet dangerous voice echoed eerily close behind him like a ghost. Luca's hair stood on end. Before he could turn around, he felt a cold fingertip gently touch the back of his neck. A wave of numbness and weakness instantly spread throughout his body. Butterfly kiss. Leggio's voice carried a hint of laughter. Luca's body went limp, kneeling on one knee, feeling his strength rapidly drain away, his vision beginning to blur. The potent toxin of the eldest daughter of the Germa family is not something easily resisted. Leggio gently supported him, whispering in his ear, as if in a lover's murmur, "Little prince, hand over the design plans hidden by your Flammel family. I can consider sparing your life, allowing you to continue living quietly as a little cook in the East Sea. How about it?" Luca's body stiffened, shock flashing in his eyes, but soon he forced himself to calm down, gritting his teeth. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. My country is long gone. I have nothing left. What more do you want? Is that so?" Leggio's smile returned to that alluring yet dangerous demeanor, but her gaze turned icy. "I gave you a chance, so now I must trouble you to come back to Germa as my guest. My father and brothers should be quite interested in you." She was about to gesture for the still-standing clone soldiers to take Luca away when a voice abruptly interjected. "Sorry to interrupt." Cass emerged from behind the dirt wall, his silver hair still striking amidst the swirling dust. Goena Gayakuro and the recently unhypnotized Zonkao followed him out, standing behind him. Gung Gue floated above Cass, had its large white eyes curiously gazing at Leggio. "Nice to meet you, Miss Leggio, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family." Miss Leggio, the eldest daughter of the 1CMOku family. Cassie stated her identity with unerring calm, which made a genuine flicker of surprise cross Leggio's eyes. Then he nodded toward the man slumped on the ground. "Luca. I had my eye on him first. Could you let him go to me?" Leggio regarded Cassie with amused interest. How could this silver-haired youth have pierced her identity at a single breath? And in the face of Jeremiah 66, and the earlier skirmish, his gaze betrayed not an ounce of ordinary fear. "In Donghan, little brother, you know who I am, and still speak to me like that." Leggio smiled seductively, her finger gliding across her crimson lips. "A word of warning, sister, is poisonous. Touch me, and you might die." "I know." Cassie nodded serenely, and replied, "Then leave this to me. Guyina, you needn't interfere." Gung Gue drifted out in high spirits, its pale eyes fixed on Leggio. Shadow Ball. Gung Gue opened its mouth, a compact orb of energy wreathed in black mist formed in an instant, and howled. Leggio found it curious. "What is this? Some kind of devil like the steaming fruit?" She opened her mouth and spat a viscous, sweetly foul powder-purple venom like an arrow straight at the Shadow Ball. Roseate arrow. Hiss. The venom met the Shadow Ball without an explosive clash. The orb seemed to corrode and shrink, while the venom itself was consumed, leaving a nauseating stench hanging in the air. Gung Gue reformed two energy spheres, flinging one from each side like grenades, and hurling them in succession at Leggio. Shadow Ball. Leggio's eyes narrowed. Such rapid attacks. She flashed aside. The jet thrusters at her battlesuit's boots engaged, letting her vanish in near teleportation and reappear to Gung Gue's rear flank. Her long, elegant legs sliced through the air toward Gung Gui. Butterfly kick. Gung Gui wrapped its stubby hands in dense spectral energy and lashed out with an upward punch. Shadow fist. Flesh met force with a muffled thud. A chill, uncanny power surged through Lei Jiu's leg, unsettling her chi and blood. She used the momentum to somersault backward and land. Gung Gui barely rock-bobbing in place. Interesting. Lei Jiu's smile remained as she suddenly expelled a massive, cloyingly sweet cloud of purple venom. The poisonous miasma spread rapidly, billowing toward Cassie and Gung Gui. This toxin can even corrode steel. Lei Jiu's voice trailed off as something astonishing unfolded. Gung Gui hovered within the mist, utterly unscathed. Oh, as if encountering a delicacy, it opened its mouth wide. The vaporous haze was drawn in like a whale sucking water. Gung Gui swallowed it whole, then patted its belly and let out a... Gung Gui emitted a pleased sound. The flavor's acceptable, oh just a bit scant. Lei Jiu, her poison, consumed by that purple creature, and it looked to enjoy it. Impossible. Only then did Lei Jiu truly turn her attention to the silver-haired youth before her. He had called out her identity, at once possessed such a strange being, and showed no fear before Jirama 66. Donghai was supposed to be the weakest C. When did someone like this appear here? The others behind him were no weaklings either. Aside from that dancing oddity, their auras were strong. With that weird creature on the field, her greatest advantage, her poison, was nearly neutralized. Relying solely on martial prowess and her battlesuit's functions might not guarantee victory against that creature, and several rivals still watched hungrily. After weighing her options, Lei Jiu made a decision. She cast Cassie a coquettish glance, and in a voice as soft as silk purred, "Little brother, your fascinating sister finds herself rather taken with you. But I have affairs to attend to today. Well, meet again." With that, she activated all the jets on her battle suit and streaked out of the tattered tavern like a pink apparition. In the blink of an eye, she vanished down the street. Cassie did not pursue. He knew that with her suit's myriad functions, should she truly wish to leave, they might not detain her. Moreover, his immediate priority was the chef before him. Lu Ka's poisoning had been dealt with by Gung Gui. Cassie stepped up to the slowly regaining Lu Ka, crouched, and held out a cup of water he had recovered from an only half-destroyed. Lu Ka weakly lifted his head, his gaze tangled with confusion. He did not take the water at once, but rasped, "Why help me? You must have heard what she said. Know who they are." "I know." Cassie nodded with casual assurance. Jirama 66, the Northern Seas warlords affiliated with the world government. Cross them, and you invite monumental trouble. Then why? Lu Ka could not fathom, wondering if Cassie were mad. "So what? I help you because we need a chef, and your cooking conquered my stomach." Cassie paused, then continued with quiet fervor. "Also, I despise aristocrats. Those who presume to lord over life and death, those parasites who suck at the common folk, those who treat war and plunder as sport." An awkward silence followed. Lu Ka hesitated, then blurted, voice faint, "Well, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Say it. We're all on the same side. Speak freely." Cassie waved magnanimously. Lu Ka glanced around sheepishly. I used to be an aristocrat of sorts." He dared not speak loudly, fearful Cassie might strike him down. The sudden stillness was almost unbearable. Gaia covered her face. Cassie blinked in mild surprise. Are you one now?" Lu Ka laughed bitterly, surveying the ruinous tavern and his dust-streaked cook's coat, then shook his head. "Now? Perfect. Then there's no problem." Cassie clapped his hands and asserted, "You are a cook now, and my prospective crew, those pompous aristocratic pests I loathe." Lu Ka inwardly pleaded for Cassie to stop berating. An inexplicable shame at his former status washed over him. Good aristocrats were no worse than commoners. Cassie, having vented, extended his hand once more. "We need a chef, and you plainly need shelter. Somewhere to hide from Jirama's hunt for the time being. Come aboard my ship, Lu Ka." This time the invitation was formal. Lu Ka looked at Cassie's outstretched hand, then at the motley group behind him. A cool sword-bearing female swordsman, a former wanted criminal, once bearing a bounty of 16 million, a good-natured hulking fellow, a vacanted oddity, and that unknown creature. These people were strange, but evidently formidable. Their captain possessed an inscrutable aura that nevertheless inspired an odd trust. They did not fear Jirama. Perhaps this was a genuine opportunity. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ka inhaled deeply, as if resolving himself. He brushed dust from his coat, straightened the torn lapel of his suit, and moved a stubborn strand of hair from his brow. Then he stepped back, and in a proper aristocratic courtesy inclined himself. "I am Fula Meyer Lu Ka, a refugee of a fallen nation, a cook of reasonable skill." He gave his full name as Blue Eyes, meeting Cassis. "Thank you for your aid, Captain. If you will have me, I would join your pirate crew and offer my cooking and hands in earnest service." "Ao liar Cassie, your captain welcomes you to the pirate family." Cassie nodded with satisfaction, draped a supportive arm around the still weak Lu Ka, and waved to his companions. "All right. Brothers, we've secured a cook. Next, provisions. Then hoist the sails and set course." "Oh!" Gaia and Zon Gao cheered, tears streaming. At last, no more dreadful, dangerous, home-cooked messes. Life at sea is saved. Guiana's lips curved in relief. Oh, at least she would not have to endure those terrible improvised meals ever again. Kilo adjusted his spectacles. A newly recruited chef might bring trouble, but that was a concern for another time. At this moment, on the sea far from Coral Town, a uniquely shaped mobile fortress of the Goa Kingdom, resembling a gigantic snail, is slowly sailing. Inside the fortress, Lei Jiu has changed back into casual clothes, standing in front of a transponder snail, which is reflecting the image of a middle-aged man with golden hair. Vinsmoke Judge. On the other end of the transponder snail, Judge asked, Legio, have you captured the kid from the Flammel family? Sorry, father. The mission has failed. He has joined a pirate crew, and they are odd. My poison was ineffective. He did not mention the matter of Cass, because his father wouldn't listen anyway. As expected, Judge's voice suddenly rose after hearing of the failure. Failed? You can't even catch a stray dog. Legio, you have disappointed me too much. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have sent your brother. The face of the transponder snail twisted and changed, seemingly switching channels, bringing forth several young, arrogant, sarcastic voices. Oh, Sister Legio is not doing well. You can't even handle the pirates of the East Sea. What a waste growing up for nothing. Legio's hand gripping the transponder snail's receiver tightened imperceptibly, her nails digging slightly into her palm. Enough. Judge impatiently interrupted his son's mockery, coldly telling Legio, since you failed, come back. There are still tasks here in the North Sea. As for the kid from the Flammel family, even if he has something in his hands in a place like the East Sea, it won't amount to anything significant. For now, just ignore it. Yes, father. Legio respectfully replied. The transponder snail made a click sound as it disconnected, leaving only Legio alone in the lavish cold room. She stood quietly for a moment, then slowly released her tight grip, her palm showing faint crescent marks. She walked to the large porthole, gazing at the pitch-black sea outside. The charming smile had long vanished, replaced by an indescribable calm. That silver-haired boy, that strange purple creature. Things seem to be getting interesting. When will we meet again? She gently licked her red lips. Interesting, little brother. We will meet again. The azure waves stretched endlessly, the sea breeze salty. The warship, adorned with exaggerated graffiti of a Jengar, a true mobile artwork of the East Sea, sailed steadily through the blue waters. For a ship full of energetic pirates who had just resolved their meal problems, peace sometimes equated to boredom. Moreover, with new crew members joining, they had to communicate, align their skills, and establish their positions on the ship. In the center of the deck, the newly appointed chef Luca took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. He shed his exquisite gray suit and changed into a more convenient white outfit. His platinum hair billowed slightly in the sea breeze. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his foot. The deck let out a slight groan, and his figure shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Cass, who was standing ahead. Having been on the ship for a few days, he eagerly wanted to understand the true strength of this new boss, and let these people see that he, Vinsmoke Luca, was not just a cook. Air compression punch. With his right fist pulled back, the muscles in his arm vibrated at a unique frequency, instantly compressing the air in front of him, forming an invisible, yet solid shockwave that roared toward Cass' face. This punch was more refined and faster than in the tavern at Coral Town. Bang! A muffled sound echoed the punch's wind did not touch Cass, but was firmly blocked half a foot in front of him by a great sword that appeared out of nowhere. The sword's body did not even tremble. The single eye in the middle calmly gazed at Luca. Is that all? You're still lacking power, Luca. Cass crossed his arms and actually began to offer pointers. For a punch like the air compression punch, the explosion needs to be. You need to imagine that you are not punching, you are shooting an invisible bullet at the fastest speed. Luca's pupils constricted, not because the attack was blocked, but because Cass' casual commentary accurately pinpointed the biggest flaw in his air compression punch and its improvement direction. This guy, is he really just a captain who fights with pets? Cass' lips curled up. What a joke. The world's #1 trainer in the pirate world knows what he's talking about. I've learned. Let's go again. Luca's gaze became more serious, showing no signs of discouragement. Instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. To encounter a captain who could see through his weaknesses at a glance and offer suggestions was a stroke of luck. He rapidly spun around, using the centrifugal force to gather strength once more. His left fist shot out at a more tricky angle, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Once more. Bang. Bang. The gray-blue shield slightly adjusted its angle, and once again accurately intercepted, not even leaving a white mark on the shield's surface. Spiral kick. Luca continued his assault, his body twirling as his right leg swept out like a battle axe, creating a sharp vacuum whirlwind aimed at Cass' lower body. This area attack, how can your shield block it? Gray-blue. Cass' thought stirred. The red single eye of the great shield sword monster flashed, the shield sank, and with a clang it firmly blocked the slicing wind blade. Those vacuum blades capable of cutting ropes felt like a gentle breeze in front of the great shield sword monster. It's not over yet. Air shockwave. Luca's eyes flashed with determination, knowing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, and he no longer held back. His fists clenched tightly, his arm muscles bulging to the limit, veins popping, as the compressed air formed a terrifying high-pressure sphere between his fists, which he then explosively released. Boom. A circular shockwave more intense than before erupted. The deck trembled violently, the surrounding ropes buzzing. Had Gaia not secretly stabilized the ship with his abilities, this would have been enough to give all crew members a roller coaster ride at sea. This one was strong enough. Cass nodded, expressing his approval. This power had improved compared to when he dealt with Legio. It seemed that life and death battles were indeed different from daily practice. Gray-blue used the king's shield. Clang. The red single eye at the center of the great shield sword monster's shield suddenly shone with blinding. I said, look, it's you. With a good temper, why bother arguing like a shield? Gaia leaned against the ship's railing, scratching his ear. This thing even a dog would shake its head at, and a turtle would fall silent. Fighting it is a pure waste of energy. Why not practice with me? They'll let you have 3 punches. Gaia, being the most knowledgeable about Cass' strength on the ship, would say that battling the sturdy shield sword monster is not as effective as going directly for Cass himself. But then again, this fellow has a Gung protecting him in the shadows, making it tough. Cass immediately switched to taunting mode. Oh ho ho, I wonder who it is stepping onto the ship and losing half their combat power. At this rate, you might not even be able to defeat our Dance King Zhang brother. Can I? Really? Is it inappropriate to challenge Lord Gaia? Zangeo's eyes brightened instantly, and despite saying it's not good, his body was very honest, as he had already assumed the position with the hypnosis ring, eager to try. Defeating the vice captain. Wouldn't that bring him immense fortune? Wouldn't Zhang then be able to become a vice captain? No, at the very least, he'd become a combat captain. If Lord Clo saw him, wouldn't he have to politely call him Captain Zhang? Then he could say, little Clo. Haha, just thinking about it made Zhang feel like he reached the pinnacle of life. Tisk, what's this? Zhang, are you feeling tempted? Have your wings hardened and aiming for a higher position? Gaia glanced at Zhang, who was lost in fantasy, almost drooling, grinning wide to reveal his white teeth, with a dangerous look in his eyes. Yes, his tutu fruit indeed had limited effectiveness on the ship, but that doesn't mean he was a soft persimmon. Lord Gaia had fought his way out of garbage dumps and death arenas. Defeating Zhang, it wouldn't even require those backup energies. Lord Gaia, I absolutely did not mean that. Zhang hurriedly expressed his loyalty, but his body honestly stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. I have long heard of Lord Gaia's formidable strength, and I am itching to ask for your guidance. No offense intended. As soon as he finished speaking, the hypnosis ring in his hand began to spin rapidly, like a full moon, aimed straight at Gaia's neck. It was indeed his signature attack. Spinning kill. If this hit, even steel would be cut. Boring. Klaus' gaze was utterly unmoved. Such a straightforward attack might work against lowly foes, but it posed no threat to anyone of even slightly higher caliber. It seems this guy, apart from his hypnosis technique, still had a battle IQ stuck at the berserker stage. Too straightforward. Goena merely glanced and lost interest, continuing to maintain her Wado Ikamanji. This kind of attack could only bully some minions that didn't even spark her desire to draw her sword. Luca also temporarily stepped out of the shadow cast by the king's shield, curiously looking toward Gaia. What exceptional qualities did this individual possess to earn Cass' trust with such an important position as vice captain? It can't be just based on his appetite, right? Cass knows it's purely about seniority and resilience. If it seems some people truly think I'm Gaia incapable of wielding a sword without showing off. Gaia snorted coldly, and facing the deadly circular attack rushing toward him, he couldn't even be bothered to adopt a stance, simply raising his right arm casually and muttering, harden. His entire right arm instantly took on a deep brown rock-like sheen, with muscle textures seemingly transforming into solid granite. Clang! The spinning ring sliced against his rocky arm, and the ring was directly deflected, spinning away. Yet on Gaia's rocky arm, only a faint white mark remained, quickly smoothed out by the flowing rock particles. What the hell is this? Zangeo's eyes nearly popped out. Although his spinning kill was not a secret technique, it could easily cut through ordinary swords. How could it not even break the opponent's skin? That skin is rockified. Clo analyzed calmly, his gaze slightly condensed. It was the ability of the devil fruit. Without elementalization, it should be a superhuman type capable of manipulating earth and stone. Indeed, a devil fruit user. Luca thought inwardly, as expected. This large vice captain also had impressive cards hidden up his sleeve. Keep going, Zhang, I said. I'd let you have 3 moves. This is only the first move, so don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Gaia twisted his rocky arm, making a cracking sound, grinning arrogantly. Bring it on then. Zhang was ignited with fury, swinging both hands. Spinning double kill. One coming from the front, and one from behind. The 2 hypnosis rings spun out on different trajectories, faster than before, targeting the head and abdomen, and their coordination was slightly more exquisite than before. This time Gaia couldn't even be bothered to raise a hand. The exposed skin all over his body instantly shimmered with a brownish glow. Full body hardening. The 2 rings crazily sliced and rubbed against Gaia's chest and forehead like chainsaws, sparks flying. But Gaia stood unmoved like a true rock man, with only fine stone dust falling down. A few seconds later, as the rings exhausted their power, they rebounded again. Such child's play can't deal with me, Zhang. Gaia tapped his chest, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Even scratching me would be too light. You have one last move. Hurry up, let's finish this. Zhang stepped down. You can't handle him. Clo spoke up as well. If you can't even break through his defense, how can you talk about damage? Moreover, judging by Gaia's hardened strength, even if he attacked Hedon with a spoon, he might not be able to breach the defense. This vice captain has some skills. Lord Clo, don't stop me. Zhang had already gotten a bit carried away. He couldn't accept the provocation against his title as the strongest monster. If he can't even break through the opponent's defense, how can he continue to mix in this line of work? Hypnosis masters also have their pride. Zhang then aimed the hypnosis ring at his own eyes, shaking it frantically, murmuring, 1-2 Zhang. Are you trying to hypnotize yourself because you can't win? What kind of trick is this? Gaia raised an eyebrow. This is Zangeo's self-hypnosis, temporarily activating his physical potential through strong psychological suggestion, suppressing pain, entering a state similar to rage. Clo dutifully played the role of commentator. This ability is also one reason why Zhang can overpower the Catman brothers and become the vice captain on his ship. Although Clo felt this was of no real use in the face of an absolute power gap, going berserk would only make one's fall look worse. Berserk state. Quite interesting, worth studying further. Cass stroked his chin deep in thought. If Zhang Yao could elevate this hypnosis technique to a higher level, not only could he apply it to himself, but also to his teammates. Wouldn't that be a low-tier version of the Inspire fruit? Not bad, this looks much more imposing. Your eyes are all red like a frisky rabbit. Gaia expressed his approval. Entering the berserk state, Zangeo's speed indeed increased, and the double rings he threw again spun faster, the sound of breaking air sharper. This time with Zangeo's relentless effort, the cutting sound lasted longer. Finally, a noticeable patch of earth particles was ground down on Gaia's rocky skin. Gaia looked down at the nearly negligible scar on his chest, finally losing patience, his gaze turning cold. Did I just get— He stepped forward, the deck trembling slightly, and with a fist the size of a cooking pot slammed it into Zangeo's face before he could even react. Bang! Zhang Yao was knocked backward, spinning 360 degrees, crashing onto the deck. With a thud, a single punch, shattering his berserk spirit. Waking up still as a worker, Zangeo's gaze instantly cleared, and he didn't even know where his hypnosis ring had flown off to. Then, bang, bang, Gaia squatted down, his fist the size of a cooking pot rhythmically pounding on Zhang Yao. I warned you to show respect to the vice captain. I warned you against causing trouble and launching sneak attacks. Forget it, whatever I'm hitting. Lord Gaia, I'm sorry. Lord Gaia, I've made a grave mistake. They'll never dare again. You alone are the invincible first mate. Zhang Yao will forever remain your most loyal underling. After a long silence, Zhang Yao knelt on the deck. His face swollen and bruised, his once styled hair, now a tangled nest, his clothes torn to shreds, looking utterly wretched. His own mother would scarcely recognize him. HSS. Just watching makes my cheek ache. Luca instinctively touched his own face. The blow dealt by Gaia was truly merciless. Kuro pondered silently. The upcoming training regimen must not only refine spoon control further, but also incorporate armor-piercing research targeting high-defense opponents. Otherwise, against such adversaries, impenetrable, unyielding, speed alone would merely graze the surface like— Lord Gaia, with a grotesquely swollen head, Zhang Yao cautiously asked, your defenses are so impenetrable. Does anyone aboard this ship even stand a chance of breaking through? He sought psychological solace. Not that Zhang Yao was weak, but that the first mate was simply unbreakable. Well, Gaia opened his mouth to boast, when a cool, crystalline voice cut through the air. I can't. Goena had turned her gaze upon them without warning, one hand resting lightly on her sword Wado, Ikamanji her thumb, gently pushing the blade open just a sliver. Shink! A faint chilling aura of sword energy rippled outward, so subtly yet unmistakably that the deck's temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Hey! Zhang Yao shuddered violently, a sudden icy dread prickling his neck. Lady Goena is terrifying. Oh, and your captain can too. Cass stepped forward, clapping Zhang Yao on the shoulder with a warm, affable smile. Neither the razor-sharp assault of Shield Knight nor the relentless bombardment of Jengar could withstand Gaia, but both could shatter his defense. Zhang Yao wilted completely. What kind of vessel was this ship he'd boarded? The captain was unfathomably profound, the first mate impervious as granite, the swordsman lethally sharp, the strategist ominously cunning. Even the young chef radiated overwhelming power. Was Zhang Yao truly the sole laborer aboard? No, wait. A rapid barrage of cannon fire erupted in the distance. Captain, situation ahead. Kuro reacted instantly, raising his monocle toward the source of the gunfire. Finally, an incident. Sea beast or pirate? I've grown restless waiting. Gaia perked up, cracking his knuckles with eager anticipation. Let me see. Cass strode to the bow, his wave-guiding ability granting him distant sensory perception. Not far away, a pirate vessel bearing a flag emblazoned with snarling fangs relentlessly bombarded another ship. The latter's hull was shattered, its deck battered and scorched, desperately attempting to veer away, but clearly outpaced. A pirate crew, bold indeed. Anyone recognize that banner? Cass asked. He knew little of East Blue's pirate fact. Lord Cass, I do. Swollen-eyed Zhang Yao pushed forward, straining to decipher the emblem. That's the Fongfong pirate. Their captain Skullcrusher bag carries a bounty of 10 million berries. A fearsome name, even in the East Blue. Of course compared to Lord Cass there, but fireflies daring to rival the moon. Mud puddles presuming to measure themselves against the starlit ocean. Zhang Yao, you've markedly improved your rhetorical art. Cass nodded approvingly. This junior disciple may lack combat prowess, yet he's embraced our corporate culture swiftly. Worthy of encouragement. All thanks to your lordship's exemplary guidance. I merely speak the truth. Zhang Yao puffed out his chest, only to wince as the motion pulled at his bruises. And the vessel under fire. Its flag bears no merchant insignia, nor any pirate sigil. Cass studied the fleeing ship intently. That, I cannot say. Zhang Yao scratched his head. Though the East Blue was deemed the weakest sea, its countless pirate bands rendered full recognition impossible. Its banner's design suggests neither common caravan nor rogue fleet. More akin to a royal heraldic emblem, Kuro observed calmly. Regardless, this marks our first maritime encounter with fellow seafarers. How could we possibly miss it? Cass's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Mimicking a legendary cinematic moment, he roared at Zhang Yao at the helm, bring us alongside. Now. Lord Cass, boom, boom, boom. Ha ha ha. Fire at will. Aim true. That vessel looks fat with plunder. Bag the Skullcrusher, a giant nearing 3 meters tall gripping a colossal spiked mace, stood atop his deck directing the bombardment. Captain Bag, another ship approaches, fast. The lookout shrieked. Oomph. Who dares interrupt our feast? Lead the dual blade narrowed his eyes. Captain Lead, look closely. That ship resembles a naval warship. Another pirate cried out in terror. A warship? Bag's bull-like eyes flared wide. He spat contemptuously. These pitiful marines. I live to sink their warships. In the East Blue, even Navy ships swerve to avoid me. Crew, prepare for boarding. When that foolhardy vessel draws near, we'll obliterate it whole. Oh, the pirates howled bloodthirstily, blades drawn, muskets primed, eager for slaughter and spoils. Soon the two vessels closed in, 50 meters, 30-10. Collision imminent. Bag raised his mace, thicker than his thigh, and slammed it onto the deck with a thunderous crash. Close in. Close in now. Boom crash. A deafening impact shook the sea. Hulls locked, gangplanks crashed down. Charge. Slaughter them all. Plunder gold. Seize the ship. Take the women. The captain rewards first blood. The spoils go to whoever claims the greatest treasure. Like sharks scenting blood, the Fong pirates surged across the plank. Then they froze. No dense ranks of Navy soldiers awaited them on deck. Only a handful stood scattered. A silver-haired youth sipped juice. A cold-eyed beauty held her sword. A bespectacled man emanated quiet menace. A hulking figure picked idly at his nose. And one bizarre figure, face grotesquely swollen pig-like. Plus a strikingly handsome chef. What was this assembly? A sightseeing party? Or an ambush? Who cares? Fewer foes means easier prey. Just these few, daring to board us. The lead pirate lieutenant paused, then sneered. They're paralyzed with fear. Slice that silver-haired boy first. And that woman, she'll be the captain's prize. With greed overriding hesitation, the pirates charged anew. Yet, just as the foremost pirate's cleaver descended, Luca, the young chef who appeared so unassuming, took one. His right fist drew back. A rounded air spiraled inward, compressing with a deep, resonant hum. Vacuum shockwave. Boom. A tremendous circular shockwave erupted from the center of his fist. Help! The dozen or so pirates who had just launched from the ramp, the first to step onto the deck, were struck down as if by an invisible battering ram, falling into the sea one after another, instantly clearing a vacuum area. Not the Navy. Are you the captain of this ship? Bag's pupils contracted as he fixated on the assailant Luca, with alarm bells ringing in his mind. This bizarre method of attack, this overwhelming force, was unheard of. When did such a figure emerge from the East Sea? Luca dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands, elegantly adjusted his collar, and replied nonchalantly, no. Responsible for the 3 meals a day on board, occasionally taken care of. Kitchen waste. He glanced at the disarrayed pirates on the opposite deck, and added, like now. A chef. You dare to mock our captain. First mate Twin Blades Reed roared in fury. He was small, yet fierce, gripping two poisoned short blades, pouncing like a leopard towards the seemingly weaker Kuina. When it comes to fruit, one should pick the softest. Women are often the easiest to bully. Kuina didn't even lift her eyelids. They must be scared silly. Just as Reed grinned menacingly, the poisoned blade almost touching Kuina's throat. Swish. A cold flash of light, like moonlight breaking through the darkness, flickered and vanished. Fast. Inexpressibly fast. Reed's advancing figure suddenly froze, the grin on his face solidifying. He looked down, incredulously staring at the deep gash that had opened up on his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Frost Moonflow Iedo slash. Kuina's icy voice slowly resonated. She had somehow appeared a step behind Reed, her sword dowie barely drawn, showing only 3 inches of its gleaming blade, now slowly returning to its sheath, with a soft clang. Thud. Reed's eyes widened, filled with boundless confusion and fear as he crashed heavily onto the deck. The 2 short blades fell to the ground with a clatter. Silence. A deathly stillness. The pirates of the Wild Tooth Pirates, including Captain Bag, were all like stunned ducks, looking at the rapidly lifeless body on the ground, and then at the calm female swordsman who sheathed her sword, as if merely brushing away a fallen leaf. A chill surged from the soles of Bag's feet to the top of his head. One hit kill. First mate Reed, a bounty of 7 million berry known for his speed and poison, was actually killed. He didn't even have a chance to react. You dare kill my first mate? Woman, you're seeking death. Bag's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a beastly roar, the massive spiked club howling through the air, ready to smash down. However, just as the spiked club reached its apex, a glint of cunning flickered in Bag's eyes, and with his other hand, he suddenly pulled out a dark object from his pocket and slammed it onto the deck. Bang! The black sphere exploded, a thick, acrid black smoke instantly enveloping the area. It was a smoke bomb. The wind's picking up. Run. Bag seemed reckless, but was actually cunning. Luca and Kuina's earlier actions had made him realize he had kicked a hornet's nest. Moreover, it was a hornet's nest with thorns. If he didn't run, would he wait to die? First mate. To hell with being the first mate, his own life was more important. Wanna run? A calm yet mocking voice like a ghost sounded in his ear. Kuro had appeared at his side, feet moving at an indistinguishable speed, his form instantly blurring and vanishing. It was his ultimate skill. Silent step. Bag felt an icy, bone-chilling, killing intent surge from behind. Without thinking, he instinctively turned, raising the massive spiked club in front of him. Bang! 5 streaks of cold light clashed against the heavy spiked club, exploding into a dazzling burst of sparks. Kira's figure flashed past Bag, the 10 blades grinding against the spiked club with a sound that made one's teeth ache. This speed, this claw blade, you are Beiji Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Aren't you dead? Bag exclaimed in terror, his heart freezing. Beiji Kuro. The guy with a bounty of 16 million. He was actually not dead. Correct, but there's no prize. Kuro replied flatly, and in the next moment, he propelled himself again with an uncanny frequency. Silent Step Spoon. His figure transformed again into a blurred afterimage. This time the trajectory of the afterimage was no longer erratic and unpredictable, but rather vaguely circled around Bag, forming intertwining cutting nets. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of metal cutting and wood splintering rang out densely. All around Bag the deck and ropes appeared to be sliced by invisible blades, suddenly revealing deep intersecting marks, and Bag himself was at the center of this storm of death. His sturdy crocodile leather armor was torn apart, like paper blood spurting from all over his body. Despite desperately swinging the spiked club to block, he couldn't keep up with that ghostly speed and the attacks coming from all directions. Ugh! Bag screamed in agony. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he became like a broken rag doll, bloodied and staggering, and behind him those pirates who had not yet had the chance to charge up also fell like wheat cut by a sickle, crying out in pain. The deck fell silent. Kira's figure solidified not far away as he leisurely pulled out a white handkerchief from his pocket, elegantly wiping the bloodstains off the tin blades. Such trash doesn't even require the captain to take action. Zhang Yao watched Kira's calm silhouette as he wiped his weapon, swallowing hard, feeling extremely anxious. Lord Kira's spoon is still so terrifying. Such speed, but seems unable to control direction. Lu Ka observed, clearly slightly furrowing his brow. Such indiscriminate area attacks could easily cause collateral damage in a melee. I can control those things. Kuro glanced at Lu Ka as if he understood what he was thinking, replying blandly. After witnessing Kuina's exquisite swordsmanship last time, he was deeply inspired and had begun to experiment with preliminary directional control of the spoon. Not bad, clean and efficient. This is the corporate culture of our pirate crew. Cass sat contentedly, without lifting a finger, nodding in satisfaction. This was the dream team he envisioned. A chef who can fight, a swordsman who can kill with a single strike, a strategist who can finish off opponents. Even Zhang Yao can liven up the atmosphere. As for the first mate, well, that thing isn't important. Before long, Gaia heaved a bulging sack onto the deck with a thud. Cassie, we've cleared out everything, the entire stash of the Crazy Fong pirate crew. There's almost 3 million berry, along with a bunch of decent swords, firearms, and a good amount of food and wine. Hey, these guys, Cassie stroked his chin looking at the sack and began to exercise his sacred right as captain to distribute the spoils. He'll take the lion's share, leaving 1 million behind. The remaining 2 million will be evenly divided among Klo, Guena, Gaia, and Lu Ka, 50,000 each. Zhang Yao will give you 100,000 too. Just make sure to perform well next time and don't get knocked out by Gaia again. Thank you, Captain. Klo nodded, slightly securing his share of the money. Lu Ka was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to receive a share so soon after boarding, and a substantial amount at that. Zhang Yao held his 100,000 berry, moved to tears. Although his face was still swollen, he felt the beating he took was worth it. Guena, however, was indifferent. She wasn't very interested in money as long as she wasn't hungry and had a place to practice her swordsmanship. Once the distribution was complete, the ship that had been attacked by the Crazy Fong pirate crew cautiously approached. A group of people wearing matching uniforms stood on the deck, most of them injured and looking fearful. At the forefront was a middle-aged man who looked like a minor leader, bowing respectfully to Cassie and the others with the support of his companions across the ship's railing. My lord, thank you immensely for your rescue. Had it not been for your timely intervention to eliminate the scoundrels of the Crazy Fong pirate crew, we would have surely met our demise today. I am Lozin, the captain of the Royal Guard of the Sand-Hidden Kingdom. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. Sand-Hidden King. I've seen Sand-Hidden Village. That leader of yours has a tattoo of the character love on his forehead, and I can't stand the sight of him. Cassie dug at his ear, thinking he might have walked into the wrong scene. My lord, we are the Sand-Hidden Kingdom, not a village. Our king does not have a tattoo on his forehead. He is a benevolent ruler. Lozin cautiously corrected him, unsure why this powerful silver-haired man suddenly spoke such strange words. Gaia leaned closer to Cassie's ear. Cassie, they are the royal guards. That sounds like money. Look at their ship. Although it's a bit battered, it might be a big catch. Cassie's eyes suddenly lit up. Royal guards from a kingdom. They either escort important figures or valuable items. This is simply a fat sheep delivered right to us. I know an excellent target for robbing the rich and helping the poor. Upon thinking this, Cassie instantly changed his demeanor. Robbery. Cover your heads. Crouch down. Males on the left, females on the right. Those who are neither stand in the middle. Hand over all valuable items. Anyone who dares to move will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lozin and the guards behind him. 10 minutes later. We've searched thoroughly. There's not a treasure in sight, let alone decent weapons. They're poorer than what. Gaia looked dejected, holding a few shriveled pouches that amounted to less than 10,000 berry, along with some personal items that seemed worthless. No money. Cassie's eyes widened as he glared at the captain, named Lozin, his tone menacing. Aren't you the guards of the Sand-Hidden Village? The Royal Guard doesn't carry money when they go out. What gives you the right to be broke? My lord, we are from the Sand-Hidden Kingdom. Lozin weakly corrected, then with a long face lamented. It's not fair, my lord. Our country is poor. Our Sand-Hidden Kingdom is located on the edge of the East Sea, with barren land and constant sandstorms. We can't even gather enough of the heavenly gold from the world government, and have been kicked out of the allied nations. Now we are a non-allied country, without navy protection. After hearing this, Gaia's face fell. Damn it, we just robbed a poor wretch. Get lost. Hurry up and get out of here. Cassie waved his hand impatiently. This captain doesn't rob the poor. Consider yourselves lucky and quickly sail away on your dilapidated ship. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. This guy is so broke it sounds just like that similarly named Sandhidden. The leader has to personally go down to the mines to dig for gold to keep the village running. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a great benefactor. Lozin was overjoyed, grateful to the point of tears. Just as he was about to lead his men back to the ship and flee, he suddenly paused and turned back, looking hopefully at Cassie. My lord, you want money, right? What a dumb question. I'm a pirate, do you think I want love instead of money? Cassie rolled his eyes in annoyance. Oh, what I mean is. Lozin rubbed his hands, speaking cautiously. If you want money, why not meet our king? Hiss, Cassie inhaled sharply, sizing up Lozin. You have a grudge against your king, don't you? You want to use us to kill him so you can take his position. Human hearts are no longer pure, looking honest and sincere, yet the rebellious heart is so strong. Indeed, one cannot judge by mere appearances. No, my lord, you misunderstand. I am loyal to his majesty, as the sun and moon can attest. Lozin was scared into repeatedly shaking his hands, almost kneeling down again, and hurriedly explained. The thing is, our princess mysteriously disappeared 3 months ago within the borders of our kingdom. His majesty was so anxious that his hair turned white and promised whoever can find the princess and bring her back will immediately receive a reward of 50 million berry. He will never go back on his word. Lozin paused, looking earnestly at Cassie. My lord, I see you are impressive in stature, and even the notorious Crazy Fong pirate crew cannot be your match. Your actions are certainly unconventional. A great person like you should earn this reward. Lozin's heartfelt words were full of praise for Cassie's character. It was as if not seizing this 50 million berry would be a waste of opportunity and a betrayal of fate. Cassie's expression was as if he had eaten a fly. No, how are you insulting me? What great person? I'm a damn pirate. A ruthless pirate who kills without blinking. Yes. You are a pirate. You're terrifying. I'm very afraid. Lozin immediately complied, showing a fearful expression. But deep down he thought to himself, you're not fooling anyone. Which pirate doesn't fly a pirate flag? Which pirate robs and then lets the victims go? You are clearly a principled and moral person. However, that gentleman with glasses does indeed look very much like a pirate. Chloe feels like he has been subtly criticized. Cassie was wooden. Looking at Lozin's gaze that seemed to see through his essence, he felt a surge of frustration in his chest. Am I really that far from being a bad person? 9 years of compulsory education really ruined me. Looking at the dejected Cassie, Gua bit her lip hard, turning her head to look at the sea, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her. Chloe adjusted his glasses, eyes sparkling with amusement. Lu Ka covered his mouth, wanting to laugh, but feeling it was. Finally, Cassie weakly waved his hand. All right. Where is your sand-hidden village? Hurry and lead the way. If you dare to deceive me, I will tear your village apart for firewood. It's Sand-Hidden Kingdom, my lord. Lozin reflexively corrected himself, then was overjoyed. All right, my lord. I'll have the ship lead the way. He hurried back to his own battered ship, directing the equally relieved guards to raise sails, anchor, adjust course, and dutifully lead the way. On the deck, Cassie stood alone at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his silver hair, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Guena walked up beside him, rarely taking the initiative to speak, her voice still carrying a trace of lingering amusement. Actually, Cassie being a good person isn't so bad. Lu Ka also approached. Captain, perhaps this is destiny's arrangement. Chloe advised, this doesn't contradict the essence of a pirate pursuing freedom and wealth, rather it's a more elevated way of living. Gaia patted Cassie on the shoulder with a grin. Well, although the process was a bit tortuous, the outcome is not bad. 50 million berry, Cassie. You can't rob that much money. Looking at his comforting companions, Cassie finally sighed, as if resigned to his fate. Fine, let me just be a good person. At least there's money to be gained. The Sand-Hidden Kingdom, the royal palace. Rather than a palace, it resembles a slightly larger sandstone fortress. 3 stories high, the yellow-brown walls bear the marks of time eroded by wind and sand, with 2 abstract sandstone beasts at the entrance that could barely uphold a semblance of royal dignity. The interior is simply furnished, even somewhat shabby. The only indication of status is likely the tapestry behind the throne, embroidered with patterns of an hourglass and a curved blade. Your Majesty, a tremendous piece of news. Guess who I've brought back? The captain of the guards, Luo Zan, announced before he even entered the somewhat empty main hall. Oh, is it AI Lin that you have found? Where is my little AI Lin? Let me see her quickly. King Aidman, a middle-aged man clad in a somewhat worn royal robe, rushed towards the door upon hearing the voice. Then he saw the group of strangely dressed, distinctly different strangers behind Luo Zan. At the forefront is a strikingly handsome young man with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, crossing his arms and curiously surveying the shabby royal palace. Cass, could this palace be worth 50 million berry if torn down for its stones? King Aidman's gaze lingered on Cass' face for 2 seconds, then shifted to the cold girl holding a sword behind him, the grim man with glasses, the burly brute, the strange person with a face swollen like a pig's head, and a handsome young man who looked like a chef. Finally, his gaze fixed back on Cass, the most good-looking one, who also resembled a leader. Could it be? A ridiculous, yet somehow fitting idea struck this love-stricken old father in an instant. You scoundrel! King Aidman was instantly filled with rage, pointing at Cass, his voice trembling with agitation. Is it you, this pretty boy, who has abducted my precious AI Lin? I wondered why she suddenly wanted to leave home. It must be you who deceived her with sweet words. Look at your feet. Before he finished speaking, this old king launched a perfectly executed flying kick straight at Cass' face. The movement was clean and swift, even stirring up a gust of wind. Clearly, he had been a fighter in his youth. What's going on? Cass was startled by this sudden display of paternal love, but thanks to the power of the wave guide, his heightened senses allowed him to react almost instantaneously as the opponent lifted his foot. Without time for complaints, he smoothly sidestepped akin to a bullfighter, avoiding a raging bull, perfectly dodging this love-infused flying kick. Oh dear. King Aidman kicked into the air, losing his balance, and due to inertia, he could not regain his stance, performing a standard elderly version of a knee slide right in front of Cass. There's no need for such grand gestures at this age, really it ages you. Cass rubbed his nose, suppressing a laugh. The old king had quite the temper and an amusing demeanor. The guards nearby hurried to help the old king up. Oh dear. My old back. King Aidman clutched his lower back, gritting his teeth in pain, pointing at Cass, his beard bristling with anger. You little brat. Still dare to dodge. Do you understand the respect for the elderly and love for the young? You abducted my daughter and dare to dodge my flying kick. Is there no royal law anymore? Me? Abduct your daughter? Cass frowned at Luo Zhan. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Your Majesty, it's a mistake, a misunderstanding. A tremendous misunderstanding. Luo Zhan, terrified, rushed forward to help his king up, lowering his voice urgently. The Princess Ai Lin has not yet been found. This is Master Cass, a capable person I invited to help find the princess. He did not abduct her. King Aidman, supported by Luo Zhan, stood up, rubbing his old back, and the anger on his face vanished instantly as he forced out a somewhat stiff smile at Cass. A misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Recently the sandstorms in the desert have been fierce, blinding my old eyes. I mistook this gentleman. Know this master for someone else. How should I address you? He scrutinized Cass, muttering to himself. He looks decent, his skills are quite good, if he were to be with Ai Lin. It doesn't seem impossible. No, is this really the time to think about such things? I am Cass, your Majesty, Cass said with a slight nod, his impression of the old king improving somewhat. Though a bit reckless, his feelings for his daughter are genuine. This sand-hidden kingdom is quite interesting. Master Cass, King Aidman rubbed his hands together. I wonder how you plan to search for my daughter. If you need any assistance, just speak up. As long as it is within my power, I will certainly provide it. Your Majesty, before discussing how to search, we need to understand more detailed information. Klo stepped forward, slightly bowing. Firstly, when did the princess leave the palace? What was the reason for her departure? Did she exhibit any unusual behavior or leave any messages before leaving? The more detailed the better. King Aidman looked at Klo, momentarily stunned by the somewhat oppressive calmness exuding from him. Who is this? This is my strategist, skilled in intelligence analysis, Cass introduced. And a strategist? King Aidman's eyes brightened, looking at Cass and the others with even more seriousness, thinking that they really are professional. It seems Luo Zhan is actually useful. He sighed. The time was about a week ago. As for the reason, he glanced at the few people behind Cass. It's somewhat inconvenient to discuss publicly concerning some royal matters. It's all very complicated. Hearing a word from the king is like listening to a word from the king. Cass, uninterested in probing for secrets, directly laid out his prescription. All right, understood. Then your Majesty, please provide me with a personal item of your daughter's, preferably something she often wears imbued with her. After all, he is an awakened user of the wave guide power, although his current level is still at the beginner stage. But it is still quite reliable for tracking perception and searching for people or items. Personal item. King Aidman quickly took out a silver necklace wrapped in silk from his pocket with utmost care, handing it to Cass with both hands. Will this do? I will give it a try. Cass nodded, accepting the necklace and holding it in his palm, closing his eyes, clearing his mind, and sinking his spirit into that peculiar perception. The wave guide power resides within my heart. The invisible wave guide power emanated from Cass, spreading like ripples in water in all directions. The aura from the necklace served as a beacon, extending a faint line in his perception, pointing towards a certain direction. A month has passed, and the aura has become quite faint, but the general direction can still be sensed. He opened his eyes. I have a lead now. The exact location requires getting closer to confirm further. Your Majesty, just prepare the reward and leave the rest to us. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. King Aidman was so excited that he nearly reached out to pat Cass on the shoulder, but remembering the earlier flying kick, he withdrew his hand, continuously expressing his gratitude. As long as Ai Lin can return safely, our sand-hidden kingdom will surely gather the reward. This silver-haired youth merely touched the necklace, closed his eyes for a moment, and then indicated the direction. This was nothing short of a miracle. Mr. Gaia, does the captain have this ability too? Klo asked in a low voice. Gaia scratched his head. That I heard Cass call it the wave guide power. I'm not quite sure what exactly it is, but it's really good for predicting attacks and finding paths. Your Majesty. A voice abruptly pierced the faintly charged atmosphere. A tall, middle-aged man clad in royal attire emerged from the side chamber. He swept his gaze across Cass's party, lingering briefly pointedly on Kuro and the others, before bowing deeply to King Edmund. Your Majesty, this matter demands utmost caution. These individuals are of unknown origin and highly suspicious, clearly mercenaries lured by bounty. They must not be trusted. In my view, they ought first be rigorously interrogated to ascertain their true identities. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to chatter so insolently? Gaia glared at the minister with undisguised disdain. He loathed pompous backhanded speakers who reeked of ill intent. I am Hawk, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Sandyvale Kingdom. Introducing himself, Minister Hawk straightened his posture and met Gaia's glare unflinchingly. They bear no semblance of upright character, Your Majesty. I strongly recommend detaining them all and subjecting them to rigorous interrogation to determine whether they are complicit in the princess's disappearance. You. Gaia was about to unleash a torrent of invective when Kuro spoke calmly, esteemed minister, to condemn and threaten those offering aid, without a shred of evidence, relying solely on baseless suspicion, is profoundly unbecoming. Might it be that you fear we shall truly locate the princess, and thereby unravel certain affairs best left undisturbed? Cass nodded subtly beside him. An old-school tactic: cast the shadow first, then let the accusation settle. You. Hawk's expression flickered, just once, with cold fury swiftly masked beneath a veneer of icy composure. He snorted sharply. Your Majesty, observe this man's countenance is sinister, his tongue razor-edged. He is assuredly no paragon of virtue. Hawk, enough. King Edmund frowned and waved a dismissive hand. Master Cass has declared he possesses a method. We must grant him the chance to prove it. You may withdraw. As you command. Hawk bowed low and retreated, a flash of frost gleaming in his eyes. Kuro stepped back beside Cass and murmured, Captain, this man is not as he seems. We must tread carefully. No matter. Even if he's unnaturally off-kilter, he's still merely a kingdom minister. Perhaps a local serpent, nothing more. Cass shrugged indifferently. He too sensed something amiss in Hawk, clearly trained and formidable. Yet in the Eastern Sea, how far could such strength possibly extend? Cass retained full confidence in his crew's prowess. Unless of course Hawk were none other than Vice Admiral Garp, retired and indulging in desert life, while moonlighting as Minister of Internal Affairs. After a brief respite, the party mounted the Sandyvale Kingdom's distinctive single-humped camels, bred for desert terrain, and set out toward the direction guided by Cass's wave-tracking ability. Shurhu Village, a modest hamlet in the eastern reaches of the Sandyvale Kingdom, its dwellings built of packed earth and rough-hewn stone. The village was small, barely 2 or 3 dozen households, its earthen and stonework structures typical of desert architecture, thick-walled, wind-resistant, thermally stable. Villagers watched Cass's party pass with quiet curiosity edged with wariness. The princess, surely. Shurhu Village. Lozen surveyed the weather-beaten settlement. So remote. How could the princess possibly endure such hardship here? Did your search teams even investigate this place? Gaia drank deeply from his water skin and rumbled, Did you check here? Lozen's eyes darted sideways, his voice wavered. We perhaps may have looked. What kind of search is this? Luca scoffed, exasperated. Your entire kingdom fits within a single map, and yet you neglected your own soil, then dared sail elsewhere. This wasn't just haphazard. It was absurdly, insultingly arbitrary. Let's go. Cass dismissed Lozen with a curt wave, weary of further debate. Kuro, Kana, and the others fell into step behind him, leaving Lozen stranded midair, flustered and speechless. Winding through dusty narrow lanes and skirting crooked adobe huts, Cass halted in what appeared to be the village's central. There several youths gathered around a solitary figure, apparently learning something. The figure faced away, dressed in coarse homespun garments identical to those worn by villagers. Her radiant golden curls were simply bound back, and she knelt patiently, instructing the children. Here the force originates from the ground. Anchor your stance, tighten your core, imagine yourself an ancient tree, roots deep in the earth. Cass withdrew the wanted poster Lozen had given him, the portrait of Princess Eileen, and held it before her. Is this you? His tone remained level, unruffled. She paused, then slowly raised her head. Her youthful face, dusted lightly with sand, bore innate grace, delicate features, and above all, luminous amber eyes, clear and piercing. She glanced at the portrait, Eileen in ornate court robes, poised and serene, and replied without hesitation, It is you, unmistakably. Cass pointed emphatically at the poster. Though garbed as a peasant, her face, her bone structure, her very essence, was identical. Oh really? The girl rolled her eyes, rose to her feet, and fixed her gaze on Lozen and the others behind Cass. Her brow furrowed. Lozen, how did you find me? And who are these peculiar people? Princess Eileen. Only now did Lozen recognize the grime-streaked girl in humble attire as his sovereign. Oh princess, at long last, we found you. His Majesty is nearly beside himself. Come, return to the palace at once. I will not go back. Eileen turned away, her voice unwavering. Your Highness, the throne awaits your ascension. Who wants that wretched crown? Eileen's impatience sharpened, endless petitions, a treasury hollow enough for mice to race through, and groveling before world government leeches. That is not the life I chose. She paused, glancing tenderly at the children watching her. Her voice softened. And this place needs me more. I can teach them to read, teach them skills to defend themselves, so they might survive this arid land with dignity. That holds infinitely more meaning than wearing a crown. Moreover, Eileen began articulating her vision, when suddenly her body tensed. Without warning, a tiny purple-black hand had bound her tightly with rope, immobilizing her completely. Kaiha! While the ghost Pokémon patted its belly triumphantly. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Eileen thrashed in outrage, but the bonds held fast, unyielding. Cass idly dug a finger in his nostril, drawling lazily. You're my 5 million belly commission. Let you slip away, then my reward vanishes into thin air. Don't be absurd. No roasted duck ever flies off the platter. You wretch. Is money all you see? Eileen seethed, amber eyes blazing, not with indignation alone, but with wounded idealism. She'd been speaking of purpose, of meaning. Did he possess any basic respect? Couldn't he at least let her finish? What else? Cass tilted his head, blinked innocently. Well, I've got you. Wah. Her cheeks flared crimson, mortified, furious, utterly disarmed. Why you read babbling nonsense? Her voice rose sharply, yet anger ebbed, visibly replaced by unmistakable flustered embarrassment. Upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome. Wait, no. What on earth are you thinking, Eileen? Behind her, Gaiazoro and Luca exchanged knowing, teasing grins, eyebrows waggling, shoulders shaking. Captain's flirting now? Progress. Kuina tightened her grip on her sword, Wado Ikamanji unconsciously. Cass, seemingly oblivious to his crew's expressions and Kuina's silent tension, continued, his tone maddeningly placid. You are money. 5 million belly. That'll keep us living well for quite some time. So for my money, or rather for your safety, you'll return with us quietly. Resist. He glanced sidelong at the ghost Pokémon. The creature obligingly extended its scarlet tongue, licked its lips, and cackled Kaiha. Eileen choked. Speech. That scoundrel. It was all about the money. That flutter in her chest. Pure illusion. Dust in her eye, nothing more. Kuina's fingers relaxed, slowly releasing the hilt of her blade. Sister Eileen, are you leaving? The surrounding children gathered around, their faces filled with reluctance. Eileen looked at the children, her gaze softening. Yes, sister is going back. You must practice what I taught you diligently, and not be lazy. She continued, remember, only by becoming stronger can you protect what you wish to guard, and choose what you want to choose. We will remember. Goodbye, Sister Eileen. The children nodded vigorously. Eileen was escorted away, puffing up in anger as she began her journey home. That night, to celebrate the successful return of the princess, King Ademan held a banquet in the modest banquet hall of the palace. The food was not extravagant, but it was clear that every effort had been made. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Princess Eileen was evidently still angry, maintaining a cold expression throughout, occasionally glaring daggers at Cass. Cass, on the other hand, was completely indifferent, eating and drinking as he pleased, even commenting that the sand lizard meat was overcooked and not as good as Luca's skill. Luca smiled and modestly accepted the compliment. As the banquet was in full swing and everyone relaxed, Hawk, who had remained silent, suddenly erupted. He overturned the table, drew out a chilling curved long knife from beneath, and shot out like a lurking desert viper, the blade's light tearing through the clamor, aiming directly at Aylin's back. Quick, fierce, accurate, without warning. Princess, be careful. Hawk, stop. Protect the majesty. The crowd was astonished, and the guards were caught off guard. Clang. A dull sound like a heavy hammer striking iron. The anticipated scene of a blade piercing flesh and blood splattering did not occur. The blade passed through Eileen, and her body suddenly disintegrated like a centuries-old sand sculpture, instantly collapsing into countless small black grains that shimmered with a metallic luster. In the next moment, these grains swirled in the air and reformed into Aylin's figure not far away, unharmed. Hawk, how dare you? King Ademan was filled with a mixture of shock and anger, slamming his hand on the table. The banquet hall fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the knife-wielding, grinning Hawk, then at the princess whose body had turned to iron sand. Huh. The knife passed through. Gaia looked over curiously. Elemental transformation. A devil fruit user, or perhaps a natural type. Cass set down the flatbread in his hand, his eyes gleaming with intense interest. You think so? Eileen dusted off a speck of dust from her sleeve, raised her chin slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Dogman, are you shocked? The natural type is one of the rarest among the 3 categories of devil fruits. It can transform the body into elements, making physical attacks ineffective, and can manipulate natural elements for offense and defense. Shouldn't I charge more for this? Cass silently added to his calculations. Chloe, on the other hand, stared at Hawk, having sensed something was off about him long ago. That was an instinct belonging to peers. Hawk, what do you want? King Ademan, both shocked and furious, pointed at Hawk, trembling with rage. He never expected that this usually orderly and seemingly loyal minister would attempt to assassinate the princess in front of him. What do you mean? Can't you tell? I'm here to kill your daughter. At this moment, Hawk completely tore off his disguise, wearing a sinister smile, with a burning gaze fixed on the reformed Eileen. I have been lurking for years, finally waiting for today. This ability was meant to belong to me. Natural type, sand iron fruit. An old minister exclaimed in tremor, the protective power passed down through generations of sand hidden. The princess, actually. That's right. Another minister excitedly explained, the legendary devil fruit that resonates with whenever the previous user passes away, the fruit will be reborn somewhere in the kingdom. The ministers looked at Eileen, tears streaming down their faces. I never expected that Her Highness the Princess has already. Heaven bless Sand Hidden. Heaven bless. Hawk sneered, interrupting the old ministers. The power of such a top-tier fruit is actually used to protect this impoverished, dilapidated kingdom. It's simply a waste. I'll say it outright, that old fool from the last generation was designed by me to die. What? Lord 8. You mean to say that Lord 8's death was caused by you? King Ademan and several old ministers were struck by lightning. Eileen was so angry that she trembled. All over the iron sand around her surged violently. But it doesn't matter. He wore a determined smile. I've already obtained some sea stone residue. As long as I lock you in a specially made sea stone box and kill you, the fruit will be reborn again. But it doesn't matter. He wore a determined smile. I've already obtained some sea stone residue. As long as I lock you in a specially made sea stone box and kill you, the fruit will be reborn again. At that time I will return with this power back to the Grand Line and reclaim everything that belongs to me. Well, what a story behind this failed ambitious man. Cass exclaimed in admiration, then abruptly changed his tone. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a big shot back from the Grand Line. My apologies. But looking at you sneaking around lurking for years, just for a fruit, things must not have been going well for you in the Grand Line, right? Did some big shot beat you up so badly that you couldn't sustain your life, and had to return to the East Sea to pick up scraps? What the hell do you know? Hawk seemed to have hit a nerve, his face turning red instantly. He roared, I was once a supernova with a bounty of 125 million berries. The name, Heavy Hammer. Hawk was also quite renowned in the first half of the Grand Line. 125 million. Lozin and the guards gasped, their legs going weak from fear. The highest bounty in the East Sea has never exceeded 30 million. What does a bounty of 125 million even mean? All the pirates in the East Sea combined might not be worth as much as him. What level of pirate is this? It's over, it's over. The people of Sand-Hidden Kingdom turned pale. The momentary hope that rose because the princess was a devil fruit user was instantly crushed by this terrifying number. Chloe also furrowed his brow. A pirate with a bounty over 100 million might not be anything in the Grand Line. But in the East Sea, that was a dimensional strike. You know, he only had 16 million, not even enough for a fraction of that. Faced with a pirate of this caliber, Cass still had the leisure to turn to Chloe and chat. To be fair, strategist, look at the Minister Hawk, a dignified figure with a bounty of 125 million hiding here, just for a natural type devil fruit. This ambition and vision is far better than your initial desire to just rob a young girl's inheritance. Chloe wore a blank expression. Captain, please stop talking. He just wanted to wash his hands clean and live a stable life, or was it necessary to keep beating a dead horse? Moreover, this is not the point. The point is they are now facing a genuine, over 100 million bounty pirate. Though he looked like a loser, even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Zhang Gao was already frightened, beginning to tremble. A 125 million, is it too late for us to run now? That's a monster back from the Grand Line. Luca also put away his relaxed expression, his gaze serious. Such a bounty. Even in the North Sea, it would absolutely be a dominating pirate. It seems we have encountered a tough opponent. That doesn't make sense. If you've risen so high and are already a renowned figure in the Grand Line, why return to the East Blue? Jia scratched his cheek, thinking with such prowess, he surely wouldn't lack even a Logia-type devil fruit. Hawk's raucous laughter choked off abruptly. The ferocity on his face dissolved instantly into bitter humiliation. The perils of the Grand Line. How could brats raised in the East Blue's hothouse possibly comprehend them? Before that man, I nearly died. That man, who is he? Kasu's curiosity stirred. Judging by Hawk's brooding, world-weary demeanor, like one who'd clawed his way back from hell, his adversary must be formidable indeed. Hawk slowly opened his eyes as if summoning a memory of unspeakable dread and uttered each word with chilling gravity. A Marine Admiral. Kazan. A Marine Admiral. The legendary, highest-tier combatant of the world government. You actually survived an encounter with that man. Impossible. Instantly the royal court of the Sand-Hidden Kingdom erupted in chaos. Gasps, cries, and stunned murmurs surged like a tidal wave. If their earlier fears stemmed only from the staggering bounty exceeding 100 million, then a Marine Admiral was to them a godlike figure, existing solely in newspaper headlines, untouchable and mythical. To survive such an entity's grasp was itself a terrifying testament. Even Kasu's crew, except for Kasu himself who had long suspected as much, now wore solemn, grim expressions. If their earlier fears stemmed only from the staggering bounty exceeding 100 million, then a Marine Admiral was to them a godlike figure, existing solely in newspaper headlines, untouchable. He hailed from the North Blue, and thus understood all too well what the world's apex power truly meant, the kind of force capable of unilaterally deciding the fate of nations or entire seas. An opponent who has fled a Marine Admiral's wrath cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Why don't we just flee? That's a Marine Admiral. Zango stammered, teeth chattering so violently he could barely grip his hypnosis ring. His face crumpled in abject despair. Associating with monsters like that never ends well. Yet Jia spat fiercely onto the ground, the fire in his eyes burning brighter than ever. He's not an admiral. A stray dog beaten black and blue by an admiral slinking home to puff himself up like some arrogant peacock. Fine, let's fight. I've long wanted to test whether pirates returning from the Grand Line have harder bones than those from the East Blue. The summit of the world. To cross blades with one who survived that battlefield will reveal precisely how far my sword still falls short. Kuina's ambition had always been singular, to become the world's greatest swordsman. And how could one ascend to the pinnacle without confronting true strength? Expressions flickered across the crew's faces. Yet Kasu, their captain, after the initial shock subsided, wore an expression both bizarre and unsettling. Survived, Kazan. You. He studied Hawk's somber, nostalgic pose, as if reliving heroic days of yore. This scene felt eerily familiar. He ventured cautiously. Are you certain Kazan even saw you? Or did you merely glimpse a flash of blue light on the horizon, ice spreading across the sea, from dozens of leagues away? In the end, you never caught sight of his face, just panicked, urinated yourself, and fled back to the East Blue, later boasting, I'm the man who escaped an admiral's grasp. The more Kasu spoke, the more convinced he became. This plotline rang unmistakably familiar. Wasn't there a certain shinobi named Kaku, famous for hurling kunai 800 ri away, who loved spinning such tall tales? So even the pirate world indulged in resume inflation. How delightfully human. You. Hawk's face flushed alternately pale, and livid Kasu's words had struck his deepest wound with surgical precision. Years ago, it had been several years prior. His fleet, 5 vessels over 300 crew, sailed proudly across the Grand Line's open waters. He was Hammer Hawk, bounty 120 million berries, a supernova. These titles commanded respect in the Grand Line's first half, not quite matching the true monsters, yet among ordinary pirates, he stood unchallenged at the apex. He believed given a few more years he would climb even higher, until he met that man. That day the sea lay unervingly calm, almost dull. Then he saw him, a man draped in a white coat emblazoned with the word justice, wearing an eye patch, looking perpetually half asleep, pedaling lazily across the waves atop a bicycle. Hawk froze, utterly bewildered. Had he hallucinated? Cycling on water. What surreal performance art was this? Then the man seemed to notice their fleet, an obstruction in his path, and yawned languidly, muttering, "Ah, how troublesome." With a casual lift of his hand, terror descended. In an instant the entire expanse of sea within sight crystallized into flawless glacial ice. His flagship, lavishly built, laden with ambition, and most of his escort vessels were encased entirely in ice. Crewmen aboard froze mid-expression, lifelike ice sculptures, life extinguished in a heartbeat. Hawk's mind went blank. Why was a Marine Admiral here? Shouldn't he be stationed in the Grand Line's latter half, in Mary Geos in Marineford, where matters of true consequence unfolded? Why here, so early in the journey? Later Hawk learned Kazan had merely been vacationing. Yes, vacation, riding a bicycle across the open sea. A Marine Admiral, of all people, taking a seaside holiday atop a bicycle. Because he happened to pedal past, Hawk's entire pirating career ended then and there. Wasn't this blatant bullying of the honest? Perhaps Kazan simply couldn't be bothered with such a minor nuisance, freezing most of the fleet as an afterthought before pedaling leisurely onward. Only Hawk and a handful of senior officers narrowly escaped with their lives, but the absolute zero cold had pierced his soul like a venomous ice spike. His soaring ambitions shattered utterly beneath that chasm of overwhelming power. The once celebrated supernova drifted back to the east blue like a ship whose mast had snapped in a storm, broken, battered, and humbled. He needed power, greater power. Then by chance he uncovered the secret of the Sand-Hidden Kingdom's magnet fruit, a Logia-type ability. The ocean's ultimate treasure. With such power he could return to the Grand Line and reclaim everything stolen from him. His extinguished ambition now blazed anew, hungrier, fiercer, more desperate. So he concealed himself, playing the loyal minister, awaiting his moment. Now jolted back to reality, publicly exposed by Kasu as a fraud whose legend had been inflated, he felt the taut string of his sanity snap with a sharp, silent ping. He roared, "Enough talk. Once I claim this Logia fruit, Kazan, the world government's mightiest warriors, I'll fear none of them." VVVVRRR. Instantly he lunged again, his curved blade cleaving the air in a lethal arc aimed straight at Eileen's face. Protect the sovereign. Though Lohan, paled with terror, duty compelled him to draw his sword and step forward to parry. Yet crack. Hawk didn't even wield his blade. With his free hand, he flicked it aside casually. Lohan flew sideways like a baseball struck by a grand slam, spun head over heels, and collapsed unconscious. This guy is that weak? Gia stared dumbfounded. Earlier, seeing Lohan's imposing stature and elite guard detail, he'd assumed the man was at least a seasoned elite enemy. Yet this. One slap, and he was down. Kuro, standing nearby, delivered the final blow in his signature sardonic tone, someone chased relentlessly by riffraff, like the Wild Fong pirates. How strong could he possibly be? Just in time. I will make you pay with your life for Grandpa Ite. The black sand iron surrounding her instantly split apart, condensing into countless thumb-sized projectiles resembling a Gatling gun, and rained down upon Hawk. A mere trick. Hawk sneered, facing the barrage of sand iron that could shred a normal person as he swung his curved long knife. Clang, 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 clang. The explosive sounds merged into one. Most of the sand iron projectiles were shattered by the knife light that was impenetrable by water, and in the blink of an eye Hawk had broken through the barrage, closing in on Eren. Using the momentum of his charge, the long knife swept upwards in a fierce slash aimed directly at Eren's waist. Eren's pupils contracted sharply and instinctively activated her elemental transformation, again her body instantly disintegrating into black sand iron, allowing the long knife to pass through. I knew you would use this move. Hawk's lips twisted into a sinister arc. He was well prepared. The chopping motion did not pause. Instead, he used the force of his charge to swiftly twist and spin his body. His freed left arm shot out with a punch. Ugh. Eren let out a pained cry, her delicate body flying back like a kite, with its string cut, her elemental transformation forcibly interrupted. 3 stories high, the yellow-brown walls bear the marks of time eroded by wind and sand, with 2 abstract sandstone beasts at the entrance that could barely uphold a semblance of royal. Why? How could you attack me? Eren clutched her chest, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. After elemental transformation, she should have been immune to physical attacks. Why, oi? Hawk tore off his tattered long robe, fully revealing the black combat uniform beneath, as well as the most conspicuous left arm. It was not flesh and blood, but a mechanical arm filled with steampunk style, and at the joints of the fingers, several dull dark fragments were embedded. Knowing that you nature types are troublesome before the fight, I specially embedded the fragments of sea tower stones I collected into the fist of my impact iron arm. Hawk raised his mechanical left arm. Although the purity is not high, it's enough to interrupt that troublesome elemental transformation. You? Despicable. Erin's face turned pale. Hawk's punch not only severely injured her, but also shattered the glimmer of hope she had after gaining her new abilities. Princess Erin has fallen. It's over. Even the Guardian's power has been defeated. What should we do? The heavens want to destroy our Sand Hidden. The people of Sand Hidden were instantly engulfed in despair. Erin's fall felt like the sky had collapsed on them. King Edmund suddenly stood up. What are you crying about? The people of Sand Hidden were instantly engulfed in despair. Erin's fall felt like the sky had collapsed on them. King Edmund suddenly stood up. However, the responses he received were mostly evasive glances and shrinking postures. Your Majesty, what can we fight with? Princess Erin's guardian power has been defeated. Going is just sending ourselves to death. King Edmund looked at his ministers completely consumed by fear and felt a wave of helplessness rise in his heart. They had relied on the protection of this fruit for too long, so long that they had forgotten how to fight with their own strength. When the Guardian fell, they became lambs awaiting slaughter on the chopping board, losing even the courage to show their horns. TSK tisk look. Hawk with his long knife on his shoulder swept his gaze over the trembling lambs. You bunch of trash do not deserve to possess such a top-tier fruit. This fruit can only unleash its true power in my hands. With a mad laugh, Hawk's left arm's impact device emitted a high-pitched charging hum, the blue light dazzling. He aimed his fist at King Edmund in front of the crowd. Old man, I'll start with you. Heavy explosion charge. Boom. With a punch, a terrifying high-pressure shockwave was unleashed, transforming into a visible air cannon. Your Majesty, be careful. Father. Erin watched helplessly as the devastating shockwave charged towards her father, but she was too injured to stand up. In this critical moment, Ching Hui King's shield. Cass' voice rang out. In the next moment, the shield sword monster appeared, and the energy barrier of the king's shield unfolded in front of King Edmund. Clank. The explosion resounded throughout the hall. The violent impact made the golden light on the surface of the shield ripple fiercely, and the shield itself was pushed back. King Edmund was also pushed back by the shockwave, sitting down on the ground. It was blocked, but Cass' heart was still tense. What a powerful impact. The instantaneous, explosive power of that mechanical arm was incredibly terrifying, feeling even stronger than the void shockwaves emitted by Lu Ku. This Hawk, who could be worth over 100 million truly, was not just all talk. Kid, do you want to stop me? Hawk's gaze turned cold towards Cass, who had repeatedly provoked him, exposed his scars, and now dared to block his path, successfully ranking first on his kill list. In other words, this kid had already taken the path to death. Cass shrugged. I can't help it, I haven't been paid for the goods yet. If he dies, who will I settle the bill with? How about you come instead? That mechanical arm on him may look ugly, but it should be worth something if I dismantle it and sell it. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Hawk laughed in anger. Do you think that by coincidentally blocking my casual attack you can stand on equal footing with me? Who gave you the courage? He suddenly pointed his long knife at Cass. Listen carefully, I am a heavy hammer with a bounty of 120 Hawk, when I was bloodbathing on the Grand Line, you bunch of wet-behind Thieves kids were still playing house in some unknown village in the East Sea. Bang, 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 boom. In the next moment, the windows and walls on the side of the hall were violently smashed open from the outside with immense force. A large number of pirates armed with various sharp weapons with fierce eyes and exuding a brutal, bloody aura surged in. At the forefront of this group of pirates stood three exceptionally strong figures behind Hawk. The first was tall and thin like a bamboo pole, holding a long, slender, curved saber in each hand. The second stood over 3 meters tall like a miniature giant. His muscles were piled up like granite, practically about to burst his leather armor. He carried a thick iron rod on his shoulder comparable to the thickness of an adult man's thigh, and just standing there gave a suffocating sense of oppression. The third was wrapped in a loose black robe, his figure gaunt, playing with a tattered doll covered in talismans, his gaze cold. Boss, you finally called us. It was boring blowing sand outside. The thin tall one playing with dual sabers said with a grin, his eyes sweeping over the crowd like a venomous snake. I thought the boss could handle it easily alone. How dull. The giant rumbled, slamming his iron rod against the ground, creating a shallow pit. I can foresee. Tonight the fate of this country will meet its end. The man in the black robe said slowly in a horror. These three were the three major cadres of the Heavy Hammer pirate group who had followed Hawk back to the East Sea. King Aidman stared at the overwhelming surge of fierce pirates along with the three formidable officers who looked far from ordinary. The last trace of color drained from his face. It was over. The Sunagakure Kingdom was truly doomed today. See that brat? Do you really think that with a few ragtag cats and dogs like you can stand against my Heavy Hammer pirate crew? Hawk pointed at Cass, the silver-haired brat who had repeatedly provoked him and exposed his vulnerabilities. Today, I will show you in advance what the terror of the Grand Line truly means. Close the gates. Leave no one alive. The pirates roared in unison, their murderous aura soaring into the sky. Whoosh. The first to move was the tall, slender swordsman who resembled a bamboo stalk. His foot shifted slightly on the stone floor, and his entire body transformed into a shadow gliding swiftly along the ground. His twin blades crossed like deadly silver threads from a scorpion's pincers, aiming straight for Gu Yina's fair neck. Twin Fong slash. Faced with this sudden lethal strike, Guyana appeared stunned, standing still in place. Woman, your courage is commendable, but knives are not a woman's plaything. The man's voice carried a flippant yet murderous intent as he closed in instantly. Guyana's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, is that so? Clang, clang. Two crisp collisions rang out almost simultaneously, sharp as cracking ice. The confident twin-blade assault of the curved sword man was firmly blocked by the drawn Hadao Ikamanji. Missing his strike, Kalen's eyes flickered with surprise as he stepped back to create distance. He shed a hint of arrogance and began to seriously appraise the blue-haired maiden wielding the blade. I am Kalen the Swift Blade with a bounty of 45 million belly. Woman, being able to block my twin fong slash means you are more than just a pretty face. Swift Blade. Guyana tilted her head slightly as if pondering the title carefully, then gently shook her head. But in my eyes your blade is not really swift. At least not swift enough to blur my vision. Arrogant. The smile vanished from Kalen's face instantly. Your tongue is sharp enough. I just don't know if your blade is as hard as your mouth. He roared fiercely and moved again. This time he began to spin rapidly around Guyana, spinning faster and faster until he seemed to become a silver whirlwind. His twin blades wielded like wheels in the furious rotation, layers of blade light overlapping like a blooming death lotus composed of countless lethal edges. Whirlwind danced thousand cuts. Faced with this merciless torrent of attacks, Guyana finally got serious. She stepped back slightly with her left foot firmly gripping the hilt with her right hand as the Hadao Ikamanji was drawn once more. Frost Moon style moon shadow. Clang, 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 clang. The dense clash of metal echoed sharply. Blades crossed and figures intertwined, evenly matched. No, Guyana subtly held the upper hand. She adapted and honed herself against this swift blade. No matter how fiercely Kalen's blade wheels attacked, the cold moonlight remained steadfast like a pillar firmly holding him at bay. Who is this woman? Kalen grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. His prideful speed and cunning sword techniques were completely deciphered and restrained by this blue-haired maiden. Elsewhere, hey, you shorty over there. Yes, you. Come here so I can crush you. A burly man looked down at Gaia, who was shorter by a head, his voice like distant thunder. Damn it, who the hell are you calling Gaia flared with fury. Though standing before the towering 3-meter man, his own height of over 2 meters still seemed small. But so what? Could he tolerate this? So what if I call you that? Tobu laughed wildly, swinging his iron rod as thick as a normal man's waist with one hand, aiming to crush Gaia's head. Bring it on. I like it hard and direct. Hardening. A fierce light flickered in Gaia's eyes as his skin visibly darkened rapidly. His right fist swelled like a massive stone hammer. With a plain but powerful uppercut, he boldly collided with the descending iron rod. He wanted to test whether Tobu's iron rod or his rocky fist was harder. Boom. A visible ring of shockwaves exploded from their center, toppling several nearby tables. The stone slabs beneath Gaia shattered instantly, and fine spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his rock-hardened right fist. This brute strength was truly immense. Gaia was secretly shocked. Since consuming the tutu fruit, this was the first time he had lost in a pure strength contest. Meanwhile, the giant man was pushed back a step by the terrifying recoil. In the east, few could take his full-strength blow without falling. This one was formidable. His gaze burned hotter as he looked at Gaia. I am Tobu, the mighty bounty, 350 million belly. Shorty, state your name and bounty. Gaia shook his numb right arm as the cracks healed swiftly under the flow of rocky particles. He spat, bounty. There's no such thing. I'm Gaia. If you want to fight, fight. Stop yammering like a woman. Ha ha ha. Have guts. Tobu was pleased rather than angry. He loved straightforward, tough opponents. Gripping his iron rod again, he swung it once more. You won't scare me. Rock fist. Gaia roared as well, his fists once again coated with thick stone like a pair of tireless war hammers clashing furiously against Tobu's iron rod. Bang, 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 boom. The violent clash of power made even the surrounding pirates and Sunagakure residents tremble with fear, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. 1-2 Zanko. Sleep now. In a chaotic corner of the battlefield, Zanko was desperately shaking his hypnosis ring at the last officer, a gaunt man in black robes. Zanko thought to himself that capturing an officer would be a great achievement, raising his status on the ship. Yet facing hypnosis, Jalawa's pale face twisted into a sinister smile. Hypnosis. How child's play. I am Jalawa, bounty, 30 million belly nickname. The cursed sorcerer. The shabby doll in Jalawa's hand stared. Suddenly Zanko felt dizzy as his vision warped and spun. My cursed doll requires a medium, and unexpectedly you came to me willingly. Jalawa said sinisterly, his gaunt fingers moving like a puppeteer, manipulating invisible threads. Puppets. Zanko's eyes widened in terror as he realized he had completely lost control of his body. He slapped himself repeatedly across the face. Slap, slap, slap. Soon Zanko's face swelled visibly red, which paired with his already pig-like features made him look even worse. Woo too can't control myself. Lord Kalu, help me. Now filled with regret, Zanko cursed himself bitterly. Had he known how sinister and powerful these returnees from the Grand Line were, he would never have stepped forward. Waste. Klaus' cold voice echoed from not far behind Zhonggao. How many times do you think your life is worth charging in recklessly without understanding your opponent's background? Zhonggao, upon hearing this, cried even harder, but his body continued to uncontrollably slap his own face. Jiaoyuo's hollow gaze turned towards Klo, a strange smile widening on his lips. From what you say, you are his boss. Then why don't you try my curse? As soon as he finished speaking, Jialuo's bony fingers suddenly flicked towards Chloe in the air. Puppet needle. Several almost invisible fine threads shot towards Chloe at an incredible speed, trying to control me. Klaus' expression turned icy as he rapidly stomped his foot more than 10 times in the blink of an eye with a terrifying frequency that was barely visible to the naked eye. Silent step. Whoosh. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and all the puppet needles missed. This kind of footwork. Nearly teleportation speed, one of the Marines' 6 styles shave. You're from the Marines. Jialuo's hoarse voice carried a hint of fear. The Marine 6 styles are the signature techniques of Marine officers and CP agents, powerful and difficult to deal with. No. Klaus' voice came from behind Jialuo, as he had quietly appeared there, habitually pushing up his glasses with his wrists. The specially made cat claw 10 blades had silently covered his hands, glinting with a cold light. I am a pirate. Then I can't let you go? A fierce light flashed in Jialuo's eyes, realizing that a speed-type opponent is his nemesis, and it must be a quick fight. He suddenly turned, his 10 fingers wildly flicking. Puppet needle heavenly net. This time it was not just a few, but dozens of threads erupted like a spraying spider web, crazily shooting outwards indiscriminately from his center. Any attempt to approach would be instantly pierced by these threads, becoming his new puppets. Silent step. Klaus' brows slightly furrowed as his figure flickered again, occasionally swinging the 10 blades, cutting through those threads, making a sharp sound like metal scraping. Useless. My puppet threads are made from rare ghost spider silk with a toughness comparable to steel. Your speed is good, but your strength still falls short. Jialuo sneered with satisfaction, maintaining the expansion of the threads. A troublesome guy. Chloe constantly dodged, restricted within a certain range, unable to easily close in. However, because Jialuo focused most of his attention on Chloe Zong, Gao finally managed to control himself from slapping his face and crawled behind a toppled table. Chloe is truly reliable. Zong Gao felt a sense of lingering fear. Although he was scolded, he was saved. Home field. Kid, do you really think you can compete with my heavy hammer pirate crew just by relying on your group? Hawk stretched his strong body, the device on his mechanical left arm buzzing with energy like a beast's growl before. Why not try and find out? I've been curious about how much remains of the former supernova who was casually beaten by a marine. Cass grinned as he mentally communicated. The shield sword monster stood like the most loyal steel wall between him and Hawk, with the red single eye at the center of the shield, calmly watching this powerful enemy. Seeking death. Watch me smash you and your shield into scrap metal. Hawk suddenly exerted force under his feet, the ground explosively creating a shallow pit as he shot forward like a giant cannonball, carrying a violent momentum. His left fist clenched tightly, the complex piston devices and energy conduits on his arm glowed blue, emitting a high-pitched, piercing, charging whine. On the surface of his fist, the spiral compression airflow was clearly visible, even distorting the surrounding air faintly. Impact. Super heavy burst. Boom. A more terrifying explosion suddenly erupted. The moment the fist made contact with the shield, a dazzling blue-white light exploded like a small sun. The violent shockwave was no longer a scattered ring, but a more concentrated conical explosion shooting forward. Clang. Creak. The shield sword monster's kingly shield, which could easily withstand air shockwaves, was actually violently shaken by this punch. The shield surface was indented inward, leaving a clear and deep fist mark. Ugh. Even the shield sword monster couldn't help but emit a painful, suppressed groan. Cass was greatly shocked. What terrifying explosive power. The sea stone is responsible for armor piercing, and the high-pressure impact is responsible for output. Armor piercing, output penetration. This device is simply tailor-made for a power-type warrior like Hawk, elevating his destructive capability by several levels. No wonder he is so eager to scheme for the sand iron fruit. With this strength combined with the sand iron, he indeed has the capital to be arrogant. Huh. Did you see that, kid? What is power? Absolute power that crushes everything. Hawk laughed maniacally, his left fist like an unyielding pile driver launching a storm of relentless attacks against the shield sword monster. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The dense sounds erupted in the hall like a continuous bombardment from heavy artillery. While Hawk attacked frantically, he applied pressure with his words. Tremble. Fear. The terror of the Grand Line is something you little kids from the East Blue cannot even fathom. As long as I get that Logia fruit combining the power of sand iron with my impact iron arm. What Marine Admiral, what Warlord of the Sea, what four Emperors. All will tremble helplessly beneath my iron fist. I, Hawk, am destined to reach the pinnacle and become the only pirate. Hawk grew more frenzied as he fought, his eyes flickering with bloodthirsty excitement and a twisted pleasure. He reveled in the process of crushing and destroying others' hopes with absolute power. Especially those little kids who seemed to have some talent and unrealistic fantasies about the future. He aimed to shatter their ideals and pride completely. Just like how his own ambitions were casually crushed by Akiji back in the day. The shield sword monster's kingly shield was being forced back under such high-frequency blows. The light shield flickered and new cracks constantly appeared. Royal shield, full power output. Cass channeled more of his mental energy into the shield sword monster through a tight waveguide connection, fully supporting and reinforcing its defense. We can't keep taking this heat in. The gray-blue defense is strong, but the frequency of the opponent's attacks is geometrically increasing the consumption of his energy. What's wrong? Can you only hide like a turtle behind your shell? Your shield is about to break, right? Once I smash this shell, the next will be to turn you into mush. Hawk laughed maniacally, his attacks growing even fiercer. Behind Aaron looked at the silver-haired figure blocking her path, the one she regarded as a rogue with mixed feelings. Why? Aaron's voice was a bit hoarse, filled with confusion and a hint of an unrecognized tremor. Why are you trying so hard to help us? You clearly have great power. If you wanted to leave now with that ghost and that shield plus your companions, you would have a chance to. She was not ungrateful. Cass group showed combat power far surpassing that of the East Blue. If it were purely for self-preservation, retreating at this moment would not be difficult. Cass was fully focused on maintaining the gray blue output. Without looking back, he even sounded a bit impatient. Sister, you're annoying. Didn't I make myself clear enough? You are my money. Could I just watch someone take my money away? What's the difference from wanting my life? Is this princess out of her mind? Even now she is asking such naive questions. You would think he was a hero saving a damsel in distress. You? Is there nothing in your eyes besides money? Aaron gasped, feeling a sharper pain in her chest. This person really doesn't understand a good argument. What a waste of that face and those skills, just a money-obsessed fool. On the other side, Luca punched out, sending 3 pirates flying, and shouted to Cass, Captain, there are too many of these guys. He was capable, but there were just too many pirates. Fighting alone was exhausting. Cass glanced back at Aaron, who seemed to still have some energy, and said irritably, Can you move? If you can move, go help over there. Don't be a hindrance here. Huh? Me? Aaron was taken aback. No kidding. Hurry up. Is your sand iron just for show? Clear the area, sister. Cass said urgently. What about you? Don't you need help here? Aaron couldn't help but ask. Although this person's words were irritating, he was indeed fighting for them. Leave this to me, you just focus on the rest. Cass said, his tone surprisingly serious. Oh, okay. Aaron obediently agreed, swinging her arms as the black sand iron coalesced into bullets, shooting towards the group of pirates attacking Luca like splashing water. Sand iron rain. Bang, bang, bang. The unsuspecting pirates were suddenly taken down in droves, screams erupting, greatly relieving Luca's pressure. Thanks, beautiful. This makes it much easier. Luca smiled slightly, the pressure easing, and his punches became even more fierce. Finally, we've got a chance. Cass felt relieved, allowing Aaron to leave the front line so he could fight more freely. Though he spoke lightly, the pressure from Hawk. I say you've had enough fighting, right? Cass took a deep breath, his eyes shining as the power of the wave began to operate with unprecedented intensity. On the gray-blue shield, the tiny cracks began to heal at a visibly fast rate, shining again with a heavier brilliance. Still using this move? Watch me smash it. Heavy blast. Continuous strike. The impact device roared to life again, with his left fist hammering down like a pile driver. Not done yet. Armament. Cass' eyes sharpened. Buzz. A layer of faint dark hue quietly covered the surface of the sturdy shield monster. Armament hockey. Hardening. Moreover, it was layered over a king's shield that already possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Double defense stacked. This was the first time Cass used armament hockey in actual combat since setting sail. He had originally thought that in the East Sea, relying on wave power and the unique abilities of his Pokémon would suffice for most situations, keeping hockey as a trump card. Unexpectedly, in this remote desert kingdom, he encountered Hawk, a pirate worth over 100 million, who had come back from the Grand Line. Hawk's subsequent heavy blast struck the shield covered in armament hockey, the explosive sound still deafening, but the shield merely trembled slightly. What the hell is that thing? Hawk's pupils shrank, unable to believe that his unstoppable heavy punch was easily blocked by that suddenly appearing black hue. Clearly, Hawk's pirate crew had not yet made it to the New World, and their understanding of hockey was quite limited. It seems that for a supernova from the first half of the Grand Line, this is all they know. Cass said lightly, seizing the moment when Hawk was stunned. He quickly thought, Gung-Goei, it's your turn. Shadow Ball. Gung-Goei, who had been lurking in the shadows, happily floated out. The sturdy shield monster flashed with light and vanished into the Pokeball at Cass' waist. Yes, Cass had a Pokeball. It was just that he rarely fought and hardly used it. But now it was perfect for quick rotations, recovering energy, and tactical combinations. Yes, Cass had a Pokeball. It was just that he rarely fought and hardly used it. But now it was perfect for quick rotations, recovering energy, and tactical combinations. A mere trick. Though Hawk was startled, he remained calm, swinging his long knife with his right arm, the blade light, like a ribbon, slicing the 3 shadow balls midair. Not done yet, Gung-Goei opened its mouth and sprayed a thick cloud of noxious purple mist, instantly enveloping a radius of several meters around Hawk. Cough, cough. Damn, you little brat are playing dirty. Hawk choked, coughing repeatedly, his vision completely obscured and his senses severely affected. Use odd light. Gung-Goei's large white eyes flashed, shooting a bizarre and colorful beam into the mist. Though Hawk immediately closed his eyes and turned his head, the mist interfered with his perception, and he still felt a strong dizziness from the residual light. His consciousness briefly blurred and became chaotic. Damn ghost. Get lost. Hawk fought against the dizziness as the blue light of the impact device on his left arm burst forth, a violent stream of air erupting from his center, temporarily blowing away part of the poison mist. But the dizziness still lingered, his footsteps feeling unsteady. Now's the time. Qinghui switched to sword form. Cass thought quickly. In a flash of light, the sturdy shield monster appeared, instantly switching from shield to sword form, the sword body entwined with the dark hue of armament hockey. Holy sword. Armament. Slash. It raised high, aiming at the unsteady and dazed Hawk, slashing down like this strike gathered the holy sword of Qinghui and the enhancement of armament hockey, making it the strongest blow Cass could unleash in his current state. You little brat. Who do you think you're looking down on? Hawk, a former supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, forced himself to suppress the dizziness, unleashing an astonishing willpower in the face of life and death. He crazily poured his remaining strength into his left fist, the device on his mechanical arm, emitting an ear-piercing scream of overload. Impact, ultimate explosion. Break it for me. The blue and white shockwave collided Hedon with the white sword light. Boom, boom, boom. The circular energy shockwave frantically swept and expanded indiscriminately in all directions. The hard, thick stone slabs on the ground were, as if being lifted layer by an invisible giant plow. Erin exerted all her strength, constructing thick layers of sand iron barriers in front of Aidman, and the remaining sand-hidden members barely blocking the residual shockwave. Goena, Gaia, Klo, Lu Ka, as well as the three main officers and pirate lackeys, all stopped staring intently at the center of the collision. As the dust settled, everyone looked in horror. The place where the banquet hall was located had transformed into a circular ruin with a diameter of over 30 meters. In the center of the ruins, Cass gasped for breath. Using two Pokémon at such high intensity, and ultimately combining armament hockey with the holy sword, had drained his stamina like never before. In front of him, the sturdy shield monster quietly floated, having automatically switched back to shield form, its red single eye half closed, looking utterly exhausted. Well, this is quite a mess. Cass smirked wryly. A pirate worth over 100 million is indeed not to be trifled. Even a loser isn't easy to deal with. Not far in front of him at the edge of the ruins, Hawk lay on his back, his left arm, with the impact device, missing below the shoulder joint. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only thick blood mixed with internal fragments poured from his lips, staining his chin and chest red. The unwillingness in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguishing rapidly in an instant. He completely lost all signs of life. This was the ambitious man with a bounty of 120 million who had narrowly escaped the grasp of Marine Admiral Akiji. The Heavy Hammer Hawk has been defeated. Defeated strong enemy. Heavy Hammer Hawk, reward 5,000 points. Achievement unlocked, first time defeating an enemy with a bounty over 100 million, reward 3,000 points. Current points 15,800 points. The night wind swept through the ruins, stirring up dust mixed with the smell of blood and burnt. H-Hawk is dead. In no way, absolutely impossible. How could the boss fall here? Karen was the first to react, staring in disbelief at the incomplete corpse not far away. Hawk, the one who led them out of the sea of corpses and blood in the Grand Line, the one who was determined to return even in the face of an admiral just like that, dead. And to die in the East Sea, dying at the hands of an unknown silver-haired brat. What a ridiculous joke. Damn it, you've killed the boss. Tob, the hulking giant, descended into madness. Tob, regain your composure. Calm down. Jero the sorcerer spoke in his ever-gravelly voice, yet now laced with unmistakable panic. The boss is dead. Our position has grown dire. Fall back now. He was pragmatic, or rather self-preserving. Fully aware that without Hawk, their strongest combatant, the three lieutenants, stood little chance against these unervingly potent youths. Especially with that silver-haired captain still standing. Composure? How am I supposed to stay composed? Tob refused to listen. He drove his iron club deep into the earth, then seized a half-buried stone pillar beside him, his muscles swelling to their absolute limit. Lift, for me. Boom. The massive stone pillar, so thick that several men would be needed to encircle it, was wrenched from its foundations by sheer brute force. I'll smash you into pulp. Tob hoisted the pillar onto his shoulder. To him, it was no mere column. It was a colossal siege ram. With a thunderous swing, he aimed it squarely at Gaia's waist. His arms darkened instantly, densifying as if compressed tenfold in an instant. Heavy stone technique, twin collapse. Rather than retreat, Gaia, his arms darkened instantly, densifying as if compressed tenfold in an instant. Heavy stone technique, twin collapse. Rather than retreat, Gaia surged forward, meeting the descending pillar, Hedon fist striking as one. Crack. Another cataclysmic impact, like mountains colliding. The pillar's forward momentum ground to an abrupt halt. Two deep crater-like fistprints exploded across its side, radiating jagged fissures outward like a spiderweb. Ugh, ah! Tob's palms split open, blood gushing freely. He couldn't comprehend. How had this diminutive boy's strength surged so monstrously, so suddenly? You love swinging heavy things. You like smashing. Gaia slammed both fists into the ground once more, this time channeling his devil fruit power to its absolute peak. Earth's might. Boom. The ground beneath Tob convulsed, awakening like a slumbering leviathan. Two colossal hemispherical mountains, each over 10 meters in diameter, rose violently from either side of Tob, like the gaping jaws of the earth itself, then crashed inward with devastating force, crushing him between them. What a... Tob recoiled in terror, abandoning the pillar and bracing both hands against the converging stone walls in a desperate bid to hold them apart. Crunch. In an instant, the twin mountains slammed shut with crushing, unstoppable force, locking Tob helplessly within their embrace. The sickening crunch of muscle and bone compressing echoed sharply. Ugh, ahhh. Let me go, you bastard. Tob thrashed wildly, straining to pry the rocks apart, but the mountains, reinforced by heavy stone, were unyielding. The pressure from all directions intensified relentlessly. His bones groaned under unbearable stress, blood seeped from his nose and mouth. Bury you, deep in the earth. Gaia's eyes blazed wide open. He drove both fists downward again, pumping even greater force into the earth. The ground trembled anew. The twin mountains still clamped around Tob began sinking slowly as though pressed down by an invisible titan's hand. No, Aahak! Tob's scream was abruptly severed, drowned beneath the grinding weight of stone and the muffled thud of subterranean collapse. Only thick crimson blood spurted violently from the cracks in the rock, staining the surrounding rubble scarlet. Silence. Meanwhile Colin, who had been locked in fierce combat with Kona, saw Hawk fall and Tob entombed alive. His focus shattered, his swordsmanship faltered. Your blade is nothing more than this. Kuina's voice, icy and serene, fell upon him like a death sentence, precisely as his mind unraveled. We'll dance 1,000 cuts. Colin suppressed his terror and unleashed his ultimate technique once more, twin blades whirling like a silver tempest enveloping Kana entirely. Kuina moved as her shadow, her blade Wado Ikamanji tracing a glacial arc of light. She angled the blade slightly, Shimatsuki style, Subame Geishi. 3 razor-cold slashes, simultaneous yet divergent, flashed like returning swallows, one across Colin's throat, one through his heart, one cleaving his waist. Clack, clack, clack. In a single breath, Kana sheathed her blade, turning away from Colin's frozen form, leaving only a solitary aloof silhouette behind. Colin remained locked mid-retreat posture, rigid face still twisted in shock. 3 hair-thin crimson lines bloomed across his throat, chest, and abdomen, lethal beyond doubt. His mouth opened, perhaps to speak, but only blood-flecked foam spilled forth. Clang, clang. His twin swords slipped from lifeless fingers, clattering onto the stone floor. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Jero, the last surviving lieutenant, had only one thought left. Survival, above all else. Revenge for the boss. Ambition. Meaningless noise before death. Only life mattered, nothing else. Without hesitation, he bolted toward a shattered breach in the palace wall, fleeing for his life. Think you can run? Did you ask me first? Kuro's voice, cold, precise, inescapable, rang out mere inches behind him. Jero's soul froze. He didn't dare turn, only flung his 10 fingers backward in frantic, desperate motion. Puppet strings, heaven and earth net. Countless ash-black threads shot backward, custom-forged, nearly unbreakable, intended to ensnare Kuro. You think you can kill me, eh? Oh, is that so? Kuro's tone held quiet mockery. In Jero's vision, Kuro's figure blurred, then spoon. Shink, shink, shink. A series of faint high-frequency cuts, the sound of steel wires snapping under hyper-accelerated blades. Those puppet strings, stronger than tempered steel, parted like butter beneath Kuro's spoon wielded at blinding speed. Impossible. How could you sever my puppet strings? Jero whirled around, disbelief etched across his face. His strings were legendary, impervious to ordinary blades. Our captain once said something. I found it profound. Kuro drifted closer, ghost-like, meeting Jero's stunned gaze. Speed is power. Sufficient velocity, focus precise. Even paper can cleave steel. And my spoon happens to be quite fast. As the final word faded, Kuro dissolved once more. Swish, swish, swish. Jero's last sight was the glint of 10 razor-sharp edges flashing past his throat. Then the world spun and darkness swallowed him whole. His vision inverted. He saw his own headless body standing there, still trembling. With all 3 lieutenants slain, and Captain Hawk defeated, the remnants of the Hammer Pirates scattered like frightened birds hunted down by Aelin, who'd recovered her breath, and the emboldened royal guards. The clamor subsided. Cass drew a long, steady breath and rose, surveying the ruins. Yes, the throne hall was gone. Only rubble remained. His crew bore wounds and looked battered, but spirits were high, limbs intact. Cass turned to Edmund and grinned. Hey, your majesty. The battle's over. Time to settle the bill. King Edmund, leaning heavily on Aelin's arm, staggered upright. He stared at Cass, lips trembling, words failing him utterly. In the end, he bowed deeply, profound sigh. Aelin watched Cass's profile bathed in moonlight, silver hair dusted with ash. She recalled his earlier words. You are my payment. What a damn fool. I said as long as the money is in place, what are you doing here too? Carr stood on the deck watching the golden-haired woman sitting at the bow of the ship as if she were returning home. It was Erin. At this moment, Erin was dressed in a beige hunting outfit that allowed for easy movement, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze and admiring the surface of the sea under the morning light. Hearing this, she elegantly turned to the side, resting one hand on her chin, her amber eyes twinkling with cunning light, and a smile played at the corners of her mouth. What, not welcome? Yesterday you were risking your life for me, and today you're pretending not to know me. Menha. Her tone was full of lament, casually flicking a strand of hair behind her ear with a flirtatious gesture. Stop, stop, stop. The act has gone too far, sister. Kars quickly made a gesture to pause, feeling goosebumps rising. Let's be clear, I risked my life for Bailey, and it has little to do with you as a person. Money and goods are settled, we owe each other nothing. This is basic commercial ethics. If you say one thing, and mean it. Erin let out a soft hum, changed to a more comfortable position, leaned against the ship's rail, her long legs crossed, her toes lightly tapping, catching the eye of Zhang Ao, who pretended to be cleaning the deck. So your country doesn't need your protection anymore? Kars asked curiously. This woman had just said in the palace that her country relied solely on her, yet she turned around and boarded the ship. The turnaround was too swift. Bad girl behavior. Aaron lightly jumped down from the rail, walked up to Kars, and dropped the playful tone my father has. A country cannot always rely on one person or one kind of power for protection. The sand iron fruit is a protective force, but cannot become a breeding ground for dependency. This incident with Hawk has made my father, as well as many surviving ministers, realize that true protection is to empower the entire nation to stand up, take up arms, and fight for themselves and their homeland. Moreover, as this protector, I should go out, see the world, learn new things, and perhaps bring back some advanced technology. This is far better than staying cooped up in the palace worrying. In short, this is called strategic study abroad, a roundabout way to save the country, understand? Alright, you're right. Kars thought to himself that this girl could really talk, and he didn't want to argue with her about these grand principles. But let me tell you in advance, we are pirates and the risks are extremely high. We could be chased by the Navy at any time, or be blackmailed by even fiercer pirates, like being served as lunch by the Sea King. In short, it's a life and death situation, living on the edge, understand? I know. Aaron took a few steps closer to Kars, her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, getting close to Kars, exhaling softly. Moreover, I heard. Your pirate crew seems to be lacking a professional navigator. Kars couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, how intense. Aaron noticed the gaze, but didn't mind, blinking her beautiful amber eyes. Are you sure you're not considering? The salary is negotiable, and you can also work as a combatant and occasionally play the role of ship's doctor. Dear, how do you know we're short on people? Kars squinted his eyes. This question was crucial. Aaron smiled without speaking, just gesturing subtly behind Kars. Kars instinctively turned his head, scanning the deck, finally locking onto Gaia. The burly man was tiptoeing toward the cabin at that moment. Gaia, was it you who said that? Gaia stiffened, chuckling awkwardly. Aha. What a round sun today. No, it's really big. Perfect for cleaning the deck. Right? I'm going to grab some cleaning supplies. With that, he took off with surprising speed for his size, darting into the cabin. Gaia finally breathed a sigh of relief after closing the door. Could he be blamed? At yesterday's celebration banquet, Aaron came over to toast and casually asked what positions were missing on the ship. He had the noble idea of recruiting talent for the team and strengthening the power, and in his drunken state, he mentioned they were lacking a reliable navigator, otherwise going to the Grand Line would be like delivering vegetables. Who knew this princess would be so decisive and pack her bags to board the ship immediately? Aaron couldn't help but laugh, leaning forward slightly. So let me formally introduce myself. My full name is Edmund Aaron, 19 years old, a sand iron fruit user proficient in navigation, and my dream is to personally witness all the wonders of this world and chart my own life sea map. From today on, please take care of me. Kars looked into her eyes. In those amber eyes, the initial confusion was gone. Now there was light inside, like a lost ship finally finding its direction. Hey Gaia, come out. Kars shouted towards the cabin door. A crack opened, and Gaia poked half his head out, cautiously asking, Captain, what are your orders? Kars pointed to Gaia. He's reliable. Just look for me if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Gaia immediately promised. Kars is just a figurehead. Kars pointed to Gaia. He's reliable. Just look for me if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Gaia immediately promised. Kars is just a figurehead, a mere decoration. You're rebelling, huh? Kars kicked out without any deterrent force, and Gaia let out a strange cry, quickly closing the door again, but the boisterous laughter still leaked out from the crack. Very impressive, then I'll come to you if I need anything in the future. First, mate Gaia, Aaron shouted towards the door in a voice that was at least 3 times sweeter. Aaron called out to Gaia behind the door. He's reliable. Don't worry, sister Aaron, I'll protect you on our ship. Gaia's voice came from inside, deep and full of pride. You can count on me. Kars muttered. Frost Moon Goena, swordsman. A cold voice came from beside. Goena sat at the entrance of the cabin, her sword resting across her lap, her hands resting on the scabbard, her posture impeccably upright. A formidable presence forbidding to strangers. However, Aaron's eyes lit up, and she took a few steps closer to Goena. Goena. Nana, can I call you Nana from now on? It sounds, Nana. Gina's brow twitched, a faint wave of confusion passing over her cold face. This address felt too intimate. Exactly, Nana. Aaron nodded, then curiously stared at Gina's perfectly tailored swordsman outfit. Your outfit looks great. Is it a specially made swordsmanship uniform? It looks different from the usual style. As Aaron spoke, she reached out her fingers, pinching the cuff of Gina's white short sleeve, gently rubbing the fabric. Gina's voice was somewhat stiff, not quite accustomed to the sudden physical contact. The material is very comfortable. Where was it made? At the dojo. Gina's responses grew shorter. Wow, in this belt. Aaron's fingers reached toward the belt at Gina's. You. Don't. Touch it. Goena tensed up her aloof exterior, shattering instantly, her fair ears visibly reddening as she slightly retreated. The movement wasn't large, but Kars noticed. Goena was avoiding. Goena, the heir of the Frost Moon lineage. She began practicing swordsmanship at 3, defeated all her peers by 5, and could slice through a waterfall at 18. Avoiding. Goena encountered her greatest nemesis in life. Aaron. Behave. Let me see. Aaron, instead of retreating, became even more excited by Gina's hesitant response. She loved this contrast of a cold exterior and potentially soft interior. Exploring the true self of the aloof swordswoman sister was so interesting. She stepped closer, trying to examine the unique design of Gina's collar. Don't. Gina's face turned even redder, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword, tightening and loosening repeatedly, finally looking to Kars for help. However, Kars was stroking his chin, showing no intention of intervening. Oh, how interesting. So Goena had this side to her. Other male crew members were also subtly turning their heads, pretending to look at the sea, examining the deck patterns or counting clouds. but the corner of their eyes and their slightly trembling shoulders betrayed their true feelings. "Ah, this is wonderful. Youth, vitality, and a bit of closeness. Is this the romance at sea? I'm in love. I am Flammel Luca." A gentle voice broke the subtle atmosphere on the deck. Luca walked over from the direction of the kitchen dressed in a clean white chef's uniform with an apron tied around his waist. He slightly bowed, moving gracefully like a chef welcoming esteemed guests in a fine dining restaurant. "Currently, I am the chef. If the two ladies have anything they wish to eat, just let me know. If the princess longs for home, I can prepare a few signature dishes from the Sand-Hidden Kingdom." As Luca spoke, his gaze gently swept over Aaron and Goena, skillfully loosening Gina's tension while expressing welcome, perfectly balancing the situation. "I am Chloe, currently serving as the strategist." Chloe spoke concisely, his eyes lingering on Aaron for a moment, assessing the value of this new member. As a natural ability user specializing in navigation, theoretically she is a significant addition to the team. However, her overly lively personality seems to have some chemistry with the captain, which needs observation. "I am the assistant Zhang Yao. Just let me know if you have any instructions, Lady Aaron." Zhang Yao hurriedly raised his hand, his face still bearing some swelling. Aaron finally left the nearly smoking Goena alone, temporarily clapped her hands and laughed. "Our crew is quite well equipped, everything we need is here. And after talking for so long, what should we name our pirate crew? The name is very important. It will be used in Bounty's newspaper headlines and when others talk about us." The air on the deck froze. The previously jovial crowd instantly fell into a subtle silence. Even Cass felt a bit uncomfortable and touched his nose. That was a good question. Previously, they had focused on recruiting, fighting, making money, and leveling up, completely forgetting the process of naming their pirate crew. Mainly in his impression, pirate crews didn't really have names. Like the Buggy Pirates, the Alvita Pirates, and the Clyde Pirates, it was basically just the captain's name with a title in front. But that said, now that they had gathered a crew, Cass felt it was indeed necessary to have a formal name that could represent them. They couldn't just say they were that silver-haired gang or Cass gang when others asked, right? That would be too shameful. They would sound like bandit leaders. Aaron, with her high emotional intelligence, instantly understood the truth from everyone's reactions. She clenched her right fist and gently struck her left palm, showing a look of sudden realization. "I got it. It must be because the name is too important. We have to consider it carefully to ensure it represents our pirate crew's grand aspirations, right?" "Ah, yes. Exactly." Cass felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders, immediately sliding down the slope of understanding with a look of "you get me. The name is the soul of a ship. It is our signboard in the Grand Line. It needs to be careful, far-reaching, and meaningful. I knew you all didn't have a name." Seizing the moment, Aaron suggested, "How about this? Each of us think of a name, and then we can discuss it together. Perhaps we can spark the perfect idea." "This sounds good." Zhang Yao was the first to raise his hand in approval. He loved this kind of democratic activity, feeling involved. "I can." Goena also nodded gently. "I agree." Luca smiled and nodded. "Very well." Cass decisively hammered down, waving his hand like a leader. "Then we'll start with the proposer. Aaron, you go first. Show us your princess naming art." "I think," Aaron cleared her throat, "since we just came from the Sand-Hidden Kingdom, and I am on the ship, how about we call ourselves the Sand-Hidden Pirates? It commemorates the place where we met and sounds somewhat resilient." Cass' mouth twitched for a moment, unable to refrain from mocking. "That doesn't look good at all, and if someone doesn't know, they might think I, Cass, am your exclusive bouncer and transport captain from Sand-Hidden. Would I still be able to mix in after that? If we call ourselves that, I would go from captain to a mere worker. The king's pirate. Tasteless." Aaron pouted, but she didn't insist, knowing this suggestion had some personal motives. "I think Frost Moon Pirates sounds good too." Goena spoke almost immediately. Cass facepalmed. "One used a country, one used a family name. Are you both trying to debut as a duo? Is the next suggestion going to be Flammel Pirates from Luca?" "Nice try, but please." "Rejected." Next. Goena pursed her lips, not speaking again. It seemed naming was more difficult than expected. It's my turn. Gaia's voice came eagerly from the direction of the cabin. "I think we should call ourselves the Earth Pirates, symbolizing that we are as solid as the earth, with feet on the ground, fists shaking the seas. How about that? Doesn't it sound powerful?" Cass pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. "Let's keep this as a tentative name. Although it has a certain symbolic meaning, at least it's not coming from personal motives. I think we should call ourselves the Cass Pirate." Cass' voice rang out, simple and direct. Just like the Pirate King Gold. Roger, the captain's name is the loudest title of the pirate crew. I believe that under the captain's leadership, this name will eventually echo in every corner of the world. Good. Cass' eyes lit up. This suggestion resonated deeply with him. Dominant, direct, and prestigious. Luca really knows how to speak. Gaia immediately tried to undermine. "Luca, you boy, you are trying too hard to impress." He could smell the flattery from 800 meters away. Chloe also looked at Luca, his gaze heavy. Why hadn't he thought of this suggestion first? It was a misstep. Cass signaled Gaia to be quiet, then turned to Luca. "That's a very good suggestion. However, I'd like to correct that the name of that pirate king is actually Gold. Roger, not Gol Roger." "D? What's the difference?" Luca asked, puzzled. Clearly, even as the former prince of the North Sea, he knew very little about the mystery surrounding the D clan wrapped in historical fog. However, Cass did not intend to delve deeply into this. "That's a long story. They'll explain it to you in detail later. Let's continue with the naming." He looked towards Chloe, who had yet to speak. "Strategist, it's your turn now. Show us your brilliance and give us a surprising name." Chloe adjusted his glasses. He did not directly propose a name, but looked at Cass. Captain, what is our purpose for going to sea? This question was very close. He wouldn't blindly agree nor casually suggest. He needed to clarify the core before deriving the results. Purpose? Isn't it to be pirates? Gaia was taken aback and answered as if it were obvious. What was there to ask? Being a pirate is just an identity. Chloe did not look at Gaia. His gaze remained fixed on Cass. The purpose, huh? Cass did not answer immediately. He stood at the bow of the ship, his hands in his pockets, his silver hair flowing in the sea breeze. When they were in the garbage mountain, the purpose was to survive. At the One Heart Dojo, the purpose was to become stronger. After going to sea, the purpose seemed to change to bringing everyone along to grow stronger together, adventure, and make money along the way. As for the ultimate goal, naturally, it was to take down the celestial dragons. But Cass wouldn't say that. As a leader, he needed to throw the question back to his subordinates. This is the art of leadership. Cass countered. Chloe, what do you think? Kuro seemed to have anticipated that Cass would ask this question. He slightly leaned forward, his tone steady and clear. I believe the captain's purpose is certainly not merely to obtain the shallow title of Pirate King or to pursue mere treasures and power. No. In fact, treasures are still very important. Cass silently shouted in his heart, but maintained his composure, responding with an air of mystery. Please continue. Kira's lips curled up. From your way of doing things, Captain, what you pursue may be something more fundamental and It is to break free from a certain established order, to witness or create new possibilities, to seek some answer during. Goodness. Cass thought to himself. Kuro, you would be wasted not becoming a psychologist or a motivational speaker. This reading comprehension, this in-depth analysis, this ability to elevate themes. Cass was almost moved by himself. So he is this great and deep. So, Kuro concluded, glancing over every crew member present. Based on this understanding, I have an immature little suggestion. Perhaps our pirate crew could be called Dawn. Dawn, the crowd whispered, repeating the word. Exactly. Kuro nodded, his voice low yet persuasive. Dawn symbolizes the light at the end of darkness, symbolizes hope after a long wait, symbolizes the end of the old era and the beginning of a new one. It is not domineering, not ostentatious, yet contains an unstoppable power that penetrates all gloom. He looked at Cass, saying meaningfully, and this name seems to fit the captain very well. Because you perhaps are the very first ray of dawn we can see on this ship. The deck fell silent once more. Gaia's mouth twitched. He had thought that Luca was already a genius in flattery, but did not expect there to be a master. This was no longer just flattery, it was directly elevating Cass to the role of a guiding light for the era. The key point was that it sounded quite convincing. One could not refute it. Luca reflected in his heart that he was indeed too superficial, only thinking of using the captain's name, while Kuro had delivered a dimensional blow from a conceptual level. I truly learned. Dawn? Guena softly repeated, her eyes flickering. She recalled the silver figure who sweated every morning in Frostmoon Village. This name surprisingly fits well. Zhang, though not fully understanding the convoluted, deeper meaning, muttered to himself, Lord Kuro is so good at naming, but why did their previous pirate crew have such a casual name as Black Cat? Dawn. I like this name. Aaron's eyes sparkled. The people of the desert understand the meaning of waiting for dawn and yearning for light the most. Everyone's gaze finally focused on Cass. Facing the crowd's eyes, Cass felt a mix of emotions. This guy Kuro indeed is someone with a story. This analysis had directly reached the 5th level. But it must be said that the name Dawn indeed struck at some hidden hopes within him. Coming to this world, possessing a system, and making friends, was it not to tear open a gap in a predetermined fate trajectory and see a different landscape? Cass suddenly slapped the ship's side, making a decisive declaration. All right. From today on, the Dawn Pirate crew is officially established. Our goal is to become the first ray of light that pierces the gloom of this era. Let the name of Dawn resound in every corner of the world. Oh, Gaia was the first to raise his arm and cheer. Guena murmured softly, gripping her sword. It is an honor. Kuro pushed up his glasses, a faint smile appearing on his. May everyone walk with the dawn. Luca smiled. Long live the Dawn Pirate crew. Long live the captain. Zhang was so excited he started dancing. Gung Gue emerged from Cass' shadow and spun in the air. Kajia. Just as this fervent atmosphere reached its peak, the system notification sounded in Cass' mind. Achievement unlocked, day of departure, pirate crew officially established. Reward points, 3,000 points. Host level increased to level 50, unlocking the 3rd Pokemon summoning permission, and the system mall opens for the purchase of Mega Evolution Stones and Z Crystals. Please refer to the details. Cass was taken aback. Level 50 already. He pulled up the system panel. Host Aurel Cass, level 50 abilities, mastered basic physical skills, basic swordsmanship, aura power, observation, hockey, beginner armament, hockey, beginner points, 18800, Pokemon, Gung, Gui, Jin, Dun Jian Gui, overall assessment, stop fishing for experience in the EC, hurry to the Grand Line for some big news, the experience here can no longer satisfy you. Level 50, 3 levels higher than when he set sail. He gained some experience from fighting against the Crazy Tooth pirate crew and some minor pirate crews. He gained a lot of experience from fighting against the Heavy Hammer pirate crew. Especially from Hawk, the experience gained from life and death trials is incomparable to mere training. Cass opened them all. The section for Mega Evolution Stones, which was originally gray and locked, now turned colorful and available for purchase. He scrolled down. Then the smile on his face instantly froze. Damn, is this a money grab? He saw that the newly opened Mega Evolution Stone section in the mall was filled with various evolution stones, but the prices listed below were Charizard XY Mega Evolution Stone 20,000 points each, Lucario Mega Evolution Stone 15,000 points, Metagross Mega Evolution Stone 35,000 points, Gung-Gue Mega Evolution Stone 20,000 points. Z crystals also come with hefty price tags ranging from 50,000 to 20,000 depending on the different attributes. Then he looked at the Pokemon summoning interface. With the increase in level, the Pokemon summoned could no longer be purchased from the beginner stage, starting off with the final evolutionary forms, and the prices were Gung-Gue already owned Zygarde 15,000 points, Charizard 20,000 points, Garchomp 38,000 points. Cass felt his heart bleeding. The points he had just earned seemed like they would barely make a splash here. No, he could still buy a Z crystal. Earn points. Must earn more points. A strong, unprecedented desire to make money ignited within Cass. What Starry sees in the face of monetary enhancement are all just clouds. Spending money is the primary productive force. Cass, what's wrong with you? Your expression is so strange. Erin's voice came from beside him. She saw Cass' expression undergo a complex transformation within a few seconds, experiencing joy, shock, pain, despair, and then some pathological frenzy. It's a pity you're not acting. It's nothing. Cass closed the system panel, suppressing the painful expression, and switched back. All right. The celebration is over. The naming ceremony was a complete success. Now that we have a professional navigator and a resounding crew name, our next goal for the Dawn Pirate crew is very clear. Everyone looked at him. Is it Rog Town? Or directly advance into the Grand Line? Cass waved his hand, set sail to the Goa Kingdom. Goa Kingdom. Cass, you want it? Gaia's voice came from behind, sounding a bit excited. That's right. Just as you think. Cass looked at Gaia, and in that moment it felt as if he had returned to that hunting ground. 7 years ago, he and Gaia, like two wild dogs driven to desperation, escaped awkwardly from that death hunting ground. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. It's time for revenge. At that moment, Kuro did not speak. The captain truly is someone with a story. Gina's expression remained unchanged. No matter where Cass wanted to go, she would follow him and clear the way for him with her sword. Goa Kingdom. The most beautiful kingdom in the East Sea. Erin tilted her head, her golden curls dancing in the morning breeze. The most beautiful. Maybe it's so. Cass slightly raised the corners of his mouth, but there was no smile in that expression. The walls inside are indeed very beautiful. Outside the walls, that is another story. The Goa Kingdom. A member of the world government. The most beautiful country in the East Sea. A model of civilization in the eyes of the nobility, a gem in travel guides synonymous with order and elegance in newspapers. Of course, this refers to those living within the high walls. Beyond the high walls, on the other side of the world, lies another name. The uncertain terminus of matter. Or rather, a garbage dump. Poverty, disease, despair, like mold clinging to a pile of rubbish, incessantly proliferating, endlessly enduring. The remnants of meals discarded by the nobility, tattered clothes, and various dangerous industrial waste constitute the entirety of the living space for the people here. Is this the place where Cass lived before? Guena gazed at the slums in the distance, under the gloomy sky, a complex wave passing through her cold eyes. She remembered when they were in Frostmoon Village, Cass occasionally mentioned his past, always in a nonchalant tone. Back then the place was quite lively, and the neighbors were very warm. Scenery. Oh, the scenery is quite unique. You could see the beautiful city walls just by looking up. She once thought that was just a reluctant excuse, perhaps a bit exaggerated. The environment here is far worse and more desperate than she had imagined. Cass, so is what you said true. Ah, you are an orphan. Erin's voice sounded beside Cass, a near instinctive maternal instinct suddenly ignited. He once lived in such a place. How much suffering did he endure? Should she give him a hug? What kind of expression is that? If I didn't know better, I would think you were my mother. Cass expressed some disdain. This person's gaze is so kind it could drip water. Women truly are creatures overflowing with sympathy. You? I'm showing concern for you. Erin was momentarily speechless, feeling a bit annoyed, but looking at Cass' overly calm profile, that annoyance inexplicably dissipated, transforming into a deeper emotional resonance. What has this person really experienced? Gaia, so does no one care about me? Soon the group stepped onto this familiar yet strange land. It was still chaotic, even more disordered and dilapidated than he remembered. Most of those familiar shanties had vanished, but there were more new shanties, refugees, and figures curled up next to piles of garbage. Emaciated children were barefoot, rummaging through the trash for food, fighting each other for a small piece of blackened hardened bread. An old man, hunched over, leaned against a crumbling wall, afflicted by disease with no medicine to cure him, only able to quietly await the arrival of death, eventually becoming part of the mound of garbage. On the streets and alleys, brawls, looting, and oppression were everywhere. The law of the jungle is the only rule here. The sensational hunting game from a few years ago seemed to have done little to reduce the plight of the people. Because the source still exists, as long as those high and mighty noble swine continue to indulge this garbage dump, will always have new fuel injected into it, sustaining this tragic ecosystem. Is this really the place called the most beautiful kingdom in the East Sea? Erin couldn't believe it. Though her sand-hidden kingdom was poor, poverty and poverty are not the same. The sand-hidden kingdom lacks resources, but its people have dignity. The king resides in an ordinary palace, yet he doesn't build a wall in the city to divide people inside and outside. And here is merely the dirtiest, most rotten sore beneath the guise of civilization. Heaven and hell as if they had no choice but to accept their destined fate. The most beautiful. How those nobles living behind high walls seem to be living quite beautifully. Gaia revealed a smile mixed with mockery, but their beauty is built upon the corpses of countless people like us. Luca fell silent. This former prince from the North Sea who had experienced the downfall of his country and family also felt a profound sense of suffocation. The beauty of the Goa Kingdom reminded him of the sordid transactions hidden beneath the facade of peace in the Northern Sea countries. Crow did not speak, merely observing calmly. This garbage dump in his eyes was not just a place of misery, but also a powder keg. A powder keg that could be ignited with, and they might just be that spark. So Cass, what should we do next? Gaia turned to look at Cass. He had dreamed countless times of that chase that had almost cost them their lives. He did not believe that Cass was just revisiting old grounds. Cass' gaze gradually fixed on the distinct, towering city wall in the distance. Gather the people for me. In a place like the Garbage Mountain, trying to reason with a group of scattered refugees is futile. The most effective and always the most primitive method. Force and the demonstration of force. Gaia walked to a relatively lively spot, where a few thugs wielding rusty iron rods and broken knives were gathered. Outsiders. You look unfamiliar, do you know whose territory this is? The leading thug, scarred on the face, grinned maliciously and waved the iron rod in his hand. Oomph. Gaia didn't bother to listen. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. He raised his right foot and stomped hard on the ground. Boom. With his ability activated, two massive hands made entirely of dirt and rubble the size of houses erupted from the garbage heap. What the hell is this? The scarred thug was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and the other thugs screamed and tried to escape, but their legs turned to jelly. Shut up. Gaia's gaze turned stern as his right hand grasped the air. Bang. Bang. The two stone giant hands suddenly opened wide, and in front of hundreds of refugees grabbed the most ferocious local bullies, as if they were small chicks lightly squeezed, and then casually threw them away. The previously numb onlookers among the refugees all widened their eyes, as if witnessing a miracle. Control over the earth. What kind of power is this? Is this a deity? In the face of such power, obedience became the only choice. Soon in a relatively open area of the Garbage Mountain, thousands of people gathered, and the number continued to increase. Most of them were in rags, emaciated, their eyes filled with vigilance. Like a herd of frightened sheep, they huddled together, watching the few outsiders on the high platform, each exuding a different aura, yet radiating a sense of danger. Cass stood on a high platform made of wooden planks and iron sheets, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered faces below. He did not speak, giving Crow a knowing glance. Strategist, it's your turn to take the stage. Crow understood and stepped forward, standing to the side of Cass, clearing his throat and saying ahem. Since the establishment of the Goa Kingdom, it has experienced the rule of 7 kings. They are without exception all bastards, beasts, vermin, parasites. And the current king, Sturley, this scum who rose to power by licking the boots of the celestial dragons, is the worst of the worst, the most despicable of all the parasite among parasites. The crowd below gasped, cursing the king. In the Goa Kingdom, cursing the king gets you thrown into prison. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. They had seen too many people taken away for merely saying that the king's taxes were too high, never to return. And this bespectacled man dares to call the king a bastard in front of so many people. Is he crazy? Or is he tired of living? Crow was indifferent to their reactions, slightly turning to let Cass step forward. And today your good days are here. We, the Dawn Pirate Group, under the leadership of Aurel Cass, will lead you to overthrow this decaying kingdom. A deathly silence ensued. Then a thunderous gasp erupted. Madness. These people are absolutely insane. Overthrow the kingdom. With us. These trash. Who are they? Pirates. Can we trust pirates? There are better ways to seek. They will be killed by the royal army and hung on the city walls to dry. Doubt, fear, mockery, and curious gazes surged like a tide. Well said. Gaia stepped forward at the right moment, standing beside Kalu, using the provocative rhetoric taught by Cass. The great winds rise, and the clouds soar. Where are the brave ones to roam the world? Although Gaia didn't fully understand the meaning, it sounded quite majestic. Nobles, we must fight at all times. We cannot afford not to fight. Imagine this: you are with your beloved family, chatting and singing in your home. As he reached this point, Gaia's voice suddenly turned piercing. Suddenly you are robbed by the nobles. People are injured, belongings are taken, and even the last glimmer of hope is trampled into the mud. How tragic. Gaia's performance was heartfelt, his voice hoarse and incredibly infectious. Truly, listeners felt sorrow and tears flowed. Many survivors were immediately reminded of their most painful memories, their eyes reddening, gritting their teeth. Luca and Eileen beside them wore subtle expressions. Luca, I know it's a strategy, but Gaia's acting feels a bit too real. Eileen, even though our sand hidden is poor, my father is a good man. Luca, I know it's a strategy, but Gaia's acting feels a bit too real. Eileen, even though our sand hidden is poor, my father is a good man. So, Gaia composed himself and raised his arm once more. A life without nobles is a good life. The Dawn Pirate Crew is here to lead you to a better life today. Good. Well said. I've had enough. The audience finally erupted in agreement, like sparks igniting into. At this moment, Cass slowly walked to the front of the platform, holding a flintlock pistol seized from the Hawk Pirate crew. He raised the gun and aimed at the sky. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out like thunder, instantly drowning out all the noise from the crowd below. The crowd below fell silent, all eyes focused on that silver-haired figure. Cass slowly lowered the gun, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below, and spoke slowly. My name is Aurel Cass, and I am a pirate. Today I have 3 things to do in the Goa Kingdom. Fairness. Fairness. Still damn fairness. Cass paused, raising his hand to point at the distant high wall. Now I am going to topple that wall. Anyone who wants to follow me, pick up all the weapons in your hands and fight with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly figure floated behind Cass, grinning widely and making faces, its eyes glowing red. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow spheres, each the size of a basin, shot toward a nearby small hill. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession. That small heap of garbage was instantly blown apart by the violent energy. The crowd below screamed and retreated, their faces filled with fear and shock. Among the crowd, a frail man struggled to push through, looking up at Cass above. Are you here to save us? Save me? Cass looked down at the man, revealing a smile that appeared cruel in the man's eyes. No, I'm here to take you to die. Come with me, and perhaps the next moment you will die on the road to the charge, die under the guns of the guards. If you don't follow me, you will remain here forever, repeating a life like today, until one day you quietly turn into another pile of garbage. Will you rot slowly in despair or burn brightly in madness? The choice is in your own hands. After saying this, Cass no longer looked back at the crowd jumping down from the platform and walking towards the city wall. The ghost floated beside Cass, laughing strangely. Gaia, Kalu, Gwenal, Luca, Eileen, and Zanga followed closely behind, leaving a deathly silence behind them, which gradually boiled among the crowd. Did they really go? Are we going or not? What the hell? They are a bunch of madmen. Pirates. Seeking death while dragging us down with them. But they seem very strong. So what if they are strong? Can they outmatch the army of the kingdom? Can they outmatch the walls and cannons? Going there is just seeking death. Damn it, I've had enough. Scraping for food in the trash every day, being bullied by thugs and treated like a dog by the nobles. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not die quickly? I'm going. Yes. Let's go see. What if it's fine to just take a look, right? Follow far behind and run if it feels wrong. Count me in. I've wanted to deal with those nobles for a long time. I'll go too. Anyway, it's all death. As the first person stepped out, there followed a second, a third. Like iron filings attracted by a magnet, they transformed from a scattered group into a vast crowd. Thousands of residents from the garbage mountain, with a faint hope that felt almost illusory, followed at a distance behind the dawn. They held wooden sticks, iron pipes, rusty kitchen knives, chipped sickles, or just a shard of sharp glass. The heavy breathing merged into one, like the ominous rumble before a storm rolling above the garbage mountain. Cass, you really had leadership qualities earlier, especially when you were convincing them. It was simply awesome. Eileen quickly walked to Cass' side, looking at him with her amber eyes filled with admiration. What do you mean by convincing? This is called strategic mobilization. Cass glanced at her. The truth is often the hardest to hear, but the most powerful. What do you mean by convincing? This is called strategic mobilization. Cass glanced at her. The truth is often the Well, you're okay, generally handsome. Eileen contemplated seriously. Mainly Cass has a better grasp of the aura. You can't replicate that. Zanga also wants lines. Zanga muttered quietly, enviously looking at Gaia and Kalu. He wanted to leave his voice in this historic moment too. I'll arrange it for you next time, Cass said without turning his head. Really, Captain? I'm so touched. Zanga was immediately moved to tears. Everyone. This person is beyond saving. The group passed through the chaotic garbage mountain area, gradually approaching the heavy city wall that separated heaven from hell, towering over 10 meters high. On top of the wall, guards dressed in the kingdom's standard military uniforms had already noticed this suddenly appearing group. The alarm bell was sounded and more guards appeared at the parapets, raising their firearms and artillery. Halt! Who are you? This is the territory of the Goa Kingdom. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. Step back immediately. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. A guard who appeared to be a squad leader stood behind the city parapet, shouting sternly through a megaphone. The people behind the commoners were one thing, but those few in front looked formidable. It was best to intimidate them. The crowd instinctively halted and stepped back, the fear of the city walls and firearms ingrained in their bones. The Dawn pirate crew remained silent and continued to approach. Cass coldly stared at him. Fire. Open fire for me. The squad leader felt a chill from that gaze and could no longer suppress his fear, swinging his hand down fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, bullets whistling toward Cass and the others. Let me hand. Eileen stepped forward, her arms outstretched, the air around her trembling slightly. Buzz. Fine black sand iron gathered from the surrounding soil and debris, forming projectiles. Sand iron rain. She waved her arms forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense sand iron projectiles, more concentrated than bullets, shot up like a barrage, instantly enveloping a section of the city tower. Off. My arm. It's iron sand. So much iron sand. Shields. Raise the shields. A chorus of screams erupted from the city tower. Dozens of guards screamed as they fell from the parapet, some collapsing to the ground in agony. In just one strike, they suppressed a section of the defending soldiers on the wall. The captain of the guards swallowed hard. That woman. She's a devil fruit user. A devil fruit. The curse of the... Are we truly expected to face such a monster? How can we possibly fight this? Our muskets can't even pierce that iron sand. It's terrifying. To ordinary soldiers of the East Blue Devil Fruit, users remained beings of transcendent power, legendary figures spoken of only in rumors, and wanted posters utterly beyond the reach of common folk. The civilians behind watched the scene unfold, and their hesitant steps surged forward once more. Those people, they're astonishingly strong. That woman controls iron sand. That burly man commands the earth itself, and several others haven't even acted yet. There's hope, genuine hope. Now, it's time to break the wall. Laika bowed slightly, fists drawn to her waist as white air currents, intensely compressed and warped, swirled around her with a deep resonant hum. She prepared to unleash an air tremor blast, to shatter this towering wall, symbol of oppression and separation, in a single cataclysmic strike. Laika, this time let me take the lead. Cass's voice rang out. He raised a hand, signaling her to hold. He would tear open this scar himself. Understanding instantly, Laika dissipated the turbulent aura coiling around her fists and stepped back one respectful pace. When the captain chose to act personally, there was always profound reason behind it. Jengar, Cass commanded, voice low and sharp. Gaia, what? Jengar floated eagerly before Cass, its enormous white eyes gleaming with fierce anticipation. Cass closed his eyes, and in an instant his consciousness plunged deep into the flow of aura energy. Power surged along that channel, pouring relentlessly into Jengar's form. Aura fully unleashed, energy amplification. Ultra Shadow Ball. Gaia, Gaia, Gaia. Jengar erupted in a piercing manic cackle. Between its hands a colossal sphere of energy coalesced at breathtaking speed, so vast it nearly obscured Jengar's entire silhouette. The sheer magnitude of its energy sent the surrounding air trembling with agonized resonance. Even tiny pebbles on the ground began to vibrate faintly. Gaia and the others nearby felt a sudden visceral chill, and instinctively took half a step back. Farther back, the civilians from the garbage mountain stared eyes wide with raw terror. On the ramparts, the captain's face paled to ash. A monster. He's a devil fruit user too. Fire the cannons, now. All artillery. Aim at that ghost, and that energy sphere. Cannon barrels pivoted sharply, muzzles belched fire and thick smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Solid cannonballs screamed through the air. Jengar. Cass snapped his eyes open. Blinding light flared from his gaze. Fire. Gaia. With every ounce of strength, Jengar hurled the shadow ball straight toward the wall. Kirkum. Art. Was explosion. An unimaginable earth-shattering detonation instantly drowned out all. Blinding violet radiance exploded outward. The massive ancient wall, thick and unyielding, shattered instantly beneath this transcendent blast. A jagged irregular breach, over 20 meters wide, gaped open. Dust and debris roiled skyward like storm clouds. Within, the fissure streets and buildings flickered into view. At that moment, whether guards inside the wall paralyzed by shock or civilians from the garbage mountain watching from afar, every mouth hung agape, every eye widened in awe at the divine-scale devastation unfolding before them. Tum. After a breathless hush came utter frenzied hysterical eruption. The wall, it's broken. Truly broken. That ghost. That silver-haired lord. He shattered the wall. Charge in. Charge in now. Seize grain. Seize clothes. Reclaim everything stolen from us. Tum. The crowd, utterly when the wall, symbol of despair, was torn apart by brute force, every trace of fear dissolved, replaced by incandescent, overwhelming fervor. Wielding crude weapons, they surged madly toward the newly opened breach. Zango seized the moment, leaping onto a tall boulder, and vigorously shook his hypnosis ring, shouting toward the vanguard already consumed by vengeance. Everyone, look at me. 1, 2, 3, Zango. WHUM. Mass hypnosis activated. Raid. Kill. Kill your way in. Plunder those noble swine. Burn their mansions. Smash their carriages. Revenge. Revenge. Instantly, over 100 emotionally charged civilians in the front ranks burned brighter, frenzied, and poured headlong through the breach. Intruders. Intruders. It's the Revolutionary Army. No pirates. No rabble. These scum have breached the wall. Open fire. Fire the cannons. Stop them. Hurry. Report to the king. Request reinforcements. Alarms clanged frantically within the walls. Surviving guards and hastily assembled soldiers scrambled to form defensive lines against the sudden assault. Bang. 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 Boom. Boom. Denser gunfire and sporadic cannon fire erupted. Bullets and shells tore into the surging tide, unleashing torrents of blood and screams. But it was futile. The breach had been opened. The flood of fanaticism had begun. As the front line fell, those behind trampled over corpses and pools of blood, surging onward without pause. Iron sand vortex. Eileen spread her arms wide, commanding torrents of black iron sand into a spiraling tempest that swept up incoming bullets and cannonballs, grinding them to dust. Greatly easing pressure on the advancing crowd, she thrust both palms forward. Iron sand, torrent. Whoosh, crunch, boom. A river of iron sand like a steel deluge breaking its banks crashed upon the dense military formation. Soldiers were thrown head over heels, armor buckled, weapons flew from their hands. Ranks shattered in an instant. Stone pillars, rise. Gaia slammed both palms onto the ground. Tum, tum, tum. Thick barrel-sized stone pillars erupted like bamboo shoots from beneath the royal army's feet, from cobblestones beneath the street, launching startled soldiers skyward, not only providing flanking cover for the charging mob, but also blocking reinforcements attempting to encircle from both sides, fracturing the battlefield. Crushing Earth Blast. Gaia's gaze sharpened. He brought his palms together in a decisive clap. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. The freshly risen stone pillars, and vast swaths of surrounding earth, exploded violently. Shrapnel flew like cannon fire. Screams rose anew. Another zone cleared in an instant. This technique was inspired by Cass's teachings. First compress soil to extreme density, locking immense internal pressure, then instantly release control. The pent-up force explodes outward in a devastating controlled blast. Its power was perfectly calibrated, devastating yet non-lethal to the mind. Exceedingly effective. Frost Moon style, Spider's Nest. Kuina's cool, clear voice cut through the chaos. She had already leapt atop a fragment of the still-standing wall, her blade Doido drawn and gleaming. Facing a squad of heavily armored infantry rushing from a side passage to seal the breach, her wrist flickered, delivering over a dozen precise razor-sharp slashes in rapid succession. The slashes collided midair, interweaving instantly into a web of lethal sword aura. Shink, 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 shink. Within its radius, soldiers felt icy stings, simultaneously, at every vital point. Armor split open, fine crimson lines appeared across skin, bodies collapsed paralyzed, like insects ensnared in an invisible fatal web. And mine as well. Crushing strike. On the other side, Lucca's figure appeared above a crumbling wall at the gap. Seeing his companion's valiant performance, he knew he had to step up his game. His right leg immediately lifted like a battle axe, condensing a visible high-pressure air mass beneath his foot before stomping down on a group of soldiers attempting to form a shield wall below. Boom, boom, boom. Like a meteor crashing down. The terrifying shockwave exploded violently from the point of impact, sending soldiers flying as if struck by an invisible hammer. Their formation, the defenses at the gap, were utterly shattered. The royal guard of the Goa Kingdom combined with the regular army numbered about 5,000, indeed a formidable army, but unfortunately in the face of the overwhelming strength of the Dawn pirate crew, their formation and equipment advantages were instantly torn apart. Damn it, you lawless pirates. Thugs. A burly man clad in silver armor wielding a large sword, likely the captain of the guard, rushed forward with a team of loyal soldiers, shouting angrily, trying to stop the relentless Dawn pirate crew. I am the captain of the royal guard, Horn. You rebellious pirates who do not know your place, it ends here today. He raised his sword high, cleaving toward the leading Gastly like a mountain splitting in two. Heavy slash. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Horn's determined strike was firmly blocked by a pair of uniquely shaped glimmering claws. It was Kuro. Kuro had somehow appeared in front of Cass, looking at the furious captain of the guard with calmness in his voice. How can I let you disturb our captain? You are Kuro from the Black Cat pirate crew. I thought you were dead. Even someone like you has joined in. Horn's pupils narrowed, clearly recognizing the characteristic weapon and attire, as well as the infamous name that struck fear across the East Sea. What are you plotting? Overthrowing the kingdom? Or do you want to turn this place into your pirate den? In fact, Kuro was quite well known in the East Sea. Otherwise, the Axe-Emperor Monka wouldn't have risen to the position of branch colonel just by capturing Kuro. Plotting. It's not that complicated. Just some interests of our captain. Kuro slightly exerted his wrist, pushing the law. Interests? What a joke. Horn felt greatly insulted. To occupy a kingdom and incite rebellion on a whim, I will never allow it. Heavy sword assault. He shouted furiously, his two-handed sword transforming into a continuous wave of sword shadows charging toward Kuro again. Tisk looked somewhat decent. A cold light flickered in Kuro's eyes. His figure suddenly lunged forward, the 10 claws spinning and darting at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, accurately entwining around Horn's large sword. 10 claws entangle. Clang. Horn's finely crafted two-handed sword was brutally twisted and shattered by the half of the sword flew off in a spin, embedding itself into the adjacent wall. How is this possible? The rumors said you were only fast. How can there be such destructive power? Horn looked at the half of the sword hilt left in his hand in disbelief, his sword. Broken. You just said it, that was a rumor. And speed. Is power. Kuro's figure instantly, spoon, crack. The next moment Kuro appeared several meters behind Horn, facing away from him, adjusting his glasses with his wrist, the lenses reflecting the chaotic scene of slaughter on the street. Horn's expression, mixed with anger, instantly froze. A red line slowly appeared on his neck. Puffed. Blood gushed forth from the cut in his neck like a fountain. The once fierce guards beside him were all paralyzed with fear, their weapons trembling in their hands. Captain. The captain who seemed invincible in their eyes was taken out in seconds. Kuro didn't even glance at the corpse, slightly turning aside to give way to Cass. Clean up the remaining soldiers, secure the main road, and continue advancing toward the palace. Cass simply instructed his companions, his gaze directed deep into the inner city, toward the tallest and most magnificent building, the royal palace. At this moment, within the Goya Palace in the audience hall, King Sturley, a man with a bull-like head and a hypocritical smile, was comfortably reclining on the soft velvet throne, enjoying the chilled wine and peeled grapes handed to him by the maid. He had just finished listening to a brief report about the rabble-rousing commoners outside the city, impatiently waving away the official who came to report. TCH, a bunch of commoners making a fuss, just let the guard handle it, kill a few, and the rest will naturally behave. Do they really have to bother me with such trivial matters? Your Majesty, wise as always. A fawning minister nearby hurriedly bent over in agreement, his face filled with smiles. Those commoners are just worthless bones. They want behave and less beaten. Captain Horn went personally. It will definitely be a piece of cake. A day as a commoner, a lifetime as a commoner. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. Sturley swirled his wine glass, gazing out at the street view, his tone leisurely. These people living under the kingdom's protection, breathing the air, is already a great blessing, and they are still not satisfied. Truly greedy. Every time he thought, why was he just a mere king of a small kingdom? If he could become a noble of the sacred land, that would be the true elite above all. Your Majesty, a big disaster has occurred. A soldier came rolling into the hall, his armor askew. What are you making such a racket for? What a disgrace. The nearby minister scolded in dissatisfaction. Did you not see His Majesty is resting? Speak properly. The rules are getting worse. The city walls have been breached. Those people, those rioters and pirates are coming towards the palace. Captain Horn is dead. The army can't hold out. Your Majesty, please run. What? Those commoners are coming for me. Sturley could no longer remain calm, abruptly leaping up from the throne. The nearby minister was even more terrified. The walls have been breached. What is your guard doing? Can't even handle a bunch of commoners. The soldier cried. It's because there are pirates among them. The leader is a devil fruit user. They broke through the walls. We can't hold out at all. The leader can summon ghosts. This is not a battle power of the same dimension. What are you panicking about? It's just a rabble and a few reckless pirates. Sturley gritted his teeth. Quick. Contact Cleek. And that rat colonel from the 16th Division. These people take so much tribute from us every year, it's time to pay them back. Get them to bring people over immediately, even if it means paying more. Crush these damned rebels and pirates completely. Not a single one left. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister bowed hastily and retreated. Sturley leaned back against the throne again, but his expression had lost its previous ease, becoming somewhat grim. Damn commoners. Damn pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on. The sounds of artillery, gunfire, battle cries, and screams echoed above the kingdom of Goa. Smoke, billowed, debris littered the ground, and the once clean and tidy streets were now a chaotic mess. Under the deliberate arrangement of Cass, the pirate crew entrusted their main forces to the civilians. It wasn't laziness, it was a release of control. After dealing with most of the kingdom's main army and shattering their morale, the Dawn pirate crew did not continue to take charge, but instead passed the main offensive tasks on the front lines to the civilians behind them. The residents of the Garbage Mountain just hours ago were defenseless refugees, but now they had seized guns and even artillery from the fallen soldiers of the kingdom's army. Though many had never handled firearms before, and their shooting was wildly inaccurate, the sheer number of people and guns made for a terrifying barrage of fire in close-quarters combat. Relying on their overwhelming numbers and ignited hatred, they began to launch wave after wave of fierce attacks against the remaining kingdom troops. Street fighting, boarding actions, and even the most primitive hand-to-hand combat unfolded throughout the inner city of Goa. Of course, the kingdom army was still a trained regular force. After the initial rout, some officers barely managed to regroup the remnants, relying on streets and buildings for a series of defenses. The battle entered a brutal phase of attrition and stalemate. Hit them hard. Hold the line. Keep these scum at bay. Reinforcements are on their way. The battle entered a brutal phase of attrition and stalemate. Hit them hard. Hold the line. Keep these scum at bay. King Sturley hid in a relatively safe side hall of the palace, peering through a window at the encroaching flames of battle. However, his promises sounded so pale and powerless amid the thunderous cries of battle outside. Nobility, with their lives hanging by a thread, who would care for such empty promises? Captain, at this rate, if we want to completely eliminate the remaining enemies and attack the palace's core, it will take at least an entire... Chloe calmly analyzed the battlefield. Gaia, already impatient, said, "What are you waiting for, Cass? I can charge right in and smash them all to dust with one slap. Why bother with this? Don't rush, Gaia. Let the bullets fly for a while." Cass sat leisurely on a collapsed column, pulling out an apple from somewhere, wiping it on his clothes, taking a crunchy bite. Let the bullets fly for a while. Gaia was taken aback, not quite understanding the philosophical meaning behind those words. Aren't the bullets always flying? Many had already lost their lives. Chloe, however, narrowed his eyes deep in thought. What was the captain waiting for? The depletion of civilian morale? The complete collapse of the kingdom's army? Or was he waiting for other variables? The battle stretched from early morning to afternoon. The blazing sun beat down on the bloody battlefield, and fatigue began to spread like a plague among both sides. The civilians' charges were no longer as relentless as at first. Many were panting, drenched in sweat, and the fervor in their eyes was diluted by physical limits and increasing casualties. The kingdom's soldiers were equally exhausted, suffering heavy losses sustained only by their last shred of survival instinct. Just as the battle seemed on the verge of a stalemate and both sides reached a critical point. "Hey, those over there, are you going to give up?" A high-pitched female voice suddenly rang out from one side of the battlefield. A woman in a red leather outfit and knee-high boots appeared on a higher piece of rubble. She had a refreshing short purple hairstyle, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and a figure so explosive it could turn heads. Especially her impressive bust, which swayed slightly with her movements, causing many men around to glance over. "Look at yourselves. You are not begging. You are fighting for your fate. Fighting for everything that has been taken from you. Fighting for those who will never return." She waved a flag, her voice filled with strong agitation and infectiousness. "Those nobles are trembling in their splendid palaces. Their lackeys are bleeding. Their walls have been shattered. She pointed the flag fiercely forward, directing it at the palace, which looked like a trapped beast in the sunset. Rise up. You who do not wish to be slaves. Use your flesh and blood to build your new walls. Let those high and mighty scum see what kind of power you possess that can overturn them. For freedom, charge. A wave of invisible, yet colossal power spread with her voice and the waving of the flag, enveloping a large area of civilians ahead. The civilians, who had been somewhat downcast from the prolonged battle, suddenly felt like they had been injected with a potent stimulant. Heart rates accelerated, adrenaline surged, and fatigue vanished. Instead, a more intense desire for battle took its place. They felt as if they could punch a cow to death. This was even fiercer than the state induced by Zangeo's hypnosis, and it came with a clear sense of self-awareness. Oh. For freedom, charge it. The civilians erupted into a deafening roar, rising like a tsunami once more. They no longer hesitated or lingered, like a steel torrent infused with will. They launched the most ferocious charge since the onset of battle towards the palace's defenses. The remaining defenses of the kingdom's army collapsed under this sudden assault like sandcastles in a storm, disintegrating at a visible speed. What the hell is going on? Gaia stared dumbfounded, watching those who had just been exhausted like dead dogs transform into muscle-bound super scions in an instant. This effect is way more powerful than my hypnosis. Zhang Yao was also stunned, the hypnosis ring in his hand no longer appealing. His hypnosis merely amplified emotions, making people a bit more fervent. This was a direct collective explosion. What the hell is this? Who is that woman? Klaus' pupils constricted, staring intently at the fiery figure waving the flag on the rubble. This woman was terrifying. Not in terms of personal strength, but in her strategic ability. She was a true battlefield engine, capable of leading an army and altering the course of war. Commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Division, bellowed Betty. Cass looked at that figure with admiration, especially the leader-like aura that surged with her movements. She is a user of the Inspire fruit, capable of unleashing power beyond limits in those she inspires. In a sense, it's one of the pinnacle abilities of group enhancement, exerting immense influence on the battlefield. Among the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, although Crow has the strongest personal strength, Cass holds Betty in the highest regard. A good support is far harder to find and much more important than a mere warrior. What a terrifying ability. Chloe calmed the waves in his heart. If such a power user appeared in the Navy, the troops she led would definitely be the ace of aces. The morale will never wane, and their will is unbreakable. The Revolutionary Army, that openly opposes the world government. Luca frowned slightly. Coming from the North Sea, he understood more about the Revolutionary Army than those from the East Sea. They were a group of dangerous individuals, genuinely subverting nations and shaking the foundations of the world government. Their leader, Monkey D. Dragon, was regarded by the world government as the most vicious criminal in the world. You have that connection. I never heard you mention it. Erin curiously leaned closer to Cass, her amber eyes blinking. Do I need to tell you that I am the chosen one, destined to stir up the world's storms? Cass scoffed, flipping his silver hair dramatically, exuding an air of superiority. TCH, everyone collectively hissed, rolling their eyes in unison. Here we go again, it's the captain's daily bragging. At that moment, Betty leaped down from the high platform, striding with an air of dominance towards where Cass and the others were. The Revolutionary Army's combat instructor, Haku. Are you Cass, the disciple mentioned by Gung Silang? Betty approached, cigarette in mouth, surveying Cass from head to toe. Her ample bosom subtly rose and fell with her breath, prompting Gaia and Zhang Yao beside her to swallow discreetly. Cass shrugged, casually saying, I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army would send you over here. Is the Eastern Army's commander a senior official of the Revolutionary Army really that idle? To specifically come to this small place in the East Sea, you Revolutionary Army folks can't be so short-staffed that you need the commander to run errands, right? He only asked Gung Silang to contact the Revolutionary Army, thinking they would send someone of Kurla's caliber at most, but instead a big shot showed up. You little brat, your words are annoying. Betty exhaled a puff of smoke and rolled her eyes. I just happened to be handling some matters in the East Sea and came by after receiving the news. Did you think I was waiting for you? You really have a big ego. She paused, glancing at the chaotic battlefield that was already settled, and raised an eyebrow. But you seem quite capable. Looking at the situation, even without us, it would only be a matter of time before you took this kingdom. The walls are breached, the main army has collapsed, and the palace is merely the last turtle shell. Whether we are here or not, it doesn't really matter, does it? Hey, don't think of me as that kind of pirate who has no limits and only knows how to loot and run. Cass put away his joking demeanor, his expression turning slightly serious. Conquering a kingdom is feasible. Killing a few nobles, seizing treasures, and leaving afterwards is certainly not difficult for us. But if we were to leave, what would happen here? Without a leader, everyone would fight to seize territory again, and the hope just ignited among the people could turn into greater despair. The world government might even intervene under the pretext of quelling a rebellion and conduct a cleansing. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Betty was quite surprised. You actually have this awareness. Cass looked at Betty with a calm gaze. Of course, you revolutionaries have the most experience in such matters. According to your ideology of liberating the world, I believe you wouldn't refuse to take charge of a nation that has just broken free of its shackles. In fact, he had his own calculations in contacting the Revolutionary Army. That was to temporarily avoid the limelight. If they were to break through a member state on their own, they would undoubtedly become a primary target for the Navy. A pirate crew capable of breaking through a member state would have its threat level instantly skyrocket. By then what would come might not be the small fry from the Eastern Sea Branch, but officers from headquarters. However, if the Revolutionary Army were to take over, the nature of the situation would change. This would be classified as a Revolutionary Army uprising, and the main firepower would be drawn towards the Revolutionary Army. Their Dawn pirate crew could perfectly play the role of opportunists, taking advantage of the chaos and diverting trouble. On no strategic advancement. He was on the 5th level. Kid, you really suit us. Betty leaned in closer, the tobacco-laden warmth almost blowing into Cass' face. Really stop being a pirate and join me in the revolution. The position of Chief of Staff in our Revolutionary Army is still vacant. With your abilities and intelligence and Gung Silang's connections, who knows long, he might just happily hand that position over to you. Betty's eyes were filled with eagerness. She knew this kid well. Gung Silang had specifically mentioned him coming from humble beginnings, exceptionally talented with a unique disposition and his own views on the world. He was practically a natural-born revolutionary. The members of the pirate crew all looked at Cass with varying expressions. Gaia Chief of Staff. Sounds impressive. But does working with the Revolutionary Army mean we can't just fight and loot? On no, rob the rich to help the poor. Kuina, the Revolutionary Army opposing the world government means greater challenges and stronger opponents. Aileen, the Revolutionary Army. Overturning the state, establishing a new order. This seems to have similarities to the changes I wanted to make in Suna. Klo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. A highly prestigious position able to access resources far beyond what a pirate could. But likewise the risks would rise exponentially, becoming one of the primary targets of the world government. Luca, overthrowing the kingdom's rule, establishing an equal world. That's quite bold. Zhongyao, following Lord Cass, is indeed the wisest decision. Even the Revolutionary Army is trying to poach from us. Lord Cass is the best. Facing Betty's fervent recruitment and the gazes of his companions, Cass rejected without a second thought. Forget it, your revolutionary ideals are too grand, and the responsibilities are too heavy. I'm used to a laid-back lifestyle and can't stand constraints. It's much more comfortable being a pirate. If I see someone I don't like, I just beat them up, and if I see treasures, I just grab them. He paused and added, also, I heard the food in your Revolutionary Army isn't that great. I've heard you often munch on stale bread. How could that compare to our chef Luca, who makes delicious food every day? Luca smiled at the compliment. Thanks to the captain's praise, it's my duty. The members of the Dawn pirate crew were speechless, so the fundamental reason is the food. Betty was momentarily speechless, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Humph, ungrateful. When you're being chased all over the world by the Navy's heroes, don't regret not getting on my ship. This kid is still too young, not knowing that the Revolutionary Army has connections, huh? Alright, it's time to clean up the aftermath and meet our dear King Sturly. Soon Gaia emerged from the palace, dragging a man in tattered finery, and tossed him in front of Cass and Betty. It was none other than Sturly, the king of the Goa Kingdom. You damned commoners, thugs, pirates. How could you do this to me? Sturly struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse as he cursed. I am the king of a member state. The world government won't. The celestial dragons will stand up for me. You will all go to hell. So you're really called Sturly. Cass stepped forward, disdainfully nudging Sturly's revolting face with his foot, then unhesitatingly stomped down. Ugh. Sturly's face contorted as he was stomped, his teeth clashing, letting out a muffled groan of pain, humiliation, and agony made tears and snot stream down his face. Back in the day, it was because of you that I almost died. Cass' tone suddenly turned cold, pressing down harder. Hearing this, Kuina and Aileen, who had been quietly standing behind Cass, suddenly had unfriendly expressions. Kuina's hand rested on the blade's hilt, and Aileen's sand iron began to tremble slightly. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Sturly writhed beneath Cass' boot, his face smeared with snot and tears. Indeed, he had no memory of ever offending such a terrifyingly powerful young man. Me? Of course you've never seen me. Cass sneered coldly, locking eyes with Sturly's bloodshot, terror-stricken gaze at point-blank range, and bared a smile that to Sturly resembled that of a demon. Because back then I was merely the low-born wretch you mocked, to amuse your swine-like courtiers. A commoner. Sturly's pupils contracted violently. Could it be? Before he could dwell further, Cass pressed down again. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Spare me. Tears and snot streamed unchecked down Sturly's face, all royal dignity abandoned. He pleaded desperately. All my treasure is yours. Please, spare me. I'll abdicate. I'll hand you the throne itself. If only you spare my life. Cass scoffed. Foolish. Even if I kill you outright, your wealth still becomes mine. Sturly froze, stunned. Those behind him exhaled sharply in unison. Damn, that is logical. Cass slapped his cheek lightly. Now you beg for mercy. What are those hunted like prey by you? Did they not beg too? If begging worked, I wouldn't be standing here today. Before the words fully left his lips, Cass abruptly lifted his foot and drove it downward straight into Sturly's younger brother. Crack thud. A sickeningly crisp, muffled impact. Ow! Sturly's veins bulged across his temples as he unleashed a shriek, so raw, so inhuman it tore through the air like a blade. His entire face flushed, deep purple hands clamped desperately over his groin, body convulsing violently. That agony, every man understood it instinctively. Every male on site instinctively sucked in a sharp breath, a chilling wave of dread washing over their loins. Even Betty, the ever-composed, battle-seasoned veteran, couldn't suppress a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. Damn, this kid looks refined, but his moves, ruthlessly vicious. A true predator. Brilliant work, Cass. Let me join in. Gia had been seething. She struck the same spot again, without hesitation. Tum. Eh. This time Streely's scream warped into a guttural broken wail. His eyes rolled white, and an involuntary stream leaked from beneath him as he collapsed unconscious from sheer pain. No need to speculate. Gia's kick had shattered it beyond repair, beyond even reconstruction. Already fainted. Pathetic. Gia spat contemptuously, still unsatisfied. Had this been headline news? The shocking man publicly humiliates king in broad daylight. Nationwide male solidarity collapses in stunned silence. A tantalizing headline indeed. Shall we revive him? Kuina's voice cut through the air, cool, detached. She gestured toward the nearby fountain. Betty's gaze followed, her brow lifting slightly. So this one's a master too. Douse him, Cass commanded without hesitation, his eyes glacial. Letting him die painlessly is far too merciful. Unconsciousness means escape from suffering. No such luxury exists here. Kuina flicked her wrist. Her blade tip gathered a droplet of water which she arced precisely onto Streely's forehead. Cough, cough, cough. Jolted awake by the icy shock, Streely gasped, but the cataclysmic agony surging from his groin instantly triggered another tortured howl. I trust the citizens of Goa Kingdom will cherish their sovereign, most thoroughly. SSSSHHH. A collective involuntary inhale rippled through the... I trust the citizens of Goa Kingdom will cherish their sovereign, most thoroughly. SSSSHHH. A collective involuntary inhale rippled through the onlookers, including Betty Hack and Kuro. Toss him to the mob. Imagine decades of pent-up hatred, now ignited by recent fury. Once thrown in, a whole corpse. Not a chance. Not even a single intact bone would remain. Dismemberment, cannibalistic rage. These would be acts of mercy. Truly their captain grasped both cruelty and human nature, profoundly. Even Kuro, the man famed for his ice-cold detachment, found himself silently impressed. You can't do that. You. Before Streely could finish, Gia seized his collar and hurled him forward like refuse, straight into the surging mass. It's him, the king. Streely. Filthy tyrant. Give back my father's life. My home. My land. Burned by your soldiers. Return my daughter to me. Revenge. Revenge. At the sight the crowd surged forward en masse. Fists, boots, clubs, stones. Every weapon within reach raining down upon Streely. No, don't. I'm the king. I repent. Spare me. His pleas dissolved instantly beneath the roaring tide of vengeance. Within moments only an unrecognizable pulp, shreds of flesh, splintered bone, remained where he'd fallen, mingled with the raw, ragged cries of cathartic fury. Achievement unlocked. First Kingdom conquered. Reward 5000 points. Current points 310. It's over. Cass exhaled deeply. A 7-year weight of suffocating resentment finally expelled clean, his mind settled, spirit unburdened. Vroom. In that instant of total release, the latent wave force coiling within him surged, breaking through an unseen threshold, flowing freely now. His perception of life signs sharpened dramatically, even catching faint emotional ripples from distant bystanders. Wave force ascended to intermediate tier. Naturally, like dominoes falling, the long stagnant observation hockey, hovering just below mastery, underwent sudden, irreversible refinement. An unprecedented clarity bloomed outward from him, rippling like concentric waves, expanding its reach many-fold beyond its former bounds. Distant breaths, heartbeats, even slowed, crystallized in his awareness, their trajectories laid bare. This boy. Betty's pupils narrowed imperceptibly as she watched the fleeting energy shimmer ripple across Cass's form. Undeniably observation hockey, not novice grade, but proficient, deeply honed. How old is he? A monster. Hack. The fishman standing behind Betty murmured, awestruck. His talent may eclipse even Sabo. Sabo was the most gifted youth Hack had ever witnessed, his strength already rivaling Hack's own. Surpassing him was inevitable. Yet facing this silver-haired youth, Hack felt, rarely, an unsettling uncertainty. Is that what observation hockey feels like? Kuro's gaze burned with fierce intensity. Mastering it would transform his spoon, not into a scattershot tool, but a scalpel of lethal precision. Something wrong, Miss Betty. Captivated by my handsome face. Cass opened his eyes, meeting her unwavering stare with an expression disarmingly innocent. Nothing at all. Betty snapped back, drew a slow drag from her cigarette, and released the smoke with quiet reverence. Just realizing. The Grand Line has just birthed another extraordinary anomaly. You'll surely shake its foundations to their core. Too kind, too kind. My ambition spans the stars and seas, the Grand Line. Merely my first harbor. Once I carve my name there, should you ever tire of the Revolutionary Army, come find me. The Dawn Pirates offer room, board, and exceptional benefits. Cass offered no modesty. TCH, typical. Betty retorted, smirking, but her eyes held genuine admiration. Arrogant, ruthless, infuriating, yet blessed with peerless talent, unshakable resolve, and audacious courage. Most crucially, he possessed an unyielding moral compass. That distinction mattered more than all else. At that moment, Gia sprinted back from the palace, leaned close to Cass's ear, and whispered urgently, "We've secured the funds. The treasury's been emptied. Laika and Aaron have already ferried the most valuable gold, jewels, and relics aboard ship. And there was a devil fruit inside. Laika couldn't identify the pattern, but assured us, it's no ordinary zoan." Cass's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. A devil fruit. Of course, this is an allied nation. Far richer than impoverished non-allied states like Suna. Such inherited depth, undeniable. True legacy, Unquestionable. Cass immediately donned a serious expression and solemnly said to Betty, Miss Betty, the subsequent task of comforting the populace and the series of heavy, yet honorable responsibilities will be on you and the comrades of the Revolutionary Army. After all, we of the Dawn Pirate crew are pirates and our identity is sensitive. Remaining here could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, so we won't disturb you any further. So you're leaving just like that? Using the Revolutionary Army as a shield, and now you want to escape with your gold and you little rascal are quite calculating. Several people sneaked away. Oh, did this guy really think that she, the commander of the Eastern Army, was blind? Cass, unflustered and with righteous fervor, declared, while doing good deeds without leaving a name, waving my sleeves without taking away a single cloud. This is the principle of our Dawn Pirate crew. I'm only taking away the berry. Betty was amused by his shameless words and waved her hand. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Seeing you makes me angry. Eating like this, if you get into trouble again, don't call me. All right, comrades, you've worked hard. Farewell, comrades. Cass turned and left. But just after taking a couple of steps, dozens of figures rushed after him. Master Cass, please wait. Most of these people were in their 20s or 30s, all of whom had responded to the call at the Garbage Mountain and fought valiantly in subsequent battles. Leading them was a young man carrying a bow, an arrow, his eyes sharp and piercing. Master, we want to follow you. The young man knelt on one knee in front of Cass, and the dozens behind him also knelt in unison. You want to follow me? Why? Cass stopped and looked at the man. The young man raised his head, gazing fervently into Cass' eyes. Master, we have all been oppressed by the nobles, and we thought we would live our lives in numbness until death. But until we met you. It was you who broke down that wall. It was you who made us realize that we are not born to be trampled upon. We do not want to return to that past life of numbness and waiting for death. We want to follow you. We want to bring the light you have given us to more people like us who are struggling. Very well. A genuine smile appeared on Cass' face as he stepped forward to help the young man up. What is your name? In return, my name is Clint Barton, answered the young man with excitement. Barton. Cass blinked. No wonder he carries a bow and arrow, that makes sense. I just wonder if there are any named Tony Stark or Steve Rogers among them. Cass paused and looked at the others. Barton, and all of you from today onwards, you are now members of my Dawn Pirate crew. Following me, Cass, is the best decision you'll ever make in your life. I will make the name of the Dawn echo in every... We swear to follow Master Cass to the death. We swear loyalty to the Dawn Pirate crew. Led by Barton, dozens of people were so moved they teared up, shouting in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Wow, I didn't expect this kid to have such charisma. From a distance, Betty watched this scene, cigarette in mouth, her lips lifting, and to inspire people to willingly and wholeheartedly follow is itself an extraordinary talent. This kid is indeed... At the port. Sand iron transportation. Aaron manipulated the sand iron to form a platform, steadily transporting boxes onto the deck. Luca and Zhang were moving boxes nearby. Aaron wiped the sweat from her forehead. Cass is really clever, knowing to let us make money first. With this money, we can easily replace it with a bigger and more impressive ship. With this much, there must be several 100 million berry, right? Zangeo's eyes turned into the shape of berry. He had never seen so much money in his life. When he was with the Black Cat pirate crew, that guy was so poor he bled, even saving up his own money to forge a hypnotic ring. Otherwise, Lord Crow wouldn't have gone to such lengths to fake his death just to become a small landowner. Luca pondered. Let's conservatively estimate it at $1 billion. He hadn't even counted the devil fruit in that amount. 8 billion. Zhang gasped, nearly fainting. 1 billion berry, enough to last a lifetime. Attention, there's a situation. The vigilant Guena, who was standing at the bow, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the others immediately looked alert. Is someone... 8 billion. Zhang gasped, nearly fainting. 1 billion berry, enough to last a lifetime. Attention, there's a situation. Following this giant ship were a dozen armed sailing ships of various sizes resembling a small fleet. The main mast of the giant ship hoisted a pirate flag with a skull and crossbones flanked by hourglass symbols. That's the fearless warship, the Blade. It's Captain Creek's pirate ship. Zhang exclaimed in shock. Captain Creek? Who is that? Is he famous? Aaron tilted her head. She had just set sail not long ago and didn't know much about the pirates of the East China Sea. Captain Creek, it is said that he commands over 1,000 men and dozens of warships, claiming to be the strongest pirate crew in the East China Sea, with a bounty of 17 million, which is higher than Lord Cross' previous one. Only 17 million. That's less than Hawk's lower tier. Aaron pouted in disappointment, instantly losing interest. She thought a remarkable figure was arriving, but it turned out to be just a local snake from the East China Sea. Having seen bounties over 100 million from previous supernovas, her standards had risen. Zhang was taken aback, only then recalling that this group of monstrous beings on their ship had just recently taken down a former supernova with a bounty over 100 million and breached a kingdom. A bounty of 17 million indeed seemed quite insignificant in their eyes. Given the show of force, there are quite a few of them. Should we notify the captain? No need. Since it's confirmed to be the enemy, we can just attack directly. Gina's center of gravity sank, and her right hand firmly gripped the hilt of her sword, assuming the starting stance for a draw. The sea breeze stirred her blue hair and pristine white swordsman garb, resembling a stunning image of a swordsman setting out for battle. A Lady Guena, they haven't entered range yet. Zhang instinctively tried to dissuade her. However, Guena had already drawn her sword. Frost Moon style. Her lips parted slightly, her cold voice seemingly carrying a chill, clearly reaching the ears of those nearby. Cicada's time rain. Clang. A dazzling silver moonlight-like flying slash shot forth from the blade of her sword, aimed at the fearless. Such a powerful flying slash. Luca was greatly alarmed. Though he knew Gina's swordsmanship was superb, and her strength formidable enough to keep the quick blade column of the Hawk pirate crew under pressure, witnessing such a solid flying slash with his own eyes was still astounding. Goena, has she already reached the level of a sword master? No, this is just too low-key. One must know that even in the first half of the Grand Line, masters capable of executing flying slashes are quite rare. On the other side, aboard the fearless warship the Blade, Crick, clad in a magnificent golden armor, stood proudly at the back. Beside him stood the taciturn Ghost-type along with the heavily shielded Palu known as Iron Wall. This time that waste Sturley supposedly broke down the city walls, and the royal palace is on the brink of collapse. If they want me to save the day, I plan to take a hefty cut. Crick stroked his chin, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he thought about the money he would acquire to expand his fleet. Once he gathered 50 warships, he could embark on the Grand Line. That would be a whole fleet of 50 warships. A dark mass that even those self-important individuals on the Grand Line would have to kneel and call him daddy when faced with such firepower. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Captain, we have a situation. Just as Crick was reveling in his bright future, Aiken's voice interrupted his daydream. My. Crick's mood soured. He hated being disturbed during his planning. He saw a silver streak of light, like a meteor falling from the sky, rapidly approaching their fleet. What the hell is that thing? Paulu's eyes widened. Is that a slashing attack? A flying slash? Aiken's face changed drastically. How could this be possible? Who in the East Sea could perform such a flying slash? Boom. The next moment, the silver slash accurately struck a nearby escort ship just next to the blade. Under the horrified gazes of all, the slash easily severed the escort ship's main mast, then continued without losing momentum, cleaving a massive gash several meters long in the hull. The seawater surged in wildly. We're taking on water. The ship is sinking. Quick, block the hole. Block what? It's such a massive gap. Quick, launch the small boats. Change ships. The escort ship was thrown into chaos, visibly tilting and sinking at a rapid pace. Goena slowly sheathed her sword, watching the escort ship sink, gradually a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. As expected, just stepping into this realm, my power is still lacking. That strike should have been able to directly sever the ship. Beside her, Ryuka couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sister, you're so far away, and one hit severely damages a large sailboat. Isn't that enough? Aren't your standards a bit too high, eh? You really think of yourself as the world's greatest swordsman. Anana, don't be upset, you're already very impressive. Eileen hurriedly comforted her. Although she didn't understand much about the swordsmanship realm, she could clearly sense the sharpness. To cause such destruction from so far away was already terrifying. Exactly. Miss Goena is so cool. Those guys over there must be terrified. Zhang Ao quickly flattered. Goena said no more. Still not strong enough. Need to keep honing my skills. Meanwhile, aboard the fearless warship the Blade, Crick's face turned ashen as he watched the escort ship slowly sink. A wave of intense unease surged in his heart. In the East Sea, when did such a master emerge? That bastard Sturley, what kind of trouble has he stirred up? Captain, should we? Akin tightened his grip on the solid iron crutches in his hands. He was calm and loyal, but not a mindless brute. As the combat chief of Crick's pirate crew, he understood better than anyone what that flying slash just meant. That was an absolute gap in power, a level that East Sea pirates had never faced before. This battle would not be easy, but evidently Crick did not think so. Fight. Why not fight? Even if they are strong, there are just a few of them. We have over 1,000 men and dozens of warships. Just by sheer numbers, we can bury him. Saying that, Crick suddenly drew a flintlock pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Notify all fleets. With that, the sails of the warship were filled with wind. The helm turned wildly as the fearless warship the Blade, along with the remaining warships, surged toward the port like a pack of cowardly hyenas. So after witnessing Miss Gina's strength, they don't retreat, but instead charge over it. Ryuka stood at the bow looking at the dark mass of fleets with a hint of surprise. Are East Sea pirates usually this brave? In the North Sea, those pirates would always run away at the sight of a flying slash. They would only fight if they couldn't escape, or if they couldn't win, they'd surrender, and if surrender didn't work, they'd play dead. It's rare to see anyone charge forward after witnessing a swordsman sink a ship with a single slash. Is it ignorance? Just right, Nana has already made her move. Let me also test the waters. Eileen was eager to try, her arms spread wide as fine black sand iron poured out from her body. In the blink of an eye, several sand iron pyramids as large as houses and sharply defined took shape. Sand iron triangular prism. She swung her arms forward with force. The pyramids spun rapidly as they shot towards the fleet on the sea, like siege hammers launched from a giant crossbow. Here they come again. Fire at them. Blast them. Crick's roar came from the fearless warship the Blade. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons on the side of several warships erupted with fire and smoke, solid cannonballs whistling as they intercepted. However, clang, clang, puffed. The cannonballs struck the rapidly spinning sand iron pyramids. Most were deflected or diverted, unable to stop their terrifying penetrating power. Boom, boom, boom. The body of the warship was struck by the pyramids. Wood splinters and iron scraps exploded like fireworks. A massive hole appeared in an instant, and the cold seawater surged in like a flood that had found its outlet, rushing in wildly. We're taking on water. The ship is sinking. We can't block it. We can't block it at all. Jump overboard. Quick, jump into the sea. The three warships that were hit tilted and sank at a visible speed. The pirates on board cried out like ants scalded by boiling water, creating chaos as they abandoned ship and jumped into the sea. How about that? I took out 3 ships in one shot. Am I impressive? Or what? Eileen clapped her hands, looking proudly at Goena. Impressive. Goena smiled, faintly acknowledging her companion's strength. No wonder you are Miss Eileen. Ryuka spoke with a hint of envy. After all, it's the natural fruit that symbolizes the ceiling of power. Starting from such a high point, it's no wonder she can achieve such considerable combat power in such a short time. It's no wonder Hawk went to great lengths for this fruit. The natural type indeed has a capital that drives people crazy. Captain, do we really not need to? Akin once again quietly advised, having lost 3 ships in the blink of an eye. An ominous premonition grew stronger in his heart. The opponent's attacks were effortless while their sides suffered heavy losses. How can they continue this fight? Crick's face darkened. Retreat. Impossible to retreat. To lose 4 ships before even fighting, and then slink back in disgrace. Would he, Admiral Crick, still have a name left to keep? How could he still mix in the East Sea? Who do you think I am? Crick's voice squeezed from deep in his throat. I am Admiral Crick, the strongest pirate of the East Sea. The man who will become the Pirate King in the future. After saying that, he slammed his fist on the ship's side and roared, charge to the port. Land. I will make these ignorant scoundrels pay a painful price. Yes. The pirates were infected by their captain's madness, gritting their teeth as they maneuvered the warships, charging madly toward. Come again. As a fleet of ships charged forward, Goyena's gaze sharpened once more, assuming the stance of her sword technique. If they were determined to seek death, she would respond with her blade. Hee, I'm joining too. Aileen, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the sand iron once again. Cicada's time rain. Sand iron triangular pyramids. Jump. Boom. Silver sword light and black iron spikes shot through the air once more. Boom. Crack. 3 of the fastest warships fell victim again. One ship was deeply cleaved by the sword light, while the other 2 were pierced through the deck by iron spikes. With the cabin ruptured, seawater gushed in, and those hit by the attack sank and tilted once more, revealing struggling figures on the surface. But the remaining warships finally approached the harbor. Crick was the first to leap onto the gangplank. Charge. I want these people to pay the price. Yes, Captain. The pirates let out a chaotic roar, swinging their swords and firearms like bandits descending from the mountains, surging toward the dock from the military ship, and other vessels rushing toward the Dawn pirate crew. A dark mass, it looked quite imposing at first glance. As soon as they stepped onto the dock, they were greeted by Luca's smile. My ranged attacks are not as good as Miss Aileen and Miss Guyana. Luca slightly bowed, drawing back his right fist. The air around began to swirl and compress around his fist, emitting a low hum. But once they get close, it's a different story. Air shockwave. He unleashed a punch. Not a targeted shock cannon, but a high-pressure air wave that erupted from the center of his fist. Bang. Boom. The frontmost dozen pirates were swept away like leaves caught in a storm, unable to even scream before being violently sent flying by the raging air wave. Oh, what? We're flying. Like bowling pins, they were knocked down in a mass. A small space was instantly cleared on the dock. Reinforce. Get them back on. Crick roared from the bow of the ship, his eyes bulging with fury. That kind of powerful move cannot be used continuously. We have the numbers. He's just one. Crick's assessment was not incorrect. The air shockwave indeed consumed stamina, and Luca could not unleash it indefinitely. But Crick forgot. Luca was not fighting alone. Another wave of pirates landed, bravely charging forward. Aileen spread her arms wide, the black sand iron flowing like a torrent of steel. Sand iron. Waterfall. Puff, puff, puff. The newly stabilized pirates were once again thrown into disarray, many getting swept away by the sand iron and pushed into the sea. Frost moon-style spider's nest. Guyana appeared eerily near the other side of the gangplank, drawing her sword. Dozens of sharp slashes intertwined in the air to form an invisible web of sword energy, turning that area into a zone of death. Those who dared to step in would instantly burst with blood and collapse. Thus another wave of people surged in. Another wave fell. The short stretch of dock seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm, filled with groans, cries, and pleas for mercy. 3 make a formation, and 1,000 troops cannot break it. In the weakest sea of the East Blue, the Crick pirate crew, with over 1,000 crew members and dozens of ships, could indeed be called one of the most imposing forces. Because here sheer numbers, sturdy ships, and powerful cannons were the hard truth. Even if they couldn't win, they could exhaust their opponents. But in front of Aileen with her nature-based powers, Guyana, a master swordswoman, and Luca, whose combat power was not far behind. These ordinary pirates, lacking top-tier combat capabilities and with loose training, seemed insufficient. In the face of absolute strength, numbers were just numbers. Moreover, pirates often bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they realized their enemies were so overwhelmingly powerful that approaching meant certain death, their initial fervor would quickly be replaced by fear. Get moving. Why aren't you advancing? Am I feeding you all for nothing? Crick was furious to see his subordinates hesitating and even beginning to slowly retreat. One pirate mustered his courage and spoke, "Sea Captain, we can't win. That woman can unleash sword energy. This is not even a comparable level of combat power." Another pirate echoed, his voice trembling. Bang. Crick swiftly raised his flintlock pistol and shot the pirate, who spoke, blood splattering onto those nearby. Disrupting morale, kill without mercy. Crick's eyes were cold, the gun smoking as it swept over the terrified subordinates. Now I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your thoughts. Charge or not charge. The pirates exchanged glances, their faces pale, daring not to voice their anger under the captain's threat, but to charge forward only to die. Ridiculous, only a fool would do that. With so many of them, did the captain really think he could kill them all? The truth was, Crick certainly wouldn't kill them all. Kill them all. Even if it were 1,000 pigs, it would take him several days, let alone those armed who might resist. He still needed these cannon fodder. Palu, Akin, you two go. Crick turned to the only 2 competent officers on the ship, a fierce glint in his eyes. Ordinary subordinates were unreliable. He could only count on these 2, who were somewhat useful. Yes, Captain. Akin answered solemnly, tightening his twin crutches. He was the combat captain of the Crick pirate crew, the sharpest blade of the captain. No matter how strong the opponent, the order must be carried out. I am the invincible Lord Palu. Palu's voice was slightly shaky, but seeing Akin leap down, he could only steel himself and follow. Akin dashed to Luca in a few leaps, his crutches spinning like windmills, creating a whirring gale. The solid iron ball struck with the force to crack stones, smashing toward Luca's temple. The angle was tricky, and the attack was deadly. Trying to take me down first. Do I look like a soft persimmon? Luca's gaze sharpened instantly. He did not dodge or avoid, but swung his right fist, the highly compressed air instantly enveloping his fist. Air compression punch. Boom. His fist collided fiercely with the iron ball. The airwaves exploded. Akin only felt an unstoppable force coming from the crutch. His hands went numb, and he was pushed back several steps, barely stabilizing himself, looking at Luca with eyes full of shock. You actually blocked my iron crutch with your fist. His iron crutch was made of solid iron, heavy and powerful. Even Palu with his iron wall, he had confidence to break it within a few moves. But this gentle-looking young man in front of him easily caught it with his flesh and blood fist. Captain, I'm coming to assist you. Palu charged. Seeing Akin seemingly suffer a slight setback, Palu hurriedly advanced with his shield raised, crashing toward Luca. Oh, you have a helper. 2 against 1, not very fair. Luca said with a hint of mockery. He didn't even look at Palu rushing in from the side, his left leg lifted like a battle axe, compressing the air beneath it. Cyclone kick. Bang. A kick arrived before Palu accurately striking the front of the shield he was carrying. The violent air erupted instantly. Palu's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall of air, and he was sent rolling backwards several times. No problem. Iron wall is invincible. You can't move me. Palu, despite being in a sorry state, found he was uninjured, and immediately became smug again, patting his shield. Iron wall, I specialize in breaking various shell defenses. Luca's gaze turned cold, exerting force beneath his feet, his figure appearing instantly in front of the gesture-covered Palu. Air compression punch, pierce. Whoosh. A punch slammed into the shield on Palu's chest. Ugh. Palu's eyes widened, feeling a strange force penetrate the shield, directly affecting his internal organs. Saliva mixed with gastric fluid uncontrollably sprayed out, his vision darkened, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The invincible Lord Palu had fallen. That'll teach you to show off. Luca retracted his fist, shaking his wrist. Heavy armor can defend against bullets and slashes, but it cannot withstand the impact of shockwaves. He had plenty of ways to deal with such armored turtles. Beside him, Ajin once again stomped the ground, twirling his twin hooks into a dense circular blur. He struck fiercely towards Luca. Lord Luca, allow me to take care of this. Just as Luca was about to act, Zhang Gao's voice rang out as he raised the hypnotic ring and charged towards Ajin. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase his skills. Just moments ago, Lord Guyana and Lord Aaron had displayed their prowess, and now it was Zhang Gao's turn to shine. Boom. So powerful. Zhang Gao felt an overwhelming force from the hypnotic ring, his arms shaking violently, as if he had just been struck by Luca, launching him backward, slamming towards Zhang. Boom. So powerful. Zhang Gao felt an overwhelming force from the hypnotic ring, his arms shaking violently, as if he had just been struck by Luca, launching him backward. Fortunately, Luca was quick-witted and managed to steady Zhang Gao's flying form with one hand. Are you alright, Zhang Gao? Luca asked with a smirk. This guy showed commendable courage, but his strength truly needed improvement. Lord Luca, that was just an accident. I was careless and didn't dodge. Zhang Gao's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly regained his stance, preparing for another attack. Double ring kill. The 2 hypnotic rings flew out like boomerangs, attacking Ajin from both sides. Child's play. Ajin scoffed, coldly wielding his twin hooks to easily knock the hypnotic rings away, sending them flying into the distance. You're clearly not on the same level as those others. Ajin was referring to Luca and the others. Compared to Luca, who had repelled him with a single punch, Zhang Gao's strength was indeed lacking. I know I'm far behind Lord Luca and Lord Guyana. Zhang Gao did not feel insulted, but instead puffed out his chest. But you're not that impressive either. Suddenly Zhang Gao whoosh whoosh whoosh. The previously knocked away hypnotic rings shot forth a multitude of black threads from their edges, instantly forming a net of threads that descended upon Ajin. Heavenly net. What is this? Ajin was taken aback and instinctively swung his twin hooks, attempting to disrupt the threads with swirling wind pressure. However, the threads were incredibly resilient. As his iron hook struck, they immediately wrapped around his weapon. Useless. These threads are made from rare ghost spider silk, as tough as steel. Zhang Gao shouted triumphantly. These threads were remnants of the previous cadre of the Hawk Pirate crew Jiao. He had secretly collected them after the battle and modified them with his hypnotic rings, not expecting such excellent results on the first use. Damn it, you're playing dirty. Ajin struggled fiercely, but with his weapon entangled by the threads his movements were restricted, making it hard to break free. He could only use his twin hooks to temporarily hold back the threads around his body, preventing himself from being completely tied up. This is called wisdom. Zhang chuckled, feeling a surge of achievement from temporarily controlling such a formidable foe. He focused his mind, manipulating the threads for a final strike. Ring. Choke. The threads suddenly tightened, attempting to completely bring Ajin down. And then, it had no effect. Ajin coldly looked at Zhang. Are you an idiot? Your threads are iron, but my twin hooks are not. Or do you think you can overpower me with sheer strength? Zhang. Well, it seemed he truly couldn't move Ajin. This was awkward. Zhang, that idiot truly can't hold up for more than 3 seconds. Aaron watched from a distance, unable to help but facepalm. Just a 3-second moment of glory, no more than that. And it was both infuriating and amusing. There's at least some Guiana commented, noting that Ajin's strength and physical prowess far exceeded Zhang. For Zhang to control his opponent, that was already an improvement. Captain Ajin, I'm here to help you. At that moment, the previously unconscious Palu had somehow staggered back. Flame Palu. He began to strike his palms against the special luminous stones on his shield rapidly. Sizzle. The stones ignited, bursting forth with blinding heat. Flames erupted. The fire spread quickly, engulfing all his shields, transforming them into a burning shield of flame. Burn, let it all burn. Palu spread his arms wide as flames radiated from his body. Flame form. Activate. Liu Ka watched this comical figure covered in fire and shook his head, playing with fire. This is not a good habit. He slightly bent forward, and a surge of energy suddenly condensed around him. Air barrier. A layer of highly compressed air enveloped him, isolating the flames. Hey, how can this be? Aren't you afraid of fire? Palu stared wide-eyed at Liu Ka, who was unharmed amidst the flames, not even a hem of his clothing singed. He began to doubt his life choices. Is this someone he could defeat? Fire. Who's afraid of that kind of thing? Liu Ka stepped forward, pulling back his right fist as compressed air spiraled around it. Air compression fist. Break. Bang. The force struck like a bull. The airstream pierced through the flames and shield, hitting Palu squarely in the chest. Ugh. Palu screamed, his eyes rolling back. The shield on him dented, and he fell back limply. This time he probably wouldn't get up quickly. Lord Palu is defeated. Lord Ajin can't move either. We should retreat. We can't handle this. The remaining pirates grew more timid upon seeing this, and began to slowly retreat towards the ship, preparing to flee at any moment. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Crick, seeing his 2 subordinates defeated and trapped, could no longer hold back, and personally intervened. Whoosh bang. He suddenly lunged forward, his diamond gauntlet, right hand striking Liu Ka's face, without warning. Liu Ka instinctively sidestepped. Boom bang. The fist grazed past Liu Ka's clothes, smashing into the stone ground of the dock. Debris flew, and a deep pit was created in the ground. As Liu Ka dodged the flying debris, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Your strength isn't bad. No wonder you're the captain. Liu Ka instinctively sidestepped. Boom bang. The fist grazed past Liu Ka's clothes, smashing into the stone. Prepare to die. Crick roared, putting force into his legs, raising the diamond gauntlet once more, preparing to strike again. Liu Ka readied his stance, bracing himself, while secretly adjusting his slightly hurried breathing. Continuous fighting had taken a toll on his stamina. Suddenly, Crick's round shield armor popped open, revealing a hidden gun barrel inside. I don't believe you can be faster than a bullet. This golden battle armor of his was not just for show, it was a mobile armory. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted. Bullets poured down like a storm towards Liu Ka, who was within arm's reach. I may not be faster than a bullet, but I can block it. Liu Ka replied calmly, his body sinking slightly as his aura erupted once more, instantly forming an even denser air barrier. Air barrier. Buzz. The bullets struck an invisible wall as they approached Liu Ka, coming to an abrupt halt, clattering to the ground. And one more thing. Liu Ka, peering through the dissipating air barrier, looked at Crick, whose smile had frozen on his face, and corrected him. I am not a captain. I am merely a cook. Haha, look at Crick's face. It looks like he just ate a fly. Aaron clapped and laughed from a distance, unabashedly reveling. Zhang looked on enviously. Lord Liu Ka's words are so imposing. So you're a cook. Crick could no longer hold it together. How could a cook beat Ajin and kick Palu? Tank bullets. Are the recruitment standards for your cooks set by the CP organization? Well, I'm quite skilled in cooking. Liu Ka replied, proudly recalling how the captain had just praised him in front of the Revolutionary Army. Stop joking around. Crick descended into utter frenzy, snapping his 2 shoulder guards together with a sharp metallic clang, fusing them into a colossal battle lance weighing nearly a ton. He brought it crashing down upon Luca. Die for me, grand battle lance. Oh, getting desperate. Luca's gaze sharpened, his right fist drew back once more. Vacuum compression fist. Boom. His fist collided heat-in with the lance's blade. Shockwaves and screeching metal tore through the air simultaneously. In that split second of deadlock, a cruel predatory curve twisted at the corner of Crick's lips. Detonate. Crockham. The lance's tip erupted in a violent explosion. Caught off guard at point-blank range, Luca was hurled backward by the blast, tumbling through the air. This isn't over yet. Crick gave Luca no respite, raising his arm again to reveal a concealed barrel hidden beneath his armor. BRRT. Bullets rained down in rapid succession, forcing Luca into frantic evasive maneuvers, his composure visibly fraying. You really do carry an arsenal, don't you? Luca dodged mid-sentence, voice laced with weary amusement. Don't you ever tire wearing that slab of iron and cramming so many gadgets inside? It's no wonder your underlings favor shields. They must have learned it from you, their illustrious captain. None of your business. Crick roared, hefting the battle lance once more. Grand battle lance, detonate. Boom. Another explosion detonated in blinding fury. Lucas staggered backward, his footing unsteady. At that moment Eileen could bear it no longer. She activated her magnetite iron to intervene. Magnetite iron shower. Shit. A barrage of magnetite pellets streaked toward Crick. He raised his arms and shattered remnants of his shoulder guards to shield his face and vital points. The magnetite struck his golden armor with a relentless tack, dense and percussive. Though unable to pierce the plating, the impacts rocked his stance and disrupted his assault. Luca, shall I lend a hand? He seems remarkably durable. Eileen called out from afar, already weaving magnetite threads, ready to intervene at any instant. Lucas steadied his ragged breath and replied, no need, Miss Eileen. Men who rely solely on gear, armor piled high, gadgets layered thick. I've faced countless such foes. Hey, you who can't even block a single strike, don't dream of victory. Crick snarled, swinging the battle lance downward once more. I am the tyrant of the East Blue. Luca fell silent, then drove his right foot forward with seismic force, shattering the stone slab beneath him. His right fist retracted like a drawn bowstring, pulled taut to its absolute limit, its knuckles compressing spiraling chi until it coalesced into near-solid turbulence. As Crick's lance neared impact, Luca unleashed his blow. Vacuum, shock, wave, kraboom. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, shattering the battle lance into 1,000 glittering fragments. Crick's vicious grin froze mid-snarl, then vanished as he was flung backward like a ragdoll struck heat-in by a speeding freighter. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he crashed into the deck, carving a deep human-shaped crater, splinters flying in every direction. Chief, seeing Crick's brutal downfall, Double Cane wrenched himself upright, ignoring the blood welling from deep grooves carved into his flesh, and snapped several restraining silk threads before sprinting toward Crick's impact site. Damn it. Embedded in the deck, Crick's armor lay in ruins, his chest plate split, wide open, one shoulder guard shattered, revealing a ghastly pallor beneath. He still rises, unexpected. Luca reflected. The full power vacuum shock wave had exacted a steep toll on his own stamina. How many layers of armor did he wear? How much shock-absorbing padding lined his suit? What made him this resilient? I'm not defeated, not yet. Crick staggered upright, fumbling at his waist for a grotesque gas mask, slipping it over his face, then tossing a second one to Akin. I have no time for such concerns. Those fools are expendable. Replacements are easy to find. Crick's eyes burned with manic intensity as he I have no time for such concerns. Those fools are expendable. Replacements are easy to find. Crick's eyes burned with manic intensity as he hoisted a rugged heavy-caliber rocket launcher, its muzzle pointed squarely at Luca and his allies. Surviving pirates watched in abject terror, souls fleeing their bodies. It's a toxin shell. MH5. The chief is deploying it. Run, for your lives. It will kill you. Help me. I don't want to die. Every remaining pirate, wounded or whole, unleashed a final primal surge of survival instinct. They scrambled, rolled, and fled the cutlass ship, some plunging headlong into the sea and swimming desperately outward. Toxin shells. A coward's weapon, resorting to poison. Eileen recoiled, disgust etched across her features. TCH, take it up with death himself. Crick shouldered the rocket launcher and squeezed the trigger. Kraboom. Trailing incandescent flame, the warhead detonated midair, releasing a viridian cloud of lethal vapor that billowed outward with chilling speed. Magnetite iron. Eileen began shaping the iron particles into an airtight containment box, aiming to seal the toxin before it spread. Then, Gaia. A plump violet-black figure materialized abruptly before Eileen. Jengar. It opened its maw. Like a leviathan drawing in the ocean, the airborne toxin streamed relentlessly into Jengar's gaping mouth. Within seconds, not a trace remained. Satisfied, Jengar patted its round belly and let out a contented belch, exhaling a tiny green smoke ring. 99%, rare treasure. What a... Crick's jaw dropped in pure pirate shock. The toxin shell eaten, consumed by that purple specter. Today truly defies belief. No is belief-defying. Who are these people? When did the East Blue become a breeding ground for monsters? Well now, what a lively scene. What are you all playing at? Cass strolled leisurely onto the dock, trailed by Kuro, Gaia, and newly recruited crew members, led by Barton. Captain, we've got a would-be raider. Lucas stepped aside, nodding subtly toward Crick sprawled on the deck. Who dares raid us? Has he grown tired of breathing? Gaia bristled instantly. Money already in their coffers wasn't meant to be reclaimed. He'd better learn how to spell death first. It's him. Zhang Yao declared with fervent loyalty. Tell me, did you truly think to plunder the Dawn Pirates? Do you grasp the price? Cass approached the dock's edge and spoke coolly. His gaze swept the scene. Crick. And Ghost Mannequin. That one lying prone, what was his name again? He strained to recall, then abandoned the effort. Just then Kuro beside him spoke softly. Crick. Black Cat. You're alive. Crick finally regained partial composure, only to freeze anew at the sight of Kuro standing behind Cass. Kuro, the East Blue's infamous ghost man, famed for ruthless intellect and strategic brilliance, his bounty, once only slightly below Crick's own. Yet here he stood, undead and now subordinate. Does it matter whether I live or die? Kuro's tone was calm, yet carried the weight of absolute authority. How could he answer? Admitting he'd faked death to serve as a butler would utterly shatter his aura. That would be profoundly undignified. Then Eileen leaned close to Cass, pretending to be pitiful. Cass, how should we deal with these people, especially that annoying one in armor who wants to use poison gas bombs? Poison gas bombs. That needs to be handled carefully. Cass' eyes turned cold. Playing with poison. One of those is enough for him. Kliku watched as Klo stood behind the silver-haired man, looking like a loyal follower. To make the proud black cat, Klo submit, how terrifying must this man be? He realized that today, he had hit a brick, and it was a red-hot, spiked, lethal brick wall. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Cass looked at Kliku, his voice suddenly rising. Kliku shuddered, his instinct for survival overwhelming everything. He suddenly knelt down. My lord. Spare me. Please spare me. I offended you, my lord. I am willing to trade my worthless life for a chance to live. The remaining fleet. All of it is yours. Please have mercy, and let me have a way to survive. In that moment he cast aside all the pride of being the Eastern Sea overlord. Dreams of being the pirate king, being the strongest in the Eastern Sea, all meant nothing in the face of death. Surviving was the most important thing. Captain. Akin heard Kess' humbling pleas and felt a mix of emotions. There was both pity and a sense of tragic disillusionment. Yet he still struggled forward a few steps, placing himself between Kliku and Cass' gaze. Just when everyone thought Akin would also plead for mercy, he knelt directly before Cass. My lord, please spare our captain. I am willing to trade my life for his. Interesting. Cass and the others looked at Akin with various expressions. To have a selfish captain like Kliku who would abandon everything in a critical moment yet possess such a loyal subordinate. This combination was unexpected. Cass stroked his chin, sizing up the fearless Akin. Honestly, he had a good impression of Akin. He was loyal, dedicated, and capable of executing the captain's orders without hesitation, with decent strength in the Eastern Sea. A person worthy of cultivation, fitting the talent acquisition plan of the Dawn Pirate crew. Very well, I can let him live. Cass spoke slowly. Kliku felt delighted, and Akin also sighed in relief. However, how can I ensure he won't harbor resentment in the future and stab me in the back? Cass' tone turned sharp, piercing through Kliku. After all, my crew has caused him significant losses. I believe Captain Kliku understands the implications better than anyone else, right? Kliku quickly bowed his head, immediately pledging loyalty. My lord, I can disband the fleet. I offer these people to you. I will hide my identity and never appear in the Eastern Sea again. I swear, as long as you spare me. Akin felt a slight pain in his heart upon hearing this, but knowing he could save the captain's life, he could only silently endure. As long as the captain could survive, nothing else didn't matter anymore. But it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Cass smiled slightly, looking at Akin. Akin, you go and get rid of him. What a... Akin trembled, looking at Cass in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, my lord, I can't do... Hearing this, Cass unhesitatingly shifted his gaze from Akin to Kliku. Kliku, you go. Hearing this, Cass unhesitatingly shifted his gaze from Akin to Kliku. Kliku, you go and get rid of Akin. That won't do. Kliku almost blurted out, righteous as he said. Akin is my most trusted and capable subordinate. How can I lay a hand on him? My lord, you are putting me in a difficult position. He spoke with genuine emotion, as if the one who just proposed to disband the fleet and abandon his brothers was not him. Cass saw the underlying message in Kli's eyes. Admit you need to sweeten the deal. If you get rid of him, I will let you live. Deal. Hearing this, Kli's eyes sharpened, and the hypocritical righteousness on his face instantly vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his diamond gauntlet and smashed it towards Akin's back. For the sake of survival, everything could be discarded. Brothers, subordinates, merely tools to be used and pawns to be sacrificed at any time. Akin hadn't expected that the captain would act so decisively, without even a moment's hesitation. He closed his eyes, his heart turning to ashes. However, the anticipated intense pain did not come. Klo had appeared between Akin and Kliku, his 10 blades crossing to block Kli's diamond gauntlet. He looked at the astonished Kliku with disdain. As expected, keeping you around is a future hassle. No, you promised. Kliku seemed to anticipate something, quickly looking towards Cass. I promised you, but my crew did not agree. Cass replied, such a person is a trouble to keep. What's better to clean up completely. In the next moment, Klaw's figure vanished in an instant. The 10 blades turned into a dazzling flash of cold light. SSSSS. Blood spurted from all over Kli's body like a fountain, blooming like a lotus of death. Captain. Akin looked at Kliku, who lay in a pool of blood, then turned his dazed gaze to Cass. Why have I never heard of a small pirate crew recently set sail, not famous yet? Cass paused, looking at Akin earnestly. But rather than hear my name, wouldn't it be better to join and gain fame together? Everyone was not surprised by Cass inviting Akin. A person so loyal and with decent strength was indeed worth recruiting. Akin looked at Cass. If I don't join, will you kill me? No, but I believe you will agree. Cass shook his head, his tone confident. This person is not a pure pirate. Following a captain like Kliku who could still hold on to his principles amidst the chaos of killing and conflict is quite rare. Moreover, after witnessing Kli's ruthless abandonment, Akin's loyalty to his old master had likely been shaken. Now was the perfect time to recruit him. Akin clenched the iron crutch in his hand, contemplating. Should he leave and lead the remaining crew to establish a new Kliku pirate crew? No, he shouldn't even call him Kliku now. Or perhaps join. Follow a stronger captain to experience the true sea. Sensing Akin's hesitation, Cass directly extended his hand. I am Aurel Cass, captain of the Dawn Pirate crew. So have you made up your mind? Akin looked at the outstretched hand, releasing his tight grip on the iron crutch, kneeling on one knee before Cass. Akin is willing to follow the captain and join the Dawn Pirate crew. In this life, I am at your service. Very well. Cass stepped forward, personally helping Akin up, patting his shoulder. From today on, you will be the combat instructor of the Dawn Pirate crew. He pointed to the dozens of enthusiastic new crew members led by Batten. These people are entrusted to you. Train them well, and don't let me down. Batten and the others had not received training before. Akin was the combat captain, so being an instructor was within his capabilities. Batten and the others all looked at Akin and bowed. We greet the instructor. Being personally invited by Lord Cass meant that they were undoubtedly capable, and they respected him sincerely. Akin looked at the group of new faces, bowing respectfully to him, feeling a surge of complex emotions. However, Akin was quick to react and pressed him down. Paro, calm down. The captain is already dead. However, Akin was quick to react and pressed him down. Paro, calm down. The captain is already dead. I am no longer part of the Ghost-type pirate crew. However, Akin was quick to react and pressed him down. Paro, calm down. The captain is already dead. I am no longer part of the Ghost-type pirate crew. Huh? Paro looked at Akin in disbelief, feeling a strange sense of confusion, as if he was saying, we are ready to fight to the death. Why did you surrender first? Captain, how can you do this? Paro's voice trembled with tears. Akin knew he was in the wrong and didn't know how to explain. After all, he had indeed surrendered. Suddenly, Paro shifted the topic and grabbed Akin's arm, urgently asking, so why didn't you bring me along? Huh? Akin was even more bewildered. So is the focus really on this? Paro spoke with conviction. Captain, you have joined a how can I be left behind? Don't you remember our vow to share both fortune and misfortune? I must join too. He thought that since Kliku was already dead and the combat captain had surrendered, he could follow suit. No, this should be called abandoning the dark for the light. Akin looked at Cass with difficulty, unsure how to handle this not so bright, yet reliable former partner. Cass waved his hand nonchalantly. Come, if you want, you can follow Akin from now on. After all, Zhonggao also followed Klo and came here. A team should have some bonuses to be complete. Zhonggao silently cried, huh? So I'm a bonus. Captain will love this. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. A structure resembling a castle stands tall in the center of the island with the words Navy engraved above the entrance. Deep within the building, in a well-lit conference room with a solemn atmosphere, a group of naval officers draped in the cloak of justice sit upright in two neat rows. They are the elite of the Navy headquarters general staff, an essential part of the Navy's brain, responsible for analyzing intelligence, formulating strategies, assessing threats, and providing decision-making support for naval operations worldwide. Typically, the events that bring them together are significant enough to impact the stability of a sea region or even shake the framework of the Grand Line. At this moment, the focus of the conference room is on a Navy officer with green curly hair standing at the podium. He is Lieutenant Commander Branu. Compared to his rank of Brigadier General in the original work, he is still just a Lieutenant Commander at this time. He stands in front of a movable whiteboard with several newly issued bounty posters pinned to it. Colleagues, I have called you here today to discuss and ultimately determine the total bounty amount for this newly emerged pirate crew, whose threat level assessment has sharply increased. He adjusted his sunglasses. The Dawn Pirates. This name may be unfamiliar to many of you, but according to intelligence received from various branches in the East China Sea, this pirate crew's danger level far exceeds what is recognized in the East China Sea. This name may be unfamiliar to many of you, but according to intelligence received from various branches in the East China Sea, this pirate crew's danger level far exceeds what is recognized. He continued, first, let's discuss the recruitment of core members. He indicated the bounty poster photos of Kroko and Akin. It is reported that this person has gathered the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates 100 Plans Kroko with a bounty of 16 million berries, and the former combat captain of the Krieg Pirates Demon Akin with a bounty of 10 million berries on board. He added these individuals are now official members of the Dawn Pirates. Branu continued, this indicates that the core members of the Dawn Pirates have the ability to easily defeat and subdue these relatively powerful pirate leaders within the East China Sea, showcasing their cohesion and strength. He stated after this pirate cruise in the East China Sea with bounties in the tens of millions, such as the Mad Tooth Pirates, were almost no match for them and were quickly defeated. A faint murmur of discussion arose from the audience. The overall strength of pirates in the East China Sea is generally weak, and the ability to recruit Kroko and Akin indeed suggests that this new pirate crew is formidable. However, still within the realm of the East China Sea. Branu shifted his tone, becoming more serious. However, what truly caused a qualitative change in the threat assessment of this pirate crew is the following matter. He switched to a new, somewhat blurry photo accompanied by a crumpled, yet shocking old bounty poster. They defeated the former Grand Line Supernova Heavy Hammer Hawk and his Heavy Hammer Pirates. Wait. A gray-haired, stern-faced lieutenant commander suddenly raised his hand, interrupting Branu. Lieutenant Commander Branu, is this a mistake? As far as I know, Heavy Hammer Hawk is a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. A pirate crew of this level, not even in the East China Sea, but also in the most chaotic North Sea, would definitely be top tier. How could a mere East China Sea have a pirate crew capable of defeating such an existence? Exactly. Another younger lieutenant commander chimed in. The strength of a pirate with a bounty over 100 million is on an entirely different level compared to those in the Four Seas. Those are monsters that have survived the elimination of the Grand Line. What does the East China Sea have? The strongest are barely over 30 million berries. Could it be that those guys in the branch made a mistake, or that this hawk is a fake? The questioning voices in the conference room grew louder. A pirate with a bounty over 100 million defeated in the East China Sea. This was akin to hearing that Kaido of the Beasts had been defeated by a rookie who had just entered the New World. This is nonsense. In the face of his colleagues' doubts, Brand New remained unperturbed regarding this matter. I personally verified that this hawk is indeed the Heavy Hammer Hawk, with a previous bounty of 120 million berries. However, he encountered Admiral Kazan in a certain sea area of the Grand Line. Admiral Kazan. The conference room erupted in an uproar. All doubts ceased, replaced by expressions of realization. That makes sense. There's no issue with that. So it turns out he was defeated by Admiral Kazan, and barely escaped, then returned to the East China Sea to nurse his wounds like a lost dog, murmured the gray-haired lieutenant commander. Since he was defeated by Admiral Kazan, his strength must have been significantly reduced, and his fighting spirit diminished. Subsequently, he was picked off and defeated by a new pirate crew. While still surprising, it is not entirely impossible. The young lieutenant commander nodded, rationalizing to himself. It's reasonable, very reasonable. No wonder it's Admiral Kazan. A casual strike is a thunderous technique. If that's the case, this Dawn Pirates crew really got lucky hitting the jackpot. The doubts transformed instantly into acceptance of the reasonable narrative and admiration for the Admiral. After all, he is the Navy headquarters' highest combat power, a natural disaster-level devil fruit user. Admiral Kazan. To escape back to the East China Sea under his watch is already a miracle. Losing limbs and significantly reducing strength is too normal. Brand New did not correct his colleagues' assumptions about Hawk's diminished strength. Sometimes allowing information to spread in a more easily accepted manner is conducive to reaching consensus. He only needed to emphasize the results and the characterization. But in any case, defeating a pirate with over 100 million berries has already proven that the current Dawn Pirates absolutely possess battle power, far exceeding the conventional levels in the East China Sea. We must reassess their threat level. Brand New raised his voice and knocked heavily on a photo on the whiteboard depicting a shattered wall of the Goa Kingdom and smoke rising from the palace, redirecting everyone's attention. The actions of this pirate crew are extremely heinous and can be described as unbridled. They not only plunder merchant ships, but also audaciously allied with the Revolutionary Army to attack government-allied nations. What? A group of staff members could no longer sit still, attacking allied nations and colluding with the Revolutionary Army. This is no ordinary pirate. This is an open challenge to the world government. They are rebels, a malignant tumor that must be eradicated. They used the Revolutionary Army to create chaos, taking the opportunity to plunder the royal treasury, causing enormous casualties and property damage. Even the king fell victim. Brand New spoke with deep sorrow. The rampant nature of their actions and the adverse impact they have had are unparalleled in the history of the East China Sea for nearly a decade. He paused and switched to a photo of the somewhat dilapidated palace of the Sand-Hidden Kingdom. Moreover, even the non-allied Sand-Hidden Kingdom was not spared and fell victim to their ruthless hands. According to reliable intelligence, the princess of that country was also seduced into joining their pirate crew and became an accomplice. What? They are also skilled in seducing people. This is not something an ordinary pirate crew could achieve. The cunning and methods of this leader are likely extraordinary. A clamor erupted in the conference room. Cass, that's right, it's me. Irene, what's seducing? I volunteered. Brand New, no you didn't. King of Goa Kingdom, I died a tragic death, but no one cares. Brand New took a deep breath and solemnly announced, in light of the aforementioned circumstances, the Grand Marshal of the Warring States directs that the threat level of the Dawn Pirate crew be elevated immediately, and the bounty on its members must reflect their true danger, while we begin organizing a capable military force to rigorously pursue them. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he concluded with unwavering determination, his voice echoing in the conference room. The East Sea is the territory most long managed by the Navy. It is our Navy's face. We shall never allow such a lawless pirate crew to enter the Grand Line. They must be eradicated in the East Sea. The conference room fell into a solemn silence. Everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. Brand New then gestured to his assistant to distribute a stack of information regarding the core members of the Dawn Pirate crew to each officer present. These are the portraits and intelligence on the main members of the Dawn Pirate crew as described in the reports. Please review them and propose bounty amounts accordingly. The officers took the information and examined it closely. The first image, silver hair, heterochromatic eyes, youthful features, but wearing a mischievous smile. Captain Aurel Cass, suspected user of a devil fruit ability capable of summoning various peculiar creatures for combat. He is the absolute core and brain of the team. The second image, blue long hair, a beautiful and cold expression, dressed in a swordsman's attire. Frost Moon Guena, master of aerial slashes with exceptional and fierce swordsmanship. The third image, towering and robust with rock-like skin and features fierce eyes. Combatant Reinhardt Gaia, a user of the earth fruit with terrifying strength and incredible defense. Gaia, I am the vice captain. The fourth image, golden curly hair, amber eyes, beautiful features. Erdman Aaron, a user of the natural system, sand iron fruit, princess of sand, hidden, kidnapped with skills developed to a considerable level. The fifth image, wearing glasses, refined in appearance, but with fingers like sharp cat claws. 100 Tricks Kuro, former captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, known for his exceptional cunning. The sixth image, light blue short hair, dressed appropriately. Flammel Lookup, possessing some kind of shock ability with formidable martial arts skills. Looking at these images, the officers in the conference room felt a surge of overwhelming waves within. With such powerful captains, natural system users, powerful fruits, sword masters, and martial arts experts, this configuration clearly indicates an elite team poised for growth. The East Sea. Is it about to birth a monstrous pirate crew capable of stirring the world's winds and clouds? A few days later, in a certain area of the East Sea, a massive 3-deck ship, robust and with striking lines, sliced through the waves, sailing across the azure sea. This was the warship Sword, seized from the Creek pirate crew, but it had since changed owners and names. A new ship, a new flag, a new journey. It was renamed the Judicator. The name signifies the judgment of worldly injustices, sounding far more elegant than the sword. The pirate flag hanging on the ship is truly unique. The flag features a black background with a familiar skull at its center. But this skull is not an ordinary pirate skull. It is a chubby, cute version of a gung ghost skull. It looks adorable, even somewhat charming, a stark contrast to the usual sinister pirate flags. The design of this flag was personally crafted by Aaron with the image provided by Gung-Gwe. Gung-Gwe was very pleased with this, stating it was the coolest and cutest pirate flag it had ever seen. Since the pirate crew is called Aurel Cass, felt there was no need for the flag to be grim, something more approachable would be better. Gung-Gwe is just fine, a chubby and cheerful, it radiates prosperity. Besides, who would refuse a cute chubby ghost? Navy world government, we would. On the deck of the Judicator, a scene of vigorous training unfolded. Lower your center of gravity. Keep your back straight. Breathe steadily. Aiken's authoritative voice echoed across with his hands behind his back, he paced like the strictest instructor among rows of new crew members who were gritting their teeth to endure his gaze, sharp as a hawk, scrutinizing everyone's movements. Dozens of new crew members from the refuse mountain of the Goa Kingdom, led by Batten, were diligently conducting basic. Most of them were physically weak, drenched in sweat, forming small puddles on the deck, yet not a single one complained of fatigue. This was the first step in changing their destinies. They had to persevere through any pain or exhaustion. Zango and Palu also wore strained expressions, mingling among the new recruits to train together. Zango was so exhausted that his tongue was out like a dehydrated sea dog. So tired, I can't take it anymore. Palu, strapped with a weighted training shield, puffed and panted while doing shuttle runs. No more, Captain Akin. 2M the iron wall, I shouldn't have to train this hard. Shut up. Akin barked sharply, striking the ground beside the two with a wooden stick, startling them into a shiver. Your defense is nothing before true masters. Strength is fundamental. If you don't want to be stunned behind your shield in the next battle, then train. The two immediately fell silent, grimacing as they continued. Palu knew Akin was right. Last time against Luca, his defense was a joke. Zango had poor stamina. No matter how high his hypnotic skills were, without physical support, they were useless. Under Akin's gentle supervision, the two were worn out daily, but the results were remarkable. Akin himself began his training in observation hockey and armament hockey under Cass's guidance. Cass did not hold back, imparting all the principles and methods of training taught by Gungshiro. Akin treasured this knowledge, spending each day teaching the newcomers while passionately honing his own body, eagerly anticipating the moment of awakening. He knew that to stand firm in this team full of monsters, to follow that unfathomable young captain into a broader world, he had to be strong. Mr. Kuro, Miss Guena, Miss Aaron, Mr. Luca, Mr. Gaia. Each officer here possessed the capability to crush his current strength. He had no reason to be lax. In the corridor outside the captain's room, Aaron was waving a stack of freshly printed newspapers, rushing by in a flurry. She spotted Gaia bare-chested, gritting his teeth as he squatted with a barbell that was estimated to weigh over 10 tons. She paused her steps and called out, Gaia, have you seen Cass? I don't know. He should be in the captain's room. Gaia squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his face turning red. Oh, keep going, good luck. Aaron casually encouraged him and walked straight towards the captain's room. Gaia muttered, good luck, easy for you to say. This thing was specially weighted by Luca for me. Ugh, but I really do need to push myself, or else I'll be surpassed by Guena and Luca. Inside the captain's cabin, Cassie sat with eyes alight, utterly absorbed in the system's shop interface that only he could see, slipping into a long-missed shopping reverie. After the sweeping of the Goa Kingdom treasury and the receipt of the Kuliku pirate crew's bequest, his share as captain was remarkable. His private hoard swelled instantly to over 400 million belly. That did not yet include the devil fruit. Uncertain of its power, he stored it for the time being, planning to decide later who it might suit best. He stared at the dazzling wares in the shop's super evolution stones, Z crystals, and countless Pokémon in their final forms, each emitting an irresistible gleam. Sigh, the road is long and heavy. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades must still make money. Cassie sighed, but his fingers showed no slowness. He scrutinized the offerings and finally decided that his first wave of investment would be to recruit a new companion to bolster the crew's strength. He scrolled and scrolled, and at last his gaze fixed on a deep blue, powerfully muscled silhouette with a tall forked door. Zhujiaowai final form 2000 points. It is a bit dear. Cassie winced, but then reminded himself this was the final evolution of the waterground starter. Amphibious, able to hit and endure. With so many devil fruit users among his crew, should someone befall misfortune and fall into the sea, a Zhujiaowai would be the perfect lifesaver. More importantly, who in their youth had not been thunderstruck by Zhu Zheguai's ice punch that split the sky? This was nostalgia, manly romance itself. Bought. Click. Mental confirmation. 20,000 points vanished in an instant. Kasi felt his heart bleed, yet when he saw the extra Pokeball in his inventory, he felt it had been worth it. Points are meant to be spent to spin them and earn them again. With strength, how could I fail to make more? Kasi comforted him. Then his eyes drifted to the Z crystal section. Ghost Z for Gingue. The clutch move to turn the tide. 10000 points. Bought. Gingue, a veteran and workhorse, must be reinforced. But a Z bracelet. Without that, the Z crystal is mere ornament. 3000 points. Bought. Another painful expense, and his account balance shriveled to a pitiable pittance trembling in its ledger. Yet as Kasi looked at the newly acquired Ghost Z crystal and Z bracelet in his inventory, he felt invigorated. The joy of spending was immediate, endless, if continued. Excellent. Spending makes me powerful. Kasi nodded with satisfaction, slipping the Z bracelet onto his left wrist. Then he eagerly produced the Pokeball that contained Jujiaowai. Come forth, Jujiaowai. There was a soft click as the ball opened. A deep, resonant roar tinged with spray and the scent of earth filled the cabin. A three-maternal Jujiaowai appeared, deep blue skin, short but powerful limbs, and a towering forked dorsal fin like a ship's sail, filling the captain's cabin with its presence. With a guileless expression, it regarded the strange surroundings and the silver-haired human before it whose aura felt somehow familiar. Not bad, sturdy indeed. Look at those muscles, those lines, Kasi murmured. Kasi circled the Jujiaowai, patting its rock-hard arm and savoring the swell of vitality and raw power, truly a Pokemon fit to haul great vessels. Its physique plainly belonged to a powerhouse. From now on, you stick with Brother Ka, and in 3 days, know in time you'll be deified. Feasting and revelry, punching the Yonko, kicking the admirals. Jujiaowai roared in response. It understood the fervor in Ka's words and nodded happily. Simple by nature, it felt the affinity and bond emanating from its new master and instantly took to him. It thrust out its massive arms and enveloped Kasi in an enthusiastic bear hug. Crack. Jujiaowai, you're squeezing too hard. I can't breathe. Kasi, taken unawares, went pale as the embrace constricted his throat. He had forgotten that an adult Jujiaowai possessed the terrifying strength to haul gigantic ships with ease, perhaps rivaling the stop fruit user Charlotte Owen of the Big MOM pirate crew. This love-struck hug was far beyond what his slight frame could endure. Kasi, I have something. The cabin door was flung open with a bang as AI Lin burst in, only to stop mid-sentence. What met her eyes was a startling tableau: Kasi locked in a chokehold by a muscle-bound fishman. Kasi's face flushed red as he struggled. AI Lin's brain processed the scene in 7/10 of a second. Unknown fishman plus attack on Ka, C equals enemy. Let go of that boy. AI Lin cried instinctively, flinging her arms wide. Sandarn. Torrent. Black sandarn surged from her like a levee, broken, charging toward Jujiaowai. Seeing the familiar dark iron flow, Kasi widened his eyes. Don't come over here. Boom. The impact thundered. Then the world fell silent. After a long stunned beat, AI Lin wailed. Wah. You let someone hit me. I told you not to come closer. Kasi held a bottle of system-issued salve, gently dabbing at AI Lin's swollen eye. A perfectly decent girl had ended up with panda eyes. Why, how was I to know this was yours? What's its name again? AI Lin moaned through tears, pointing at the Jujiaowai, which had resumed facing the wall in contrition. Pokemon. You can think of them as my ability, like Gingue or Qinghui, Kasi explained, simultaneously signaling the Jujiaowai to step back a little. Another fight would be ill-advised. Pokemon. What a mouthful. It's just your pet, I don't know. I was trying to help you, and the thing came at me with a punch. AI Lin felt grievously wronged, pointing at her ruined left eye. Look. It's swollen like this. How can I face? She grew more aggrieved. Once the proud sand stealth princess and a nature-type user, she had been bested by a mysterious fishman strongman. Worse, the fishman had used armament hockey. A single blow shattered her sandarn. Had she not raised a sandarn shield at the last moment, it would not have been a mere one-eyed state. Her skull might have been split open. Jujiaowai is rather simple, direct. Kasi patted the creature's broad back, speaking in its defense. Now that it knew it had caused trouble, the creature had turned to face the wall in shame. Fierce in combat, its temperament was surprisingly, endearingly blunt. At the sound of commotion, Gaia Lu Ka Kaluo and the others arrived and crowded at the captain's door, peering into the chaotic scene within. A strange beast facing the wall, an indignant AI Lin, and Kasi awkwardly dabbing at her wounds. What is that? Gaia exclaimed, eyes wide, as he took in Jujiaowai's hulking, magnificent, forceful form. He had the instinctive sense that this blue giant's strength might even surpass his own. Oh, a new companion. Lu Ka maintained his gentle, elegant smile, though a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He could sense the formidable life force contained within the fishman. Is this a fishman? It doesn't resemble common fishmen. A special race or something forged by an ability. Kaluo analyzed. Captain, you didn't happen to eat a contract fruit, did you? Lu Ka mused aloud, suggesting the notion of a power that could bind wondrous species in contract and summon them to fight. Previously it was Ghost and Shield, and now this fishman warrior. Kaluo pondered and nodded slowly. It seems possible. The more they considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Their gazes on Kasi deepened. If true, the captain's ability and growth potential were even more incalculable. The kinds of life forms he could bind and their strengths would determine his ceiling. AI Lin, so none of you paid any attention to me, right? Kasi thought to himself, contract fruit. Sounds like someone becoming a trainer spirit. Since they had conjured such a reasonable explanation, he was too lazy to contradict them. Explaining the system would be tedious. Having a devil fruit as a shield of explanation was convenient. His silence only read as tacit assent to the others. Indeed, a mighty fruit then. Only Gaia, who knew him best, understood. A hammer's contract fruit, really. Or what was it called? Gaia thought for a moment. It occurred to him he had never once asked Kasi about these matters. In his recollection since their escape from the Goa Kingdom, Kasi had inexplicably acquired all manner of strange, yet potent abilities. Could it truly be a devil fruit? When had he eaten it? How had Gaia not known? Right, AI Lin. You rushed to find me earlier. What was it you wanted? Kasi asked, turning the subject, as AI Lin's pain seemed to flicker away. She waved the newspaper she held excitedly. Our pirate crew has been placed on the bounty list. West Rob Village. The residence of Kuya. Miss, there is something I would like to show you. The butler Meili gently knocked on Kuya. Please come in. A soft voice replied from within the room. Meili pushed the door open and saw Kuya sitting at her desk by the window, sunlight illuminating her beautiful face. Miss, this is some new information regarding the East Sea, brought by the messenger bird. Kuya set down the book in her hand and picked up the newspaper. When she saw the photo of Kalu with his wrist pushing up his glasses and a stern expression, she was slightly taken aback. Bounty Kalu bounty 25 million berry. Kuya quietly gazed at the bounty. Notice her expression calm as she said, Mr. Krabatel. No, Mr. Kalu. It seems he has finally found his target. Outside the window, Usopp was climbing a tree, trying to chat with Kuya, and through the gap in the window, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper in her hand. When he saw Kalu's bounty notice and the amount, he almost slipped off the tree and hurriedly hugged the trunk. That slightly creepy butler turned out to be such a formidable pirate. Sand Hidden Kingdom, the new royal palace. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The captain of the guards, Luo Zan, rushed into the conference hall in panic. The newly appointed king of the Sand Hidden Kingdom, who was also Aaron's uncle, was a cultured and elegant middle-aged man. He calmly took a sip of the bitter buckwheat tea, not looking up as he said, Luo Zan, how many times have I told you not to panic? Not look at you so anxious. Take your time, say it clearly. Yes, Your Majesty, you are right. Luo Zan caught his breath, straightened up, and spoke rapidly. Princess Aaron has been wanted. See, isn't that better? The new king nodded in satisfaction. What a small matter, it's just a bounty. Wait, who did you say? He snatched the bounty notice, bringing it close to his eyes, staring intently at the picture and text on it. The bounty notice featured a profile shot of Aaron, her golden hair flowing with sand iron forming a black barrier around her, her amber eyes sparkling with light. Sand iron princess side man, Aaron bounty 20 million berry. Oh no, how am I going to explain this to my brother? The new king plopped back down onto the throne, his face pale. He hoped his brother could handle it. Frostmoon Village, Isan Dojo. Let me see. Senior brother Gaia looks so impressive. His muscles are huge. Sister Guena is also very strong. What? Senior brother Cass is the strongest. A group of young children in the dojo courtyard scrambled for several brand new bounty notices, chattering excitedly. For them, the senior brothers and sisters who once trained here had become remarkable pirates, appearing on bounty notices, which was even more thrilling than any adventure story. Slow down, don't fight, keep calm. Gung Shiro squinted with a warm smile, watching the children play. He said this, but did not get up to intervene. Cass is surprisingly good, huh? When Zoro saw these bounty notices, he was filled with disbelief. Hey, this bounty amount is a joke, right? Frost Moon Swordsman Guena bounty 30 million berry. Rock Iron Reinhardt, Gaia bounty 32 million. If Zoro could still accept these two, after all, he knew Guena was strong and Gaia was a powerhouse. But when he saw Cass bounty notice, Zoro completely lost it. On the picture, Cass had his silver hair flowing, his heterochromatic eyes eerie and deep. The background was the shattered walls of the Goa Kingdom. Demon Eye Aurel Cass bounty 69 million berry. Almost 70 million. Zoro felt as if his worldview had been shattered. How long has it been since he set sail? The bounty was already closing in on 70 million. Even the Pirate King didn't get such a high bounty so quickly. On the deck of the Judgmenter, Suit Thug, how the Navy's level of nicknaming is still so lacking in creativity. Luca looked at the snapshot of his bounty notice, showing him delivering a punch that created a shockwave, and at the title below, he couldn't help but chuckle. Suit Thug Flammel Luca bounty 20 million berry. 20 million berry is already a high starting point for him, who has just set sail. Moreover, the photographer deserves a chicken leg. The angle and timing of that shot were perfect. Why do I only have 20 million? Cass, why do you get so much more? It's over 3 times mine. Aaron pouted in dissatisfaction. After all, she was a nature-type devil fruit user. The Sand-Hidden Princess. The face of the team. Why is she valued the same as Luca? What a bunch of blind Navy officers. Navy, we originally didn't intend to put a bounty on you just because you're a nature type, okay? Cass, did you bribe the Navy? Otherwise, how could you have a bounty more than double mine? Gaia also chimed in, looking at his own bounty of 32 million, and then at Cass' astronomical figure of 69 million, feeling extremely unbalanced. After all, he put in a lot of effort in fights. He was the one who contributed the most to demolishing walls and smashing ships. As expected of the captain, Kalu looked at Cass' astonishing bounty with a sense of inevitability. He had raised nearly 10 million. It would be strange if the captain's bounty was low. Should we celebrate? Lucas suggested with a smile, already thinking about what extra dishes to add for dinner. Ajin Zhangao and the others' bounty amounts did not increase, but they were extremely excited to follow such a formidable pirate crew. It was their fortune. However, Cass was not paying attention to his companion's chatter. All his focus was drawn to that damn nickname on the bounty note. Demon Eye? Who came up with such a terrible name? It's so cringeworthy. The level of shame is off the charts. Why not call it Evil King's True Eye or Reincarnation Eye? Is there no cultured person in the Navy? What about that green-haired meeting King Branu? Isn't he the so-called naming expert? How could he come up with something like this? Just because his eye colors are different. That reason is too perfunctory. Even calling him silver-haired or something would be better than Demon Eye. How is he supposed to mix in on the sea with this? Self-introduction upon meeting. Hello, I'm Demon Eye Cass. Ugh, just thinking about it makes it cringe-worthy enough to use my toes to scratch out a 3-room, 1-hall apartment. Cass, are you okay? Gwaina noticed Cass' strange expression. He had been gloomy since he received the bounty notice, and she initially thought he was unhappy with the bounty amount. Aaron also leaned over and poked Cass' face. What's wrong? Aren't you happy with such a high bounty? 69. There have hardly been a few in the history of the EC, right? You should be secretly pleased. Agent Barton and the others observed Cass' dark expression and silence, feeling even more solemn. The captain is disdainful of a mere bounty of 69 million. Agent thought to himself, looking at Cass with even more reverence. What kind of spirit is this? What kind of ambition? Following such a leader, the future is bound to be magnificent. Master Cass truly has lofty aspirations. We must also work twice as hard and not lag behind. Cass, no, you misunderstood. I'm just mocking that stupid nickname. Navy. You gave Brother Cass a bounty and Brother Cass is very happy. But the nickname you gave Brother Cass does not like. You all better watch out. A few days later, in a tranquil sea area. That shape is the sea restaurant bar tie. From the bow of the ship came Erin's jubilant cheer as she pointed at a gradually clearer silhouette on the horizon, excitedly waving her arms. Everyone's gaze followed suit. Ahead, a uniquely designed giant sailboat drifted on the sea. The ship's structure was 4 layers high, designed to resemble a massive fish, with imposing fish head statues at both the bow and stern. The flag hanging from the main mast was not a pirate flag, but rather a crossed knife and fork pattern. Sea restaurant bar tie. Verity, huh? I've heard that the chefs inside are top-notch and their dishes are so delicious that they can make you swallow your tongue. For Gaia, who loved food, the temptation of gourmet cuisine was no less thrilling than a fierce battle. Aaron nodded vigorously. Right. I had heard about it back in Suna, and I've wanted to go so badly. I've heard a bit about it. In cross-understanding, bar tie was a neutral zone where anyone could come to dine as long as they paid and did not cause trouble. I just don't know how it compares to the food made by Luca. Cass looked meaningfully at Luca. Luca's expression instantly became serious. As a chef, honing culinary skills is an essential practice. I will not allow my cooking to be questioned, even if it is merely hypothetical. Every excellent chef has an almost obsessive persistence in the way of food. Luca was no exception. You might say he was not, but you can never say he was not good at cooking. This is a matter of principle. All right. What spirit? Cass slapped the ship's side and declared loudly, at my command. Full speed ahead. Destination bar tie. Let's start the feast. Yes, Captain. The deck suddenly erupted with excited responses. Paluzango and Barton had shining eyes. After training for so many days, they could finally feast. The Judgment adjusted its sails and slowly approached bar tie. Bar tie restaurant entrance on the first deck. Gaia took the lead, swaggering onto Verity's deck. Boss, come out to greet the guest. The one responsible for welcoming at the door was Patty. He hurried over upon hearing the sound, and upon seeing this scene, he noticed dozens of robust figures, especially the silver-haired young man at the forefront, who radiated an imposing aura. Goodness, a big client. Absolutely a big client. Patty's professional smile became even more radiant as he rubbed his hands together and greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Welcome to the best restaurant in the EC, bar tie. No matter the dish's service or environment, we guarantee you'll feel as warm as returning home. He paused and revealed a flattering smile. As long as you esteemed guests pay up, that's all that matters. You're quite straightforward. Gaia grinned, not offended by this blunt business approach. He waved his hand and pulled out a hefty gold bar from his pocket, tossing it to Patty casually. Money is no issue. Lord Gaia has plenty of it. Bring out your best offerings. If I am not satisfied with the feast, Gaia flashed a fierce smile, then I want pay. Patty scrambled to catch the gold bar, the heavy weight, making him gasp, his eyes wide open as he repeatedly checked the quality. 99% purity, a rare item. A big spender. Absolutely a big spender. Esteemed guests. No, esteemed deities. Patty bowed, even lower, his smile brighter, as the big brother said. We must ensure your satisfaction. Our Verity's signature is flavor. Esteemed guests, please upstairs. Now that's more like it. Gaia nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Brothers, upstairs. Let's get started. Sanji, aren't you going to hurry out to serve the esteemed guests? What are you standing there for? Patty turned and shouted into the restaurant. Damn it, Patty. I am the sous chef, not a waiter. How could I possibly? A young man with golden short hair, curled eyebrows, and dressed in a black suit emerged with an unhappy expression. However, before he could finish his complaint, his gaze instinctively swept over to the entrance. Then it instantly froze on Gwaina and Aaron among the crowd. Gwaina wore a plain white swordswoman outfit, her face coldly beautiful, exuding an ethereal air. Aaron, on the other hand, was dressed in a sleek hunting outfit, her golden curls lively and cascading, her stunning figure accentuated by her tight clothing. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Wow. The next second, Sanji seemed to be propelled by a rocket booster, transforming into a golden whirlwind as he dashed to Gwaina and Aaron. His eyes instantly turned into exaggerated heart shapes, and his body twisted, as if electrocuted. Oh ho ho ho. Ladies. Beautiful ladies. My name is Sanji. It is an honor to take your orders, such beautiful ladies. Please follow me. The second floor has the best seats, absolutely worthy of your unparalleled beauty. Cass watched the young Sanji, who was not very old, but had a gentleman demeanor ingrained in him, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Well, at this age, should one say he is exceptionally talented or well-educated by Zeph? This habit of transforming upon seeing beautiful women seems to be deeply ingrained from childhood. Goena merely responded faintly and headed straight for the stairs. The service in this restaurant is indeed, Aaron found it amusing. This little chef, though odd in behavior, was quite interesting. Luca's gaze remained fixated on Sanji's distinctive curled eyebrows, an uncomfortable feeling rising within him. Your eyebrows make me very uncomfortable. Such eyebrows reminded Luca of the Vinsmoke family, but the Sanji before him was likely not one of them. How could a cold-blooded creature become a chef? Sanji, who was in a feverish state, was momentarily stunned. What the hell did his curled eyebrows provoke you? All right, don't block the doorway, let's go upstairs. Cass clapped his hands, breaking the subtle atmosphere. A group of them, led by Sanji, climbed the stairs to the second floor. Just as Cass was about to step forward and follow everyone upstairs, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Patty furiously shaking a freckled-faced young man who was sleeping soundly and even had a bubble coming out of his nose. Damn it. Even if you're asleep, you can't dine and dash. Get up and pay the bill. Huh. Is it morning already? The freckled man groggily lifted his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes, looking like he hadn't fully woken up. The young man had short black hair, his cheeks adorned with a few freckles, exuding a natural charm. Upon seeing him awake, Patty became even more furious. Awake, huh? Then pay up. A total of 50,000 berries. If you fall short by even a single coin, you won't be leaving this door. Oh, I. Huff, huff. The freckled man blinked, then suddenly a bubble popped out of his nose, his head tilted, and he fell asleep again. Patty was about to explode, feeling his intelligence and professional dignity insulted. You're provoking me, aren't you? Hey, isn't this your friend? How about you pay the bill? A nearby chef looked at a blue-haired young man wearing a mask. The masked man hurriedly waved his hands. I don't know him. We're just sharing a table. Not familiar, really not familiar. Dusu was inwardly cursing, that bastard Ace. If you don't have money, don't pretend to treat others to a meal. Sleeping anywhere and dining and dashing. Help his journey at sea shouldn't end so quickly in a restaurant debt collection. Cass looked at the familiar freckled face he had seen countless times in anime. His heart stirred. Wasn't that Ace the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the son of Roger, and the instigator of the Marineford War? He didn't expect to encounter him here. It truly was fate. Moreover, this classic scene of falling asleep anywhere and being chased for a meal debt was indeed so familiar. What is wrong with these people? They eat without paying. Cass shook his head, expressing his deep disdain and strong The waiter shrugged helplessly. Well, that customer and his companions ordered a huge table of dishes, ate everything clean, and then fell asleep. It's clearly a case of dining and dashing. What is wrong with these people? They eat without paying. Cass shook his head, expressing his deep disdain and strong condemnation of such dining and dashing behavior as a product of 9 years of compulsory education. Cass waved his hand grandly, saying he'll cover the bill for that table. Additionally, if they want to eat anything else, just put it on. Such generosity. The waiter's gaze was instantly filled with respect for Cass. This was truly a distinguished guest. Not only did he pay for his own consumption, but he also covered the bill for the strangers' dining and dashing. What a great guy. He hurried over and whispered something to the irate Patty. Patty was taken aback, turning to look at Cass at the top of the stairs, and the anger on his face instantly melted away. You're lucky to encounter a good person who will pay your bill. Otherwise, according to Verity's rules, dining and dashing would at least cost you a leg. Patty then hurried off with the waiter to arrange for more dishes. With the crisis averted, Doze took a long breath of relief and gratefully looked towards the stairs. Ace's nose made a pop sound as he woke up, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. Doze, what's going on now? They're not kicking us out. Doze pointed towards the stairs, saying it seems a kind gentleman helped us settle the bill. Really? Ace's eyes lit up. There really are good people in the world. Machino was right. I need to thank him. Then, he tilted his head, and with a bang his head hit the table again. Snoring resumed. Doze was stunned. He really could sleep anywhere. No warning at all. Was his brain separate from his body? Bartai Restaurant second. The environment here was elegant with a wide view. The pirates sat at several tables, the atmosphere lively. However, the open kitchen area between the kitchen and dining area felt tense. Sanji had just served a pan-seared deep-sea snapper with seasonal vegetables. Ryuka cut a small piece with a silver knife and fork and savored it. The exterior is crispy while the inside is juicy. The cooking is quite good. Of course. Sanji raised his chin proudly, absolutely confident in his culinary skills. However, the flaws are quite obvious. Ryuka shifted the conversation. The sea salt used is coarse rock salt from the East Blue. It has a unique flavor, but is not finely ground enough, affecting the layering of the salty taste in the mouth. The asparagus was overblanched, losing its best crunchy texture. The timing of the lemon juice application was slightly late, failing to perfectly combine with the heat of the fish. The plating has some thought, but the imitation marks are too heavy, lacking its own soul. The sauce-drawn waves ruin the... Ryuka dissected Sanji's dish, which he thought was nearly perfect, with brutally precise critiques. He lightly glossed over the positives while magnifying the negatives. Sanji's confident smile gradually stiffened. What the hell is this? Is this the point? The key is that he couldn't refute it because it seemed to make some sense. After saying so much, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Who exactly are you? Which corner did this food critic come out from? Or did another restaurant send you to stir up trouble? You don't need to know my name. Ryuka elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and revealed a gentle smile. If you must have a title, you can call me Senior. Just you. Sanji felt insulted. This brat looked only a few years older than himself, acting like a big What a little brat. So you're here to challenge me. A strong voice came from the kitchen direction. An old man with a wooden prosthetic leg and a braided beard walked out. The owner and chef of Barity, Zeph, the Red Leg. Do you think this is just any place? Barity's kitchen is not for a clueless brat like you to give orders. At the moment Zeph appeared, Ryuka's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body involuntarily tensed up. From this one-legged old man, he sensed a long-lost sense of danger. This was no ordinary chef. Is he a master? Kira's gaze sharpened. This old man was definitely a tough nut. Gaia, Kuina, and Aaron also neglected their meals, rising simultaneously with their breaths locking onto Zeph. Akinbard and other new crew members also stood up nervously, hands on their weapons. Although the opponent looked like an old man, that aura could not be mistaken. The other chefs brought by Zeph gathered their eyes, watching the Dawn Pirates with ill intent. In an instant the atmosphere on the second floor became tense. Threatening my chefs in front of me, Captain, this is unacceptable. At that tense moment Cass' lazy voice came from the top of the stairs. As his voice fell, an invisible wave of power rippled outward from him like a gentle wave. Those who were originally ready to act paused involuntarily, their hostile feelings inexplicably soothed a little. Zeph asked in a deep voice. Just standing there, the peculiar aura he emitted made even this former Red Leg feel a slight heart flutter. And those crew members behind him. None of them were easy to deal with. When did such a group of monsters appear in the East Blue? Different colored eyes, silver hair. You are the Demon Eye Cass. The infamous pirate with a bounty of 69 million berry. A chef who had seen the wanted poster exclaimed. 69 million. They are the Dawn Pirates who recently broke through the Goa Kingdom and defeated the Creek Pirates with their bounty skyrocketing. What would such a pirate crew want at Bartai? Are they here to attack us? They are not easy to deal with. Sanji's face, although old Zeph was strong, the other party was a fierce pirate crew with a bounty close to 70 million and many capable members. Had he stirred up trouble again? Zeph's brows furrowed tightly. Demon Eye Cass. What is your purpose for coming to Bartai? If it is for money or to cause trouble, although Bartai is just a restaurant, it is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. He lightly tapped his wooden leg, and the deck made a dull sound, signaling his stance. Such a bounty and record were not low even in the first half of the Grand Line. He had to treat it with caution. Us. Of course we are here to eat, and your subordinates are still holding our gold. Cass ignored the prefix of the magic eye, shrugging his shoulders. Or do you mean that your so-called no? One restaurant in the East China Sea is actually a scam wanting to forcefully sell to us just because we have money, and in the end resorting to violence and murder. Xia Qi's bar for extortion expressed great approval. Of course not. Zeph denied emphatically. In business, reputation is the most important. But your chef insulted me. Sanji couldn't help but interject, pointing at Luca. He couldn't stand this condescending attitude of an elder lecturing a junior, especially since the other party even disliked his eyebrows. Cass turned to Luca and asked, Luca, what did you insult him about? Luca replied with an indifferent expression, I didn't insult him, I merely stated some facts. Simply put, this kid's food tastes alright and his basic skills are solid, but those curled eyebrows are just infuriating. They make me want to hit him. So the root cause is really the curled eyebrows. Sanji felt like he was hit with a double blow. His culinary skills were criticized, and his eyebrows were mocked. Max anger. Then let's duel. Sanji pointed at Luca. If you're a man, let's settle this as chefs. If you lose, you must apologize for your arrogance and the insult to my eyebrows. Luca gladly accepted. Fine, but if you lose, you have to willingly call me senior. It's a deal. Sanji gritted his teeth. Zep looked at the spirited Sanji, and then at Cass and the others who were eager. Resolving conflict through culinary competition is far better than through violence. Moreover, he wanted to see just how capable this chef, who was valued by a bounty of nearly 70 million as a pirate, truly was. Clear the space. With a wave of Zep's hand, the kitchen became busy, quickly clearing an area. Sanji and Luca stood at their respective stations, each choosing the same dish. Seafood risotto. This dish seems simple, yet it tests the chef's comprehensive abilities in controlling heat and balancing flavors. Zep personally served as the judge. Start. Both of them began simultaneously. Sanji moved swiftly, processing the ingredients with flashing knives, igniting the hot pan with fluid motions. At first glance, one might think he was a master of dual wielding. In contrast to Sanji's enthusiasm, Luca moved calmly and gracefully, each step filled with rhythm, as if performing an elegant concerto. Before long, 2 bowls of steaming seafood risotto were placed in front of Zep. He first tasted Sanji's, nodding. Sanji, your risotto is filled with passion. It's a first-rate creation. Then he tasted Lucas. The moment the fried rice entered his mouth, Zep's eyes widened in shock. It was as if a background sound had emerged and the wrinkles on his face seemed to relax. Looking at the fried rice in front of Zep, which seemed to shimmer, Cass wondered if Luca had added a flashbang to it. I lost. Senior. Sanji's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. Just from Zep's expression after tasting, he already knew the result. Sometimes silence is acquiescence. Luca accepted the title. He looked at Sanji and added nonchalantly, your enthusiasm is your strength. Keep it, and your future self will not be limited to this. Yes, senior. Sanji nodded stiffly. What a disgrace. It smells so good. Can I eat it? A somewhat naive voice inopportunely broke the tense atmosphere. Ace had somehow approached the stage, staring eagerly at the 2 servings of seafood risotto on the table. Behind him was Dose, who looked utterly defeated, trying to pull him away, but failing. Sanji was still immersed in the complex emotions of losing the competition and waved his hand irritably. Help yourself. I won't be polite then. Ace cheered, grabbing a spoon and devouring both servings of risotto at lightning speed. This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Ace wiped his mouth, a look of extreme satisfaction on his face. Gaia shouted in dissatisfaction, Hey, who are you? I haven't even tasted that bowl of rice yet, and you just snatched it away. Only then did Ace realize, hurriedly bowing to Gaia, apologizing. Thank you for the treat. It was really delicious. Oh, no problem. Gaia instinctively replied. You two are being awfully polite. Cass couldn't help but laugh, looking at Ace and saying, Aren't you leaving? Didn't I settle the bill for you? Ace scratched his head. How can I just leave after you treated me to a meal? That would be too rude, Makino said. Beside them, Dose was already covering his face, unable to bear to look. You idiot. Being polite also depends on the situation. The other party is a notorious pirate, not a kind-hearted uncle on the street. What if he flips out and demands money? Just in time, we are having a team-building banquet. Want to join? Cass invited. He was curious about what Ace was like at this time. Ace smiled shyly, his eyes lighting up again. Haha, I'm just hungry. Dose finally couldn't hold back anymore, jumping up in anger. You idiot, Ace. Didn't you just eat? Did that whole table of food go into a dog's belly? Ace argued confidently. That was all digested. Besides, the food at the banquet must be different, or it might not even take up space in my stomach. Dose, that's a good point. I have no words to respond. Cass laughed heartily, shouting towards the kitchen. Chefs over there. Bring out whatever delicious food you have. We're having a feast. Oh ho ho. Long live the captain. Everyone cheered in unison. With delicious food, fine wine, and lively festivities, this kind of life at sea is simply splendid. Zep watched this sudden shift from a tense standoff to a harmonious scene, eventually waving his hand to signal the chefs to prepare the banquet ingredients. Finding a peaceful resolution is always better than resorting to violence. Moreover, these guys truly pay up without hesitation. The second floor instantly transformed into a lively banquet hall. Members of the Dawn Pirates, some chefs from Barity, along with the familiar Ace and the reluctantly working Dias, sat together feasting and toasting. Hey, Ace, you're a Logia-type devil fruit user too. That's amazing. Gaia said, holding a giant roasted beast leg, chewing and speaking indistinctly. During the chat earlier, Ace had inadvertently revealed that he was a user of the Mera Mera no Mi. What do you mean too? Who else is there? Ace drunkenly asked after taking a sip of his drink. Eileen put down her cup. It's me. I'm a user of the Suna Suna no Mi. Logia-type. Ace grinned, exposing 2 rows of white teeth. Hee. Then I'm stronger than you. Fire can melt iron. Your sand iron will turn into molten iron when it meets my flames. Huh. Anyone can boast. Sand iron can extinguish fire too. Not convinced. Come and fight. Eileen was displeased, and sand iron slowly surged out, forming a black wave. Ace was also ignited by his competitive spirit, staggering to his feet, his right fist clenched. Flames erupted with a roar, casting a red glow on his face. Fight. Alright, let me show you the might of my flames. Fire fist. As he spoke, a gigantic flaming fist shot from his arm towards Eileen with intense heat. Who's afraid? Sand iron waterfall. Eileen shouted angrily, swinging her arms forward. The black sand iron surged like a torrent of steel, charging towards the flaming fist. The two began to fight without any warning. The scorching flames and the cold iron sand were about to collide on the second floor of the restaurant. If they actually collided, not just the second floor, the entire bar time might suffer. Stop. Zep, Sanji, and others turned pale, trying to intervene, but it was already too late. At this critical moment, Cass' voice rang out. Giant swamp monster. Roar. A tall figure, deep blue in color, crossed between the flames and the sand iron. It was the giant swamp monster. It let out a low growl, its muscular arms tensed, and a layer of gray-black luster instantly covered its skin. Armament hockey hardening. Then it simultaneously threw its fists. Boom, boom. The 2 explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The shockwaves rolled through. The fire fist was directly shattered, sparks flying. The surging sand iron was blasted back by another fist, scattering iron sand everywhere. The restaurant fell into an instant silence. Everyone, including Zep, stared in disbelief at the giant swamp monster standing with its fists drawn. How is this possible? Ace's drunkenness instantly faded significantly. His fire fist could shatter a large ship, yet it was so easily dispersed by a single punch. Where did this fishman come from? Cass. Who asked you to meddle? Eileen was startled, but more than that, she felt indignant. She wasn't done fighting yet. This isn't the wild. If you break it, you'll have to pay. Cass leisurely walked up, looking at the still dazed Ace, smiling slightly. Ace, do you have money? Ace's momentum immediately deflated, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. He truly didn't have any. Not to mention paying for damages, he was currently relying on the person in front of him to cover his meal. Cass was just about to seize this opportunity to educate this natural disaster about sustainable development and the importance of not pretending to be wealthy when lacking funds. Bang! A muffled thud interrupted his words. Just then, Patty, who had been serving downstairs, was thrown up to the second floor like a rag sack, bruised and groaning on the ground. What distinguished guest? I am a Navy colonel. What guest can compare to me? How dare you make me wait downstairs? A sharp, arrogant voice rang out. Following that, a short-statured Navy-uniformed officer with a shifty appearance and a pair of small mustaches swaggered up. It was Colonel Mouse from the Navy's 16th Division. He disdainfully scanned the second floor, especially sneering at the sight of a group of casually dressed ordinary people. Tisk, quite a few people here. However, they are all a collection of rabble, a gathering of lower-class people. His scornful gaze froze when he saw Cass's striking silver hair and heterochromic eyes, his heart stopping, cold sweat pouring down. CCCCC. It's him. That bounty of 69 million. That monster newcomer who breached the Goa Kingdom. The demon eye Cass. How could things be so coincidental? I was just relieved that I didn't run into this guy in the Goa Kingdom, and now I bumped into him. No. Mouse, you must stay calm. You are a Navy colonel. You can't panic. Yes, stay calm. Maintain composure. Colonel Mouse forced a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice dry as he tried to salvage the situation. The second floor is full. It seems I can only go back down. Sorry for the interruption. Enjoy your meal. He said this while carefully backing away, wishing to disappear immediately. Mouse, what's wrong with you? Haven't you driven those lower beings down yet? At this moment, an even more arrogant voice came from below the stairs. A tall fishman with deep blue skin, a serrated long nose, and fierce eyes led a gang of equally fierce-looking fishmen, wielding weapons, marching up like bandits entering a village. It was Arlong, captain of the Arlong pirates. Following him were the fishman Karubi and the fishman Ju, along with a human girl with short orange hair and a beautiful face. Nami. Naturally, Nami the navigator was accompanying Arlong. Arlong glanced at the situation on the second floor, saw Colonel Mouse's cowardly demeanor, and noticed a group of humans feasting, his brows furrowing in extreme annoyance. You lower beings have 3 seconds to get out of here. This place is now requisitioned by the great fishman. The crowd stared at the suddenly appearing, overly self-satisfied fishmen with dumbfounded expressions. Where did these fishmen get their courage? Do they think they are the giant swamp monster? Mouse's mind was racing with 10,000 alpacas. It's over, there's no saving it. Arlong, you idiot. Why did you provoke this monster? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I still want to live a few more years. Blah blah, what trash colonel, and now what fishman? Gaia dug at his ear, looking impatient. You want us to leave? What do you think you are? Oh, lower beings still dare to talk back. Arlong's eyes turned cold. To him, apart from a few tools, the rest of humanity were weaklings, a race that could be slaughtered at will. Kizaruo. Is that so? Kawain, the fishman Jew beside him, sneered, his lips pursing like a water gun. Look, whoosh. A bullet-like projectile shot from his lips, aimed directly at Gaia's face. Nami beside him felt a tightness in her chest and closed her eyes. Oh no, the fishman Arlong is here. Another human is about to suffer. Whoosh. Another sharp sound of slicing air. A shadow came first, accurately hitting the water stream. With a slap, the water stream was shattered in midair, transforming into a mist. The shadow continued its trajectory, thud, as it deeply embedded itself into the wooden wall beside Ju, the arrow tail buzzing. It was a pitch-black iron arrow. Unbeknownst to Win, Barton had already nocked an arrow, maintaining a shooting stance, his gaze fixed on Ju, and said solemnly, I won't let you harm Lord Cass. Gaia, so. What about me? Not bad, Barton. Cass nodded in approval, taking a sip of his drink. This archery skill certainly lived up to his name. In a daze, Ace thought, are we going to fight? Can I continue eating? Alright. I haven't seen anyone daring to go against me in a long time. Looks like it's time to let you all relive the terror of being dominated by fishmen. Arlong grinned, slowly drawing out the massive serrated sword from his back, his shark-like eyes locking onto Cass. The killing intent spread. Just right, the banquet has been a bit quiet, a little entertainment wouldn't hurt. Cass put down the bottle of wine, slowly stood up. Arlong, I've heard that you like to classify humans as lower beings. Coincidentally, I am someone who loves to collect your so-called superior. Let me think, fishman, the starting price at Shambadi auction seems to be 1,000,000 berries. The strong and rare ones are even more expensive, worth quite a bit. Cass's gaze swept over the fishman. It was as if he were looking at walking berries. You're looking for death. Arlong seemed to recall something, completely enraged. How dare he compare noble fishmen to slaves? A long serrated blade was raised high by a long, striking downwards towards the position where Cass stood. He intended to cleave this arrogant human who dared to insult the noble merfolk and regard them as mere commodities. And two. However, just 3 feet from Cass had a deep blue arm shot out, gripping the serrated blade as though it were a vice. The edge of the blade halted midair. Who is it? Arlong abruptly looked up, his shark-like pupils narrowing in shock. This was his full-powered strike. The owner of the arm was, of course, the giant swamp monster. It effortlessly pinched the blade with a single hand. No matter how hard Arlong tried, the blade did not budge, not even trembling. Aru. The giant swamp monster looked at Arlong with its simple, honest eyes. Is that it? A merfolk? It's Arlong stared in astonishment, his eyes widening as he took in the giant swamp monster's appearance, distinctly different from the common merfolk, yet clearly possessing aquatic traits along with its fearsome strength. He had expected it to be that silver-haired human or one of his subordinates who would intervene, but unexpectedly a kindred spirit emerged. A kindred spirit that was this strong. The merfolk minions behind him were in an uproar, exclaiming in their language, Hey, are you a lost merfolk wandering here? Why have we never seen one that looks like you? You traitor, how dare you assist the lowly humans against Boss Arlong? Quick, apologize to Boss Arlong, who for the sake of our kin, he will forgive you. Aru. The giant swamp monster tilted its head. What are these seafood folks babbling about? Who considers themselves, I the giant swamp monster, a proud water-type spirit beast, am of the same kind as you seafood products. Apologize. You bunch of weaklings think you're worthy. The giant swamp monster declared it could take down 10 of them with a single punch. Aurel suppressed the unease in his heart, sensing the terrifying strength of this giant. Grasping his blade with one hand, this strength was likely on par with Shinpachi. This must be recruited. If I can gain such a powerful fighter, the strength of the evil dragon pirate crew will soar. The East Sea will truly become my backyard. Aurel assumed a leader's posture. Hey, my compatriot. I can see you possess incredible strength, but this power should not be used for humans. I, Aurel, the leader of the merfolk pirate crew, can make you my vice-captain. Your status will only be second to mine. Together let us establish a paradise for merfolk in these waters. Let humans crawl beneath our feet. In Aurel's view, merfolk were naturally superior to humans. How could this fellow kin possibly serve humans sincerely? It must be coerced or deceived. Giant swamp monster, this Mr. Aurel wants you to be the vice-captain. He can even build a paradise for merfolk. Are you going to take it? Cass asked, symbolically tilting his head with a playful smile. Nami behind him was speechless. Is this person an idiot? Does he really need to ask at a time like this? Isn't he afraid his crew will truly be swayed? You all seem not surprised at all. Ace glanced at Gaia and the others, curiously asking. Our captain enjoys playing around a bit more. Lucas smiled gently. Aurel. The giant swamp monster shook its head without hesitation, even showing a hint of disdain. Not going, definitely not going. Following this blueskin monster is not as good as following Cass. Only an idiot would go. Really? Aurel's expression of tolerance vanished in an instant. Then you can die. He suddenly lowered his head, driving his serrated hard nose towards the giant swamp monster with a powerful and swift thrust. Shark on darts. This strike was enough to easily pierce through the ship's steel plate. He intended to skewer this traitor along with that silver-haired human together. Then the giant swamp monster simply threw a punch. Boom. Simple and direct. The fist collided fiercely with the whirling serrated nose. The shockwave exploded. Aurel, who had charged forward at great speed, was sent flying just as fast. Like a baseball hit by a home run, he crashed heavily into the thick wooden wall on the other side of the dining hall, with chips falling like rain. Zep watched the human-shaped dent in the wall, his heart pained, his mouth twitching. You bunch of bastards. If you want to fight, go out and fight. This is the dining hall. It's my hard work. The renovations were expensive. Boss along. The soft-boned merfolk Kruby stepped forward, muscles bulging, taking the standard starting position of merfolk karate. Merfolk karate, thousand tiles fist. He shouted, his right fist gathering strength with moisture from the air condensing around it, releasing a powerful force. This was one of the merfolk's killer techniques, the thousand tiles fist, capable of breaking 1,000 tiles with a single blow underwater. Ordinary humans had almost no chance of winning against him in the water. Merfolk karate. This is interesting. Cass thought to himself, this technique seemed quite suitable for the giant swamp monster. He could learn it later. But for now, let's compete for a bit. Giant swamp monster rock crush. Aurel. The giant swamp monster growled in response, and threw a punch to meet Kruby's grand fist. Bang. Crack. Following the dull sound of their fists colliding was a clear, hair-raising sound of bones shattering. How could this be? Kruby's fierce expression was instantly replaced by agonizing pain, as he felt a tremendous force transmit through his fist, instantly dispersing the energy he had gathered. His right arm crumpled at an extremely unnatural angle. Looks like your skills are still lacking. Cass mocked as he looked at Kruby clutching his arm. Why not try the 2,000 tiles fist? Perhaps it might have some effect. Although he said this, Cass felt that the technique of manipulating water and force in merfolk karate was really suitable for the water-based giant swamp monster. If there's a chance in the future, he should ask Haku if he could get the training method for merfolk karate to let the giant swamp monster. Don't underestimate us, merfolk. 1,000 tiles fist. Kruby gritted his teeth against the pain veins bulging on his forehead, using his still-functioning left hand to once more gather moisture and unleash a full-powered strike. At the same time, the six-sword-style swordsman Little 8 and the kissing merfolk Gio also reacted, attacking simultaneously. Six-sword-style octopus Kin. Little 8's 6 blades danced in a flurry of cold light, descending upon the giant swamp monster like a meat grinder. Water iron cannon. Gio pursed her lips again, firing a more powerful and faster, high-pressure water bullet at the giant swamp monster's face. Finish them quickly, Cass said, blandly, losing patience for the show. This kind of attack from miscellaneous fish was not worth Aurel. The giant swamp monster's gaze sharpened, its simple demeanor instantly replaced by the ferocity of a predator. Faced with the three-way attack, it first threw a punch, arriving before the delayed response, accurately crashing into Kruby's hasty left fist. Rock crush. Puff. Kruby's left arm was also destroyed, his body spun through the air like a rag doll. Rock crush. Puff. Kruby's left arm was also destroyed, his body spun through the air like a rag doll. Puff puff puff. Joe's water iron cannon struck Kruby's body with full force, causing him to explode with blood, unable to even let out a moan. Then the giant swamp monster's arm exerted force, tossing the barely conscious Kruby like a shot put crashing into Little 8, who was rushing over. No good. Kruby. Little 8 hurriedly sheathed his 6 knives, but was struck by Kruby's thrown body, tumbling over, his 6 knives clattering to the ground. The two rolled into a heap. Taking advantage of the moment when both were dazed and had not yet gotten up, the giant swamp monster suddenly exerted force, with its feet shattering the floor. Its massive body erupted with terrifying speed that belied its size, instantly closing the distance. With one hand on each, like grabbing chicks, it seized the just sitting up Little 8 and the Geo, who was about to launch another water bullet. It's over. Then under the terrified and desperate gazes of the two, the giant swamp monster flexed its muscular arms violently, crashing the two together. Bang! Thud! The sound of heads colliding echoed loudly. The two rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot, discarded by the giant swamp monster like trash piled on top of each other. In just a few seconds, aside from Along, all the strongest cadres of the evil dragon pirate crew had been rendered helpless, lying all over the floor. The merfolk minions behind were completely dumbfounded. The formidable cadres they admired were so easily defeated before this monster. What on earth is this? Even Nami, who had been watching on the sidelines, covered her mouth in shock, her big eyes filled with astonishment. She had seen Along and the cadres easily defeat the navy and bounty hunters that came to hunt them. In her mind, Along and his crew were like a nightmare, a mountain pressing down on her in Cocoa Village. But now this mountain has collapsed just like that. It had only been a few minutes. And also, why would such a powerful merfolk depend on that silver-haired brother? Could it be that the silver-haired brother is even stronger? Too terrifying, too terrifying. Colonel Rat's legs trembled uncontrollably. He dared not move an inch, fearing that if Cass grew displeased, the giant swamp monster might casually crush him too. If time could rewind, he would never set foot on this second floor. No, never step foot in. Chirp. Arlong struggled out of the human-shaped crater he'd left in the wall, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at his officers sprawled grotesquely across the floor. You inferior human. How dare you? Arlong snapped completely. His maw lined with jagged fractured teeth yawned wide as his body spun at blinding speed, launching his ultimate attack straight toward Cass. I'll tear you, and that traitorous wretch, to shreds. Sharkwing gear. Captain. Ajin instinctively stepped forward to shield Cass, but was firmly intercepted by Gaia. Hold on, let the bullet fly a while. Ajin blinked, turning to see Gaia Kunal and the other officers standing perfectly still, calm, composed, utterly unruffled. Looks intimidating, spinning like a giant blue windmill, Aaron remarked. All flash, no substance, riddled with power, scattered, center of gravity unstable, purely reliant on rotational velocity, and those teeth, Luca observed with clinical precision. Kuina added coolly, it's superficial strength, no depth, no control. Ajin's pulse quickened. He realized then, he needed to correct his old habits. Oh, looks fierce, Cass murmured, utterly unruffled, even pausing to take a sip of wine. In the next instant, the giant swamp monster materialized once more before Cass. Facing Arlong's frenzied assault, its right arm coiled like steel cables, then struck a single brutal, unadorned punch. Ru. Arm hammer. Boom. The fist collided again with Arlong's whirling, serrated maw. This time the detonation echoed like thunder cracking open inside the dining hall. Crack. 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 Arlong's legendary sawtooth snout, his signature weapon, shattered like fragile glass beneath the monster's raw, unrefined power, splintering piece by piece. Blood and broken teeth erupted from his mouth. Impossible. Arlong shrieked. His spin violently halted the recoil, staggering him, his vision, swimming, his organs seeming to shift within his chest. Grab his ankle. Smash him down hard, Cass commanded, voice level and calm. With one stride forward, the giant swamp monster seized Arlong's flying ankle midair, precise, effortless, absolute. St, stop. What are you doing? Before Arlong's widening, terror-struck eyes, the monster grinned, then bellowed, off we go. With a single arm it swung Arlong like a pendulum, Hulk hurling Loki, slamming him left then right then left again. Thud, thud, thud. Love's dizzying whirlwind. Arlong's mind had gone blank. Bones shattered beyond count, speech reduced to ragged, incoherent gap. Aaron sighed, deeply satisfied. She knew the giant swamp monster's monstrous strength better than anyone. Yet now someone else finally understood it too. Phew, sheer brutality, Sanji exhaled sharply. Compared to this, his own brawls suddenly felt almost tender. After all, he never used people as flail-like meteor hammers. Only then did Ajin grasp why the officers had remained so serene. Who wouldn't be serene? The kind of overwhelming power radiated pure, unshakable security. TCH, just who is this guy? Ace rubbed his cheek thoughtfully. Such ruthless, uncompromising combat reminded him, uncomfortably, of a certain grizzled old man who wore a doghead hat. Zeph watched his beloved restaurant being demolished, and his heart clenched in anguish. My shop. Stop. Stop now. One more hit, and it's gone for good. Then it casually shook out its arm, and returned silently to Cass's side, standing upright, composed as though it hadn't just raised a man into ruin. Victory over formidable foe Fishman Arlong. Then it casually shook out its arm, and returned silently to Cass's side, standing upright, composed as though it hadn't just raised a man into ruin. Victory over formidable foe Fishman Arlong. Reward 1000 points. Noble race. This is all you've got. Cass strode forward and nudged the near lifeless Arlong with his boot. Tenfold constitution, huh? He barely lasted a moment. Cass lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the remaining fishmen cowering in the corners, trembling, breathless, paralyzed. Still want to fight? Come on, attack all at once. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. The fishmen's last shred of resolve shattered completely. They'd ruled Kokoya village, and even nearby waters, with impunity only because Arlong and his officers stood. Now their strongest pillar lay broken, beaten like a sack of sand, leaving their pathetic sense of superiority utterly pulverized by the sheer yawning chasm of absolute power. What now? Were they supposed to summon Jinbe from Fishman Island? Run! Someone screamed, and instantly the surviving fishmen scrambled, tumbled, and fled, desperate, chaotic, through stairwells and windows alike. TCH. Bullies who prey on the weak. Cass scoffed, dismissing them entirely. He turned to Ajin. Ajin, take Baton and the others. Round up every last one of those fleeing fishmen. Stay safe, and use it as training. A perfect chance to test how well these novices performed under Ajin's tutelage, and to let them taste real battle for the first time. Yes, Captain. Ajin pivoted, waving to Baton and the rest, who'd been itching to act, and shouted, move out. I'd. Baton and the others answered in unison. Eager, so eager to prove themselves. Soon sounds of struggle, cries of pain, and splashes echoed from downstairs, then faded into silence. It's over. Just like that. Nami stared blankly, her mind adrift, reality feeling like a dream. The nightmare that had tormented her and her village, the arrogant, untouchable Arlong, now lay there like a gutted fish. Years of pent-up sorrow surged forth like a dam breaking, shattering her final fragile composure. Walla. Nami covered her face, sank to her knees and sobbed. Soft at first, then full-throated, unrestrained, wrenching sobs. Belmir. Nokabu. Everyone. The village is saved. It's really saved. Walla. Hey little miss, don't cry. You're safe now. All those nasty fishmen have been beaten. Aaron, maternal instincts surging, rushed over and awkwardly patted Nami's back. She mistook Nami for a traumatized girl, kidnapped, abused, and finally rescued by a pirate crew. Fair lady, please do not weep. Your tears would dim the stars themselves. Sanji, spotting a beauty in need of solace, activated his involuntary charm, transforming into a whirlwind of hearts and zipping instantly to Nami's other side. Can't you see she's crying? Get lost, you curly-browed pervert. Aaron, assuming this lecherous eyebrow twister was trying to flirt with poor vulnerable Nami, didn't hesitate. She swung a sharp, reflexive punch. Whack. Oh. Sanji howled, blood gushing from his nose, as he rocketed backward, tumbling head over heels across the floor. Yet he staggered upright, black eyes swelling, still gazing at Aaron with rapt, starry-eyed devotion. Even when angry, Miss Aaron is breathtaking. Behind him, Barity's chefs collectively facepalmed, unable to bear witness. This fool is beyond saving. Now it's just you left, Colonel. Cass ignored the commotion on the other side and turned his gaze towards the Colonel, his tone was flat, yet it made the Colonel feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. With a thud, he smoothly knelt down, bowing repeatedly like a garlic clove. My lord. Please spare me, my lord. I have a lot of money. I can pay for my life. Just name your price. I will pay any amount. I have an elderly mother at home and I... Stop. Cass interrupted his unoriginal lament. What could you, a mere naval colonel, possibly have? My lord, you don't know this. Hearing there was hope, the Colonel quickly lowered his voice. I have dealings with Arlong and several pirates from the East China Sea. They pay me a hefty protection fee each year, and I also collect undefeatable money, sell supplies, and embezzle military funds. Wow, you're quite the shady character. Cass raised an eyebrow, noting the Colonel's proficiency in this line of work thoroughly corrupt. The Colonel panicked. That's not important. Just name your price, and I want bargain. Years in the East China Sea have earned me a fortune. Isn't this the time to use it? Cass asked curiously. Don't the Navy... Embezzlement and collusion with pirates, that's quite a serious charge, isn't it? The Colonel hurriedly boasted. Everyone in the branch is my person. The big shots at headquarters can't possibly care about such minor matters in the East China Sea. My lord, if you let me go, my money is yours. Ha! Despicable Navy. Scum. Hearing these words, Nami stopped crying, lifted her head, and glared fiercely at the Colonel with her red eyes. She finally understood why Arlong could run rampant in Cocoa Village, and why the Navy never intervened. So the root of it was here. This Navy was more detestable than the pirates. Not bad. Cass no longer looked at the Colonel, and turned to look at Kuro beside him. Kuro, did you record everything? It's all recorded, the image is clear. Kuro held up a small recording transponder, its eyes blinking. You didn't plan to let me go. The flattery on the Colonel's face instantly froze. Who said I would let you go? A scum like you is a waste of air to keep alive. Cass walked up to the Colonel, looking down at him from a height. He raised his right hand, pinching his index and middle fingers together to form a gun gesture, aiming at the Colonel. Today I will reluctantly help the Navy dispose of you, this trash. The wave guide power compressed at his fingertips, forming a pale blue energy sphere. This was usable after the upgrade of waveguide power. You can't, that's money. The Colonel did not understand why someone would be disinterested in money. I love money, but not just any money. Some money is too hot to handle. Cass said calmly, wave bullet. Bang. The next moment, a charred hole appeared in the center of the Colonel's forehead. His gaze quickly lost focus, and this person is quite to my taste. Ace stroked his chin, admiring how Cass efficiently dealt with the Colonel. To deal with evildoers decisively is quite an interesting character. Not long after Barton and the others returned, Akin stepped forward, slightly bowing. Sorry, Captain, they only wanted to escape. Our swimming skills weren't sufficient to catch them all. Cass waved his hand indifferently. They're fishmen, jumping into the water is like going home. It's normal not to catch them. If they ran, they ran. The remaining small fish can't stir up any waves. You all did well, no injuries. Just some surface wounds, nothing serious. Barton and the others replied excitedly. They hadn't had a real fight in a long time, and although the opponents were cowardly small fish, it boosted their confidence greatly. Alright, eat your fill, and finish the after-show entertainment. It's time for us to leave. Cass stretched lazily, looking at the furious Japu with a face as black as a pot bottom whose beard was still trembling. By the way, old man Japu, sorry for messing up your place. The damages will be charged to the Navy. Can you afford it? The colonel was accompanied by 2 soldiers, but their presence was somewhat diminished. We can afford it. The 2 soldiers nodded repeatedly with mournful faces, not daring to say a word against it. With their superior dead, they only wanted to survive. Japu didn't want to speak, just glared at Cass, fiercely signaling them to hurry and scram. Out of sight, out of mind. Staying any longer, he feared he might lose control. Though he might not win. Cass didn't care, smiled, then looked at Ace beside him, nodding. Ace, until we meet again. Remember to bring money next time for meals. Not every time will someone treat you. Next time we meet, they'll treat you. Ace laughed heartily, waving his hand vigorously. He turned to lead everyone downstairs. Please wait a moment. A voice tinged with tears rang out. Nami suddenly rushed over, blocking Cass' path, her voice trembling. My lord, my name is Nami. I want to commission you to help me deal with the remaining members of Arlong's gang. Commission me? But I'm a pirate. Cass looked at Nami with great interest. This future navigator of the Straw Hat crew was still a naive girl at this moment. I know, but you defeated Arlong, you are strong. If you are willing to help me, I can give you a lot of berries. I have money. Really? Nami clenched her fists tightly. She indeed had money. It was part of the 100 million berries that she had promised to pay Arlong, though she hadn't saved enough yet, but she still had several tens of millions. For the village, she was willing to put it all on the line. Cass was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. That sounds quite enticing, but I must refuse. And you actually rejected it again. Aaron was astonished. She knew Cass was fond of money, yet he had rejected twice today. Was this really him? Had he been swapped out? Refused, huh? The light in Nami's eyes dimmed instantly. Cass continued, Nami, right. With Arlong gone, what remains are just a bunch of frightened hyenas. If you truly want to resist, you can do it yourselves. We can, Nami muttered. Cass continued, of course you can. Freedom is never given by others, it must be fought for by oneself. Stand up, Nami, and reclaim what belongs to you in your own way. After saying that, Cass no longer lingered, waving his hand to the people behind him. Let's go, brothers. Set sail. The Dawn Pirates responded in unison, following Cass downstairs, leaving the wreckage of the restaurant behind. Nami sat dazedly on the ground. Does freedom need to be fought for oneself? Yes, she had always thought about saving up 100 million berries to buy back the freedom of the village from Arlong. To do so, she had stolen, deceived, and exploited, struggling in the dark mire. Yet she had never considered that once Arlong, the greatest source of fear, was gone, could the villagers stand up by themselves? Cass' words were like a blinding light, tearing apart the fog of her evasion. After a while, Nami slowly raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and the confusion in her eyes faded. Arlong is down, Belmere. This time I will protect the village myself. What a monstrous newcomer. Japu watched Cass' departing figure, his gaze complex. This young man was not only extraordinarily strong, but also terrifyingly profound in thought. To be able to say such words and guide others, his future achievements would not be low. Sanji glanced in the direction Cass left, silently lighting a cigarette. Beneath his curled eyebrows, his gaze was deep. It seemed he somewhat understood why that group of monsters would follow that. Ace laughed heartily, giving a hard slap on the still-dazed Dias' back. Dias, did you see that? So cool. A man should be like this. I must catch up to him and fight him fairly, Dias replied. As long as you're happy, but please learn to pay for your meals first. What money? You idiot, Ace, you never thought about it, did you? Kasi ahead is Luo Gujun. Ai Lin, wearing a wide-brimmed sun, had held a monocular to her eye, eagerly tracing the island's outline, as it grew clearer, several nautical miles away. I know. Kasi set down the Ghost Z crystal he had been idly turning between his fingers, his sardonic smile softening. Luo Gujun, a town of beginnings and endings, the birthplace and execution ground of the pirate king Girdi Luogia. After all, one could hardly pass up a pilgrimage to the pirate king's hometown. Even a travel-minded soul had to mark the place off the list. Luo Gujun. Gaia grunted as he hoisted a gigantic barbell, performing squats and panting between reps. I wonder if there's any decent opponent here to loosen my joints. I'm about to sprout mushrooms from being cooped up on this ship. Kaluo appeared at Kasi's side. Based on the intelligence we gathered, the naval colonel previously stationed at Luo Gujun has been transferred to headquarters. The town's highest-ranking officer now is a lieutenant colonel. Intelligence analysis was his realm and his pleasure. Kasi looked slightly surprised. Really? So casual about it? A strategic node like Luo Gujun would not normally be left to a single lieutenant colonel. Besides, at this hour, CMO Gu, that pipe-smoking commander, does not seem to have been posted back yet. Kasi, there are so many pirate ships in the harbor. Ai Lin suddenly cried out. Let me see. Kasi took the monocular and peered. Well then, what do we have here? The harbor of Luo Gujun was thick with vessels flying pirate flags of every shape and size. A rough count put them at Luo Gujun was the obligatory waypoint from the East Sea to the entrance of the Vita Honglu. Under normal circumstances, the Navy's control here should have been tight. Even if a commander were temporarily reassigned, pirates ought not to be so brazen. It was as if they were rubbing the Navy's face in the dirt. Lu Ka walked to the ship's rail. By all logic, the Navy would never allow such a crucial gateway to the Vita Honglu to be left unchecked. There is only one explanation. Perhaps the new commanding officer is already on the way. Kaluo took up the thread. Those old foxes in the Navy love to play such tricks. They let the pirates think opportunity has arrived, let them swarm in, and then close the gate and strike. Kasi's eyes brightened with understanding. A trap to bait law enforcement. So what we see now is merely the calm before the storm. That complicated. Gaia disliked all the circling and scheming. Whatever the trick, anyone who stands in our way, I'll blast their plan and their head with a single punch. Simple and brutal, Gaia Ka said in partial agreement. Ko Luo rattled off names like a connoisseur: Tai Chue Pirate Crew, Sun Zhu Pirate Crew, Chan Wang Pirate Crew. Most of the East Sea's capable bands are here. They intend to seize Luo Gujan. Lu Ka had not forgotten their captain's exploits in the Goa Kingdom. That feat had no doubt emboldened these pirates. Gaia shrugged with indifference. Whatever. This has nothing to do with us. Supplies are the priority. Right? Kasi slapped the ship's rail. Comrades. Next stop, the Pirate King-themed Old Town Luo Gujan. Our objective: go ashore to rest, resupply, and then press into the Vita Honglu. The deck erupted in hearty cheers. The ship Shinpan's, a towering 3-deck war vessel flying a ludicrous yet eerie version Gungaway skull flag, sailed grandly toward Luo Gujan's harbor. Luo Gujan, the harbor district. As an important hub near the entrance to the Vita Honglu, the town occupied 1/3 of the island's area. Broad streets and countless shops made it an unusually prosperous town, and it served as the last provisioning stop for pirates aspiring to enter the Vita Honglu. Thus, clashes between the Navy and pirates here were as common as blood and strong drink. Especially after the colonel who had guarded the town was reassigned to headquarters, with no strong hand to keep order. Luo Gujan lay bare like a plain without its lion, and the hyenas began to stir. Boom. Explosions, gunfire, and cries of battle detonated through the streets near the harbor, shattering the town's veneer of prosperity. Smoke curled and flames glimmered. Pirates ahead. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender at once, or be put down. A naval lieutenant colonel backed by hundreds of assembled marines faced off against an equally large band of pirates. A hulking man over 2 meters tall, one hand bracing an ironwood shield, and the other swinging a solid iron hammer, laughed aloud. Navy. I take from the Navy. He roared. What can you do to me? Scratch me with your little fire sticks. This was Jia Mu, known as Tai Chue, captain of the Tai Chue pirate crew, with a bounty of 13 million belly, a notable powerhouse in the East Sea. Rob them, kill them, and rush in. Treasure, wine, and women await. A tall, lanky figure dressed like an assassin grinned wickedly. This was Chi La of the Sun Tzu, with a bounty of 12 million belly, adept at concealed weapons. Sir, they're many in number, and those captains, they're not easy to handle. A young corporal holding a rifle murmured to these low-ranking marines. Anyone with a bounty over 10 million was a fearsome sea rogue. Usually they would call for backup. Now several such crews had appeared at once. What is there to fear? They are a rabble. Bring the guns to bear. Fire hard. Luo Gujan will not be their playground. The lieutenant colonel snarled, trying to raise morale. He could not retreat. Behind him lay the town and its people. Boom. From the Navy positions, several small cannons belched solid shots, screaming into the densest clusters of pirates, eliciting a chorus of agony. Men, charge. Kill these marines, take treasure, wine, and women as you please. Jia Mu shoved his great shield before him and charged like a human tank. The pirates howled and surged forward with blades and muskets like a tidal wave. Crack. Jia Mu swung his hammer in a sweeping arc, sending 2 marines and their rifles flying. Chi La moved among them, both hands flashing, launching diamond-shaped darts like a swarm of death. Whiz-ah. Watch for hidden weapons. The cries rang out. Several marines clutched at their throats and collapsed. Hold steady. Keep the formation. Counterattack. With me, take down those pirate captains. The lieutenant colonel drew the saber at his waist and stepped forward to meet the fiercest of the attackers, Jia Mu and the roaming Chi La. You pirates, stay where you are. He bellowed. You think a single lieutenant colonel can stop me? In your dreams. Jia Mu sneered and crashed his great shield against the blade with a metallic clang. At the same moment, Jia Mu's hammer, bearing a malignant gust, smashed toward the colonel's flank. The colonel twisted and used the blade to parry. Clang. Metal rang upon metal. The colonel felt his hand go numb, forced back half a step by the shock. In an instant, a shadow flashed from the side. He got it. Chi La struck like a viper from its den, dagger flashing. Ugh. Taken unawares, the colonel's right arm was cut, the saber nearly slipping from his grasp. Officer. Protect the officer. Several loyal marines tried to rush to his aid, but were held fast by other pirates. You damned scum of the sea. The colonel gritted, clutching at his wound. He had sent for reinforcements, but the help would take time to arrive, and he could not be sure they would hold out until then. Just as the lieutenant colonel held off the captain, the Navy struck back. Behind the pirates, a massive fishing net woven from hemp ropes and iron wires descended from the sky, heading straight for the naval position. A fishing net. It's the Tangling Net pirate crew. Their people have also arrived. Another pirate crew. When will our reinforcements get here? The Navy soldiers looked in terror at the enormous shadow, and their formation began to falter. A tall, scantily clad woman with enchanting features stood on a nearby rooftop. Tangling Net, Loya, with a bounty of 13 million buri, a rare female pirate captain in the East Sea. Loya licked her lips, looking at the Navy trapped in the fishing net. You know, if I kill all of you, wouldn't my bounty increase several times like that devil I ate? She also wanted to emulate Cass attacking towns and making headlines to quickly boost her notoriety. In this era of great pirates, fame is the best passport. Loya, how dare you steal our prey? Gam roared in dissatisfaction. A pirate crew led by a woman, get lost. This is no place for you. Kira also shouted sharply, extremely displeased with Loya's interference. They weren't just here to rob. They also sought fame and higher bounties. How could this woman steal their thunder? Two useless fools, if you keep talking I'll take you down too. Loya showed no fear, her metal whip cracking loudly against the ground. What did you say? Such arrogance. Huh, who do you think you are? The three parties stood on edge, and the pirates who had just united against the Navy showed signs of internal conflict. The pressure on the Navy's defense line eased slightly, but the lieutenant colonel's heart sank deeper. While pirate infighting was good once they decided the victor, their next target would surely be the Navy. Boom. Just then a giant warship with 3 towering decks sliced through the waves, slowly arriving at the port of... In comparison, the other pirate ships in the port, each less than 100 meters long, suddenly appeared shabby. Creek's plundered money was truly well spent. It's a ship. A huge ship. Reinforcements. Have our reinforcements arrived? Such a large battleship. Could it be the headquarters warship arrived early? The branch lieutenant colonel was so excited, he almost cried. Everyone, don't be afraid. Our reinforcements have arrived. Don't let these pirates escape, capture them all. The hope of survival raised his voice a few notches. Lieutenant Colonel, it seems. They are not reinforcements. The sharpie naval lieutenant nearby trembled as he pointed to the flag hanging from the main mast. The flag had a deep black background with a cartoonish round grinning purple ghost skull at its center, its eyes That's the Ghost pirate flag. The Dawn pirate crew. It's that devil-eyes crew. A pirate crew with a total bounty exceeding 100 million from their first bounty. Their captain had an astonishing bounty of 69 million, the Aurel Cass. The port instantly erupted in chaos with gasps and chatter filling the air. With a name and a shadow, the Navy was no fool. A pirate crew with an initial bounty set at nearly 70 million and a total bounty exceeding 100 million must have its dangerous aspects. Although the world government's report deliberately emphasized collusion with the Revolutionary Army, the strength to defeat Admiral Creek and breach the Allied nations was undeniable. So for the pirates, generally the higher the bounty, the stronger the strength. As the ship steadied, they looked at the cadre descending from it, each with terrifyingly high bounties, especially the silver-haired man leading them. It's Rock Iron Reinhardt, with a bounty of 32 million Barry. Frost Moon swordsman Guena, with a bounty of 30 million too. And the former Black Cat pirate crew's Kuro. He's joined them. That one is akin from Creek's pirate crew. Demon Man. Whether pirates or Navy present, they instinctively held their breath, silently parting to make way. Because this was the man who dared to attack kingdoms, directly defeating thousands of pirates. What is a man like you doing here? Lieutenant Colonel Hawk tightened his bloodied military knife, staring fiercely at Cass. He knew he might be like an ant trying to stop a car, but his duty as an officer compelled him to stand up. Answer me, devil-eye cat. Cass casually dug in his ear, looking disgusted. Why are you shouting so loud? My ears aren't deaf. And can your Navy change that ridiculous nickname for me? Devil-eye? That sounds cringeworthy. Are you guys in the staff office just coasting on the payroll? Big brother, is this really the time to discuss nicknames? And devil-eye sounds cool and powerful, okay? We want a nickname as cool as that, but we don't have it. Hawk was also taken aback, feeling mocked. A man like you coming to Roga Town must be for a larger conspiracy. Stop the noise, is it just to rob you? Cass casually brushed him off. Who let him be such a mountain among men? Is that really the case? The lieutenant colonel believed him without a doubt after hearing the reply. If pirates aren't robbing, could they be doing charity? Devil-eye is here to rob Roga Town. Isn't he aiming for the kingdom? Could a mere town catch his eye? We're finished, we're finished. In the Navy camp, a sense of despair spread like a plague. A monster capable of breaching a kingdom is here to rob a town. What can they use to defend? The pirates weren't necessarily feeling happy either. Gam's face was grim. That man, what do we have to do if he comes? We won't even get a drop of soup. Kira's expression was dark. Don't mention him, even their cadre we might not be able to defeat. What is a man like him doing still roaming the East Sea instead of going to the Grand Line? Isn't that bullying? Loya gritted her teeth. Don't be fooled by her earlier bravado. When faced with such high-level peers, she became timid. You all truly underestimate me. Cass couldn't help but sigh at how the world has fallen and how people's hearts have changed. He turned to the crew behind him and waved his hand casually. All right, you all do as you please, eat and drink as you like. Just remember to gather at the appointed time. You should have said that earlier. Gaia grinned widely. Let's go, Lucas, see if there's any good wine. We won't return until we're happy to join you. Lucas smiled. Cass, you keep pretending we're leaving first. Aileen giggled as she pulled Gina's arm. Nana, come with me to shop. I've heard Roga Town has many novel things. Kuro gestured to Zhongyao and Paru beside him. I'm going to gather intelligence. Zhongyao, keep an eye on Paru, don't let him buy a bunch of useless shields again. Yes, Lord Kuro. Zhongyao stood at attention. Paru pouted in grievance. My shields are very useful. The cadres gathered in small groups, and the members quickly blended into the town. In the blink of an eye, only Akin remained beside Cass. Why aren't you leaving? Cass turned his head, looking at Akin. With everyone else went off to have fun, why was this guy still following? Akin spoke solemnly. I have nowhere to go. Following the captain is my duty. Cass patted Akin's shoulder. Akin, you're too eager to progress. With a subordinate like this, being a captain was truly worry-free and comfortable. Look at Gaia and the others running faster than rabbits. Truly chosen laborers. Aurel Cass, what do you think you're doing? Colonel Hawk stared at Cass and Akin, suddenly the only two left standing, and his mind struggled to catch up. This was nothing like the massive military deployment he had anticipated. I have no patience for you. And not even worthy of hearing my words. Cass rolled his eyes. Does he need your Navy's permission for anything he chooses to do? Demon Eye Cass, what precisely are you after? Nearby, Kyra finally broke his silence. The man's gaze upon them felt chillingly dehumanizing, as if they were little more than mobile refuse, leaving him deeply unsettled. The hell? Have I given you all that much face? Does anything with a mouth now presume it can address me? Cass's casual indifference vanished, instantly replaced by an icy, detached stillness. Didn't they know he loathed that epithet? Akin. Yes, sir. Akin stepped forward, spinning his twin crutches in a fluid flourish, his gaze locking unflinchingly onto Kyra. Cass spoke coolly. Teach this so-called peer what the hell courtesy actually looks like. Understood. Before the echo faded, Akin moved. Kyra's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively recoiled while flinging 6 daggers from both hands, sealing every conceivable path of advance. Kyra's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively recoiled while flinging 6 daggers from both hands, sealing every conceivable path of advance. Pathetic parlor tricks. With a flick of his wrists, Akin's whirling iron crutches shattered the trajectory of each dagger, deflecting them all. In the next breath, he closed the distance, standing face-to-face with Kyra. The crutches rose, then fell. Too fast. Kyra barely managed to cross his twin daggers overhead in desperate defense. Boom. The iron crutch crashed down upon the crossed blades. Even steel-forged daggers bent inward under the impact. Terrifying force surged through the metal up Kyra's arms and deep into his body. Ugh. Kyra flew backward over 10 meters, crashing through stacks of wooden crates before coming to rest. He lay sprawled amid the wreckage, his chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth, eyes wide with shock. One blow. In a single strike, Kyra, the swift feet bounty target of 12 million belly, hovered on the brink of death. We're all pirates. You. Gam roared in shock and fury, unprepared for such sudden, brutal violence. Though he prided himself on raw strength, even he couldn't have ended Kyra in one blow. This monster was far more terrifying than legend claimed. Silence. Cass frowned. Akin never paused, landing then springing off the ground in a second explosive lunge aimed squarely at Gam. His crutches carved arcs through the air, trailing lethal intent. Damn you, come on then. Do you think I'm afraid? Gam bellowed, raising his massive shield to block. He knew Akin had once been the combat captain of the Krieg pirates. No weakling, but with his shield surely he held the advantage. Worthless theatrics. Akin's gaze remained glacial. Mid-charge, his iron crutches spun furiously in his grip, every ounce of power concentrated into a single point, as the weighted end slammed dead center into the shield. Clang. An ear-splitting detonation. Spiderweb cracks fractured across the shield's surface. Gam staggered back 3 paces. Yet he'd held. Relief flashed across Gam's face, just as he prepared to counter with his warhammer. Crack. The shield shattered. His custom-forged heavy metal shield splintered like parchment beneath Akin's second strike. Gam's expression froze. Akin's third strike arrived without pause. Armor shatter blow. His crutch crashed full force into Gam's abdomen. Gam vomited a thick mixture of blood and gastric fluid, his colossal frame curling like a shrimp before collapsing to his knees with a thunderous thud. Gam, the captain of the Iron Hammer Pirates with a bounty of 13 million belly, had been defeated. Akin retracted his crutches and retreated silently behind Cass. Nearby, Roa stood petrified, her hand clamped tightly over her mouth, breathing shallow and silent, terrified of drawing the attention of that silver-haired demon. If this ghost man was already so formidable, then the man's bounty must be utterly genuine, no exaggeration whatsoever. Dozens watched speechless as Cass and Akin strolled past the stunned crowd like men taking a leisurely post-dinner walk, heading deeper into town. Unsettling, profoundly unsettling. Colonel Hawk finally exhaled, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Was that ghost man, Akin, truly this strong? What are the intelligence division's people doing? Who set that 1 million bounty figure? By any measure, this man is worth at least 2 million. Sir, shall we engage? A naval lieutenant gestured quietly toward the sea of pirates across the way, frozen mute, as if collectively silenced. Only after Cass had clearly disappeared into the distance did the colonel forcibly suppress his lingering dread and roar. Open fire. Raise these opportunistic scum. Blast them into oblivion. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons roared anew. Bullets rained like storm. Roa, the sole remaining pirate nearby, shrieked. Your captain's dead? From now on you follow me. Charge. After a brief, eerie hush, battle erupted once more. Meanwhile, less than 10 miles offshore from Lobetown, several warships bearing seagull emblazoned flags cut swiftly through the waves. Sir, we've reached Lobetown. Port reports massed pirate fleets engaging naval garrisons. A lookout's urgent cry echoed across the deck. Understood. Prepare troops for amphibious assault. At the bow, a naval captain issued orders. His short white hair bristled like porcupine quills, 2 thick cigars smoldered between his lips. He wore an open naval coat, and behind him billowed a stark white cape embroidered with the kanji for justice. He was the newly appointed base commander of Lobetown, dispatched to the East Blue. White Hunter Smoker. Tino wonders, why dare these pirates attack Lobetown so brazenly? Did they learn you just arrived, and intend to deliver a humiliating welcome? Beside him stood a tall, striking naval captain with long pink hair exhaling a slow smoke ring. Naval Headquarters Captain Tina, the Black Cage, Smoker's longtime comrade and fellow academy graduate. Scum belongs at the ocean's bottom. Smoker drew deeply on his cigar, smoke streamed from his nostrils. East Blue. He would teach its pirates the true meaning of absolute justice, and the crushing weight of power disparity. Tina still believes assigning you here is a waste of talent. You're a Logia-class devil fruit user, the most promising candidate among our cohort to rise to Admiral rank first. Tina sighed. Why not ask Instructor Zephyr for help? Perhaps he could speak to Fleet Admiral Sengoku on your behalf. She and Smoker had trained together at the Officer Academy under former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. In raw talent and combat prowess, Smoker ranked among the very finest of their generation, especially with his Logio ability. Logically, he should have served in the Grand Line, accumulating honors and experience before ascending directly to Admiral, his future Radiant. Alas, his abrasive tongue and insufferable demeanor led the command to declare he needed character refinement, and thus exiled him to the East Blue, to guard a backwater port. Dubbed training, it was in truth banishment. Colonel Tina, this is an organizational decision, do not question it. A serious voice came from the side. A giant man, nearly 3 meters tall and as robust as a bear, approached. He had long reddish-brown hair, and wore a uniquely shaped horn mask that covered the upper half of his face with a massive long-handled knife, wide as a door, and over 2 meters long, gleaming coldly strapped to his back. Just standing there exuded a pressure akin to a mountain. A Major General of the headquarters, Shark Slayer Bastio. He was the same Major General who was defeated by Sabo with a single dragon claw hand in Dressrosa in the original story. Though he was still just a Major General, his strength was already considerable. Major General Bastio, Tina is just standing up for herself. Tina pouted, but said no more. Bastio was a supporter of Admiral Sakazuki, characterized by his seriousness and adherence to discipline. She had accompanied Smoker to the East Sea out of friendship, while Bastio had been urgently dispatched from the Grand Line to carry out this extermination operation. Of course, Smoker alone was more than sufficient to deal with those ordinary pirates at the port. The real reason for sending another Major General was due to the audacity of the Dawn pirates, who dared to attack the allied nations and had a total bounty exceeding 100 million. Such a bold and potentially powerful pirate crew must be crushed in the East Sea and must not be allowed to enter the Grand Line, which is why a capable Major General like Bastio was added. This was a double insurance to ensure absolute certainty. It doesn't matter, Tina, I quite like this place, Rogue Town. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze fixed on the increasingly closer Rogue Town. Moreover, those rules and hypocritical old men at headquarters annoy me. The corner of Bastio's mouth twitched slightly. This smoke brat is indeed arrogant. No wonder he was sent away by Marshal Sengoku. He deserves it. I won't care. Tina huffed angrily and turned her head. Smoker, Tina. Bastio's voice filtered through the mask. Let's catch up after the mission. Right now, I need to know the latest situation in Rogue Town. Smoker immediately had the lookout report the situation in detail. After listening, Bastio fell silent for a few seconds. The Dawn pirates have already landed, and they have scattered into the town. According to the lookout's report, their ships have docked at the port, and the crew has visibly dispersed into the town, seemingly resupplying and resting. Only the Captain Eye of the Demon Cass is accompanied by Demon Mannequin. Smoker added. Scattered. Bastio narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. How confident, or rather how arrogant. He tightened his grip on the Shark Slayer's hilt. The headquarters sent me here primarily to target them. The staff believes this pirate crew has immense potential and must not be allowed to enter the Grand Line. Smoker, your task is to clear out the other pirates in Rogue Town. The rest is up to me. Smoker frowned, nearly biting his cigar in half. Major General Bastio, that's an order. Colonel. Bastio interrupted him. Your smoke fruit is powerful, but that Eye of the Demon's abilities are strange. If he counters you, it could put you at a disadvantage. Smoker gritted his teeth. The ember of his cigar flickered uncertainly, but he ultimately nodded in agreement. Tina sighed beside him, muttering, Tina already said to temper your temper. Now look, you can't even catch the main dish. Smoker ignored her, his gaze fixed on the increasingly closer Rogue Town. He wanted to personally capture Cass and use that lunatic to tell those old men at headquarters. Smoker is the best wherever he goes. Bastio saw through his thoughts, but said nothing. It's good for a young man to be proud, but being too arrogant is not good. Let this mission serve as a lesson for him. All ships accelerate. Bastio's voice boomed like thunder after landing. The first and second squads will follow Colonel Smoker to clear out the port pirates. The third squad will follow me to hunt down the Dawn pirates' officers. No matter life or death. Yes. The roar of the soldiers shook the heavens. The 3 warships shot toward Rogue Town like unsheathed blades, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Rogue Town, as the last supply station before the Grand Line, the commercial street here was exceptionally prosperous, gathering various novel goods from the East Sea and even the Grand Line. At this moment, Eileen and Goena navigated through the myriad of shops. No, to be precise, Eileen was unilaterally dragging the somewhat unwilling Goena on a shopping spree. Since leaving the Sand-Hidden Kingdom and joining the Dawn Pirates, Eileen's inherent desire for beautiful things had been thorough. Goena, what do you think of this dress? Isn't it super hot? Eileen changed into a crimson dress and twirled lightly. The strapless design, high slits, and fringed hem accentuated her already voluptuous figure to breathtaking effect. Hiss! The young man organizing the shelves instantly gawked, oblivious to the clothes hanger dropping to the ground. Such a figure, such curves, is there really such a top-notch beauty in the East Sea? Don't gawk too much, young man. Eileen shot him a sly glance, fine black sand iron particles quietly emerging around her. The young man jolted awake, hurriedly averting his gaze. Oh my, this beauty is thorny. She's probably a female pirate. Eileen, this isn't very good, is it? Goena looked at the scantily clad dress in her hands, her cold face showing obvious reluctance. She usually wore practical swordsman attire that emphasized cleanliness and ease of movement, which did not hinder her ability to draw her sword. This scantily clad outfit completely clashed with her aesthetic and lifestyle. How could one practice swordsmanship in this? The center of gravity is all wrong. Oh, come on, just try it. Sometimes you need to change your style and treat yourself. Eileen insisted, grabbing another figure-hugging outfit and stuffing it into Guena's arms, pushing her into the fitting room. Hurry up. Let me see. Guena, unable to resist Eileen's enthusiasm, had no choice but to change. Moments later, the curtain of the fitting room was pulled open. Guena walked out somewhat awkwardly. Even the young man, who dared not look directly at her, couldn't help but glance up, then stared in disbelief. She wore a white tank top paired with deep blue high-waisted tight cycling pants and a lightweight denim jacket. Compared to Eileen's fiery ensemble, this outfit appeared more sleek, the straps perfectly exposing her delicate collarbones, while the tight pants perfectly outlined her legs and hip line. The hidden good figure beneath her swordsman attire was now fully revealed. She fidgeted slightly with the straps, her cheeks tinged with a light blush lacking the sharpness she usually had, while holding a sword replaced by a touch of youthful shyness. The contrast was striking. Hiss, the young man gasped again. Is this the same person? The cold-eyed female swordsman from earlier, who looked like she could freeze someone with her gaze. Our beauties in the East see all this adaptable. TSK. Nana, you are absolutely stunning. Wearing a swordsman's outfit is such a waste on ordinary days. Aaron circled around Guyana, exclaiming, look at this collarbone, this waist, this leg. Damn, if that guy Cass saw this, his eyes would definitely pop out. She realized Guyana had always been impressive just by bathing together. Where there should be curves, there are curves. Where there should be slenderness, there is slenderness. Even she as a girl felt tempted. Is that so? Hearing Aaron's words, Guyana's initial resistance suddenly weakened. She instinctively looked at herself in the mirror. Will he like it? Cass, oh ho ho. Why do you want to reward me? Aaron observed the subtle changes in Guyana's expression and secretly smiled. She had long noticed Guyana's feelings for Cass, but it was okay. Aaron is a traditional woman. Her heart is as vast as a desert. If she doesn't mind, she can take a back seat. Traditional women are the best. Bang bang bang. Just then a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted outside, breaking the delicate atmosphere inside the store. What's happening outside? Aaron's smile vanished as she walked to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to look outside. Pedestrians scattered and some pirates armed with swords and guns were also fleeing. The Navy is advancing so quickly. They've reached the business district already. Aaron furrowed her brow. According to reason, the Navy should prioritize clearing the port and main roads. The complex terrain of the business district should be handled later. Let's go take a look. Guyana's eyes sharpened, instantly returning to her usual calm demeanor. Ladies, the payment. The young vendor timidly reminded them. Fearful yet determined, business must go on. Free purchases are not encouraged. No need for change, Aaron said without looking back, tossing out a gold coin. Hiss, a living rich beauty. The vendor fumbled to catch the gold coin, the heavy weight making him gasp. This weight is substantial. The two quickly made their way to the street. Guyana stepped forward, pressing her sword against the pirate's throat, her voice icy. Why are you running? Get lost. Don't block me, you stinky woman. The pirate, about to curse, suddenly felt the cold touch at his throat, his eyes instantly clearing up as he stammered, why wouldn't I run, girl? The Navy is coming. The leader is a Navy major. If we don't run, we're all done for. After saying this, he took advantage of Guyana's brief distraction, quickly retracting his neck and scrambling to escape. A Navy major. Guyana and Aaron exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Indeed, their previous guess was correct. The Navy was well prepared and at a high level. A major from the headquarters is a formidable figure in the Grand Line. The character X. Drake from the original work, also known as the Fallen Navy Major, has a bounty of 222 million berries. Having a person of this caliber in the East Sea is like a dimensional strike. It seems we need to gather as well. Guyana sheathed her sword and said in a deep voice. At this moment, a squad of Navy soldiers in blue uniforms armed with rifles surrounded Aaron and Guyana. The guns were all aimed at them. Target acquired. It's Frost Moon Swordswoman Guyana and Sand Iron Princess Aaron. Members of the Dawn Pirate crew, upon encountering Tina, your pirate journey ends here. Tina stepped out from the Navy ranks, a slender lattice cigarette between her lips, looking at Guyana and Aaron with keen interest. Oh, a Navy sister, you're quite beautiful. Aaron, rather than feeling afraid, boldly sized up Tina and praised her. Tina's appearance is indeed captivating, with a tall and fiery figure, exquisite and cold beauty, especially the way she looks while smoking. Both charming and fierce, she can captivate both men and women. You're quite the charmer, little sister. Tina appreciates those with good taste. If you surrender now, Tina can ensure you enter. Clearly, Tina was also quite taken by Aaron's compliments. No matter how many times it said, flattery never gets old, especially when it comes from someone of equal beauty. Surrender? That's impossible. I can never surrender in this lifetime. Aaron shook her head with a cheerful smile. Being a pirate is so much fun, free and easy. Every partner is talented and they speak so nicely. I absolutely love being on the ship. It seems the negotiation has broken down. Tina's eyes grew sharp. It's rare to meet such a handsome Navy sister. Wouldn't it be a pity not to spar a little? Right, Nana? Guyana did not answer, but her right hand had already grasped the hilt of her sword, her gaze locked on Tina. If you have the courage, then don't blame Tina for being heavy-handed. Tina smiled, extinguishing the cigarette with her fingertips, preparing to take action. Oh, that's the sword Wado Ikamanji, the great sword of 21. It's the real deal. Just as the battle was about to erupt behind Tina, a female Navy soldier wearing round glasses pointed at the sword in Guyana's hand and exclaimed excitedly. Then whether it was Aaron or Guyana, they were both stunned by the sudden appearance of this female Navy soldier. Meanwhile, on another main road in Rock Town. This is the town's dining and entertainment area filled with bars and restaurants. Originally, it should have been the liveliest time in the afternoon, but now it was in complete disarray. Members of the Dawn Pirate crew Rock, Iron Reinhardt, Gaia Suit, Thug, Flammel Luca. Smoker puffed on a cigar, white smoke slowly wafting from between his teeth. He stood alone in the middle of the street, blocking Gaia and Luca. Not far behind, dozens of Navy soldiers were evacuating civilians and sealing off the street. In the name of justice, you are under arrest. After sweeping away the disorganized pirates at the port with overwhelming force, Smoker's target was immediately locked on Gaia, whose bounty was second only to Cass, and who was also a wielder. A bounty of 33 million is considered top tier in the EC, just enough for him to stretch his muscles. Navy Colonel. Reinforcements from the headquarters. Luca furrowed his brow slightly, his emerald eyes quickly scanning Smoker's shoulder insignia. He could sense the dangerous aura emitted by this white-haired Navy soldier, far surpassing any EC Navy he had encountered before. Indeed, those from the headquarters are different. Arrest us. You have quite the bravado. Gaia grinned widely, not only unafraid, but rather excited as he twisted his neck, his bones cracking like popping beans. Come on, let's have a fight. Just what I need to work off some energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaia stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom. The cobblestone road exploded. Using the recoil, his body shot forward like a cannonball, his rock-solid right fist expanding as he aimed a direct strike at Smoker's face. Rock fist. The wind from the punch made the air wail under the unbearable pressure. Indeed, a pirate from a small place, their fighting style so straightforward. Smoker snorted coldly, not flinching or avoiding, just as Gaia's fist was about to hit him. Whoosh. Smoker's upper body suddenly transformed into swirling, dense white smoke. Gaia's rock fist passed through the smoke, without any obstruction, crashing into the wall behind. Boom. The brick wall was smashed out, creating a spider web-like crater over 2 meters in diameter, dust swirling. Elementalization. A Logia-type devil fruit user. Luca murmured gravely, a flicker of solemnity flashing across his eyes. He had not expected the Marines to deploy a master of such caliber this time. I almost forgot. You have a young Logia user aboard your ship. No wonder the General Staff designated you as a top priority elimination target. Smoke. My fist can't touch you. Smoker exhaled a plume of cigar smoke through his nostrils. Then let's fight. No more idle talk. I hate these drawn-out exchanges, Gaia snarled, then broke into a grin and pointed at the cigar between Smoker's lips. Hey, white-hair smoke fiend, your cigar looks fine. Hand me one for a taste. Smoke. You scum pirates dare even think of it. Smoker's gaze turned icy, yet inwardly he seethed, daring to covet his exclusive cigars. This man had already sealed his own doom. White serpent. Bring it on. Gaia roared, hurling his stone-hardened fists in rapid succession, hammering down like pile drivers upon the coiling smoke serpent. Puff, puff, puff. The smoke dispersed, only to instantly recondense and coil tighter. Gaia's brute force strikes barely phased Smoker's elemental form. Pirates belong behind bars, not polluting this sea. Smoker's lower body dissolved into smoke, propelling him forward with blinding speed toward Gaia. Simultaneously, he drew his jit and thrust it sharply at Gaia's shoulder. A Logia user wielding sea stone weaponry, a ruthlessly effective combination lethal to most devil fruit users. It perfectly embodied Smoker's fiercely unyielding combat style. Yet was Gaia an ordinary devil fruit user? After years under Car's tutelage, he'd mastered little, but his instinct for danger had grown razor sharp. At the very instant Smoker lunged, a surge of primal dread flooded Gaia's senses. That weapon, absolutely not to be blocked, Hedon. In the split second before the jit struck, Gaia surrendered his body to the earth beneath him, merging seamlessly with the ground. Clang. The jit pierced empty air. Smoker blinked, clearly unprepared for such a maneuver. Burrowing underground, troublesome indeed. Vroom. The ground trembled violently. Stone pillars. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. One after another, colossal stone pillars, thick as water barrels, erupted from the earth beneath Smoker's feet like sudden bamboo shoots. An impenetrable thicket of geologic spears surged upward, indiscriminately impaling the air above where Smoker hovered. Pathetic theatrics. Against smoke, mere physical force is meaningless. Humph. Smoker sneered, and as the stone pillars closed in his body, dissolved once more into swirling mist. Puff, 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 puff. Dozens of pillars crisscrossed through the smoke, missing entirely, then collided with one another in thunderous clangs. As dust settled slightly, Smoker reformed nearby and scathed. This was the Logia user's innate supremacy. Against foes lacking hockey or specialized countermeasures, Logia powers were near absolute. TCH. A rat who only hides underground. Ah, I nearly forgot there's still another. Spotting Luca standing nearby, Smoker shifted his gaze. Almost, his fist clenched, compressing smoke into a rapidly spinning high-density orb. Your comrade burrows like a rodent, so I'll eliminate you first. White fist. The compressed smoke orb launched from Smoker's arm like a cannonball, blazing toward Luca with target switched to me. How thoroughly underestimated. Luca's expression remained calm, as the smoke projectile hurtled in his right leg, snapped upward like a whip. Whirlwind kick. Boom. Vacuum cyclones clashed midair with the smoke fist, shattering the impact zone with explosive turbulence. Smoke scattered wildly, while Luca merely swayed then steadied himself. Devil fruit. No, this is vacuum pressure generated purely by martial precision. Trained at the Marine Officer Academy, Smoker instantly deciphered the mechanics behind Luca's technique. So your crew truly is intriguing, but... Commander Smoker, Luca interrupted coolly, perhaps you should worry less about me, and more about your own predicament. What do you mean? Smoker frowned, instinct screaming alarm. In the next heartbeat, Gaia's voice detonated from beneath his feet. White hair smoke fiend. Don't get cocky. Smoker scanned his surroundings, pupils contracting in shock. There, those massive stone pillars he'd evaded moments ago, now pulsed with ominous crimson light across their surfaces. Artistic impact. Shatter earth detonation. Kaboom. All pillars erupted simultaneously, ignited from within by raw kinetic energy. A cataclysmic shockwave, laced with shrapnel, unleashed a storm of annihilation, swallowing Smoker whole at it. Commander Smoker. Marine soldiers cordoning the street cried out in horror, many flung backward by the blast. Dust mushroomed skyward, obscuring the battlefield. Logia powers. Impressive. Gaia burst forth from the earth nearby, brushing dust from his clothes, and grinned at the churning cloud. Logia, elementalization, so impressive. I just blew up the entire battlefield. Where will you hide now? Overwhelming firepower. Here's all flashy nonsense. Crude, but undeniably spectacular. Luca nodded approvingly, then added, still such a commotion means Marine reinforcements will arrive any moment. We must retreat. Rejoin the captain immediately. Think you're leaving? White Vine. The smoke did not dissipate. It writhed with sentient fury, sprouting dozens of thick solid tendrils that lashed outward like serpentine limbs. Caught off guard, both men were ensnared. From the dust cloud, Smoker's figure slowly recoalesced. He looked battered, his once pristine white naval uniform torn and scorched. The two cherished cigars vanished. Though his timely elementalization spared him fatal injury, the concussive blast left him bruised, soot-streaked, and utterly humiliated. Most unforgivable of all, his cigars were gone. TSK. Not bad. You actually stood back up. Bound tight, in White Vine's Gaia grinned. This opponent was different indeed, remarkably resilient. Neither of you leaves alive. Smoker raised his jit, smoke jetting from his feet, propelling him forward like a white comet. He would personally drag these two, humiliators, cigar destroyers, into prison. Gaia's eyes sharpened. He barked. Stone pillar blast. Puff, puff, puff. Countless stone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the vines, each glowing with a dull ochre radiance. Danger, retreat. Smoker's face twisted, shouting the warning too late. Boom, boom, boom. Each spike detonated like a miniature mine, hurling debris and shockwaves that sent nearby Marines sprawling, and shredded the smoke vines into tatters. Go. Gaia stomped hard, the earth surging upward into a jagged stone wall, momentarily shielding them from Smoker's advance and suppressing Marine fire. Meanwhile, Luca broke free. Both sprinted inland without glancing back. This smoke wielder wouldn't fall easily, and other elite Marines were surely en route. Time to vanish. Damn it, pursue them. Smoker watched their fleeing silhouettes, jaw clenched with fury. He hadn't anticipated airy explosive techniques, or that the sharp-suited man possessed such formidable martial prowess. This loss was his own overconfidence. Where did these people go? The meeting time is almost here, but not a single one of them is in sight. Cass walked aimlessly down the street with Eugene following him at a distance of 3 steps. Reaching the edge of the square, Cass casually glanced at the group of captured pirates, momentarily pausing his steps. Eugene also stopped, his gaze sweeping over the captives. Captain, there are some of our men inside. Cass followed his gaze, and indeed among the escorted pirates 2 or 3 were members of Eugene's squad. It seems they were unfortunate enough to be caught by the Navy while acting separately. Well, then they came to rob my people. Cass' eyes had turned cold. Attacking his crew was equivalent to slapping his face. Eugene, deal with them. Yes. Eugene stepped forward slowly, twirling his dual batons in his hands. The captured members, upon seeing Eugene, became agitated and shouted anxiously. Captain Eugene, don't come closer. There's a master. Eugene furrowed his brow. A master. Suddenly a deep voice rang out. Whoosh! A pale blue solidified vacuum slash shot out from behind the Navy soldiers. Eugene's pupils constricted. With no time to think, he spun his batons to form a tight defensive circle while simultaneously dodging to the side. Clang! Eugene let out a muffled groan, his body sent flying by the force of the slash, rolling several times on the ground before barely coming to a stop. Navy 6 styles. Cass' expression tightened. How could there be a master proficient in the 6 styles in Rogue Town? Moreover, judging by the Navy 6 styles. Cass' expression tightened. How could there be a master proficient in the 6 styles in Rogue Town? Moreover, judging by the power of this raging foot, it was far beyond what an ordinary lieutenant could wield. Could it be that the CP organization has come to catch people? Ghostman Eugene, a mere bounty of 10 million, can withstand my raging foot, which is quite boastful in itself. Suddenly the Navy soldiers parted, revealing a giant nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a horn mask, who stepped forward. It was Rear Admiral Sharkslayer Bastille. Rear Admiral, are you here to capture me? Cass calmly looked at Bastille. The giant in front of him seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall the exact name at the moment. However, the imposing aura emanating from him indicated that he was at least a master of the 6 styles, and possibly someone who had mastered hockey far from the ordinary fish of the East Sea. Aurel Cass. On orders from headquarters, I am here to request something from you. Bastile's voice came through the mask. My life then. Cass' tone was relaxed, but the power of observation hockey and conqueror's hockey was already in motion. Correct. Bastile's body suddenly vanished. Shave. The explosive speed left a shadow in place while his real body appeared at Cass' left side. At the same time, his right index finger came together, piercing like the sharpest drill directly towards Cass' heart. Spear gun breaking formation. Blue-gray. Iron block. Cass willed, and the spirit ball's light flashed. The shield sword monster was already blocking the path of the spear. Clank. The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. The terrifying impact forced the shield sword monster to slide back half a meter. What? His spear gun was supposed to penetrate steel plates, yet it was blocked by this strange shield. A peculiar summoned creature. Is this the rumored contract fruit? Bastile recalled the speculations about Cass' abilities from the intelligence reports. It seemed he could summon various peculiar creatures for battle. It turned out the intelligence was accurate. Who spread the rumor of the contract fruit? Cass silently complained, but couldn't be bothered to explain. The system gets more chaotic the more you explain. Having a devil fruit as a shield is quite nice. Giant swamp monster smash rock. Cass willed once more. A deep blue hulking figure appeared. The giant swamp monster clenched its right fist, its muscles tightening like steel cables, and without any frills it punched out. The punch's wind pressure shattered the air, creating visible white shockwaves. Is this a fishman? Watch me. Bastile shouted in a low voice, tensing his body without dodging. Iron block. Boom. The giant fist collided fiercely with the iron block. The visible shockwave exploded violently from the center of the two. Bastile's body shook violently, the ground beneath him collapsing with a crack sound as the terrifying force in his chest made his blood surge. But the iron block's defense held up. You mean to say? It actually blocked that. A Gene witnessing this scene was stunned. He knew the giant swamp monster's strength all too well. That punch's power was enough to shatter a warship. Yet this rear admiral of the Navy managed to withstand it with his body. This level of defense is terrifying. Don't be surprised, Gene. This is one of the Navy's 6 styles. Iron block once mastered the boat's hardness rivals that of steel. Cass explained. He had a fair understanding of the Navy's 6 styles and knew the strengths and weaknesses of this move. Iron block, the strongest illusion technique. I see, so it's the Navy's 6 styles. A Gene realized, deepening his understanding of the Navy headquarters' strength. He had thought the EC Navy was weak, but he didn't expect the headquarters to send such a powerful individual. It seemed his previous perspective had indeed been too narrow. A mere EC pirate, yet you understand the 6 styles so well. You truly are not simple. Bastile took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood, speaking with a grave tone. To become a rear admiral in the Navy, mastering the 6 styles is fundamental. To become a vice admiral in the Navy, one must not only master the 6 styles, but also possess formidable dual hockey. He had just managed to grasp both the armament and observation hockey, but he was not yet proficient and was still in the refining stage. Unexpectedly, this newcomer, who hadn't even stepped into the Grand Line, was not only powerful, but also well-informed and capable of summoning such strong creatures. This child, he must not be left alive. Bastile's killing intent surged as he stopped testing, stepping forward, rapidly spinning his body like a top. Raging foot chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of solid crisscrossing blue vacuum slashes shot out in a fan shape towards Cass' area without distinction. There are advanced techniques. Cass' expression tightened. Blue-gray. Iato slash. Clang. The shield sword monster transformed into its sword form. The blade emitted a dazzling silver light, slashing out like a galloping horse. Slash. The dense raging foot slash net was forcefully cleaved apart by the shield sword monster's Iato slash, creating a massive gap. Giant swamp monster arm hammer. Follow up. Cass commanded again. Roar. The giant swamp monster let out a low roar, using the moment the raging foot was broken to exert force, its fist the size of a sandbag smashing towards Bastile. You can't break my defense, iron block. Bastile's eyes sharpened, having absolute confidence in his iron block defense. Boom. This time the sound was even more terrifying. Bastile's confidence instantly froze, and he was sent crashing into a 3-story building like a cannonball. The building's wall was smashed out into a human-sized hole, bricks falling down with a crash, smoke and dust filling the air. Iron block. A full-force strike from the giant swamp monster could crush your city wall. Cass said with undisguised mockery. The Navy truly had confidence in their iron block. Those who died under it were not unjustly killed. Cough, cough. I underestimated you. My name is Bastile, Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This time I won't hold back. That shield appears to be more agile. I need to deal with that terrifying fishman first. The shield sword spirit charge in. With a powerful slash, the shield sword spirit was sent flying. Giant swamp monster. Go for it. Damn it. I must swing my blade. The ground beneath him was torn apart. This fishman can actually use armament hockey. He thought this fishman only had immense strength, not the ability to use hockey. Is it similar to Charlotte Doflamingo's devil fruit powers? Oh, is that what you're referring to? That's easy. He only avoids fighting because the giant swamp monster and the shield sword spirit have their own enhancements, making them strong. You can do that too. How can a mere newcomer who hasn't even set foot on the Grand Line possess such strength and abilities? Is he a monster? Following a captain like this is truly worthwhile. Hey, to Kuina. Eileen blinked with her amber eyes looking at the Kuina beside her, and then at the female Navy officer across from her, who looked aside from their hairstyle, glasses, and demeanor, their features were practically carved from the same mold. Could they be twins? So my mother actually gave birth to two. Could I have a long-lost twin sister? Gungshiro so. I might still have women outside. Exactly, it's definitely the legendary Wado Ikamanji. May I take a look? Just for a moment. Kuinao instinctively moved the Wado Ikamanji behind her. You're staring at my sword right after we meet. Is this what they call fighting for inheritance? Sister. Darsky finally looked up, adjusting her glasses and examining Kuina's face. Then she finally saw the face that was like her own with a cold demeanor. Hey, this girl, could she have just realized it? Eileen facepalmed in exasperation. Even if you say they're not sisters, just looking at the sword and then at the face is conclusive. Darsky, get a grip. We're on a mission. Tina couldn't watch any longer, grabbing the still-dazed Darsky and pulling her back. In her heart she pondered, it really is too similar, almost like looking into a mirror. Could they truly be sisters? This is impossible. Darsky murmured to herself. How could a pirate's sister suddenly appear? The nature-type sand iron fruit possesses incredibly powerful abilities. Tina gazed at the scattered sand iron, a confident smile playing at the corners of her mouth. However, unfortunately for you, Tina's barrier fruit can perfectly capture you. Iron cage. With a clear shout from Tina, her arms spread wide. More pitch-black iron bars surged from her side. Like a woven birdcage, a cube-shaped prison formed from countless iron bars enveloped both of them, including Tina herself. Oh, what's the difference? Aaron blinked, looking at the iron cage that confined her, puzzled. Isn't it just a big cage made of bars? It seems like there are plenty of gaps I could just pass through by elementalization. What's the big deal? Tina has already said you can't escape. Tina looked at Aaron leisurely, as if observing a beautiful bird caught in a... I'll give it a try. Aaron attempted to partially elementalize her body into sand iron, hoping to slip through the gap. However, she discovered that despite the large gaps, her elementalized sand iron met an invisible barrier at the bars, unable to spill out. She was firmly trapped inside the cage. Is this the rule of devil fruits that Cass mentioned? Aaron suddenly recalled the knowledge Cass had casually mentioned during training. Some abilities derived from fruits can impose restrictions on elementalization. Clearly, the barrier created by the barrier fruit possesses this rule of prohibition. It seems you understand. Tina spoke with a tone of control. Unless you defeat Tina or force her to lift her ability, you cannot escape. So it's just about defeating you. The fighting spirit ignited in Aaron's amber eyes. Just right. I also want to know whether my sand iron is stronger or your iron bars are tougher. Since I can't escape, will break through Hedon. Sand iron. Waterfall. A torrent of black sand iron surged violently from her body, flooding towards Tina, who stood in the center of the cage. The confined space actually amplified the oppressive feeling of this move geometrically. Useless. Black spear formation. Tina pressed her hands forward. Instantly, dozens of pitch-black iron spears materialized on the inner walls of the iron cage. Simultaneously, they shot forth like a volley from a crossbow, targeting the rushing sand iron waterfall. Each black spear carried the power to pierce through iron armor. Thud, thud, thud. The sand iron clashed with the black spears continuously. The cage instantly transformed into the epicenter of a metal storm. Nana. While maintaining the furious output of sand iron, Aaron called out to Kuina beside her. They had already developed a mutual understanding in battle. Kuina understood. At the moment of fierce confrontation between the sand iron and the black spears, she slightly sank her body, assuming a sword-drawing stance. Frost Moon style Iato flash. Useless. The strength of these bars exceeds that of ordinary steel. Huh. Tina's confident words abruptly halted, replaced by astonishment. Crack. The clear sound of metal fracturing echoed continuously. Before Kuina, the snapped bars fell to the ground with a clatter, clearing a large space in front of her. This is impossible. How could the bars created by Tina's ability be so easily severed? Tina exclaimed, her confidence in the hardness of her ability shaken. Ordinary swords could barely harm them unless... You have already grasped the ability to cut iron. Dasky suddenly looked at Kuina. Cutting iron is one of the important signs of a swordsman becoming a master swordsman. Could this be her sister so powerful? Isn't this quite obvious? Kuina sheathed her blade, her tone indifferent. Her goal is to become a grand swordsman. Mere steel is not worth mentioning. Tina was momentarily speechless. To comprehend the ability to cut iron right after setting sail, she was undoubtedly a monstrous swordsman. Moreover, with this troublesome nature-type girl beside her, she wouldn't be able to keep this duo from escaping. I won't allow you to take the Wado Ikamanji with you. That's a famous sword. It shouldn't be tarnished in the hands of pirates. Dasky gripped her Shiyu tightly, positioning herself in front of Kuina, assuming a standard starting stance. Her love for the famous sword temporarily made her set aside the dizzying doubts about her sister. One sword style swallow. Dasky shouted, rushing forward like a swallow skimming the water, aiming for Kuina's wrist. However, in Kuina's eyes, this strike was full of openings. She didn't even draw her sword, merely using the scabbard to lightly bump and redirect. Dasky felt a force come through, causing Shiyu to uncontrollably change direction and stab into empty space. She stumbled and fell to the ground due to the excessive force. Ouch! Dasky felt dazed, not even aware of how she fell. Looking at the identical face, Kuina felt a slight stir in her heart. On the path of a swordsman, there are no shortcuts. The powerful is never the famous sword, but the one wielding it. As her words fell, Kona's figure flickered, appearing beside Dasky before she could react. Dasky's body went limp, and Dasky! Tina dashed over to Dasky's side and pulled her back. Nana, you just... Aaron looked at Dasky, who was being carried away by Tina, with a somewhat nuanced expression. Killing kin for justice. Is that how ruthless you are? She is not my sister. Moreover, I used the back of the blade. After observing earlier, Kona's inner turmoil regarding their similar appearances had mostly calmed. Their resemblance might just be a cruel joke from the heavens. Tina checked. Indeed, Dasky had no wounds. She was merely knocked unconscious. After all, she was one of the few normal subordinates of Smoker, as she couldn't afford any mishap. Aaron let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She was worried Quina would completely deny her kin. Then she looked at Tina and revealed a playful smile. See you, beautiful and graceful sister Tina. Let's go shopping together next time if fate allows. Sand iron Shiyu. As her words fell, the prepared sand iron projectiles rained down like a storm towards Tina and the Navy soldiers. Not good. Black spear formation. Tina's expression changed quickly, controlling the bars to form a barrier while concentrating her black spears to counterattack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once the collision ended, Aaron and Kuina had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of chaos. They got away. Tina bit her lip, feeling somewhat unwilling. This Dawn Pirates crew truly are a troublesome bunch. If the officers are like this, what kind of person could the captain who is being personally pursued by Rear Admiral Bastille be? On the other side, the main battlefield at the port. The heavy panting echoed amidst the swirling smoke and dust. Bastille leaned on his already cracked shark-slaying knife, barely supporting his body. He looked at the increasingly gathering cadres of the Dawn Pirate crew and the composed figure with the magical eye, feeling a chill in his heart. It seems today, I am destined to fall here. Bastille felt bitter. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had come to the East Sea to eliminate hidden dangers, a task he thought would be easy. Who could have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of a rookie pirate crew just setting sail? How ironic. Yet the ferocity in his eyes did not wane. Even if he were to die, he would drag a few down with him. Cass felt that everyone had gathered enough. It was time to wrap up this battle. With a thought, he recalled the shield sword monster back into its pokeball for recovery, concentrating the remaining energy onto the giant swamp monster. Giant swamp monster, send this Rear Admiral off. Earthquake. Roar. The giant swamp monster let out a furious roar, gathering yellowish energy, before smashing it down fiercely onto the ground. Boom. The violent shockwave surged across the ground, crashing towards the kneeling Bastille. Everywhere it passed, the stone slabs shattered, as if a small earthquake had erupted at the port. Vibration. Is this Whitebeard's ability? Bastille felt the terrifying tremor beneath his feet, his shock reaching its... Such a force capable of triggering natural disasters should not appear on a mere summoned creature of a fisherman. This is illogical. Trigger the earthquake. This is too exaggerated. Zongao, hiding in the distance, watched the earth-shattering scene, his tongue almost rolling out in shock. Such power. Chloe looked dazed. It seemed the captain's hidden cards were more than he had imagined. I will risk my life to take you down. Shark Breaker, heavy strike. He leapt up suddenly with the momentum to split mountains, striking down towards Cass' location. However, facing this fierce and powerful blow, Cass' expression showed no signs of wavering. Giant swamp monster. Ice punch. The giant swamp monster growled in response, its right fist that had been charging up suddenly unleashed. But this time what surged on the fist was no longer armed color, but a piercing cold. Clang. The icy fist collided fiercely with the black blade. Cold air. Ice freezing ability. Bastille's observation hockey went into overdrive. Terrifying power that triggered earthquakes, and now cold air appeared. What on earth is this kind of creature? The power of the ice punch did not stop there. The terrifying cold surged like a tidal wave, spreading up the handle of the knife and instantly enveloping Bastille's arm. The ice rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye he was completely frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. Defeated strong enemy Shark Slayer Bastille, reward 3,000 points. B. Bastille, Rear Admiral. How is this possible? Did the Rear Admiral lose? Tina and Smoker were horrified as they witnessed it all. An experienced Rear Admiral of the headquarters actually fell to a rookie pirate crew just setting sail. How could this happen? The remaining Navy soldiers' fighting spirit instantly collapsed. If even the Rear Admiral lost, how could they fight? Were they just going to die? The cadres of the Dawn Pirate crew, however, were excitedly bragging about Cass. The captain is amazing. No wonder he is the captain. Even a Navy Rear Admiral can be frozen into an ice pop. I knew it. Following the captain means a bright future. Cough cough, I mean a promising future. Not bad, just basic operations. Cass waved his hand, appearing calm, but the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his inner satisfaction. He was about to say something witty like, is that all the Navy headquarters has or who else is there, to further satisfy his mischievous sense of humor. Suddenly the power of the wave guide and the warning from his observation hockey came simultaneously. Buzz, a sense of crisis so strong it made his soul tremble, poured down on him like icy water. Everyone, retreat quickly. The others, still processing Cass' almost frantic warning, heard a terrifying sound explosion tearing through the eardrums from above. Boom. In the next instant, it was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. An indescribable massive impact suddenly crashed into the center of the port. Everyone present, whether Navy or pirate, was sent flying. Cass, shielded by the wave guide barrier, and the giant swamp monster's body was merely shaken, feeling his blood surge. He crawled up from a pile of rubble, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the center of the gradually dispersing massive pit. Amidst the smoke and dust, a hearty laughter resonated in everyone's ears. Haha. Even that brat bashed you lot. Well done, rookie brats. This laughter. This entrance. Cass felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. No way. At this moment. This isn't how the plot goes. The figure in the smoke gradually becoming clear. It was a tall and broad-shouldered man, his robust physique barely concealed by a white suit. A just cape fluttered in the wind behind him, and he wore a ridiculous doghead hat that obscured half of his face, revealing a broad smile on the lower half. That kind of bold, unrestrained aura seemed to resonate even from 10 miles away. Hey. What kind of international joke is this? Why are you here? Cass finally couldn't hold back, pointing at the figure in the doghead hat, shouting out loud. The calm on his face had completely vanished, replaced by utter shock and a hint of embarrassment. The Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. The one who chased the former pirate king like a dog. The one who beat the future pirate king like a grandson. It's Vice Admiral Garp. The Vice Admiral is here. We are saved. With the Vice Admiral here, Rogue Town will be peaceful. Oh ho ho. Justice will prevail. This old man is still so reckless. Smoker's mouth twitched, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't pleased with the old man's recklessness, he had to admit that with him around they could withstand anything. Tina too felt a sense of relief, patting her heaving chest. Although she didn't understand why Garp was here, there was no doubt they were safe. Ha. You all know me, then this is easy. Garp picked his nose, then flicked it away, grinning widely, revealing a set of... As for why I am here. The younger generation at home is unworthy, sneaking out to be pirates and experience life. As an elder, it's my duty to catch him and take him back for some education. Oh, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to Sengoku. Huh. Is this something we can hear? The pirates collectively stared blankly. Did he say this in such a public setting because he trusted they wouldn't speak of it, or did he think they would never have the chance to speak of it? But looking at the old man's demeanor, it was evident that it leaned more towards the latter. The man beside him, with a hooked nose, sweat glistening on his face, whispered, Major General, you can't say such things casually. Cass' gaze instantly swept towards the hooked-nosed man. Bogart, Cap's vice officer who participated in the Battle of God Valley, suspected to be a ruthless figure akin to a great swordsman. Just standing there emanated an invisible sharpness. Goena immediately sensed the pure and powerful sword intent exuding from Bogart, instinctively tightening her grip on the sword in her hand. This was the strongest swordsman she had encountered since setting out to sea, but she knew very well that this was not the time for sparring. Kira's mind raced, contemplating every possible escape route. As for fighting, absolutely impossible. This was someone who could chase the pirate King Roger across the world. What the hell? The naval soldiers behind looked confused, glancing at each other. Whose descendant became a pirate? They heard nothing, absolutely nothing. Selective deafness, a traditional skill of the Navy. Oh, here to catch Ace, Cass casually replied. Since there was no way to avoid it, they had to face it. By the way, let's poke some fun. Hey, how did you know? Cap's previously imposing aura instantly deflated, eyes wide and mouth agape, even comically dripping 2 streams of snot. A perfect image of a secret being exposed. Bogart couldn't bear to look. Major General, your image. Wanna know? I won't tell you. Cass shouted. Gaia. Get him. Coming. Though Gaia was panicking inside, he executed Cass' orders without hesitation. He instantly entered a combat state, his fists crashing forcefully into the ground. Power of the earth. The ground trembled violently as 2 hemisphere-shaped colossal rocks, each over 10 meters in diameter, suddenly rose from either side of Cap, pinning him in between. This was the same move that had taken out Tubu before. What are you looking at? Hurry and run. That's Cap, a monster who can fight the Pirate King. You don't really think that these broken stone balls can contain him, do you? Cass quickly bolted towards the direction of the judgment, calling out to his dazed companions as he ran. He certainly did not expect this to hold Cap for long. Even a second would be a gain. Strategic retreat is not shameful. The others also came to their senses, pouring all their strength into a mad dash towards the port. Kuro sped up with a spoon. Gwana went full throttle. Luka used air currents to propel himself. Aaron, Sand, and Iron surged, and Akin led Barton and the others closely behind. Cass, no need to react so strongly. Even if he's a Navy hero, breaking this should be. Gaia shouted as he sprinted, glancing back at the closing rock giant. Gaia thought Cass was making a fuss. That rock looked pretty thick. He hadn't finished his sentence. Bang. Crack. The rock giant directly shattered. Like an eggshell breaking. Chunks of stone fell in a clatter. Cap twisted his neck, a grin of interest spreading across his face. Haha. Kid, you think you can pin me down? You'd at least need to bring a real mountain. Gaia. Monster. He saw it all clearly. Cap hadn't even used any techniques. He might not have even used hockey. Just with a push of his hands, as if opening a door, that rock giant capable of crushing battleships was effortlessly blown apart. Is this power something a human can possess? No wonder he's the legendary Cap. Tina's eyes sparkled with admiration. That last move, if she were trapped, she would probably only think of escaping with shave, never considering taking it heated. I knew it. Cass' scalp tingled. This guy trained with mountains as punching bags, a true physical monster. Giant swamp monster. Unleash your ultimate move. Cass shouted while running, summoning the giant swamp monster. They had to create a significant obstacle to buy time to board the ship. Roar. The giant swamp monster appeared, its aura surging again, right fist clenched, bone-chilling cold gathering wildly. This time the cold coalesced into a super drill over a meter in diameter on its fist. The surrounding temperature plummeted, frost forming on the ground. A step-up technique of the frozen fist. Shark King's turbo drill. Oh ho ho, Cass, you have this up your sleeve too. So cool. Gaia ran while cheering for the giant swamp monster. Shut up, don't mess around at a critical moment. If you keep talking, this move is prepared for you. Cass focused his mind to the utmost. Go, giant swamp monster. The giant swamp monster roared, shattering the ground beneath it, its massive body with the terrifying ice drill charging violently towards Cap. This combined extreme cold and spiral drill attack was meant to break through various high-intensity defenses. Oh, this reminds me of that kid Kazan, but it's more about strength. This move is interesting. Cap looked at the imposing ice drill, his eyes lit up, revealing an interested smile. He clenched his right fist, his arm muscles bulging, then simply threw a punch. Fist bone. Boom boom boom. The unadorned fist collided with the impressive ice drill with ferocity. Then, before everyone's stunned gaze, that drill, capable of piercing a warship's armor upon contacting Cap's fist, seemed to strike the most unshakable object in the world. The spiral ice drill shattered on the spot, transforming into a storm of ice crystals. The giant swamp monster fainted on the spot, quickly recalled by Cass into the pokeball. He didn't even use hockey, just pure strength. Cass was shaken inside. He knew Cap was strong, but seeing it with his own eyes exceeded his imagination. The gap was too vast. Such a monster was simply beyond what they could contend with now. How much power did that old guy hold back during the Marineford War against Luffy? Run, board the ship, hoist the anchor immediately, set sail, leave the port at full speed. Cass no longer held any illusions, using all his strength to shout, while frantically sprinting towards the Judgment, which was just within reach. Fortunately, the ship had been kept in a semi-sailing state in preparation for the Navy, with some crew members on standby aboard. The others also unleashed their last potential, rushing onto the gangplank with Gaia nearly climbing up using both hands and feet. They boarded the ship. This will be troublesome. Cap scratched his dog-headed hat, sounding a bit troubled. Beside him, Bogart silently pulled out a bundle of iron chains. Major General, the chains. Well, reliable, as always, Bogart. Cap laughed grandly again, pulling on the iron chains. Boom boom boom. Then a super giant iron ball occupying half the size of the Navy's dock square emerged. It's really not that troublesome. The Navy behind collectively turned to stone mouths agape enough to fit an ostrich egg. Is that something you can just drag around? Is he really human? The Dawn Pirates looked dazedly at the massive iron ball raised by Cap, looming like a shadow of. If it hit not only their ship, but even Rotown would probably lose a chunk. Pahaha. Take this, brats. Cap laughed heartily, beginning to spin in place, as if wielding an ordinary chain ball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gale he generated even stirred up waves in the port seawater. Damn it. Cass gritted his teeth. His ship couldn't soar like the Thousand Sunny, using the wind. He must upgrade his. What a useless ship. Looks good, but doesn't work. Kuro, you didn't say that before. You praised it for being majestic and Don't think about causing trouble, old man of the Navy. Gaia yelled courageously. Crushing earth explosion. Bang bang. The remaining rocks were detonated, causing violent explosions to erupt at the port. This little fireworks won't even scratch me. Cap remained motionless, letting the explosions hit him as the giant iron ball spun in the air before crashing down toward. Here it comes. Whoosh boom. That massive iron ball, seemingly able to destroy everything, was released. Like a true meteor, it tore through the air, crashing down hard towards the Judgment. Iron Sand Triangular Prism. Frost Moon Flow Cicadas Time Rain. Air Shockwave Maximum Wheel. Aaron, Guena, and Luca poured all their strength into a barrage of various long-range attacks, as if they were free. Iron sand slashes and vacuum waves struck the surface of the iron ball, exploding in bursts of sparks and smoke, but could only leave a few shallow marks on the surface, unable to alter its terrifying trajectory. There's no way to stop it. Gaia looked in despair at the enormous shadow drawing closer. The last time he felt this helpless was in the garbage dump of the Goa Kingdom, facing the nobles and guards. Is this where it ends? A flicker of gloom crossed Gina's eyes. Father, I am about to betray your expectations. Dying at the hands of a naval hero isn't too shameful for a pirate, but what a pity. Klo shook his head with a bitter smile. He had devised so many plans, yet everything seemed futile in the face of Cass. Sob, I don't want to die yet. I haven't had enough of the desserts made by Luca, I haven't bought enough beautiful clothes, and I haven't even been in love. Erin looked at the silver-haired figure beside her, tears cascading down like pearls strung on a thread. She had just set sail, just met a group of interesting people, and just developed a bit of affection for a guy. How could it possibly end? Cass' eyes ignited with an unwilling flame. How could a prominent traveler like him be smashed to death like a whack-a-mole by an iron ball at the exit of this novice village? How could he let these trusted companions accompany him to their demise at the cold bottom of the sea? You must be joking. Buzz. A violent, overwhelming will, as if it were going to break through the sky, erupted from Cass. A red light, like substantial lightning, suddenly expanded, centered around him. A soul-chilling pressure instantly enveloped the entire port area. Conqueror's Haki. Awakened. Watching Cass unleash his power along with the signature red lightning, everyone was astonished. Conqueror's Haki. Carp's gaze sharpened, his mockery fading somewhat. This little brat actually possessed such a talent. Awakening by the strong will to protect his companions, no wonder he could gather such a group of promising little monsters around. This potential. is intriguing. He really possesses such a qualification. Smoker was shocked. Conqueror's Haki. Only one person in several million possesses the qualifications of a king. Gung-Gui. Cass ignored his own transformation. He knew this newly awakened Conqueror's Haki was insufficient against someone of Carp's caliber. He roared, summoning Gung-Gui while taking out the Ghost Z pure crystal, pressing it against the wristband. The colorless gem on the Z wristband instantly glowed with an eerie purple light. Resonating with Gung-Gui, with my will pierce through the dark night. Endless temptation of the dark night. Kojia. Gung-Gui's figure emerged, sensing Cass' emotions. The usually playful expression vanished, and his round body was filled with unprecedented energy, his large white eyes glowing fiercely with purple light. Buzz! Deep purple ghostly energy surged forth like a tsunami. This power was not a direct attack, but transformed into an invisible mental shock and illusion domain enveloping the entire port area, including Carp. Even the naval hero would have gaps in his mind. Carp was about to see what tricks this little brat could pull after awakening Conqueror's Haki, when he was suddenly enveloped by the overwhelming purple-black light, causing his mind to tremble slightly. With his peak strength's observation, Haki, an ordinary mental attack, should not be able to move him. However, the most terrifying aspect of the endless temptation of the Dark Knight was not the direct mental attack, but its bizarre rules that evoked inner demons and illuminated obsessions. It would unearth the deepest fears within the target's heart and present them in the most real way. A nightmare that strikes at the core. In an instant, a scene flashed before Carp's eyes. A scene that made his soul tremble. It was an utterly tragic battlefield filled with cannon fire, the smoke, and the scent of blood thick enough to suffocate. He recognized this place. The naval headquarters Marineford. On this hellish battlefield, he saw two incredibly familiar, his beloved grandson Luffy covered in blood lying on the ground, desperately reaching out. And the other grandson Ace stood in front of Luffy, his chest completely pierced by a fist. Blood bloomed like a blossoming flower of the other shore, tragically opening on his chest. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Ace's eyes gradually faded, his face bearing relief and reluctance. And the owner of that fist that pierced Ace. It was the admiral of the naval headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki. Hey, Carp silently roared in his heart. This naval hero who had fought throughout his life for the first time felt such clear, such bone-deep fear and pain. Ace, his grandson. That brat he treated as his own. The scene was so real, Ace's regret, Luffy's collapse, Sakazuki's coldness. It felt as if it had just happened before his eyes. Boom. A wave of Conqueror's Haki, even more terrifying than the one Cass had just awakened, erupted from Carp, centered around him, exploding like a nuclear bomb, sweeping the entire area. Dark red lightning danced like a mad dragon, the substantial pressure causing the clouds in the sky to dissipate. It was as if a natural disaster had descended. Everyone present except for Bogart and Smoker struggled to withstand it. Other Navy soldiers, including Tina, and all the civilians and pirates around the port, all fell to the ground, rolling their eyes and fainting under this terrifying impact of Conqueror's Haki. Like wheat being cut down. Even on Cass' side, only a few of the strongest subordinates, like Guena and Gaia, barely, but they all turned pale, nearly unable to stand. And the massive iron ball carrying the force of destruction deviated slightly due to Carp's sudden lapse in concentration. And it was this deviation that caused the iron ball to stray from its original trajectory, crashing into the sea, just under 10 meters beside the Judgment. A towering wave was triggered, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. The Judgment was thrust away by this massive wave, and taking advantage of this push, the already raised sails filled with wind, shooting towards the open sea like an arrow. The distance from the port quickly widened. Bogart adjusted his hat, watching the pirate ship disappear into the distance, then glanced at Carp, who seemed still immersed in some intense emotions, and quietly asked, "Major, should we pursue?" Carp slowly calmed his turbulent emotions, gazing at the escaping pirate ship, and waved his hand. "I'm getting old, I can't chase anymore." Carp could not forget that scene in his mind. It was clearly an illusion. It was clearly the little brat's illusion ability. But why? Was it so real enough to make him feel uneasy? "Carp, old man, why did you let them go?" Smoker struggled to stand, looking at the departing pirate ship, unwillingly asking. He couldn't understand. With Carp's strength, it would be as easy as pie to keep them. Carp slowly turned his head and glanced at Smoker. That glance held no explosive momentum, yet made Smoker feel as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast. "Smoke, brat, when I do things, it's not your place to give orders. Just do what you should do." Smoker gritted his teeth, ultimately nodding down. Yes. The recently awakened Conqueror's Haki still lingered before his eyes. This old man, when serious, was too terrifying. Then Carp walked to the ice sculpture encasing Bastille, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed his palm covered with advanced armament Haki against the ice block. Internal destruction. The next second, the ice block exploded. Bastille fell out, his body stiff, his face purple, but still had a weak breath. "Take him back, and let the army doctor take a look." Smoker glanced around. Most Navy soldiers still lay on the ground like dead fish. As the commander of the Rogtown base and a naval colonel, did he have to personally act as a porter? "What are you looking at? Do you expect this old bone of mine to carry it?" Carp picked his nose and shot Smoker a sideways glance. "They'll lift him." Smoker resignedly walked over and obediently hoisted the unconscious Bastille onto his shoulder. "Damn, he's really heavy." Carp looked towards the direction the Judgment had disappeared, the sea breeze blowing his dog hat and just his cloak. "I hope it was just an illusion." Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Kapu. You old bastard. You deliberately let that kid go, didn't you? The long-bearded Sengoku wearing round glasses seemed ready to flip the table and transform into a golden Buddha at any moment. What are you talking about, Sengoku? I was quite serious. I even used my love ball. Who told that kid to suddenly awaken the Conqueror's haki? You scared me. Ha ha. Kapu laughed heartily, completely disregarding Sengoku's anger, casually pulling out a bag of sunbae from his pocket and crunching on them. Don't eat sunbae in the conference room. Sengoku felt his temples throbbing. This old bastard had let a dangerous newcomer with Conqueror's haki get away. You just let him go. And you were giving it your all. Are you kidding me? When you Kapu give it your all, you could sink an island. Just that little commotion in Road Town, who do you think you're fooling? Marshal Sengoku, please calm down. Mr. Kapu must have exhausted himself in battle and was merely hungry, which is understandable. A tall man appearing drowsy spoke slowly in an attempt to mediate. He wore an eye patch, had an explosion of curly hair, and donned a white suit with a cape that bore the word justice. The Admiral of Headquarters, Akiji Kazan. Ho ho, can anyone really escape from Mr. Kapu? Today's newcomers are truly terrifying. The speaker was a lanky man dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, lounging with his legs crossed. The Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru Borsellino. He pouted his words, expressing fear, while casually polishing his nails, appearing disinterested and detached. Kazan, stop trying to smooth things over. And Borsellino, put away that smug look of yours. This is a meeting, not a tea party. Sengoku was rendered speechless, feeling exhausted. Why do all the top combatants behave like this? Akiji spends his days either sleeping or riding a bike, aimlessly dragging out missions as much as possible. Kizaru is the epitome of clocking in without putting in effort. And that old bastard Kapu is completely disorganized and undisciplined. He can just let things go to sea whenever he feels like it and acts all high and mighty about it. This team is too hard to manage. Sengoku inexplicably longed for Sakazuki, who was stationed in the New World during his business trips. Though he was extreme and violent, wanting to purify everything at a moment's notice, at least he was effective. Marshal, this time it's my responsibility. Bastille bandaged from head to toe bowed to Sengoku and Kapu. It is my lack of strength that caused me to fail the mission, and I have caused Mr. Kapu to personally intervene. I am deeply sorry. Bastille, I understand the situation. This matter is not your fault. Sengoku looked at Bastille's apologetic demeanor, his anger subsiding a bit, and his tone softened. He had seen the battle report. The rookie who had just stepped onto the stage possessed strength, wielded all three types of haki, and could even evade Kapu's pursuit. Although there was definitely the possibility of letting him go, it was still not something an average rookie could achieve. Sending a major general to deal with such a monstrous rookie was indeed a bit overconfident. The evaluation from the staff department was not wrong. This Dawn pirate crew has extremely high potential and must be reassessed. Sengoku turned around and looked at Brand New, who had been standing beside him holding a stack of documents. Brand New. Accelerate the production of the new bounty. And the bounties for those officers, raise them as necessary. Especially for that captain, pay special attention. Yes, Marshal. Brand New responded quickly, but then asked, should we change the title? What title? Sengoku did not understand. According to reports from the frontline soldiers, that Cass seems to have expressed multiple times that he dislikes the title Demon Eye. Change the title. Sengoku found it amusing. A pirate has the gall to make demands. Who does he think he is? The Five Elders. He can call himself whatever he likes. Five Elders. Sengoku, come out. Understood. Brand New wiped his sweat and nodded vigorously. The Marshal was in a bad mood. It was best not to provoke him. Soon the new bounty was urgently produced. Among them, Cass' bounty was particularly eye-catching. It was a snapshot taken at the Rogue Town port, showcasing Cass standing at the bow of the Judgment, his silver hair blowing in the wind, with red lightning flickering ominously around his body. The background featured the billowing smoke of Rogue Town's port and the vague shadow of a massive iron ball, creating a sense of oppression. The bounty number was printed in bold font, striking and alarming. Wow, a newcomer has such a bounty, that's truly remarkable. Kazan gazed at the bounty, his tone tinged with a hint of this amount would be considered top tier in the first half of the Grand Line. How terrifying. Borsellino pouted, still wearing that smug expression. No wonder this kid is someone even I can't catch. He's definitely worth that price. Kapu looked at the bounty and grabbed another handful of sunbae to shove into his mouth. Didn't you just eat? At this moment in the east blue, the sea wind howled, fluttering the Chibi Jengar flag. The Judgment was slicing through the waves, speeding towards the entrance of the Grand Line. After the harrowing battle at Rogue Town, the atmosphere on the ship was noticeably different from before. There was less of the overconfident arrogance and more of a steadiness that came from surviving a crisis. The crew had truly witnessed a glimpse of the world's top combat strength. If it weren't for Cass' sudden explosion, using his strange abilities to disrupt Kapu, they would probably have already been buried in the depths of the sea, feeding the Sea Kings. Weakness is the original sin. This bloody truth was now deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. After this incident, everyone took training more seriously, with the sight of them sweating profusely becoming a daily occurrence. Even the usually playful Eileen began to focus diligently, honing her fruit abilities. Stronger. Must be stronger. They truly did not want to experience such a predicament again. Top combat strength. They are still far from it now. Cass stood alone at the bow of the ship, letting the sea wind tousle his silver hair. He gazed at the boundless blue sea ahead, his heart a tangle of emotions. He had won the gamble. Using the illusion of Phantom Z, he wagered Kapu's concern for ace, betting on that moment of mental lapse. He had gambled his way to a glimmer of hope, but this also made him more acutely aware of how terrifying the top powerhouses of this world truly were. Kapu was merely one of them. Those who stood at the pinnacle of the sea, the 4 emperors, the admirals at the top of the navy, the mysterious 5 elders, the knights of God, and I'm who looms above the world. The road ahead is long, fraught with thorns and abysses. He quietly opened the system panel that only he could see. Host Aurel Cass, level 55 abilities, mastered basic physical combat, expert basic swordsmanship, expert power of the wave, intermediate observation, hockey, intermediate armament, hockey, intermediate conquerors, hockey, intermediate financial resources, 120 million berries, Pokemon Jengar, Corviknight, Swampert, comprehensive assessment. The revolution has yet to succeed. The rookie still needs to work hard. Because the giant marsh fiend had joined and the battles were so intense, even his armament hockey surged, vaulting from the novice tier into the intermediate. Although his conqueror's hockey had only just awakened, its force was no meager thing. That intimidation born of the soul had already become a trump card in his hand. The legendary Master Kai Duo of the pirate world once said that only hockey can rise above all. It was not entirely true, yet hockey indeed served as the admission ticket to the realm of the supreme. In the later stages, without top-tier hockey, it is nearly impossible to claim a place among the elite. The ability to cloak in conqueror's hockey is indispensable when confronting for emperor's-level adversaries. Such as the law of the Pirate King, life and death crucibles are the truest forging ground. To return to the matter at hand, Gastly reckoned his strength. If he played every card and met the Navy's elite Vice Admiral Hedon, he should manage. No, that did not include Kapu. He was a monster, an existence so fearsome that even Wei Tian Oda could only force a contrived solution to take him down. Isn't there anything that can quickly boost my power? Gastly muttered a complaint and a wish to the system screen that only he reconsidered and realized there might indeed be something. With a slight thought, he opened the system shop interface. A dazzling parade of item icons swept by, and his gaze finally fixed upon one icon that remained grayed out and unclickable. Special ability, Jingling Wuzhuang Spirit Armament. Description: a profound resonance with Bao Ku Meng Pokemon, one of the ultimate techniques by which a trainer can unleash a Pokemon's full potential. Unlock available at level 60. Spirit Armament. As the name suggests, it permits a temporary fusion with a designated Pokemon, forming an enhanced animal-like combat form. Combat power would soar. With this, my weaknesses as a summoner, my vulnerability in close quarters, and my relatively frail body could be compensated for. Gastly's heart burned with excitement. He remembered how when he confronted Kapu before, he had truly feared being overwhelmed in close combat, dreading that a single punch from Kapu might shatter his skull and send him to another world for a second life. More importantly, this was not merely an increase in power, it was the completion of an entire combat system. He had relied on Pokemon for frontal engagements. Though not weak himself before top-tier adversaries, he lacked a decisive ace to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Spirit Armament was that ace. Kapu, you just wait. The thought filled Gastly with surging pride, and an ardent will welled up in his chest. A low hum and dark crimson arcs of electricity again burst uncontrollably from around him. The sea rippled, a passing gull wavered in the air and nearly toppled into the waves. Several nearby crew were struck dumb by the sudden oppressive aura. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the deck. What's wrong with Gastly now? Gaia poked his head out of the training room, staring at Gastly at the prow with hockey leaking from him, utterly bewildered. Gui Na, who had been meditating nearby, opened her eyes slightly. He probably hasn't fully recovered from the last blow. His emotions are a little unstable. She understood that helplessness one feels when confronted by absolute power and unable to resist. She herself knew that sentiment all too well. Even unconsciously emitting such an aura was astonishing. This kingly temperament was truly remarkable. Lu Kang approached with a tray of freshly baked delicate biscuits and handed them out. The captain's potential runs immeasurably deep. All we can do is improve ourselves and strive to keep pace. Kuluo also emerged from the cabin. Looking at the few crew who had been carried away, he couldn't help but exclaim. The delivery gull. How why is it knocked out? AI Lin picked up the newspaper beside the fainted gull and fanning the paper cried, Hey, Gastly, our bound. Gastly leapt down from the lookout, his face settling back into that rakish, indifferent smile. Oh, has it finally come? Let's see how much the Navy has raised my price this time. Gaia hopped out of the training room, eyes bright with anticipation. I hope it isn't too embarrassing. Lu Kang straightened his cuff with elegant composure, though his tone was calm. The slight lean forward betrayed his concern. Even chefs had their pride. Zhang Gaopa, Lu Ba Dun, and the others abandoned their training and swarmed around, eyes alight. A bounty was a pirate's performance evaluation and rank assessment. AI Lin cleared her throat and raised the first bounty poster. First, she drew out the suspense and then announced loudly, Captain of the Shuguang pirate crew, demonic IAO Layer Gastly. Bounty 220 million belly. Klo, who had been sipping water, spat it out in a spray. Voices exploded. Holy. Gaia shot to his feet. It jumped by over 200 million. Someone cried that it felt like boarding a runaway sea express. Zhang Gao flung himself backward in astonishment and almost fell, only kept upright by Pa Lu's clumsy grasp. Ba Dun and the other new crew were equally stunned, feeling as if the air had been knocked from their lungs. Over 100 million bounty, and directly past 200 million. In the East Sea, a bounty over 30 million already marked a great pirate. And now their captain had soared to 220. What a staggering figure. Nearly tripled. Gu Ina's expression softened. This explosive rise in bounty was likely not only for defeating the Navy's rear admiral, but for the threat posed by escaping from Kapu's grasp. Low profile, low profile. Kasi feigned indifference, but the steadily rising curve of his smile betrayed him. AI Lin continued. Second Shu Guang pirate crew officer Rock Iron Line Yenhate Gai ya bounty 50 million. 50 million. Huh. I got a raise too. Gaia grinned broadly. Moving from 32 million to 50 million was a swell increase, and he was delighted. AI Lin paid no heed to Gai Ya's gloating and read on. Third Frostmoon swordsman Gu Ina bounty 48 million belly. Gu Ina nodded slightly, acknowledging the figure. A higher bounty meant stronger foes and more opportunities to be tempted. Gu Ina, I'm 2 million above you. Gaia sidled up, making a face. Gu Ina glanced at him coolly and slowly wrapped her right hand around the hilt of the Dao Dao Yuwenzi blade. Want to spar? Gaia's grin froze instantly. He forced a laugh and took 2 steps back. Ahem, well, look at the bounty posters. AI Lin, read the next one. He had been overconfident and had forgotten that this woman would actually draw a blade and cut someone down. If they really fought, the outcome would be hard to predict. AI Lin continued without paying them any mind. Fourth Shu Guang pirate crew officer and cook-suited ruffian Fu La Mei Er Lu Ka bounty 32 million belly. Not bad at all. Luca's lips curled upward, showing a significant increase. After me, Sand Iron Princess Edmund Eileen with a bounty of 30 million berries. Not as much as Luca. I'm a natural type. Is the Navy blind? With my beauty and strength, shouldn't I have a higher bounty? Is the natural type really that unremarkable? Not at all, Miss Eileen. Your strength is certainly above mine. The bounty is not everything. Luca comforted her. That's right, Eileen. Cass also walked over, ruffling Aylin's hair. Your abilities are undoubtedly top tier. The Navy must have overlooked your excellence. Once we enter the Grand Line, we'll show them the terror of Sand Iron. If that's more like it. Eileen was cheered by the two, her spirits lifted. Strategist of the Dawn Pirates 100 Plans Kuro with a bounty of 30 million berries. As expected, Kira's expression was calm. He hadn't participated in any direct battles at Rogetown, so his bounty's increase was largely due to the overall threat level of the team rising. The last one, the Phantom Mannequin, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Eileen finished reading the last bounty notice. Gaia looked at Akin. Not bad, Akin, you've reached 20 million. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Gaia. I will continue to work hard. Akin replied in a deep voice. As the former battle captain of the Creek Pirates, Akin's actual combat power was inherently stronger than Creek's, but he had always been suppressed and unable to showcase it. Very good, very good. Cass looked at the stack of brand new bounty notices, nodding in satisfaction. Now all the cadres of the Dawn Pirates had bounties exceeding 30 million. Akin, so I still don't count as a cadre. The team's total bounty easily surpassed 400 million berries. To know, in the original work, Luffy and the others defeated Crocodile, and their bounty was only 100 million. It wasn't until after passing Judiciary Island that the total bounty significantly increased. Their starting point was already high. You guys still need to work harder. Cass glanced at Zhang Ao and the others. Yes. Although Zhang Ao, Palu, and Barton temporarily had no new bounties, seeing those numbers filled them with both envy and pride. Alright, let's just be happy about the bounties and not get too carried away. Cass pulled everyone's attention back. Next we will cross Reverse Mountain and officially enter the Grand Line. But before we do, I have something to give you all as a gift for entering the Grand Line, which is also essential for enhancing our overall combat power. Giant Marsh Monster. Gungue. Roar. The robust giant marsh monster crashed down. Ka Gungue, then playfully poked half of its body out from Cass' shadow, its round body swaying as it made a fit. What is this, Cass? So mysterious. Eileen blinked curiously. Cass replied nonchalantly, Navy's 6 styles. What? Navy's 6 styles? Isn't that the Navy's secret? What? Captain, you're going to teach us the 6 styles? Everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. Eileen stared at him intently. Cass, when did you learn this? Did you secretly go to the Navy base at night to apprentice? What are you thinking? Cass rolled his eyes and tapped his head with his index finger. I learned it during the fight with Bashu, otherwise do you really think I took so long to defeat that horn guy? This statement was half true and half false. While Cass was indeed observant, learning the complete 6 styles during a battle would definitely be boasting. He wasn't the type like Luffy who learns the strongest moves by taking the hardest hits. But the problem is he has Pokemon. Is Pokemon's learning talent just a joke? In the Pokemon world, each trainer can imitate a move after demonstrating it twice. Some particularly talented ones can even use a counterattack after taking a few hits. I see. Captain, you. Kuro realized, looking at Cass with more admiration. In such life-and-death battles, being able to analyze the enemy's moves was a remarkable observational skill. Iron Block, Finger Pistol, and Gale Foot, the giant marsh monster, will be responsible for teaching you these 3 styles. The giant marsh monster nodded its large head and pointed to a nearby abandoned heavy wooden box. Finger Pistol. PFF. The wooden box was pierced through with a neat round hole, as if it were tofu, the edges smooth. It could remember and imitate the force techniques of Finger Pistol, Gale Foot, and Iron Block with its robust physique while facing Bashu Hiden. Sora Shave Moonwalk Gungue will teach these. Gungue chuckled, its figure suddenly disappearing and reappearing in another spot, demonstrating the speed of Soru. Then it stepped in the air repeatedly, its body seemingly walking up invisible stairs, even leisurely crossing its leg. Moonwalk. Although it did not directly participate in battles, it had been observing from Cass' shadow using the ghostly abilities to imitate techniques like Sora's shave and moonwalk, which suited its characteristics exceptionally well. Wow, so amazing. Zhang Ao and the others watched in awe. This aerial walking was simply tailor-made for someone like him who wasn't good at direct confrontations. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Luca's eyes. To learn the opponent's signature moves just by fighting them sounds incredibly powerful. Do we have to learn them all? Goa frowned slightly. Not to mention anything else, she personally didn't like the iron block. Cass shook his head, already having a plan. No need, I said, this is just a means to make up for shortcomings. It's not a necessary system to rebuild. What suits you best is the best. He looked at everyone and gave examples. For instance, Kuro, you already have a spoon comparable to Sora. You can study shave. This will help you awaken observation haki. Goa, you specialize in swordsmanship, but can learn moonwalk to increase mobility and deal with aerial enemies. Gaia and Luca, you two are strong and can try to cultivate iron block to further enhance your physical strength. Eileen, you are of the natural type, but lack close combat means you can learn Soru to enhance your evasion and prevent being entangled by haki users. As Cass clearly pointed out each person's suitable direction, the cadres all showed enlightened expressions. Cass' insight was indeed sharp, instantly seeing through their shortcomings and potential areas for enhancement. Cass, am I just a trainer for nothing? For members like Akin, Zhang Ao, Palu, and Barton who relied purely on physical skills and weapon combat, without powerful devil fruits, the Navy 6 styles were akin to opening a door to a new world. For them, it could be a qualitative leap. Thank you, Captain. Akin shouted excitedly. Thank you for nurturing me. Zhang Ao and the others were also extremely excited, bowing one after another. They saw hope in catching up to the cadres. Cadres, what are you thinking? Did you all fall under an illusion? Just as everyone was gearing up to immediately consult the giant swamp monster, and the gung ghost, Cass raised his hand to stop them. There is one more thing. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Cass reached into his bosom and pulled out a fruit with a peculiar shape. The fruit resembled a plump, strange orange with a vibrant yellow skin adorned with spiral-shaped dark patterns. Overall, it looked somewhat appetizing, but everyone knew this was no ordinary fruit. This was the devil fruit obtained from the treasure vault of the Goa Kingdom. In an instant, except for Gaia and Aaron, who were already power users, everyone's gaze fixated on the bright yellow fruit. Cass held the devil fruit and calmly scanned the crowd. Originally, I planned to keep it for later distribution based on service. However, during the expedition to Logtown, we all lived and died together, truly passing the test. Now it's time to decide its ownership. His gaze first landed on Kuro and Ryuka. Kuro, Ryuka. According to the distribution rules, you three are the core members and have the right of first choice. Whoever wants it can take it. If multiple people want it, or if there's a dispute, you'll decide. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads, feeling it was fair. Priority for core members is the rule of the pirate crew and reflects strength. Although Akin and others had a fleeting desire in their eyes, it quickly settled down. They were very clear about their positions. Goa was the first to speak. Cass, you know I am a swordsman and don't need this. Gina's goal was to become the world's greatest swordsman like Mihawk, not to rely on the abilities of a fruit. The path of swordsmanship values purity. Alright. Cass was not surprised. He understood Gina's belief, and then looked at Kuro and Ryuka. So it's up to you two to decide. However, I can tell you in advance that this is most likely a paramecia-type devil fruit. Although Cass did not have the devil fruit encyclopedia, he could roughly judge from the appearance of the fruit. Animal types usually have a regular shape, while natural types can be guessed almost correctly just by looking at their appearance and the faint elemental aura they emit. Only the paramecia type is bizarre and varied. It can take any shape, and its abilities are unpredictable, making it the hardest type to assess based on appearance. Paramecia? Kuro and Ryuka's expressions became serious. Cass slowly said, as you know, paramecia is the most unpredictable of the three types. The strong can destroy the world, while the weak may inadvertently create a weakness for themselves. Whether to eat it or not is entirely up to you. With this statement, Ryuka and Kuro, who were initially tempted, fell into deep thought. After all, no one wanted to gamble their future on a potentially hazardous fruit. Becoming a weakling while not improving their strength would leave them with nowhere to cry. Behind them, Zhang Ao and others watched the two in dilemma, anxious as if cats were scratching their hearts. Oh my goodness, what are you two great figures hesitating about? That's a devil fruit. Something countless people dream of. Just eat it. If it turns out to be a powerful fruit, won't you just soar? It's truly infuriating. Such restraint, otherwise how could they be core members? Forget it, Captain, I refuse. Kuro weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to give up. The unknown fruit posed too high a risk. Moreover, Cass had already imparted the Marine 6 styles, which was also a way to become stronger. I understand that being cautious is not a bad thing. Cass said nothing further. The strategist's thinking process often involves considering many aspects and being thorough. All eyes were now on Ryuka. Captain, I'll eat it. After much hesitation, Ryuka made up his mind. He wanted to take a gamble. If the fruit was suitable, it could very well be the key to a qualitative change in his strength. What if it works? I wish you a good appetite. Cass smiled slightly, said no more, and directly tossed the fruit to Ryuka. By the way, gulp it down in one go. If you only take a bite, the ability may not be complete, and that would be troublesome. Aaron nearby kindly reminded. Watching others suffer while consuming devil fruits is a guilty pleasure for every power user. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Aaron. Originally intending to take a bite to taste, Ryuka steeled himself and demonstrated what it means to gulp it down in one go. The next second, yuck, is this poop, eh? Why is there such a disgusting thing? Ryuka's handsome face instantly contorted. He swore he had never eaten anything so disgusting in his life. The taste was like a combination of socks fermented for 300 years mixed with rotting fish guts drenched in scalding expired milk. Was this made by a hellish chef's resentment? It's alright, it will pass soon. If the taste is bad, as long as the ability is awesome, that's what matters. Gaia laughed uncontrollably, slapping the side of the ship, nearly in tears from laughing. Finally, he got to see someone else experience this extreme delicacy. His mind felt balanced. Welcome to the Duck Alliance, Ryuka member. Aaron chuckled behind her hand. Back then when she ate the sand iron fruit, the taste better left unsaid. What is the ability? Cass asked, curiously stifling his laughter. I hope it's a powerful fruit, otherwise Ryuka has suffered for nothing. Ryuka endured the nightmarish taste that churned in his stomach, wiped his mouth, and closed his eyes to feel the new power surging within him. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a gentle light green glow emanating from his palm. Nutritional fruit. I can quickly convert the food I ingest into the purest nutritional energy. Through this energy, I can achieve complete control over my own body. Not bad, this fruit is excellent. Cass' eyes lit up. This sounded like an enhanced version of Life Return. For Ryuka, a warrior focused on physical techniques, this is a godly skill of SSR level invaluable. Your luck is simply against the heavens. Gaia exclaimed sincerely. Ryuka, primarily a physical fighter, would find this ability to control himself very fitting for his path. This ability suits you perfectly. Aaron and Goena were genuinely happy for their partner. Congratulations, Ryuka. Kuro couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. It was indeed a very strong fruit, but there was nothing to be done. He had chosen to forego it himself. Some things cannot age. Cass looked at his excited partners, especially Ryuka, who had gained a powerful ability, and felt particularly pleased. He waved his hand and declared, to celebrate Ryuka, and to celebrate all of us soon embarking on the Grand Line. Everyone, let's feast. Oh ho 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 ho. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds rolled in. The towering waves tossed the judgment towards the sky like a toy, only to crash it down violently. The torrential rain pounded the deck, creating a sound as dense as war drums. This damn weather is just too exaggerated. Gaia gripped the helm tightly. Is our ship going to fall apart? Aaron steadied her swaying body, her golden hair drenched and sticking messily to her cheek. The innate reverence of a capable person towards the sea was palpable. If they fell, it would be a grave matter. Before them loomed a colossal mountain with 4 massive waterfalls seemingly flowing upwards. The Red Earth continent. The Upside-Down Mountain. Compared to this mountain, even the usually daunting sea monsters seemed as insignificant as ants. Wow, that is the Upside-Down Mountain. The sea is flowing into the sky. Zhang clung tightly to the mainmast. Steady. Everyone get your spirits up. Cross over this mountain. Beyond lies the Grand Line. Cass stood at the bow, drenched, his silver hair dancing wildly in the gale. Get us closer. Just as he finished speaking, a sea monster over 50 meters long with a head like a giant octopus burst through the waves, its sucker-covered tentacles striking like massive whips. Clearly it regarded the judgment as an easy appetizer. A sea monster, of all times to appear. Luca's eyes narrowed as he instinctively clenched his fist, the recently acquired nutrient fruit surging within him, readying for an unexpected battle. What a nuisance. Goena, having silently leaped into the air, was instantly drenched, her pure white swordsman's outfit clinging to her form, yet she seemed oblivious. Frost Moon-style swallow returned. With a flash of the blade, the light cut through the rain like a silver swallow, disappearing in an instant. The octopus sea monster suddenly stiffened, then its body cleanly split into several pieces, crashing into the sea. A one-hit kill. Goena sheathed her sword with fluid grace. A collective gasp echoed on the deck. Even the crew, well aware of her strength, were stunned by the strike. This is the prowess of a swordsman. For an ordinary sea monster it was but a matter of one sword. Oh, using a sword is pretty cool. Gaia expressed a hint of envy. Unfortunately, Gung Sherlang remarked that she bore no signs of a swordsman, rendering any training futile. Well done, Goena. Cass generously offered his praise, but there was no time to relax. The crisis was not yet over. The waterway grew steeper, nearly vertical. The speed and impact of the current reached terrifying levels. Gaia, hold the helm steady. If you let go, we'll toss you to the sea monsters. Shut it. It won't veer off. Gaia roared, his muscles bulging again as his rock-like arms erupted with terrifying strength. Now is the time. Giant swamp monster. Surf, give us a boost. Cass shouted towards the tumbling sea water. Roar. A deep blue figure flashed beneath the ship. Splash, splash, splash. In the next moment, a wave, even more turbulent than natural ones, surged at the ship's stern like a giant hand pushing the judgment forward with immense force. Hold on tight. We're about to take off. In this situation, even Cass couldn't help but shout loudly. With the power of surfing, the judgment performed a spectacular leap, soaring over the upside-down mountain. Let me help speed things up. Luca stepped to the stern, a faint green light flickering in his eyes. Nutrient energy surged into his fists, causing his right arm's muscles to swell. Skyfong. Penetrating strike. Boom. A highly compressed air cannon shot forth from Luca's fist, colliding with the giant wave to create a secondary thrust. Riding this boost, the judgment shot forward like a stone launched from a slingshot, its speed suddenly skyrocketing. The wind, rain, and thunder receded rapidly. Then the view cleared. A bright blue sky, calm sea surface, and warm sunlight poured over the drenched deck. Cass looked back at the upside-down mountain fading behind them. Before him lay an endless expanse of the Grand Line. Luca let out a quiet sigh of relief. Using such a powerful move for the first time, thankfully it didn't miss. Phew. This is more exhausting than training. Gaia plopped down, his arms aching terribly. Cass was about to ask Aaron what's next, when Aaron suddenly exclaimed, "In front, look," pointing towards the sea ahead. Woo. The previously calm sea surface began to rise violently. The water boiled as a shadow, unimaginably gigantic, slowly emerged from the depths. A whale. A whale. How can it be this big? That size is outrageous. Even sea monsters can't compare. We will be flattened. Palu and Zhang Ao were scared out of their wits, forgetting their appearances as they clung tightly together. What a joke. How could such a thing happen a second time? Gaia looked at the giant whale before them, the despairing size difference reminiscent of Kapu's iron ball shadow. Goena gently pushed her sword's hilt, revealing an inch of cold blade. Aaron's body began to radiate iron sand. Luca's pupils glowed green as his entire body adjusted to the optimal power state. Even Kuro donned his cat claw blades. Cass stepped forward, facing the mountain-like shadow alone. Island whale Labu, the solitary being that waited 50 years for Brook, crashing against the red earth continent with its head. A touching story, a romance of man. But back to the point, as heartwarming as it is, that isn't a reason for it to block their progress. Get out of the way. Cass' gaze sharpened suddenly. Buzz. The Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tsunami. This time, it wasn't an unconscious leak, but a release filled with his clear intention. Woo. Labu's mournful cry froze. Red lightning flickered in the air, its gigantic eyes gazing down at the small, yet terrifying presence below, struggling for a moment before slowly sinking into the depths, leaving behind a massive whirlpool that gradually spread, and the sea surface began to calm. The crew awoke from their stupor, sitting on the deck, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Is it over? It seems to have fled. Cass, Conqueror's haki. Even that kind of monster could be intimidated. Twin Kuroka's, wearing a sunflower headpiece, lowered his binoculars, his murky eyes flashing with surprise. Conqueror's haki. And of high quality too. It seems the Grand Line is about to get lively again. Is that the guardian of the tower? Aaron gazed curiously. She had a feeling that this old man was not ordinary. Don't mind him. Aaron confirmed our course. Oh, where are we heading next? Cass withdrew his gaze. Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, an old NPC of the Grand Line, occasionally mentioned, "I once traveled with Roger," and they would call him a good fellow just to satisfy this old man's desire for show. Nothing at all. So there's no need to engage. Aaron quickly took out the log pointer and navigation chart. Comparing them, the log pointer is stable. The next island is Whiskey Peak. We need to go there to store magnetic energy, and then it will point towards Alabasta, the territory of the sand crocodile. Cass pondered. That character who was forcibly killed off by Luffy in the original story could actually hold his own against anyone in a real fight. I wonder how strong he has become now. I really want to test my mettle, but one must be strategic. What's wrong, Cass? Do you know that place? Goena noticed the subtle change in Cass' expression. I've heard some rumors. Cass spoke with a hint of amusement. It's a very interesting desert country, said to have a hero among the 7 warlords who punishes evil. The 7 warlords. Everyone's expression turned serious. The 7 warlords of the sea, alongside the 4 emperors and the navy headquarters, are known as the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. They are recognized by the world government as legitimate pirates, each possessing catastrophic individual strength and vast influence. Are we really going to intersect with such a high-caliber opponent so soon? Gaia grinned. This sounds interesting. It seems challenging. I wonder how he compares to the Navy's hero. Cass looked at him speechlessly. Isn't your comparison a bit too high? To compare Garp with the 7 warlords is to underestimate Garp. If we exclude Hawkeye, the remaining 6 would struggle to... Aaron looked at Cass, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, are we going to challenge the 7 warlords? Defeat them? Cass said seriously, but if he stands in our way, we'll just take him down. Exactly. No matter what the 7 warlords or the 8 warlords are, anyone who dares to provoke us will be sent flying. Follow the captain, or we'll just take them down. Morale surged once more. After experiencing the baptism of Garp's death, this group of newcomers had become quite different in courage. No matter how strong they are, can they match the Navy's hero? Next up, the target is Whiskey Peak. Let's see if the Grand Line's welcoming ceremony is vigorous enough. Cass commanded loudly, full of spirit. Whiskey Peak, one of the outposts of the Baroque works. Officially a town welcoming pirates, but in reality it is a gathering place for bounty hunters and low-level members of the Baroque works, where they lure and kill pirates using feasts and beautiful women to claim bounties. In the original story, Zoro defeated 100 people there, achieving a 100-man kill. But for the current Dawn pirates, that place is hardly even an appetizer. However, as a transit station it is quite good. A few days later, Whiskey Peak. This unique island made up of countless giant cacti appeared on the horizon. However, as a transit station it is quite good. A few days later, Whiskey Peak. This unique island made up of countless giant cacti appeared on the horizon. Look at that ship. So big. A fat sheep. That flag, wait. I seem to have seen this flag somewhere before. It's the Dawn Pirates. The one that first had a total bounty of over 100 million. Not just that. The latest news. Their captain, Evil Eye Aurel Cass, has a bounty of 220 million berries. 220 million. Are you sure you didn't misread the decimal point? Such a monster can come from a place like the East Blue. Absolutely true. Including those officers, the total bounty exceeds 400 million. 400 million berries. My God. How much alcohol can that buy? How many women can that indulge? Are you crazy? Such a monstrous pirate crew is something we can provoke. Quickly hide far away. What are you afraid of? Even if they are strong, they are still newcomers. Once they reach Whiskey Peak, even a dragon must coil up. That's a 220 million bounty on their heads. The port instantly became exceptionally lively. Many people eyed the judgment ship with heated, greedy looks, as well as Cass and the others disembarking from the ship. But more people displayed expressions of fear, instinctively retreating into the shadows or taverns, daring only to peek through the gaps in the windows. The reputation of a 400 million bounty is enough to scare away over 90% of the riffraff. Cass and his group paid no mind to this, or rather they simply didn't care. They walked straight towards the largest and most boisterous tavern on the island. Creak. As they pushed open the heavy wooden door of the tavern, a cacophony of noise mixed with the stench of cheap alcohol, sweat, and blood rushed towards them. The previously noisy tavern fell silent in an instant. Countless gazes focused on them at the entrance. They are the Dawn Pirates. In a corner, a one-eyed scar-faced brute low 220 million. In the corner, a wiry man with a shifty gaze licked his lips. They came from the East Blue. Perhaps they colluded with the Revolutionary Army, and the Navy deliberately inflated their bounty to scare us. The bald man with a giant axe snorted, but his eyes were fixed on Cass. Looking again. Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out and use them as cannonballs? Gaia squeezed his wrist. He disliked these gazes as if they were looking at prey. Aaron frowned. Cass, the way these people are looking at us is disgusting. Like rats in a gutter. It's fine, they'll be gone soon. Hearing this, Cass's lips curled into a slight arc. He walked straight to the center of the tavern where there was an empty round table, pulled over a chair, sat down boldly, and propped his leg up. Good evening, everyone. Judging by your expressions, it seems you are quite interested in our arrival. The tavern was silent with no one responding. Cass didn't mind. He continued in a casual tone, this is my first time here, and I am not familiar with the customs of the Grand Line. I see there are quite a few brothers here, and you all look like talents, so do you want to join my pirate crew? As soon as these words were spoken, the tavern fell silent for a moment, then erupted into uncontrollable commotion. What does he mean? Does he want to recruit us? A pirate with a bounty of 220 million wants to recruit us. It can't be a trap, right? The originally hostile atmosphere was stirred into confusion by Cass' unexpected move. Many people were somewhat tempted. If one could hug such a high-caliber thigh, it seems like a good choice. Is a bounty of 200 million really that impressive? This is the Grand Line. There are bounties over 100 million every year. Surviving is the real skill. A nearly 3-meter-tall bald man carrying a gigantic anchor broke the silence. Unmoved, Gonzalo, with a bounty of 40 million berries, is a somewhat famous pirate captain nearby. If you want to recruit us, you'd better show some sincerity and flex your muscles, huh? A sinister voice emerged belonging to a tall and thin man. Ghost Shadow Samuel, skilled in assassination, is a pirate hunter that sends shivers down the spines of many pirates. I, Iron Jaw Basil, have been navigating the Grand Line for many years, and not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can recruit me. A man with an iron jaw and a large knife stood up. Iron Jaw Basil, with a bounty of 38 million berries. These three men represent the bounty hunters and pirate leaders in the bar at this moment. Their words largely reflect the thoughts of these outlaws. A bounty of 200 million is indeed intimidating, but no one has seen it with their own eyes. It could be just a facade built on schemes. In this lawless sea, strength is the only true currency. Right? Show us what you've got. Let us see the worth of that 200 million bounty. Otherwise, leave behind your head. Ha ha ha. The clamor resumed, filled with blatant provocation. Many who were originally tempted also revealed their fangs under this atmosphere. Akin to a stone face, Akin remained expressionless, but the iron crutch tightened in his grip, while Barton quietly reached for the quiver behind him. The officers wore various expressions, but none interjected. They knew their captain had flipped the switch for trouble, and all they had to do was watch the show. In the face of the three men's doubts, Cass' smile remained unchanged as he nodded in agreement. That makes sense. To recruit talent, one must indeed show some skill. But when did I say I wanted to recruit you? Gonzalo and the others were taken aback. Didn't you just ask if we wanted to join? Cass suddenly seemed enlightened as he slapped his forehead. Sorry. I wasn't clear enough, and you misunderstood. What I meant was our team only recruits elites, no need for garbage. What? You dare call us garbage? Iron Jaw Basil slammed the table fiercely. No, please don't misunderstand. I definitely wasn't targeting you. Cass hurriedly waved his hands and scanned the room again, adding that classic line. I meant all of you here are garbage. Hiss. The members of the Dawn Pirates collectively gasped, fervently cheering for their captain in their hearts. This was bold. It deserves full points. After a brief silence, the bar exploded like a barrel of dynamite. What did you say? Bastard. Do you want to die? I want to trade your head for some drinks. That 200 million bounty. Let's go all out. No matter how strong he is, he only has a few people. The ultimate humiliation instantly ignited the entire place. Almost simultaneously as Cass' words fell, the nearest bounty hunters could no longer contain themselves, drawing their swords and firing their guns in a roar. Gonzalo, Samuel, Basil, and the pirates behind them surged forward. More ants can bring down an elephant. In the blink of an eye, the Dawn Pirates found themselves surrounded. However, in the face of the furious onslaught capable of annihilating an ordinary pirate crew within seconds, Cass' face showed not a shred of panic. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Noisy. Buzz. A dark red lightning bolt erupted around him with a bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, circles of people fell to the ground, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. In just one breath aside from Cass and his crew, only a handful stood. At this moment, the faces of these giants had lost all their previous arrogance, leaving only boundless terror. What was that suffocating pressure that seemed to freeze their souls? Is this something a human can achieve? In an instant. Just a monster. It truly is a monster. The remaining survivors finally understood that this 200 million bounty probably had no exaggeration at all. This was not something they could covet at all. There are still so many standing. Good physical condition, really troubling. Cass seemed to have just noticed they were still standing, tilting his head slightly with a hint of distress. This is just reckless, Cap. Gia helplessly glanced at her captain. But are you sure you really want to take these few? They don't seem like much. Cass shrugged. You know, Gia, we don't accept garbage. Bastard. Stop looking down on people. A bounty hunter who had narrowly avoided being stunned by the king's haki, driven by extreme fear, instead gave birth to a madness of mutual destruction. He shouted, raising a flintlock pistol and pulling the trigger at the close-range Cass. Bang. The gunshot rang out, but the one who fell was himself. For the moment the gun went off, Klaus' figure instantly vanished from the spot. 10 blades, instant kill. A flash of cold light appeared, and a thin line of blood appeared on the bounty hunter's neck. He widened his eyes in terror, clutching his throat, gasping for breath, and slowly fell to the ground. Damn it. Let's go all out. Phantom slash. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Ghost Shadow Samuel knew that waiting idly would only lead to death. His figure swayed, instantly transforming into 3 indistinguishable phantoms, striking towards Chloe from different angles like venomous snakes. Good speed, but unfortunately not faster than me. Klaus' gaze was calm, just as the blade was about to meet him, his body suddenly moved in an ergonomically impossible angle like willow catkins in the wind. Paper drawing. Samuel's 3 consecutive slashes all missed Klaus' clothing edge. What a... Samuel was horrified. This strange evasion method was unheard of. You've exposed a flaw. Klaus' cold voice rang in his ear. Samuel felt a blur before his eyes, and Klaus' figure had already closed in on him, his glimmering cat claw blades flashing out in an instant. 10 blades strangle. Samuel's soul nearly left his body. He desperately swung his knife to block. Clank, clank, clank. Before long, Samuel's arms were slashed with several deep cuts, blood gushing out. Damn it. A glint of madness flashed in Samuel's eyes. He stopped defending, and his short knife stabbed at Klaus' ribs at a tricky angle. This was a mutual destruction tactic. Even if he died, he wanted to take this glasses-wearing bastard down with him. However, Klaus' eyes only held cold scorn as he raised his right leg. Storm leg. He had only learned 2 of the 6 powers, and mastering storm leg and paper drawing wasn't too difficult. A faint blue vacuum slash shot out. Faster than a bullet, it sliced through Samuel's knee. Off. Samuel screamed, his legs giving way as he knelt to the ground. Chloe approached expressionlessly, crossing his 10 blades. Crack. The so-called Ghost Shadow turned into a blood-soaked gourd, writhing in a pool of blood. Ghost Shadow Samuel. To think he was taken down so quickly. Bazel and Gonzalo watched in shock. This might hurt him. They considered their own strength to be on par with Samuel's, yet Samuel couldn't last a few exchanges against this glasses-wearing gentleman pirate. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. We can't win. Absolutely can't win. Run. Want to escape. Did you ask us first? Gia blocked the only exit of the bar, grinning to reveal his white teeth. This path is closed. Lucas stood by the side window looking at them calmly. The other direction is also not an option. Get out of my way. Bazel shouted urgently, raising the wide blade of the door like a great sword, charging down towards Gaia with the momentum of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. He knew that at such a moment he had to charge forward fiercely. If he didn't, he would truly die. Meanwhile, Gonzalo swung the enormous ship's anchor on his shoulder towards the window, blocking Luca with all his might. Faced with Bazel's overwhelming strike, Gaia did not dodge or evade. His muscles tensed instantly. Iron block, rock, steel. Clang. However, the scene of the blade piercing flesh did not occur. Gaia's ability to harden himself, combined with the iron block, made it impossible for Bazel to break through his defenses. Bazel felt as if he had struck an iron lump. The terrifying recoil surged through the blade, numbing his arms, and the finely crafted steel blade had actually been chipped. What? How can it be this hard? Bazel's eyes nearly bulged. Is this still human? The force is decent, but unfortunately it can't break through my defenses. Gaia's grin was savage as he brought his right index and middle fingers together, then suddenly thrust forward. Finger gun, rock, spike. The piercing sound echoed as the finger gun combined with the fruit ability instantly penetrated Bazel's large blade, stabbing directly into his chest. The terrifying force exploded within Bazel's body. Off. Bazel spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body slammed like he had been struck by a battering ram, crashing through several rows of tables and chairs, and he fainted, leaving only a gaping wound on his chest, gushing blood. On the other side, Luca faced Gonzalo's anchor, nonchalantly throwing a punch. Bang. The shockwave exploded. It was Gonzalo with the weapon who took a step back. Come again. Gonzalo roared, swinging the anchor down once more. He couldn't believe this seemingly delicate fellow could continue to take hits. All right. Luca smirked, continuing to throw punches. The two kept colliding. But soon Gonzalo sensed something was off. His stamina was depleting rapidly, his arms growing heavier and his breathing more labored. The seemingly delicate fellow across from him appeared to be growing stronger with each hit. What have you done to me? Gonzalo suddenly glared at Luca. A fleeting green light flashed in Luca's eyes, you guessed it. But there is no reward. This was the initial application of the nutritional fruit. By contact, he could absorb the stamina released during the opponent's attacks to replenish his own depletion. In a prolonged battle, this would provide an overwhelming advantage. Damn it. Gonzalo realized the danger and wanted to run. He was already at a disadvantage, and now the opponent could absorb his stamina like a mosquito. How could he fight? Tired? Then let me send you off to rest. Luca no longer held back, instantly converting the stored nutritional energy in his body into power, gathering it in his right fist. Nutritional conversion, air pressure fist. Boom. This punch was several times stronger than before. The compressed shockwave mixed with the explosive life energy surged forward in a conical shape. Don't come near me. Gonzalo barely had time to raise the anchor in front of him before he was struck head-on by a high-speed train. Boom. The next second, Gonzalo and his anchor crashed through two walls, tumbling into the street outside the bar, his bones undoubtedly broken in numerous places. The battle was completely over in just a few minutes. Inside the bar, only the members of the Dawn Pirates remained standing, along with a few scared bartenders and ladies who had long since curled up in the corners trembling. The ground was littered with unconscious or near-death hunters and pirates, the smell of blood mingling with the scent of alcohol permeating the air. Is that it, eh? Tisk, boring, I haven't even warmed up yet. Gaia pouted, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. He had hoped to use this group to clean up the area and see if there are any fish that slipped through the net. Cass poured himself a glass of what looked like clean enough liquor, took a sip, frowned slightly, and set it back down. What a terrible drink, it pales in comparison to the juice brewed by Luca. Yes, Captain. Akin immediately took command, leading the crew to start cleaning up the battlefield, clearly already familiar with the process. Eileen wrinkled her nose. Conqueror's hockey cleared the field. Gaia and the others reaped the rewards. You guys are quite skilled at this cleanup process. Cass looked at her. Did you feel better? The annoying look is gone. Eileen was taken aback, blinking her amber eyes. Was it because of me? She had just said that casually, and Cass remembered it. A group of pirates and hunters thought you are amazing. You are so noble. You flirted with the girl, and we are left half paralyzed. Cass replied seriously, as captain, I naturally have to meet the needs of my crew. It seems intentional, but in fact it was just a matter of convenience. Woo woo woo, Cass, you are the best. Eileen hugged Cass' head, tightly pressing it against her breathtaking curves. I am going to die. I'm suffocating. Cass struggled painfully, but his body honestly did not resist. This sensation, this scale, is this heaven? Eileen, let time freeze at this moment. Next to them, Kana's sharp gaze seemed capable of releasing physical slashes. She glanced at her own not sosmal size, and suddenly felt that this thing might not be entirely a burden. Kuro ignored this scene, completely uninterested in women. Gaia and Luca were online watching the drama, exchanging glances. Cass' flirting skills have really improved. But beautiful moments are always fleeting. Akin came over, escorting a pale man with strange curly hair, interrupting the two's intimate interaction. Captain, this man claims to be a senior agent of Baroque Works. Please make a decision. Interrupted from his benefits time, Cass reluctantly pulled away from the warm embrace, looking displeased at the man. Baroque Works, that spy organization under Crocodile, right? How do you know this? Even as a senior agent, very few know this secret. Ikelam's eyes widened in shock. This secret had taken their Alabasta a long time to guess. It was merely a guess because it involved a warlord of the sea, a legally recognized great pirate by the world government. That's why he had secretly infiltrated to further confirm it. But this pirate in front of him had revealed it so casually. Cass looked at Ikelam. He remembered this person. On the surface, he was a Baroque Works agent, but in reality, he was the captain of Alabasta's guard, striving to save his country. Hey, are you thinking something offensive? Eileen noticed Cass' gaze, feeling that she seemed to be looked down upon in some way. Is this what men are like? Once they get it, they don't cherish it. Scumbag. Who are you really? Ikelam asked hoarsely, filled with despair. The secret had been revealed, his identity might be exposed, the mission had failed, and the nation was in imminent danger. He had betrayed the trust of the king. Cass stepped in front of Ikelam, leaning down, and slowly saying, I am someone who can overturn this world. Is it strange to know the identity of a warlord? Ikelam's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at the overly young face before him, and those eyes that seemed to see through everything, his heart racing. Overturn the world. Such an absurd statement. If said by anyone else, he would only scoff. But for some reason, when spoken by this silver-haired youth, it instilled an involuntary, ridiculous sense of trust. At that moment, Ikelam made a decision that went against his ancestors, kneeling directly before Cass. Just as everyone thought he was just another coward begging for mercy, Ikelam said, My lord, I implore you to save Alabasta. The warlord Crocodile wants to destroy our nation. As long as you can kill him, we are willing to pay any price. He spoke with tears streaming down his face, perfectly embodying the image of a loyal minister who bore humiliation for his country. This person has some backbone. Gaia stroked his chin and commented, not begging for mercy in the face of death, but instead asking for help to save the country. That's a man. Luca frowned slightly, but we are pirates. Isn't saving a country usually the job of the Navy? Crow analyzed, it seems they are out of options. The reputation of the warlords makes the Navy hesitant to act. Cass repeated the question, his tone teasing, including. making Alabasta my vassal. What? Icolum suddenly looked up, his face drained of color. A vassal state. This meant Alabasta would lose its sovereignty and become a puppet of the pirates. That price is not much better than being at Crocodile's mercy. I am just a captain of the guard, I have no such power. Icolum made up his mind. Even if it means death jumping off Whiskey Peak, he would never agree to such a demand. The nation cannot fall into the hands. You do not, but someone does, right? Cass seemed to have anticipated this, his gaze subtly flickering toward the swaying curtain at the side door of the bar. It was a girl who looked only 13 or 14, with long blue hair, a beautiful face, dressed in practical clothes that allowed for movement. It was a girl who looked only 13 or 14, with long blue hair, a beautiful face, dressed in practical clothes that allowed for movement, but the fabric and cut revealed her noble status. It was none other than the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. Aaron was somewhat surprised. Oh, it's actually a little girl. Princess Vivi, why did you come out? Icolum exclaimed in alarm, quickly trying to shield Vivi behind him. I can't just watch you die, Uncle Icolum. But Vivi broke free from Icolum's grasp. Icolum looked at Vivi's youthful profile, feeling a pang of sorrow. Princess who should be carefree now bears such a heavy burden. I say, why all this sadness? I'm not asking you to become an openly pirate nation. Cass waved his hand, interrupting the melodrama of parting, as if he were some heinous villain committing atrocious acts. The pirate who had just been thrown out, aren't you? What are your conditions? Vivi stepped in front of Cass, though her height only reached his chest. She straightened her back and looked up at him fearlessly, meeting his. You've got some guts, little princess. Cass' eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. I don't need you to fly my pirate flag. That would be too conspicuous, equal to declaring war on the world government. What I want is a covert alliance. I want Alabasta to become a strategic base for my Dawn pirates in the first half of the Great. On the surface, you will still be a member of the world government, maintaining normal state operations, but Cass changed his tone. When my Dawn pirates are in need, you must provide unconditional assistance. In simple terms, when I speak, you must listen and comply. But in return, I will help you deal with Crocodile, and in the future, if you encounter other crises, the Dawn pirates will also provide military support. We are not master and servant, but allies who take what we need. Icolum and Vivi were stunned, their minds rapidly processing this proposal. Not a vassal state, but an ally. As long as they agreed, they could gain protection and support. This seems not entirely unacceptable. At least the sovereignty of the nation would be preserved. Moreover, if they could really eliminate Crocodile and end the civil war, it might be worth it. What do you think, Princess Vivi? Cass looked at her leisurely, awaiting her response. He put in such effort, naturally, considering the powerful pirates often establish close ties with specific nations to expand their influence, acquire resources, and secure troops. These nations serve as logistical bases for pirate crews, essential for their dominance at sea. In the New World, among the 4 emperors, who doesn't have a few vassal states? Not to mention Big Mom, who establishes nations, and Kaido, who controls Wano. Even Shanks has several protected islands. Planning ahead is beneficial. I agree to your terms. Vivi opened her eyes and looked straight at him. In the name of the Princess of Alabasta, the next royal heir, I agree to your conditions. Oh, Princess. Icolum was heartbroken, but more than that, he felt helpless. There's no other choice, Uncle Icolum. This may be. Vivi turned her head, tears glistening in her eyes. My father's health is deteriorating. The rebel army is growing stronger. Drought is swallowing the oasis. The navy is unreliable, and the world government is turning a blind eye. We can't find any other reinforcements. Rather than letting the nation be destroyed by Crocodile's schemes and internal strife, we should take a gamble. Everyone looked in surprise at this little princess. At such a young age, she had such responsibility and courage. The future is promising. Vivi wiped away her tears and looked at Cass again. But I have conditions too. Go ahead. Cass looked at the blue-haired girl before him, who was clearly nervous to the point her fingers were slightly trembling, yet forced herself to stand tall and meet his gaze. Equally, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He appreciated partners with guts, especially when they also possessed striking looks. After thinking for a while, Wei Wei said seriously, first you must truly deal with Crocodile, not just defeat him, but completely end his threat to Alabasta. Second, you cannot manipulate the country in secret like Crocodile, causing disasters. Third, the relationship with the vassal states must remain confidential. This is the bottom line. The negotiations were clear-cut, and this wisdom only deepened Cass' admiration. A very reasonable condition, I agree to it. Cass nodded, not bargaining further, and added directly, however, I also have an additional condition. Before dealing with Crocodile, you Princess Wei Wei must stay by my side. What? Both Wei Wei and Ikarim exclaimed in unison. No way. Your Highness is still young. How can she be by your side? It's too dangerous. Ikarim was so anxious, he almost jumped up, intending to exchange himself for Wei Wei. If Cass knew his thoughts, he would have to give him a serious scolding on the spot. Get lost. Who wants you, old man? A hostage, or rather a bargaining chip? Cass interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This is a sign of cooperation, ensuring that while I deal with Crocodile, you won't stab me in the back. At the same time, it makes it convenient for you to witness how I fulfill my promises. He leaned closer to Wei Wei, a hint of a kind smile on his lips. Make your decision quickly. You wouldn't want to see your father still worrying about the country, would you, your Highness? Aaron looked at Cass, suspiciously, feeling that this dog seemed to be speaking in a suddenly sly manner. Could he have thoughts about? No way. We need to keep a close eye. Wei Wei bit her lip, her expression changing. She understood Cass' meaning. He was using her as collateral to ensure Alabasta fulfilled its promises. Is it dangerous? How could it not be dangerous to be near a group of vicious pirates who just slaughtered an entire bar of... But she glanced at the anxious Ikarim and remembered the increasingly dire situation back home, finally nodding helplessly. I agree. But you must act quickly. A wise choice. Cass smiled in satisfaction, extending his hand to a pleasant cooperation Princess Wei Wei. Wei Wei hesitated for a moment before extending her somewhat cold little hand, gently shaking Cass' hand. They parted immediately. CLO, what are your thoughts? Next, how should we deal with that sand crocodile? Cass looked at his strategist. Such matters requiring intellect should naturally be entrusted to professionals. Strategist CLO made his entrance, beginning to analyze. Crocodile, the warlord of the seven, a natural-type sand fruit user with a bounty of 81 million. Only 81 million. Klaus' words were interrupted by Gaia's exclamation. This guy looked disdainfully and scratched his ear. What kind of plan is needed for this? Just push right through and be done with it. The warlord of the seven is at this level. In a while, Gaia could also sit in the position of warlord of the seven. Ikarim hurriedly explained, not like that, Mr. Gaia. After becoming a warlord of the seven, the world government will revoke the bounty. So 81 million berries is outdated information from over a decade ago. It is by no means his current true strength. Over a decade ago. Hearing Ikarim's explanation, Gaia actually started counting on his fingers. How does inflation? So doesn't that equate to now? Watching this scene, Wei Wei's expression gradually became complicated. Had she made a wrong play on your own? Don't disturb the strategist's speech. Cass looked at Gaia with disdain. Not even knowing inflation, yet he still offered plans. I'm also just your standard. Cough cough. Not annoyed by the interruption, CLO continued. This warlord of the seven has been managing Alabasta for many years, so he surely has numerous subordinates and a deep foundation. Fighting on our home turf is disadvantageous. A frontal assault won't work. There's only one way to start from within and undermine them. Oh, elaborate. Cass asked with great interest. Frankly, other than him, CLO was the only one in their group with a brain. But listening to the strategist's analysis, there seemed to be a better solution. CLO didn't answer directly, but let his gaze fall on Ikarim. Does your Baroque works still recruit? Ikarim and Wei Wei both froze. Recruit? What does that mean? Is the topic really jumping from military matters straight to recruitment? Captain's keen insight. CLO didn't forget to flatter slightly, then added. You mean to send people to infiltrate Baroque work? Captain's keen insight. CLO added. Infiltrate the enemy camp, divide and conquer, steal intelligence, cooperate from within, and strike a fatal blow in the end. Good, a clever idea. Cass clapped in admiration. This plan was far superior to a direct assault, and more in line with their style of causing trouble. Playing dirty is indeed the strategist's forte. The surrounding officers finally reacted, their eyes lighting up. So that's how it is. CLO, how did you come up with this? Good or bad, I like it. Cass immediately waved his hand. CLO, you take the lead on this matter. We'll leave it to you. Disguise well, and don't let anyone see through it. No problem, this is my specialty. CLO adjusted his glasses with his hand. In the past, he had even faked his own death. Now to be a spy is merely a downgrade. Playing dirty. Count me in. Gaia immediately shouted. Espionage. There should be sword masters in there. Goena also seemed eager to try. Infiltration. Playing a killer is also not bad. Luca adjusted his collar. After obtaining the nutritional fruit, he reached a new height in control over his body and energy. Disguising and changing forms was a breeze. Watching the officers instantly get into character and start enthusiastically discussing disguises and infiltration plans, Ikarim and Wei Wei were left dumbfounded. This group, their adaptability and troublemaking abilities are just too strong. This isn't about infiltration, it's clearly a group going to stir up chaos. But why does it feel so reliable? Ikarim, can you arrange for our people to join Baroque Works without any issues? Cass looked at Ikarim. No problem, absolutely no problem. Ikarim nodded quickly. What could be the problem? The assassin company is originally a mixed bag. Bringing this group of thugs in, he could almost foresee a scene of high-level agents frequently changing. It wouldn't take long before Baroque Works could be renamed the Dawn Pirate Crew Branch. Oh, let's make the Dawn great again. Cass, what about you? Gaia suddenly thought of a question. While we're all going undercover, you can't just sit here drinking and waiting for news, right? Everyone turned their gaze toward Cass. Although the captain going undercover would be a bit conspicuous, he couldn't just sit idle. You all go first, though I need to make a trip to Drum Island, and we'll join you once I'm done. Cass decisively thumped the table. That medical powerhouse. What are you going there for? To see a doctor. Are you injured? Goena asked with concern, thinking Cass might have sustained injuries from his previous battle with Carp. No, I'm going to retrieve something. Cass smiled mysteriously. At this time the munch fruit should not have been eaten yet. No. Erin suddenly spoke up as she had been silent, but now pouted, looking at Cass with dissatisfaction. You're sending us all away, and you're staying with this little girl. Don't even think about it. I want to stay too. This bastard Cass seemed serious, but who knows if he has a hidden lowly complex. Besides, he hasn't yet secured Nana. How can he let a little girl succeed? No way. Absolutely not. Erin, stop making a fuss. I have important matters to attend to. Cass helplessly rubbed his forehead. What on earth is this? Wei Wei currently can only be considered a large lowly. Does he really look like a lowly complex? Goena, humph, that's hard to say. I don't care. Wherever you go, I'm going to. Anyway, since CLO and the others are going to be spies, there are already enough people. Erin was resolute. Wei Wei looks like a porcelain doll. What if this guy Cass really is? Fine, you can stay. Having a navigator makes me... Cass ultimately compromised. Got it. Stop nagging. Aaron immediately beamed proudly, raising her chin. Goena shook her head helplessly. Oh, she also wanted to stay. But then again, Klaus' plan needed high-end combat power as well, and with Aaron around it should be fine. The sea breeze remained. Salty and moist, it carried an inexplicable sense of freedom from the depths of the ocean. On the deck of the Judgment, the mingled scents of sweat and sea salt accompanied rhythmic breaths. Cassie, could you be a bit gentler? I'm feeling a bit of pain. Pain is just part of it. It's always like this at the beginning. You'll gradually get used to it. But I'm so tired. How about we take a break? Break? What break? The essence of this is to maintain momentum. We cannot give up halfway. It may sound inappropriate, but please don't misunderstand. They were just training. On one side of the deck, Eileen gritted her teeth, undergoing the intense physical training that Cassie had tailored for her. Weighted squats, push-ups, resistance sprints. One set after another with hardly any breaks in between. Sweat soaked her golden curls, a few strands sticking to her cheeks, her white training outfit drenched, outlining the curves of... Inside, Eileen thought, damn. This wasn't quite what she envisioned solitude to be. Cassie stood beside her, resembling a cold-hearted instructor devoid of any compassion. A weak foundation will cause a shaky ground. This principle holds true in any world. Especially in the pirate world, while powerful fruit abilities are shortcuts. Without a physique to match, it's like a castle in the air. Seemingly magnificent, yet easily toppled. Thus training is essential. There are no shortcuts. Another set, don't stop. You really are a devil. Eileen glanced at Cassie's iron-faced instructor demeanor and pouted. Although her body was in hell, she felt an inexplicable thrill inside. Oh no, was she falling ill? Cassie was unaware of Eileen's inner thoughts. He crouched down and poked her cheek. Eileen, do you know that among the 3 admirals, setting aside their fruit powers, they are still monsters relying solely on hockey? Do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means that if you don't train your physical strength well, when faced with an opponent who can use armament hockey, your low-gear abilities will become useless, and he just needs one punch. Cassie raised his fist and shook it in front of Eileen. You'd be poof and gone. Eileen swallowed hard. Coach, I can still do another set. Cassie, quite satisfied, nodded to a teachable child indeed. However, he was not merely trying to scare Eileen. Having been criticized by Zephyr for overly relying on his fruit, the seemingly irreverent Kizuru had a shocking mastery of swordsmanship. With just the sword Emmetsukito condensed by his abilities, he could hold his own against Dark King Rayleigh. As for Akiji and Akainu, there was even less to say. 10 days and nights of battle were clearly not something an ordinary person could endure. Such a prolonged fight would have drained one to exhaustion without a monstrous physique. At this moment, the shield sword monster floated in front of him, its eyes fixated on him. Come on. You should train too. Come on, Qingwei. Cassie took a deep breath and drew his long sword with a reverse grip. This was one of his daily, unchanging training routines, swordsmanship in real combat. It was both a training and a chance to take hits, a twofold benefit. Qinghui's eyes narrowed slightly as its ribbon-like arms spread out. Jian, let me see your limits, Cassie. The ensuing scene could be summarized in 5 words. Cassie charged forward. Cassie was knocked back. He charged. It was both a training and a chance to take hits, a twofold benefit. Qinghui's eyes narrowed slightly as its ribbon-like arms spread out. Jian. Nearby, a Gung Gui floated in the air holding a barrel of wine with its short little hands sipping leisurely. Eileen persisted, sweat dripping onto the deck. In the past, this time of day was quite lively on the ship. However, now most of the core combatants had been taken by Crocodile to Alabasta for an undercover operation. The only ones left by his side besides ordinary crew members were Eileen and the archer Barton. Oh, and now there was a lowly Princess Vivi and her pet, the speedy duck Karu. To be honest, this kind of personnel arrangement, if it weren't for Gaia and Kana being the ones he brought from Frostmoon Village, clearly trustworthy original, shares a slightly more suspicious captain wouldn't dare to do this. This was almost equivalent to handing over most of the elite forces and command authority to his subordinates. In certain power struggle dramas, Crocodile would have met all the conditions for donning the golden robe. He even envisioned the scene in his mind. Next is Cassie's illusion time. In a certain secret stronghold of Baroque, Zango wore a fawning smile, draping a captain's cloak that he inexplicably obtained over Crocodile. Lord Crocodile, it's chilly, have a coat on. Palu chimed in beside him. Yes, Lord Crocodile, the future of our pirate crew depends on you. Crocodile was pushed into the central seat, sighing. You two are really causing me trouble. Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. That had a taste. Zango and Palu expressed their grievances. Lord Cassie, do you have any misunderstandings about us? We wouldn't dare to do this. Cassie, there's no helping it, it's just that you two fit the bill. Akin couldn't pull this off. With that in mind, Cassie couldn't help but pick up the nearby Den Den Mushi and dial Crocodile again. He needed to confirm whether his subordinates had been corrupted by power. Brew brew. Brew brew. Click. The Den Den Mushi connected, revealing Crocodile's iconic facial features. Crocodile, how have you been lately? If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to bring them up to the organization. Don't hold back. Cassie spoke to the Den Den Mushi with a tone filled with concern. Crocodile's Den Den Mushi was silent for 2 seconds before responding. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The plan is progressing steadily. There are currently no difficulties. That's good. Zango and Palu haven't caused you any trouble, right? Sometimes their brains don't function well. Cassie, Zango and Palu, no way, Lord, you really doubt us. This is unjust. Rest assured I will coordinate everyone's actions to ensure the plan proceeds smoothly. Is there? The 3rd time. Cassie blinked. Damn it, this snail must have been corrupted by Gung Gui. Always dial. Is there? The 3rd time. Cassie blinked. Damn it, this snail must have been corrupted by Gungue, always dialing randomly. I'll dismantle it soon. Click. Without waiting for Crocodile's reply, Kasi decisively hung up the call and shot a fierce glare at the Den Den Mushy in his hand. If you dare dial randomly again, Gungue will keep you company at night. Den Den Mushy. First of all, I am just a humble tool snail. Secondly, I have not offended any of you. Why is life as a snail so difficult? Somewhere in Alabasta, Kuro gazed pensively at the silent Den Den Mushy in his hand. Is the captain still uncertain about me? Or is he uneasy about this division of forces plan? Kuro mused inwardly, then smiled faintly, reassured. After all, entrusting me with the majority of officers in such a critical mission would be strange indeed if he felt no concern whatsoever. He bore no resentment toward such subtle scrutiny. Rather, he admired Cass's meticulous intellect. Far from a... Indeed, even granting him tenfold courage, he would never dare entertain such absurd notions, especially not those conjured by Cass's wild imagination. After all, Kuina alone could effortlessly defeat him single-handedly. Against Luca and Gaia he might still flee, but before her he wouldn't even have time to run. Meanwhile, back at the secret hideout, Zoro and Paru had just draped the captain's cloak over their shoulders when the door burst open with a thunderous kick. Bang! A figure stood framed in the doorway. Her expression icy, her gaze piercing, radiating an aura as frigid as absolute zero. Kuinak. Kuro recoiled, his mind short-circuiting in sheer terror. Kuina's eyes blazed with authority as she fixed them upon him. Kuro, you have tremendous audacity. Under that overwhelming pressure, Paru and Zoro clung to each other, trembling violently, silently screaming, "Why are they—" "No, it wasn't me. Who put this cloak on me?" Kuro stammered. Kuina's eyes narrowed coldly. "So you admit it?" Clack. A flash of steel, sudden, sharp, silent. Kuro shuddered involuntarily, breath catching. Damn it. Why did that image flash across his mind? Clearly recent mental strain had grown severe, enough to conjure such utterly unrealistic fantasies. Elsewhere aboard the judgment ship, Cass hung up the Den Mushy, refreshed and energized, then plunged back into vigorous training. Beside him, Vivi sat curled up, knees drawn close, watching him with wide, curious eyes. She observed him for some time, then finally asked, voice tinged with wonder, "Mr. Cass, aren't you the captain of this pirate crew? Must you personally oversee your crew's training? Couldn't such duties fall to your first mate, or your combat commander?" Cass didn't turn around, replying casually, "Who said strengthening the crew, forging a more formidable team? That is the captain's duty. Does no one realize his true vocation is trainer, while captaincy is merely a side role? Besides, there simply was no one else aboard. Luca, Kuro, and Akin were all away. If he didn't step up, Jingar, he's got me too. Swampert me as well. Qinghui, I too am more than capable. Cass, you're making me look like a useless trainer." "Oh, is that so?" Vivi murmured thoughtfully. Cass's philosophy seemed markedly different from the savage, merciless captain's etched into her memory. After a pause, she gathered her courage. "Mr. Cass, how do I measure up?" Cass froze mid-motion. That tone, those flustered expressions. Was he interpreting this correctly? His mind spiraled down an unbidden, mischievous path. His gaze drifted instinctively across Vivi's youthful face, and unwelcome, untimely thoughts flooded his consciousness. A petite lowly. Minimum 3 years. Is this the test he's imposing on his officers? Which officer could possibly withstand that? "Little sister, you've got remarkable nerve." At his side, Eileen paused, her movements, eyes narrowing slightly. So, she dared make such a direct move right in front of her. Heaven only knew what went on behind her back. This seemingly pure princess was in fact a master strategist. Staying aboard had clearly been the wisest choice. Bewildered by their sudden shift in demeanor, Vivi hastily waved her hands. I'm terribly sorry. Asking for training must seem terribly rude. I shouldn't have made such a request. I truly apologize." You meant training." Eileen blinked. Cass felt a quiet pang of disappointment. "So that was it. No romantic tension, just training. How anticlimactic. Then what did you mean?" Vivi eyed them warily, sensing their conversation operated on a frequency entirely alien to hers. "We are of course speaking of training. If you seek training, Cass is unquestionably the one to ask. He excels at it." Eileen interjected, wondering if she'd overreacted. After all, she was still just a child. "Very well, then begin your demonstration." Cass composed himself, his expression turning solemn and focused. "Demonstration? Do you mean dancing?" Vivi blinked, utterly perplexed. Such abrupt topic shifts. Was this perhaps a unique test of bodily flexibility? "It means showing your abilities, demonstrating what you know. He wants to assess your foundation." Eileen translated smoothly beside her. Annoying. Why did she grasp Cass's meaning instantly? Was it his unpredictable thinking, or had she unknowingly reshaped herself into his mold? Oh, I see. Vivi exclaimed, enlightenment dawning. She decided she urgently needed a Cass lexicon. Otherwise, keeping pace with their dialogue would remain impossible. She stepped to the center of the deck where space permitted and withdrew her weapon, the peacock saw. An unusual contraption. A slender wire extending from a circular blade, its opposite end coiled tightly around specially designed gloves. Strikingly similar to Zoro's hypnotic ring. "Please treat me kindly." Her expression hardened, her stance, though young, held genuine poise. "Come, attack me." Cass lazily beckoned. Facing a girl of Vivi's caliber, he wouldn't even need to summon a Pokémon. "Okay." With a sharp flick of her wrist, the ring spun outward, aimed precisely at Cass's throat. Its speed was commendable, its angle cunning. Yet against this swift, lethal strike, Cass didn't shift a single foot. At the very instant the peacock saw reached him, he shot out his index and middle fingers. Clang. The blade locked firmly between them. Your strength lacks conviction, too feeble. Even Zoro performs better. He tossed the saw carelessly back to Vivi. By the way, do you possess any original techniques? Cass remarked, observing her crestfallen expression. Yes, I do. Vivi quickly shed her outer garment, revealing a sleeveless top adorned with concentric patterns. Her waist was slender, her abdomen smooth and taut. Though still young, her figure already hinted at graceful maturity. Enchanting dizziness dance. With a soft cry, her body began swaying in exotic hypnotic rhythm, and a delicate fragrance bloomed from her skin. Oh ho ho, now this is splendid. Cass's eyes lit up. Whether or not it induced actual dizziness mattered little. The dance itself was a visual delight. Observe those hips, those legs. Cass insisted he was not a pervert, merely appreciating pure artistry. As for the hypnotic effect, please, his Jengar's pranks eclipsed this 100-fold. Eileen watched teeth-clenched black sandiron particles shimmering faintly around her form. This wasn't dancing, it was seduction. Removing her coat, swiveling her hips, Cass's gaze was practically glued to her. That little minx was clearly trying to steal him right under her nose. Seeing that Cass seemed to be affected, Wei Wei exclaimed, Kalu, now's the time. Let's charge. This was her ultimate move, using a lure to create an opening in conjunction with Kalu's surprise attack to defeat their opponent in one fell swoop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Kalu did not appear. Kalu. Wei Wei turned back in confusion. Suddenly, not far away, Kalu duck was swaying, burying its head into a wine barrel. Thud, thud, thud. Next to it, Gung Gui was holding a wine barrel almost the same size, tilting its head to pour the contents into its mouth. Clearly they were engaged in an interspecies drinking contest. Seeing Gung Gui finish its drink in one gulp, Kalu duck stubbornly pulled its head out of the barrel and wobbled off in search of another one. Slump. The next second, Kalu duck's legs gave way and it collapsed onto the deck, its webbed feet twitching helplessly. Kalu, I think I just saw my great-grandmother. Kalu, you rascal. Wei Wei's face turned crimson with anger as she rushed over, shaking Kalu duck's head incessantly. They were on a pirate ship, not attending a party at sea. Competing drinks with a ghost. It was ridiculous to think you could win. Quack. Kalu duck weakly blew out a bubble with a scent of alcohol, completely intoxicated. Drunk driving is not encouraged, little princess. It seems your partner won't be of any use tonight. However, I think I have a good sense of your level now, Cass said, slowly crossing his arms. One could only say it was better than an average person's, but still limited. As he spoke, he casually picked up a training wooden sword from a nearby weapons rack and tossed it to Wei Wei. From now on, I will teach you physical training and basic swordsmanship. As long as you practice, well, it should be at least better than using a chainsaw. Wei Wei hurriedly caught the wooden sword and nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. Cass. I will do my best. Cass looked at Wei Wei's face and silently apologized to Gung Siling. Master, I hope teaching this girl basic swordsmanship won't disgrace our school. Gung Siling felt utterly exhausted. Wasn't he still a novice starting to teach others? What would that result in? Even the Qinghui sect is stronger than you. Thus one dared to teach while the other dared to learn. Wei Wei began her journey of sword practice. Following the guidance of the record pointer, they sailed for several more days, and finally the outline of an island appeared on the horizon. This was an undeveloped island. Strange vegetation soared into the clouds, and in the distance the faint echoes of giant beasts could be heard. The Judgmenter slowly approached the coast, choosing a relatively gentle area to prepare for landing. Just as everyone was preparing to disembark, screech. At that moment, a huge shadow plunged down from the clouds with astonishing speed. Barton reacted even faster. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, he had drawn his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed. Whoosh! The specially made steel arrow shot through the air. However, the shadow made a sharp turn in midair, twisting its body at an incredible angle and extended its claw, grabbing the arrow. It was a pterosaur. The pterosaur clutched the arrow, spiraling in the air, and let out a mocking cry. Screech! Barton remained unfazed and said slowly, "The arrowhead is laced with gunpowder, it will explode." Explosion. The pterosaur froze its instincts, sensing a deadly threat, and it attempted to drop the arrow. However, it was already too late. Boom. Orange flames erupted in the sky, and the pterosaur was blasted, falling from the sky in disarray. Don't underestimate archers, you foolish bird. Barton slowly lowered his bow, his tone flat. Well done, Barton. Cass praised, stepping up to the shallows and kicking the still twitching pterosaur's corpse. What a sturdy piece of meat. It's a pity that Luca is not here and the cooking skills of the crew are not up to par. We won't get to eat anything good. What? What is that? Wei Wei exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. In the central area of the island, two massive figures reminiscent of mountains were engaged in the most primal clash. They were two giants over 20 meters tall. One had a thick beard, wore a horned helmet, and wielded a giant sword and round shield. The other had a bushy beard, wore a horned helmet, and held a battle axe and shield. Giga 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 giga. Gaba baba ba. Accompanied by war cries, the giant sword and giant axe collided with a terrifying force capable of cleaving mountains. Boom, 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 boom. The visible shockwaves radiated outwards from the two, sending the giant trees surrounding the basin tumbling. The not Sosmal volcano at the center of the basin seemed to tremble slightly from the impact. Is that the Eileen couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. Although she had heard of the giants' legends, seeing such colossal creatures in battle was truly a first for her. That's right, they are from the giant race. Furthermore, they are among the top tier of giants. Cass stared at the two figures locked in combat, and even from such a distance he could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from their bodies. Qing Gui Dongli, Hong Gui Broki, masters whose bounty had reached 100 million berries a century ago. They had truly reached their peak at Egghead Island. They had violently beaten Saint Wadjali of Mercury and Saint Satan of Saturn, and their combined attack the Solar Saw, even severed Saint Peter, who had transformed into a sandworm, helping Luffy escape. The strength of these two should be second only to the former king of Elbaf Harold and Prince Loki. The value of the third brother is still rising. Lord Cass, do we still want to go ashore? Barton swallowed. In the face of such massive beings, ordinary humans seemed too insignificant. Go? Why not go? Cass waved his hand without a hint of fear. We are pirates. There is no reason to detour when we encounter strong opponents. That would be too shameful. Deep within the island. Boom. Another earth-shattering clash of shields. The terrifying sound waves and shockwaves swept in all directions. After this clash, both giants staggered back a few steps, then in unison, they fell backwards with a loud crash. The 695270H battle. The 695270H draw. Broki's chest heaved heavily. Giga. With a glance the two exchanged hearty laughs, showing no signs of disappointment at the draw. After a while Dongli propped himself up with his giant sword, and slowly sat up saying, I'm hungry. Broki, what are you having? Broki also sat up patting his growling stomach and grinned. Gabababa. I want to eat thy meat. I just saw a herd of mammoths drinking water by the river. Roasting a leg of mammoth would surely be delicious. Dongli licked his lips. Then I'll roast a brontosaurus today. The neck meat is the most tender, skewered with a giant sword and roasted until it sizzles with oil. Quinn and Jack expressed their approval of this menu. Just as the two were getting up to prepare for a hunt, a voice came from below. The two giants extended their fingers to pinch the wine barrel, just like ordinary people taking a sip of liquid, tilting their heads to gulp it down. Huh, that's strong. It's liquor. I haven't drunk this heartily in many years. Dongli smacked his lips, feeling unsatisfied as he shook the empty barrel. For the giants, this barrel of wine was merely a sip for their throats. Gababa. Cass, you're quite something, daring to approach us giants with fine wine. You're a real man. Below, previously there had been travelers passing through the small garden, but most fled at the sight of them. Cass, undeterred, said, I've long heard that two giant warriors fight for honor on the Grand Line. The very thought of it stirs one's blood. I had to come and witness it. Indeed. For honor we fight, Cass, you understand us. Dongli laughed heartily. The giants, with their simple minds, greatly admired those who were bold. Barbecue paired with strong liquor, I haven't indulged like this in ages. Biloki lifted another barrel of wine, tilting his head for another gulp, letting out a loud belch of satisfaction that nearly knocked Vivi over. After several barrels of wine, the atmosphere instantly became lively. The dozens of barrels Cass brought were soon consumed, and Dong Li and Biloki drank, with great satisfaction, their gazes towards Cass growing increasingly warm. As the wine flowed, Dong Li and Biloki opened up, recounting glorious tales from their days as captains in the giant warrior pirate crew. The others sat around listening to the stories while enjoying the enormous roasted meat. One had to admit the giants' roasting skills were surprisingly excellent. Although the seasoning was merely coarse salt and some unknown plant leaves, they had mastered the heat, perfectly producing a crispy exterior while keeping the inside tender. The primitive cooking method instead maximally brought out the meat's own deliciousness. I didn't expect giants to have such refined culinary skills. Aaron gave high praise. Even without much seasoning, it's unexpectedly fragrant. Vivi also stuffed her cheeks full, looking like a little hamster. There were so many state affairs that she hadn't enjoyed food like this in a long time. Ga. This is our special skill. Dongli proudly puffed out his chest. Biloki was about to boast about some legendary sea king they had roasted in the past, when the volcano in the center of the island suddenly erupted without warning. Boom, boom, boom. Here it comes, the signal for a duel. Thus the two giants who had just been drinking and eating together immediately grabbed their weapons and headed towards the dueling ground. Dongli, Biloki, boom, bang, bang. The earth-shaking clash resonated once more. Wait, why are they fighting? Is there no reason for this? Aaron rubbed her forehead, feeling her thoughts were lagging behind. They seemed so close just a moment ago, like comrades one could trust with their backs. Vivi also looked bewildered. Does the giant wheel of friendship just flip like that? This is how Elbaf warriors. Cass, however, remained calm, chewing on meat, as he explained, for them honor is above all. Once a duel begins, it will not stop unless one party is completely down. Dongli shouted, that's right. A battle with full force is the greatest respect warriors can show one another. Reasons? I've long forgotten those. Biloki roared back. Their weapons clashed again. Another violent collision ensued. The 69528th duel. A tie for the 69528th time. The two giants, exhausted, exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Then they got up as if nothing had happened, picked up the unfinished roasted meat, and continued to eat and drink, as if the earlier battle was merely a post-meal exercise. These two really. Aaron watched this miraculous scene and was momentarily at a loss for words. Giants are indeed born warriors. Vivi looked at the giant who had just collapsed, now almost recovered after eating a couple of bites of roasted meat. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Cass tossed the meat bone in his hand, wiped his mouth, and made an astonishing declaration. Dongli, Biloki, I want to challenge you. Stepping forward, the long-suppressed giant swamp monster fearlessly stared at the... Byaloki laughed heartily. Gababa. You want to challenge the strongest warriors of Elbaf? Come on, Cass. I accept your challenge. Without a second thought, Dongli grabbed his longsword and raised his shield. Damn it, you stole my thunder. Byaloki, frustrated, slammed his axe into the ground. Cass, have you lost your mind? Erin couldn't help but exclaim. She had witnessed the earlier commotion from the two giants. It was clearly beyond what they could handle now. Just watching them fight is exhilarating, but as I watch I can't help but want to join in and try it myself. Cass laughed heartily, a surge of battle intent rising within him, his dark, kingly aura leaking uncontrollably. Cass, you're very much to my taste. Feeling this aura, Dong Li's gaze sharpened slightly, becoming serious involuntarily. A person possessing such qualities must not be mediocre. Isn't that how it should be? Cass grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Giant swamp monster. Go. Use the arm hammer. Roar. The giant swamp monster wasted no time, letting out a low growl as the ground beneath its feet erupted, creating a deep pit. With a whoosh, its massive body shot forth like a cannonball. In an instant it surged toward Dong Li. It twisted and turned its waist, gathering all its strength into its right fist, launching a heavy blow aimed at Dong Li's chest. Come on. If you can knock me down, consider it a win. Dong Li planted his giant sword into the ground and raised his fist to meet it. The two fists, one big and one small, collided. Boom. A thunderous roar exploded. The violent shockwave radiated outward, blowing away the rubble and dust within dozens of meters. The solid ground beneath Dong Li's feet actually cracked under the force of their collision, forming spiderweb-like fissures. Good. What power? Dong Li, instead of being alarmed, laughed heartily. He could feel the strength in the punch far exceeded many sea kings. He closed his fingers, intending to grip the giant swamp monster entirely and hurl it like a hammer throw. The giant swamp monster felt as if it had fallen into a mountain of steel, an incomparable grip, squeezing from all sides. Roar. It roared simultaneously, launching its left fist to smash Dong Li's wrist. At the same time, it unleashed all its power, attempting to pull back. Dong Li's wrist twitched, shaking off the giant swamp monster's left fist, but his clasped hand firmly held onto the giant swamp monster. Little guy, you've got quite the strength. Dong Li's arm muscles bulged as he was about to exert force to swing the giant swamp monster down. Use the ice punch. Cass' voice conveyed. The giant swamp monster's eyes flashed with fierce light, its captured right arm suddenly swelled, and a bone-chilling cold burst forth. Crack. The azure ice rapidly spread along Dong Li's fingers. Frozen. Dong Li was startled, feeling the biting cold and stiffness in his palm, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, the giant swamp monster roared. Its strength combined with the cold energy burst forth a second time, the residual force of its punch pushing Dong Li back a step, while it used the recoil to flip in midair, landing steadily in front of Cass. Well done, giant swamp monster. Cass cheered loudly. Gababa. Dong Li, are you up to it? Even struggling with a little one like this is so hard. Byaloki unabashedly laughed loudly. Seeing his old rival falter was even more satisfying than drinking. Dong Li shook off the ice shards on his hand, looking at the faint red mark in his palm, his admiration deepening. Not only does it have strength, but it has other abilities too. Cass, I recognize you. Though it was the giant swamp monster battling Dong Li, could feel the connection between them. Thank you, Dong Li, but the warm-up is over. We are just getting started now. A fierce battle intent surged in Cass' eyes. The giant swamp monster's muscles bulged again, its already massive body seeming to grow even larger as a ferocious aura suddenly erupted. Oh, can it become even stronger? Interesting. Dong Li did not interrupt. Instead, he watched with great interest, eager to see what surprises Cass would bring. Next is the earthquake. The giant swamp monster commanded, its fists clenched tightly like two heavy hammers, smashing down hard onto the ground beneath. The ground shook violently, and the terrifying force of the tremor surged madly towards Dong Li's position. This is actually the power to cause an earthquake. The ground shook violently, and the terrifying force of the tremor surged madly towards Dong Li's position. This is actually the power. Cass roared, channeling his armed color into the attack. The giant swamp monster charged out again, this time wrapped in a thick layer of earthy yellow energy, with an outer layer of armed color domineeringly covering it, glimmering darkly. 100,000 horsepower armed. Like a true super cannonball. Do not underestimate the warriors of Elbaf. Dong Li could feel the power of this strike. He roared and swung his giant sword down in a vertical slash. Boom. A fierce clash ensued. Dong Li felt a tremendous force transmit through the sword mixed with the tremors beneath his feet, causing his mountain-like body to stumble uncontrollably and sit down heavily on the ground. To think, there is such strength. Brokey put away his joking demeanor. Well, this is quite a predicament. Dong Li let out a hearty laugh. Although Cass had taken a shortcut, falling is still falling. Warriors of Elbaf never Dong Li. Cass' voice rang out, his gaze fixed intently on Dong Li. I have heard that the warriors of Elbaf not only possess unmatched strength, but also master a combat technique that can pierce through anything. The Elbaf spear. Can I witness it with my own eyes? The Elbaf spear. The ultimate move of the giant race. Even Kaido and Big Mom have praised it. Dong Li and Brokey exchanged a serious glance. Cass, I didn't expect you to know about the Elbaf spear. It's not a technique for... Of course it is not a performance. Cass said solemnly, it is a challenge. It is to let my partner personally experience what it means to wield the spear of a hero. Alright Cass, since you want to see it so badly, let me show you. Dongli admired Cass's determination, gripping the giant sword again and taking up a stance. Boom. A far more terrifying aura gathered as if a dark red storm coiled around the giant sword. Eileen and the others' expressions changed dramatically. This move is on an entirely different level compared to the previous battle. This is the true essence of Elbaf. Brokey laughed heartily beside him as Dongli stepped forward, slashing the giant sword fiercely. Elbaf spear. Boom. A shockwave of dark red sword energy over 5 meters in diameter roared forth like a divine punishment. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into a bottomless chasm, and the air was pushed into a vacuum channel. Giant swamp monster. Use that move. Face it, Hedon. Cass' pupils contracted the wave-guiding force, sensing the trajectory of the shockwave with all its might, and he shouted hoarsely. The giant swamp monster felt the soul-shaking power and unleashed all its strength. Crack, crack, crack. Cold air spiraled and compressed at the tip of its fist, forming a massive and sharp frost drill. Shark King Turbo Drill Maximum Power. The giant swamp monster shattered the ground, fearlessly pushing forward with the terrifying frost drill, facing the Elbaf spear. Crack. Bang. The ultimate icy spiral drill collided with the all-piercing dark red shockwave, creating a massive explosion in the center of the basin. An unprecedented explosion engulfed everything. A gigantic hemispherical energy mushroom cloud slowly. Eileen, Vivi, and others nearby were sent staggering backward by the shockwave, while the shockwave pushed the giant swamp monster, plowing nearly 100 meters and turning everything in its path into dust, ultimately leaving a horrifying trail of destruction. After taking this move, the giant swamp monster finally could not hold on and knelt on the ground, its arms charred. Well. To think it actually withstood it? Brokey exclaimed in astonishment, slapping his thigh. Dongli slowly sheathed his sword, looking at the giant swamp monster struggling to rise from the deep pit unabashedly, praising it. Amazing. Truly amazing. To withstand the Elbaf spear, Hedon, without falling, this spirit, and will deserve the title of warrior. Cass hurriedly recalled the giant swamp monster. He turned to look at the quietly floating Qing Hui, who was watching the battle. Qing Hui, did you see it clearly? He referred to the mastery of the Elbaf spear. Qing Hui slowly nodded at the sword hilt. I can try. What? Did you see it clearly? You don't mean to say that you can learn the Elbaf spear just by watching it once, do you? Dong Li's eyes widened as if he had heard the funniest joke. Brokey also looked incredulous. If the supreme combat technique passed down from Elbaf could be learned just by watching once, would it still be considered a master technique? Even in Elbaf, there are not many giants who can fully master it. Can I learn it? We'll find out by trying, right? Cass grinned, but I need to prepare a little. He walked over to the shield sword monster, reached out, and gently grasped its sword hilt. The wave-guiding force surged out without reservation, resonating deeply with Qing Hui. Qing Hui. Use the will to pierce through that you just saw and unleash it in our way. Dong Li and Brokey watched, thinking that Cass had gone mad. But as they watched, they could no longer smile. The sword began to emit a low hum. A faint but increasingly clear, sharp aura rose from Cass. Between man and sword, a strange resonance and connection seemed to form. Brokey's mouth fell open. This is the aura of the Elbaf spear. Dong Li's grip on the sword instinctively tightened. Although still weak, that indomitable aura was unmistakable. Enough. Give these two giant brothers something to do. Cass gripped the sword hilt tightly, channeling all his strength and aura into Qing Hui. Elbaf spear. Elbaf. Shield sword monster let out an unprecedented sword cry. Whoosh. The next moment, a shockwave of sword energy about 1 meter in diameter exploded from the sword tip, shooting out like an arrow. In a hurry, Dong Li didn't even have time to draw his sword, and could only instinctively block with the sun shield. Clang. The sword energy shockwave struck the center of the sun shield. Dong Li's massive frame was suddenly Dong Li. Brokey exclaimed in surprise, instinctively stepping forward to brace Dong Li's back with his shoulder. The shockwave lasted for several seconds before its energy was exhausted and dissipated into the air. In the center of the shield, a dent was surprisingly left. Is this for real? Dong Li's hand brushed over the dent on the shield, feeling the familiar piercing force within, still finding it hard to believe. To think that after just one look he could truly unleash it. And it looked quite impressive. Brokey burst into laughter. Well done, Cass. You truly are one of our giant race's friends. However, after using this move, both Cass and Qing Hui felt somewhat drained. Out of breath. Making a show of strength is indeed a physically demanding task. Dong Li also recovered from the shock. His gaze towards Cass had completely changed, now reflecting the eyes of one monster. He paused, exchanging a glance with Brokey. Cass, you have shown us unexpected possibilities. As a return gift, and as a tribute to a true warrior. Dong Li raised his giant sword, and Brokey hoisted his giant axe. Let us show you the true combined techniques of our giant race. Is it? Cass' heart raced with anticipation. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes glowing red, their momentum intertwining. Dong Li's giant sword and Brokey's giant axe were simultaneously raised high. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dark red torrent of violent energy began to wildly converge on their weapons, causing the air to tremble and hum with pressure. The overwhelming sense of oppression was several times stronger than when either wielded their powers separately. Watch closely. This is the true spear of Elbaf. The two men's eyes flickered with a terrifying red light as the giant sword and giant axe were thrust forward simultaneously in the same instant. Dominion. Buzz, boom. A sword-chi shockwave with a diameter of over 20 meters roared towards the distant sea like a pillar of destruction. Wherever it passed, the seawater evaporated, forming a terrifying vacuum tunnel. And right in front of the advancing shockwave was that circular inner sea. Just as the Dominion was about to crash into the sea from the center of the inner sea, the water erupted violently. A head so enormous it was almost like a small island emerged. The sea monster. It seemed to have been startled by the continuous collision, curiously floating to the surface to see what was happening. Sea monster, let me take a look what's going on. Dong Li and Brokey, yo, a ready-made target has appeared. Let's strike it down. Whoosh. That terrifying Dominion shockwave cut through the body of the sea monster like a hot knife through butter. Only a gaping hole over 20 meters in diameter remained completely transparent from front to back. The massive body of the sea monster suddenly froze, a hint of confusion lingering in its eyes. Did something just pass by? Its mind began to race through memories, recalling that afternoon run beneath the setting sun, a symbol of its lost youth. Then its gigantic body, akin to a mountain, slowly tilted backward and crashed into the sea. The surface of the sea was stained red over a large area. One strike, a kill capable of devouring islands. Aaron, Vivi, and the others felt their souls tremble. Is this the full power of a top warrior from the giant race? Destructive power on the level of annihilating islands. Is the Grand Line this dangerous? Just a casual stroll, and we encounter such a world-ending monster. Cass' eyes sparkled brightly. This power. Absolutely top-tier combat strength. We must deepen our friendship. After a long while, everyone finally snapped back to reality from their shock. Dong Li and Brokey laughed heartily, inviting Cass to sit down and share the remaining roasted meat. Cass was very accommodating, bringing out all of his hidden reserves, and the atmosphere became lively once again. As they drank with enthusiasm, Cass looked at the two straightforward and bold giant brothers, feeling a stir within his heart. He thought it was time to reveal some news to deepen their friendship. He took a swig of alcohol and casually asked, "Speaking of which, you two have been dueling in this little garden for almost 100 years. What a long-standing commitment. But are you really so at ease with Elbaf? Is everything all right with the giant pirate crew?" What seemed like casual conversation was in fact a subtle hint. These two were recognized as the top combatants of Elbaf. Missing for a century, their absence would be a significant loss to any faction. Cass estimated that Elbaf was likely undergoing internal turmoil. Their return might change many things. Dong Li chewed on a giant piece of roasted meat, mumbling, "Giga giga nope," with the two elders Yuru Yuru and Aru Aru overseeing things. They are our oldest and most respected warriors of the giant race. Brokey took a swig of alcohol, gabba gabba. That's right. Our duel is an honorable battle. Back home there are elders around, and with Harold looking after, there's no problem. Is that so? Cass set down the roasted meat in his hand, his tone becoming somewhat subtle. However, it seems I have heard some rather different news out at sea. What news? Dong Li and Brokey paused, looking at Cass. Cass slowly replied, "I heard that several decades ago the elder of the giant race Yuru Yuru was killed by the current 4 emperors, the young Big Mom Charlotte Limlin." Clatter. The massive leg bone in Dong Li's hand fell to the ground. Brokey's hand gripping the barrel froze in midair. The smiles on the faces of the two giants vanished in an instant. Dong Li suppressing his rage. "What did you just say?" "Yuru Yuru was killed. The 4 emperors. Charlotte Limlin." Brokey repeated the name. "And one more thing," Cass continued. "Harold's name seems to be mentioned very little in the rumors I've heard about Elbaf. Currently Elbaf is primarily under the command of Elder Aru Aru, and it seems there is also a prince, though I am not too clear on. Some things are better left unsaid." Dong Li and Brokey fell silent, but their violently rising chests revealed their inner turmoil. Is it true that Elder Yuru Yuru is dead? What about King Harold? Is Elder Aru Aru left alone to support everything? And what of the prince? They were not fools. Cass' words were enough to make them realize that something major might have happened in Elbaf. After a long exchange of glances, Dong Li slowly spoke. "Cass, thank you for telling us this. This information is extremely important to us." Brokey slammed his fist heavily into the ground, creating a large dent. "Gabba gabba gabba. The duel is important, but Elbaf is even more important. Dong Li." "I know." Dong Li looked at Cass, his massive palm reaching out towards him, his expression incredibly serious. "Cass, my friend, you are not only a courageous challenger, but also a benefactor bringing us news from our homeland. From today onwards, you are a forever friend of Elbaf. Whenever the giant race needs help, Brokey and I will surely come to assist." Cass also subdued his smile, gently tapping his finger against Dong Li's finger, which was thicker than his entire body. "This bond I, Aurel Cass, will remember. The giants are truly straightforward. We just gained 2 top-tier combatants. Friends of Elbaf, I shall claim you." Brokey also stood up, his battle axe resting on his shoulder. "Then Dong Li, let's pause the duel." I paused. Dong Li nodded, drawing the giant sword from the ground. "Let's return to Elbaf. Clarify the situation. Meet Elder Aru Aru and seek revenge for Elder Yuru Yuru." A few days later, at the shore of the little garden, a massive yet crude wooden raft was docked next to the Judgment. Dong Li and Brokey stood on it, waving vigorously towards the shore. "Giga giga. Cass, until we meet again. Gabba gabba. After we handle the matters back home, we'll come find you for drinks. Take care, you two." Cass waved from the bow of the ship. The large wooden raft slowly drifted away from the little garden, propelled by Dong Li and Brokey, using their weapons as paddles. The duel, ongoing for a century, was temporarily paused. watching the two mountain-like figures gradually disappear into the distant sea along with that wildly rustic wooden raft Aaron sighed. What truly bold and simple warriors. But they are also very reliable, aren't they? Cass smiled and turned to walk towards the judgment. He made friends learn powerful techniques and opened his companion's eyes. This trip to the little garden was truly a windfall. Set sail. Destination Magnet Drum Kingdom. I hope the things there won't let us down. Alabasta. In the town of Rapeseed at the Spider Bar. On the surface it is a bar, but in reality it serves as a communication hub for the organization in the eastern part of Alabasta. Mister, for what is your true purpose for coming here? The speaker is a woman leaning against the bar. She has a signature explosive hairstyle, a strikingly cold face, and a deep purple lip gloss on her lips from which she holds a smoking pipe, with smoke curling upwards. Miss Schutz Hangzi, a senior official of the Baroque Works, a user of the Thorn Fruit ability. Miss, please be patient, everyone will be here shortly. Responding to her is a man in a well-tailored suit wearing gold. It is Kuro who eliminated the former Mr. Four and swiftly took his position. Standing beside him is Zhongyao dressed flamboyantly with a sleepy sausage dog lying at his feet. The former Mr. Four's partner, the gun dog, Leisu. After Kuro eliminated Mr. Four, this dog displayed intelligence far exceeding that of its former owner. It hesitated for only about 2.5 seconds before happily wagging its tail to pledge loyalty to its new master. Even dogs know that life is more important than face. If it better be so. My time is precious if I find out that you are just wasting it. Miss Schutz Hangzi exhaled a perfect smoke ring from her red lips. You will know what it feels like to be pierced by thorns and slowly bleed to death. Of course you will be very interested in this. Kuro leisurely removed his glasses and began to clean the lenses with the soft cloth from inside his suit, moving at a relaxed pace. Soon the wooden door of the bar was pushed open again and several figures walked in one after another. A tall sturdy man with a shaved head and a prominent one tattooed on his chest. Mr. One Das Boynes. A quick/fruit user, one of the highest-ranking agents of the Baroque Works. Next is a man with a black explosive hairstyle and dark sunglasses. Mr. 5, a Jimu, a user of the explosion fruit. Accompanying him is a blonde woman wearing a bright yellow dress, carrying a small parasol with an arrogant look in her eyes. Miss Valentine's Day Machida, a user of the heavy light fruit. Finally entering is a man with an exaggerated 3 hairstyle, as if everything is under his control. Mr. 3 Galdino, a user of the wax fruit, the future vice emperor. It seems that everyone is here. Kuro put on his clean glasses, calmly scanning each of the senior agents present, except for the absent Mr. 2. Kuro also kept in mind Cass' instructions to act discreetly so as not to alarm the special identity of Miss Sunday. Mr. For you should know that calling a senior official without the president's permission in the Baroque Works requires a price to be. Mr. One's voice is low and the implication is clear. If he does not provide a reason today, the new Mr. 4 will likely be replaced. Mr. 3 silently muttered in his heart, this newly appointed Mr. 4 is said to be ruthless. In just a few days he dares to privately summon all the senior officials. What is he really planning? He feels somewhat uneasy. Of course, my colleagues. Kuro ignored the pressure and shifted the topic. Before stating my reasons, I have a question for everyone. Who among you has ever seen our esteemed president? The atmosphere in the bar slightly froze. Do you know? Miss Schutz Hangzi put down her pipe. This is indeed one of the biggest secrets of the Baroque Works. Even they as senior agents have never seen his true form. They only know that he is mysterious, powerful, and has connections to the heavens, transmitting orders through the transponder snail and Miss Sunday. The president. Could he not be some mysterious noble or underworld boss? Miss Valentine's Day tilted her head. This is interesting. Mr. 5's gaze behind his sunglasses became serious. Mr. 3 said with a hint of sarcasm, is this matter really important? Or rather, how is this related to your calling us here? Surely you are not just trying to show off some gossip you have gathered. It is indeed related and quite important. Curious gaze slowly swept over everyone, because our president is none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. What? The president is one of the warlords of the sea. Crocodile, that national hero. This is quite significant. Everyone present displayed varying degrees of shock on their faces. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea are legitimate pirates standing at the pinnacle of the ocean, having a complex relationship with the world government and possessing the power to destroy nations. To be a subordinate of such a person seems to elevate their status significantly. However, while everyone was digesting this information, Mr. 3 let out a cold laugh. What an astonishing secret. But knowing the president's identity, so what? Are you planning to use this secret to pay the price for summoning us? That probably isn't enough. He seemed to question, but as an intelligence-type agent, he instinctively felt that things were not that simple. At this point, Kuro no longer concealed anything and slowly said, the reason we have gathered here is to take him down. What? Are you crazy? Take down the president. Just you. Mr. For who gave you that confidence? Just as the reprimand was echoing, boom, bang, crash. The bar was surrounded by towering rock walls rising several meters high, instantly trapping everyone inside. Earth flow wall. What are you wasting time talking to them for, Kuro? Just like before with that mole, take them all out. Gaia's figure emerged from the earthen wall, cracking his neck and casting a cold glance at the agents present. You are the newly appointed Mr. 6. Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas were indeed killed by you. Miss. Shutangzi shouted sternly. So what if we did? Gaia indifferent. Once your partner also mysteriously disappears, maybe I can even become Mr. 1. This title is much higher than 6. Do you know what you are doing? Mr. 1 stepped forward, his arms transforming into blades glistening with, Brother, are you joking, or is your hearing bad? Gaia dug at his ear with a mocking expression. I told you we are here to take down your pathetic organization. Is that so? Then you can die. Mr. 1's eyes flashed with cold light, his arm blades crossing to form a cross, and his body suddenly lunged forward. Cross slash. Oh, you're a swordsman, then this isn't my turn. Gaia did not dodge, but calmly retreated with crossed arms, revealing a look of someone enjoying the show. Clang. A deafening metallic clash erupted inside the bar. There Kana had appeared silently, her hands gripping Wado Ikamanji, blocking Mr. 1's descending double-bladed arms. The terrifying impact and downward momentum were halted, stone still, by her sheer resolve. After that single exchange, both fighters pushed off simultaneously, leaping backward to land several meters apart, locked in tense confrontation. The Hanashu of Mr. 11. Mr. 1's gaze fell upon the unsheathed blade resting at Kuina's waist. So his disappearance was your doing. This sword is a trophy. Kuina spoke calmly, her left thumb sliding gently along the tsuba, revealing an inch of frost-sharp, glinting steel. Hanashu, the famed blade, one of the 50 great blades, was indeed a worthy prize. Do you truly believe you've cornered us? How insolent. Mr. 5's expression darkened as he dug idly at his nostrils. A pack of overconfident novices who think a modicum of skill grants them license to storm Baroque works. Miss. Double Finger sneered coldly, her arm skin rippled and hardened, sprouting countless jagged, grotesque thorn spikes, like twin monstrous hedgehog gauntlets. Let me flatten you all into darling little meat pies. Miss. Valentine giggled, unfurling her parasol, and floated upward weightless as dandelion fluff. I shall turn you all into wax statues. Mr. 3 swept his arms outward, thick milky white wax surged forth, spreading rapidly across the floor. A swordsman. Before my cut fruit, every blade is mere farce. Mr. 1's arm blades twisted and began spinning violently, forming 2 horrifying spiral drills. Spiral slash. 2 death spirals tore through the air, one from left, one from right, bearing down on Kuna with crushing, annihilating force. An ability allowing the entire body to become a blade. First time I've seen such a thing. Kuina's eyes narrowed. Then at the very instant the spiral drills neared her flesh, she drew her sword. Clang. An ear-splitting screech of deflection. That seemingly unstoppable strike was diverted, not by brute force, but by flawless redirection and precise key control. Before Mr. 1 could react, Kuina reversed her blade's arc. Shimitsukuriyu, Subame Geishi. SHW. 3 blinding slashes carved a zigzag path, striking simultaneously at Mr. 1's chest, shoulder blade, and ribs. Mr. 1's heart lurched. Incredible speed. His spiral drills ceased rotation instantly, vibrating at impossible frequency instead. Dust slash. Tink 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 tink. All 3 slashes shattered midair. Not yet. Dust slash chaos. Having shattered Subame Geishi, Mr. 1 exploded forward, feet slamming the ground, as his arms blurred into countless cutting trajectories, enveloping Kana entirely. Faced with this inescapable storm of steel, Kana's gaze flashed cold. She did not retreat. Instead, she gripped the hilt with both hands and brought the blade down in a decisive vertical cleave. Shimitsukuriyu Dangon. A torrent of light erupted from Wado Ikamanji, a straight, unbroken line of pure cutting force. Crack, boom. The whirlwind of blades disintegrated instantly. Mr. 1 grunted, stumbling backward step after step. He glanced down at his chest, where a clean, precise gash now marred his flesh. You've reached that realm. Only one truth explained how this woman had drawn blood upon him. She was a sword master who had attained the iron-cutting realm. I have been for some time. Kuina replied coolly. So you came prepared after all. Mr. 1 slowly assumed a new stance, his eyes sharpened with solemn focus. His earlier arrogance had vanished completely. Meanwhile, battle erupted in full fury on the bar's opposite side, escalating swiftly into brutal intensity. 10,000 kilograms of pressure. Miss. Valentine laughed sweetly, then instantly amplified her mass to 10,000 kilograms. Like a humanoid meteor, she plummeted downward with a shriek of sonic rupture, aimed squarely at Gaia. 10,000 kilograms. Gaia looked up, and with one hand casually thrust upward to meet her descent. I lift heavier than that in daily training. Sweetheart, your weight leaves much to be desired. Tum. With a thunderous impact, Miss. Valentine's devastating blow, bearing the force of a collapsing mountain, was arrested midair by Gaia's single arm. Stone tiles beneath his feet shattered violently, but Gaia stood unmoved, even finding room to give Miss Valentine's pert backside a playful pat. Excellent form. Quite supple. Yugi, how dare you insult me? Miss Valentine's cheeks flushed crimson as she instantly lightened her mass and floated upward, escaping his grasp, ascending higher still. I'll crush you into paste. 100,000 kilograms of pressure. Humiliated beyond endurance, Miss Valentine unleashed her power to its absolute limit. Her mass surged catastrophically to 100,000 kilograms, compressing the air until it cracked like gunpowder. This time she would obliterate the man who dared mock her. Enough games. Gaia dropped all levity. His right fist clenched, coated in hardened armament hockey, and launched a raw, unadorned uppercut. Rock fist. Boom. A shockwave tenfold more violent than before detonated in concentric rings, hurling every loose object sideways. The floor beneath Gaia collapsed entirely, spiderweb cracks racing outward in all directions. I'll flat miss. Valentine strained to her utmost, pushing her ability to the breaking point, seeking absolute annihilation. No good, little sis. I'm built for heavy lifting. Gaia roared, neck veins bulging. Lift. Boom. Miss. Valentine felt an irresistible monstrous force surge upward from below. Her crushing gravity shattered in an instant. With a shriek, she was hurled skyward, slamming headfirst into the ceiling, leaving only her long legs kicking nose vacuum cannon. Seizing the moment Gaia launched miss, Valentine skyward missed her. 5 flicked a dark amorphous lump from his nostril, straight toward Gaia. The projectile swelled instantly upon release, glowing with ominous crimson radiance. Nose boogers. Seriously, that's disgusting. Gaia glimpsed the incoming horror from the corner of his eye, stomped once, and a stone pillar shot upward. Crockum. A massive explosion ripped across the pillar's surface, blasting away a chunk, but the barrier held. Again, multiple nose vacuum cannons. Seeing his first strike fail, Mr. 5 scowl deepened. He plunged both fingers deep into his nostrils, yanking out a fistful of mucus, and flung it like celestial confetti toward Gaia, each globule pulsing with lethal red light. Again, did you eat a nosebooger fruit? Have some dignity. Gaia recoiled, green-faced, spiritually violated, and clapped his palms together. Thump, 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 thump. More stone pillars erupted, rising in rapid succession to form a compact, impregnable fortress, intercepting every single nasal projectile. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Chain explosions detonated in rapid succession, fire and smoke swallowing the Gaia. Why don't you just use iron blocks to take the hit? That would be much easier. Not far away, Luca, who was entangled with Mr. 3, glanced over. Are you kidding me? Who would want to be touched by that disgusting booger? Just a tiny bit would make me unable to eat for 3 days. A frustrated voice came from Gaia on the other side of the wall. Isn't this guy eating the bomb fruit? So only boogers can turn into bombs, huh? Worry about yourself, you self-righteous fool. Wax cage. Mr. 3 seized the moment when Luca was distracted, thrusting both hands forward with force. A large amount of milky white wax liquid surged out like a tide, forming a gigantic cage that trapped Luca inside. Luca attempted a pressure punch against the cage, but found that the wax cage was extremely resilient, and he could not break through with a single punch. Very strong hardness. Is it a control-type fruit? This is a bit troublesome. It's useless. Once my wax hardens, its hardness is comparable to steel. It's utterly impossible to break it by brute force. Mr. 3 stood at a relatively safe distance, continuously outputting wax liquid. Wax doll. More wax liquid surged from the inner walls of the cage, wrapping towards Luca from all directions. He aimed to completely envelop Luca into a lifelike wax statue. Indeed a troublesome ability, but unfortunately, a glint of green light flashed in Luca's eyes as he no longer held back, converting stored energy into explosive power, and smashed a fist down hard onto the ground beneath him. Nutritional explosion. Air pressure wave. Boom. Centered on the spot where Luca's fist landed, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The wax cage instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and then collapsed into dust. Such a strong imp. Mr. 3's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to have such a strong attack. Shaved. Before Mr. 3 could regroup, Luca's figure vanished from the shattered wax cage, and appeared before him at high speed, right fist aimed directly at Mr. 3's face. Air pressure punch. Wax wall. Mr. 3's soul nearly escaped him as he instinctively gathered all the wax liquid he could mobilize in front of him, forming an extraordinarily thick wax wall. Boom, 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 boom. The wall trembled violently, cracks appearing on the surface, but its resilience was exceptional, and it did not shatter immediately. My wax isn't something anyone can break. Mr. 3 hid behind the wall, slightly relieved, but still uneasy. The momentary threat of death just now had left him drenched in sweat. He regrouped. Wax bomb. Countless holes suddenly opened up on the wax wall, and numerous hardened wax projectiles shot towards Luca like a torrential downpour. Iron block. Luca no longer dodged, his entire body tensed. Ding, ding, ding. The wax bullets hit him, leaving not even a white mark, all bouncing off. It's just wax, yet surprisingly difficult to deal with. Luca shook off the wax shavings from his arms, his eyes becoming more serious. This Mr. 3, although he looks like someone doing performance art, has a fruit ability that is indeed not weak. Mr. 3, are you kidding? I almost single-handedly took down a giant. The battle record is verifiable. At that moment a figure rushed over. Lord Luca, I'm here to help you. Paru, what are you doing here? This is not an opponent you can handle. Step back. Luca warned in a low voice. Luca was well aware of Paru's strength. He could handle small fries, but facing Mr. 3 was purely asking to be a target. Lord Luca, I have a move. Paru continuously struck his shield with both hands. Whoosh. The luminous stone on the shield emitted light, and with a loud roar it surprisingly ignited into flames, lighting up all the shields. Flame Paru. The scene instantly transformed from infantry to a flame berserker, and Mr. 3's wax bullets began to melt before they even got close. What? You of all people can also use fire attacks. Mr. 3's face changed drastically. Fire was his greatest fear. High temperatures would quickly soften his ability, causing him to lose his original hardness and functionality. Not bad, Paru. I almost forgot you had this trick up your sleeve. Luca's eyes lit up. It's not over yet, Lord Luca. Watch my ultimate move. Paru's morale soared as he pulled out several specially made spheres from his waist and rubbed them against the edge of his shield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spheres ignited, instantly transforming into several blazing fireballs that hurled towards Mr. 3. Burning explosive ball. The burning ball slammed into the wax wall, exploding instantly. The orange-eared flames licked the wax wall furiously, quickly melting and burning through it, with the flames even spreading towards Mr. 3's body. Not good. Run. Seeing the situation turn dire, Mr. 3 could no longer afford to maintain the wall and turn. Although his wax ability is variable, his combat power is not strong. Once approached, it becomes extremely dangerous. Do you think you can escape? Luca's voice echoed in his ears. Shave. The extreme speed erupted. Air pressure punch. Before the fist could reach, the terrifying wind pressure had already caused Mr. 3 to gasp for breath. Wax armor. Mr. 3 hurriedly covered himself with a thick layer of hardened wax armor. Crack. Puffed. The hard wax armor crumbled like paper. The terrifying impact flowed unabated into Mr. 3's body. Mr. 3 let out a scream, his eyes rolling back, and his body was blasted away like a broken sack. Finally, with a loud bang, he embedded into the wall, creating a human-shaped indentation in the shape of AD. Only the iconic 3 hairstyle remained stubbornly maintaining its shape. Paru, well done. I'll make sure to give you a little extra when we get back. Luca said, shaking his wrist at the out-of-breath Paru. In this battle, Paru's fire attack played a crucial role. Thank you, Lord Luca. Paru was ecstatic, his face flushed. Getting a personal promise for extra food from Lord Luca was enough. His position on the ship was secured. Damn it. Mr. 3 has also been defeated. Miss. Double Fingers, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a kin, noticed Mr. 3's miserable state. In a short period, Miss. Valentine's Day, Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 had all been defeated. The opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. These were not just rookie agents, they were clearly a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing. You should worry about yourself first. Diverting your attention during battle is a grave mistake. Aiken's cold voice rang out. He wielded his solid dual staves, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Annoying fly. Thorn kick. Miss. Double Fingers grew somewhat irritated as she was pressured, her right leg whipped out like a whip, her heel transforming into thorns as she kicked hard towards Aiken's ribs. Iron block. Seeing this, Aiken shouted. Clang. The thorn pierced his chest, producing a metallic sound, leaving what the hell? Miss. Double Fingers was taken aback, refusing to believe it, and kicked out again with her high heel, her foot arch extending sharp thorns that stabbed towards Aiken's calf. Iron block. Aiken's calf muscles also hardened. Clang. It was blocked again. You can't break my defense. Aiken's voice was filled with confidence. He had devoted himself to practicing iron block these days, and combined with his naturally strong physique, his defensive power was no longer ordinary. Karsakin, we can't just train iron block. That would be disastrous. Arrogant fool. Let us see how many strikes you can withstand. Miss. Shuangshu's Houts, enraged, launched a frenzied barrage of lightning-fast stabs, so dense it left no opening. Thorn dance. Clang, clang, clang. A deafening cascade of impacts erupted like exploding firecrackers, so rapid and relentless it set one's scalp crawling. Ajin remained rooted in place, continuously activating Iron Body to absorb every blow with his bare flesh. Behind him, Paru stared in stunned disbelief. Captain Ajin wields Iron Body more masterfully than I ever could. He had learned only this single technique. Yet even so, he outperformed Paru, who had mastered several of the 6 powers. If you dare block one more strike. Miss. Shuangshu's Houts, incensed beyond restraint, erupted with thorns piercing through her garments, sprouting from every inch of her body. Sea Urchin Spine. In an instant, she transformed into a humanoid sea urchin, a lethal spine sphere hurtling toward Ajin with crushing momentum. Only a fool stands still and lets you hit him. Just as the deathly spiked sphere was about to collide, Ajin, who had held a defensive stance throughout, suddenly exploded sideways, vanishing from his original position in a blur of motion. It was Shave. He had mastered this technique of the 6 powers too, perhaps not with the finesse of Kuro or Luca, but perfectly sufficient for explosive short-range evasion. The thorn-encrusted sphere, propelled by terrifying inertia, roared past where Ajin had stood moments before, and slammed headlong into the wall, carving out a massive crater. You've left an opening. Ajin materialized behind the sea urchin form. His iron cane rose high above his head. Armor-shattering strike. Boom. Ugh. Miss. Shuangshu's Houts spat a torrent of blood. Her thorns wilted instantly, reverting to ordinary skin, her back deeply sunken inward. You're still a man. Then stand and take it, like one. Even as consciousness faded, she gasped these defiant, fragmented words. According to convention, shouldn't he have demonstrated his unyielding resilience, standing immovable while she attacked? Why break the script entirely? Whether I am a man requires no validation from you. Ajin saw no need to waste breath on a defeated foe. He strode forward and brought his iron cane down sharply upon Miss Shuangshu's Houts' nape, ensuring she sank fully into unconsciousness. Cass, not bad at all. A promising line of thought. Elsewhere, Mr. 5 watched his comrades fall one by one, panic mounting. He drew a deep, shuddering breath and unleashed a furious blast toward Gaia, shielded within her rock fortress. Gentle breeze bomb. Whoosh. A visible scorching gust, thick with acrid smoke, spiraled like a miniature tornado straight toward the fortress. Kaboom. An explosion far more violent than the earlier nose-pick bomb shattered Gaia's rock fortress into flying debris. Dust and rubble soared skyward, reducing half the structure to rubble. Nosepick spit. You've pushed my patience to its limit. This time Gaia truly lost her temper. She slammed both palms onto the ground and unleashed her power with full force. Stone pillars. Thud, 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 thud. Without warning, dozens of jagged stone spikes erupted from the earth within a 10-meter radius around Mr. 5. Gentle breeze bomb. Mr. 5 recoiled in terror, frantically inhaling and exhaling again to generate multiple small explosive bursts. Crockum. The stone pillars shattered once more into fragments. Stone fist. At that very instant, Gaia burst from the smoke, her fist rocketing forward and striking Mr. 5 square in the abdomen. Crack. A sickening snap of bone echoed clearly. Mr. 5 screamed as he was hurled backward, his eyes rolling white, collapsing unconscious just as Mr. 3 had done. Radiating outward from his impact point, a spiderweb of fractures spread across the wall. Such fine fruit, wasted like toilet refuse. What a disgrace to such a magnificent ability. Gaia shook her fist disdainfully, as though brushing off filth. Immunity to explosions, an extraordinary power, squandered by such a pitiful master. Another one fallen. Floating midair, disheveled, an ash-streaked miss. Valentine watched Mr. 5 get knocked out in a single punch. Her face paled in horror, her parasol slipping from her fingers. Blondie over there, still pressing down. If not, get your ass down here now. Gaia tilted her head upward, fixing a predatory gaze upon Miss Valentine hovering above. I surrender. I yield. Don't hit me, Miss Valentine frantically waved her hands. Her greatest advantage, gravity manipulation, proved utterly useless against this monster, and she'd even been mocked. A wise woman knows when to yield, so she chose prudence without hesitation. Only Mr. 1 remains. Kuro scanned the battlefield, focusing on the sole ongoing confrontation. The duel between Kuina and Mr. 1 had entered its final phase, or rather victory was now imminent. After his initial shock, Mr. 1 fought with ruthless, unrestrained ferocity. He pushed his cut fruit ability to its absolute limit, his body dissolving into metallic tempests, attempting to overwhelm Kuina with razor-edged speed granted by the devil fruit. But Kuina accepted it all, no longer bound to a single blade. With Duitamin in her right hand and Hanashu in her left, her dual-wielding style doubled both her attack angles and frequency. Dust slash. Frustrated by stalemate and fresh wounds blooming across his body, Mr. 1 grew desperate, launching yet another high-speed assault to force a breakthrough. Dual-blade-style twin moons descending. Kuina murmured low, her blades tracing 2 elegant intersecting arcs, one rising, one falling, like twin crescent moons ascending into twilight. Schlit, schlit. 2 clean, crisp sounds of steel biting flesh. The forward rush of Mr. 1 froze mid-stride. A massive crisscrossing shaped gash tore across his chest. His steel-hardened body had been cleaved open again, and this time the wound ran deeper. Mr. 1 dropped to one knee, barely propping himself upright with arms transformed into bladed steel. A swordsman's fate is to fall before a stronger blade. But to fall before you is no shame. Well fought. Kuina gave a slight respectful nod before sheathing her swords, honoring every opponent who fought with unwavering resolve. The operation proceeds smoothly, faster than anticipated. Gaia approached Kuro, surveying the devastation and the fallen senior officers strewn across the floor. The captain will surely be pleased. Look at join them. Ajin stood silently nearby. Kuro adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping methodically over the unconscious forms of Mr. 3 Miss Schwangschushouts and Mr. 5, over the trembling, paralyzed Miss Valentine, and finally over the gravely wounded Mr. 1. Phase 1 clearance is complete. Next comes the natural succession, replacing them, rewriting Baroque works narrative with our own pen. Kuro's confidence surged, unshakable. Captain, rest assured, everything here shall soon bear the unmistakable shape of dawn. Ikarame, who had hidden behind the bar throughout, now emerged, trembling, shaken to his core, gazing upon this group of warriors who had dismantled Baroque works' elite officers as effortlessly as slicing melons. His awe knew no bounds. Tears welled unbidden in his aged eyes. Heaven has witnessed justice. Alabasta is saved. Princess Vivi, you wagered wisely. The Kingdom of Drum. The howling cold wind swept through the air, carrying heavy snowflakes, as the judgment slowly docked at the port of Drum Island. So cold. Vivi tightened her thick cloak, her small face flushed red as she curiously observed this icy. Alabasta was a scorching desert, while here lay an endless expanse of snow. The stark contrast of extreme environments sparked her peculiar desire for exploration. Now this is more like it. Winter Island should look like Winter Island. Erin was quite excited, exhaling a breath of white vapor and watching it quickly crystallize in the air, her eyes shining with a different kind of light. You all stay behind and keep an eye on our ship, Cass said, exhaling a breath of white vapor and tightening the fur cloak around him as he instructed the crew on board. Yes, Lord Cass, the crew responded. Then Cass took Erin, Vivi, and Barton and went ashore. The group entered a small tavern that was still in business. As they pushed open the heavy wooden door, a warm mixture of tobacco sweat and firewood smoke rushed to greet them, providing a slight warmth. The tavern was bustling with people engaged in low conversations. The arrival of Cass and his companions attracted some glances, but they quickly turned away. The tavern was bustling with people engaged in low conversations. The arrival of Cass and his companions attracted some glances, but they quickly turned away. King Walpo issued a nationwide medical ban gathering the best 20 doctors in the country to serve him alone, and practicing medicine was prohibited for the common people, and violators faced severe penalties. This resulted in ordinary citizens having to endure their illnesses or resort to expensive black market herbs with countless deaths. The people were living in despair, filled with grievances. Yet under Walpo's oppressive rule and the intimidation of the castle guards, no one dared to openly resist. Gathering doctors. Is the king's mind filled with snow? Aaron muttered quietly. Although they were weak, the king of the sand-hidden kingdom cared for his people. Such inhumane actions could never happen. What a rotten king to the core. Vivi clenched her fists. There were no outside schemers here, just an absurd king. This was blatant tyranny. At that moment, an old man in a tattered cotton coat suddenly slipped from his chair, his face turning purple, struggling to breathe, clearly suffering from a sudden illness. Old John, what happened to you? Oh no, it's the asthma again. Quick, go to the castle and seek a doctor. Maybe the king is in a good mood today. Don't dream. They won't come. A stir ensued in the tavern, but no one dared to step forward. He was ill. Under the medical ban, this was almost, moreover, it could implicate others. Amidst the chaos, the dilapidated door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open with force, and two figures appeared in the doorway against the light. Leading the way was a tall woman dressed in a stylish midriff-bearing outfit, yet her face was lined with wrinkles. Following her was an animal wearing a pink hat with a blue round nose looking like a raccoon mixed with a reindeer. It carried a backpack nearly as tall as itself, timidly hiding behind the woman's legs, its round eyes nervously scanning the crowd in the tavern. When it noticed people's surprised and even fearful expressions at its peculiar appearance, it instinctively shrank its neck. Dr. Correa, and her foolish son, the strongest pet of the future Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 100. Tony Chopper, move aside. Are you all waiting to collect a corpse? Dr. Correa parted the crowd and knelt beside the fallen old man, expertly checking his condition. Doriel, it's acute asthma. Chopper also retrieved a stethoscope from his backpack, leaning in to listen carefully and quickly assessing the situation. Got it. Chopper used the number 3 potion combined with the heart spray, 3 times the dosage I taught you. Dr. Correa did not look up. Yes, Doriel. Chopper immediately pulled out several small bottles from his backpack, quickly preparing the potion, then handed it to Dr. Correa through a special inhaler. Dr. Correa took it, aimed it at the old man's mouth and nose, and pressed the valve. Hiss! A cloud of mist sprayed out, which the old man inhaled. Moments later, the old man's purple complexion visibly began to ease, and his intense gasping gradually calmed, clearly escaping life-threatening danger. Wow, how impressive! Vivi couldn't help but exclaim softly. This medical skill was superior to any doctor she had seen in Alabasta. The effect was immediate. Aaron lowered her voice to Cass and said, Cass, didn't they say practicing medicine was banned nationwide? Why does this doctor in this a medical raccoon dare to treat so openly? The effect was immediate. Aaron lowered her voice to Cass and said, Cass, didn't they say practicing medicine was banned? A group of soldiers armed with flintlock guns and spears rushed in. Leading them was a tall, stern-looking man. The captain of the Drum Kingdom Guards, Dalton, with a hint of struggle in his eyes, sternly shouted, Dr. Correa, the king has ordered anyone who dares to defy the medical ban will be killed without mercy. Surrender. Tisk, annoying flies coming when they smell medicine. Dr. Correa, with a cigarette in her mouth, glanced impatiently and said, Don't you see him saving a life? Get lost, don't interfere with my work. Take them down. Dalton gritted his teeth and waved his hand. He also felt this behavior was problematic, but he had to carry out the king's orders. It was his duty. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward with guns ready to apprehend them. At that moment, Chopper, who had been timidly hiding behind Dr. Correa, suddenly let out a low growl. I won't allow you to harm Dr. Doriel. In an instant, his body transformed from a small raccoon into a tall, robust gorilla, swinging his arms fiercely. Bang! Bang! 2 soldiers screamed as they were swatted away, crashing into several tables and fainting on the spot. Monster! It's a monster! The soldiers took a step back in fear, but under the captain's scolding, they still braved forward. Chopper continued to swing his powerful arms, effortlessly knocking several soldiers who charged in front away. A Zoan-type user. No, can it transform by itself? Aaron watched in surprise as Chopper displayed his mighty prowess. She never expected this seemingly timid and shy little raccoon to have such fighting strength. Fighting to protect someone important, even when scared they must stand up. Vivi looked at Chopper, somewhat moved. Oh, so you can fight at this moment. Cass took a sip of hot ale, watching with great interest. The human fruit, which allows him to turn into a common person, combined with Chopper's self-developed blue wave ball, has immense potential. Taking the lowest bounty while fighting fiercely. However, he was still quite inexperienced, relying entirely on brute strength and a fierce attitude in battle. Altogether, open fire. More soldiers surged in from outside, raising their guns and aiming at Chopper and Dr. Correa. This is troublesome. Dr. Correa frowned, her hand already reaching for the scalpel at her waist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this tense moment, several faint sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed. 3 arrows struck accurately, hitting 3 armed soldiers, causing their arms to go numb and their firearms to clatter to the ground. Who? The soldier captain abruptly turned, looking in the direction the arrows had come from. Just an unremarkable archer. Barton slowly lowered his bow. Well done, Barton. Cass admired Barton's skills. Who wouldn't appreciate a subordinate with such life in their eyes? Who are you? How dare you interfere in the kingdom's affairs? Dalton stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Cass and his group. Instinct told him that these strangers were not simple. Just passing pirates we can't stand by. Cass set down his wine cup, a subtle pressure beginning to spread as his gaze swept over Dalton and the soldiers. Pirates. The tavern erupted into chaos. In the minds of ordinary people and soldiers, pirates from the Grand Line were not to be trifled with. They are ruthless monsters. Except for Chopper, who looked surprised. They are pirates. I don't care who you are, attacking the kingdom's soldiers is a serious crime. Dalton growled lowly, his body beginning to change. Muscles bulged, skin became rough, curved horns sprouted from his head, and vapor blew from his nose. Animal type, bison fruit, bison form. He transformed into a muscular half-man half-bull figure exuding a savage aura. Brutal charge. Dalton lowered his head, the sharp horns jutted out as he charged fiercely towards Barton. He aimed to eliminate this troublesome archer first. Watch out. Vivi called out. Don't worry, he's just a rampaging bull. Barton can handle it. Cass remained incredibly. After such extensive training, the crew members that Barton brought from the Goa Kingdom had yet to learn the 6 styles, but had significantly enhanced their physical capabilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Barton fired 3 arrows in quick succession, heading straight for Dalton's face. Dalton lowered his head and used his horns to deflect all 3 arrows. Barton quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the heavy impact of the charge. Boom. Dalton crashed into the wall behind Barton's previous position, creating a large hole in the sturdy wooden wall. Quick reaction, you dodged once, but can you dodge a second time? Dalton pulled his head out of the hole in the wall, his bull nose expelling thicker vapor as he prepared for a second charge. There won't be a second time. Barton drew an arrow with small grooves from his quiver. Explosive arrow. He pulled the bow, knocked the arrow, and aimed. The movements flowed seamlessly, his gaze locking onto Dalton's advancing trajectory once more. Whoosh, boom. A bright orange fireball erupted. The explosion instantaneously engulfed Dalton. Captain, Captain. The remaining soldiers attempted to rush in to help. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The explosion instantaneously engulfed Dalton. Captain, Captain. The remaining soldiers attempted to rush in to help. Whoosh, whoosh. At the explosion center, Dalton struggled to get up. His tough hide and the defensive boost from the animal-type fruit meant that the arrow had not incapacitated him. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows came flying and hitting Dalton's arm and knee joint with precision. Ugh. Dalton felt a numbness at the arrow wounds, followed by a strong wave of weakness. This time it was a tranquilizer arrow. Captain, Captain has been. The soldiers turned pale. Even their strongest captain couldn't last more than a few rounds. For them, charging in would be akin to delivering food. At this moment, Chopper had transformed back into his smaller reindeer form. Seeing the scene, he instinctively rummaged through his backpack for bandages and medicine, wanting to step forward. Hey, little raccoon, what are you doing? He's the enemy. He just tried to capture you. Aaron couldn't help but remind him, you're the raccoon. I'm a reindeer. Chopper first reflexively corrected her, then earnestly began to treat the wound of a soldier who had been shot in the wrist, muttering softly, Dr. Aurel said that a doctor must save lives no matter who the person is. My dream is to become a doctor who can cure all diseases. No matter who it is, as long as they are injured or ill, I want it. Aaron and Vivi, including Barton, who had just put away his bow, were all taken aback. He really has such ideals. Vivi looked at Chopper with admiration in her eyes. A raccoon actually has such ideals. Aaron was equally impressed. Though she thought Chopper's actions were a bit foolish, she couldn't help but acknowledge the brilliance of his pure kindness and ideals. He'll say it again, ooh, I'm a reindeer. Chopper reflexively corrected again, then blushed from their praise and shyly stomped his hooves. Bastards. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy about it. This was the first time besides Dr. Aurel and Dr. Doriel that anyone had seen his appearance without a strange look, but instead praised his ideals. This feeling was so wonderful. Warm. Don't mind it, and my foolish son is just like that, inheriting the unrealistic kindness of some quack doctor. Dr. Correja blew a smoke ring, appearing disdainful, yet her gaze towards Chopper was filled with affection. She walked up to Dalton and examined the wound on his neck. It's a small injury, he won't die. Chopper used the cheapest medicine when you bandage him. Okay, Dr. Doriel. Chopper scampered over, eagerly, skillfully treating the dazed Dalton. Dalton's lips moved, but he ultimately did not resist. His expression grew more complicated. Only then did Dr. Correja turn her attention to Cass and his group. Thank you all. You've helped me resolve quite a bit of trouble. So as a reward, she suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Would you like to know my secret to eternal youth? It only costs 1,000,000 berries, Cass. Did the tone shift too quickly? Aaron, Vivi. This old woman seems quite unreliable. Barton. What to do? He had nothing to say. The scene shifted. They arrived at Dr. Correja's small house nestled in a cave halfway up Magnetic Drum Mountain. The inside was filled with various herbs, jars, and books. Though humble, it was neatly organized, filled with the aroma of life and medicinal herbs. Chopper obediently poured hot tea for everyone, then hid behind Dr. Correja, his round eyes sneakily peeking at Cass and the others. especially at that purple chubby ghost who always made funny faces next to Cass. After chatting, the group became slightly more familiar with each other, and Chopper was no longer so shy. Are you really pirates? The kind that ventures on the sea searching for treasures and lives freely, completely free? Chopper gathered his courage and asked with great longing. Dr. Hiluluk always told him that pirates are the freest people on the sea, the most romantic profession. Though Dr. Doriel often scoffed at that. Yes, indeed, a genuine pirate crew. Cass gently pinched Chopper's little It feels really nice, bouncy. Chopper stood up excitedly. Are there many magical islands out there on the sea? Have you seen any talking animals? Are there kingdoms made entirely of candy? Are there? Chopper had many questions, but they were filled with infinite longing for the world beyond the sea. Cass was also generous, sharing his experiences and describing them in vivid language. The brutality of the Goa Kingdom, the strength of the Navy's heroes, the grandeur of the Red Earth continent, the might of the giant race. Cass spoke with great enthusiasm, while Gung Gue, beside him, complimented the story with various actions. Wow, that's amazing. So the outside world is so vast, so interesting. Chopper's mouth dropped wide open, completely immersed in this thrilling adventure story. He had never left Drum Island. Hiluluk only told him that pirates are the freest people on the sea, while Cass described in detail what freedom truly is. Foolish son, being a pirate isn't as beautiful as you think. Dr. Correja took a sip of her drink, pouring cold water on the excitement. They only talk about the exciting parts. The real sea is filled with danger, betrayal, and death. That said, from her words and actions, she could roughly tell that Cass and his crew were not the type of typical pirates that kill innocents without a second thought. They had their own principles. But they were definitely not good people. That silver-haired kid had ambition lurking in his gaze. Chopper didn't heed Dr. Doriel's warning, lost in his unshakable fantasies. Dr. Correja shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. She looked at Cass and directly asked, "All right, kid, you've told your story and had your drink. Just say it. What is your purpose? You can't just be passing by, simply acting in justice. Pirates of the Grand Line aren't. Future Luffy and the others, granny, your language is so foul." Cass put down his teacup and got straight to the point. "It's simple. I want to find your king and take something very important." "What thing?" Dalton, tied up in the corner, couldn't help but ask. What was the target of this powerful pirate crew? Treasure. Or, that's a secret. Cass smiled slightly, not answering. Dr. Correja looked deeply at Cass as if trying to discern something from his face, but in the end she merely shrugged. "Do as you please, or whatever you take is fine. But if possible, please deal with that idiot King Wapol while you're at it. This should be quite easy for you, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 220 million berries." What a terrifying bounty. In the first half of the Grand Line, this was practically a supernova-level existence. What a terrifying bounty. In the first half of the Grand Line, this was practically a supernova-level existence. No wonder. No wonder they are so powerful. How could he dare to fight? Oh, you've heard of my story. Cass was somewhat surprised, thinking Dr. Correja wouldn't pay attention to such things. Occasionally news seagulls fly by, though most are old newspapers. Dr. Correja replied casually. Besides, your silver hair and heterochromatic pupils are quite conspicuous. No problem dealing with the king, but I have a condition. Cass readily agreed. You say? Dr. Correja seemed to have anticipated this. Having conditions is normal, having none would be unusual. After I take care of Wapol, Dr. Correja, you must become the king and reach a cooperation with me. Cass looked her in the eye. Drum Kingdom is a medical nation, and I need a stable and reliable source of medical care. You as king is the most fitting. Medical care is a strategic resource, especially in times of war. Having sufficient medicine can save countless lives. This is far more important than mere treasure. I refuse. Dr. Correja rejected without a second thought. Being king is such a hassle. You have to manage a country and deal with those disgusting world nobles. I want to live a few more years and drink more wine. What do you suggest? Why don't you recommend someone? Cass wasn't insistent. He felt that having this 140-year-old granny as king might be a bit too whimsical. Dr. Correja's gaze fell on Dalton in the corner. How about him? This kid might be a bit stubborn, but his character is decent, caring for his people, and has some ability. He's barely qualified. Me? King? Dalton's head shot up. No. How could I? King Wapol is the king. I am just the captain of the guard. How could I usurp the throne? This is disloyal and unjust. His feelings were quite complex. First he was defeated and captured, then rescued by the enemy, and now suddenly arranged to become king. No one would believe this if he told them. What a spineless coward. When it gets cold, I offer you a coat, and you still refuse. Cass walked up to the tied-up Dalton, looking down at him with a calm gaze that carried an invisible pressure. Dalton, I'm giving you two choices. First, I kill Wapol and leave. This country will fall into chaos, and the citizens will continue to suffer in pain, making the situation worse than it is now. He paused and lowered one finger. Second, I continue to eliminate Wapol, and you, Dalton, step up to take over the kingdom. Then implement medical reforms to restore this country to its former glory as a medical power. Which do you choose? The cabin fell silent except for the crackling of the fireplace. Cold sweat began to bead on Dalton's forehead, his heart feeling as if it were being scorched over an open flame. On one side was his deeply ingrained loyalty to the king, on the other the bloody suffering of the citizens. Cass' words were like the sharpest dagger cutting through the numbness he had used to justify his responsibilities. Dr. Correja blew smoke rings, watching leisurely. She indeed did not misjudge. This pirate has some real skill. After a long time, Dalton finally lowered his head in despair. I agree. It would have been better to agree earlier. Others want to be king, but can't even ask for it, and you act like it's a grievance. Cass clapped his hands, thinking of his strategist Kuro, who planned to hide for 3 years for the sake of a mediocre wealthy identity. If he knew Dalton was being made king yet fell to grieve, he would be furious enough to give him a scraping treatment with a spoon. Kuro, if it won't be that easy. So the deal is struck. Dr. Kureha tapped her pipe. Need any help? Like pointing you to a secret passage for an assassination, or giving you some poison to ensure Wapple dies peacefully. How much do you want Wapple dead, and why are the methods getting weirder? No need to make it so complicated. Cass stood up and flexed his wrist. I prefer a more direct approach. The next day, on the snow-covered mountain path leading to the castle atop Magnet Drum Peak, Cass ascended with Ellen and Dalton, the latter reluctantly serving as their guide. King Wapple's castle boasts sturdy walls, a garrison, and cannons. Dalton instinctively warned, but trailed off awkwardly, biting his tongue. Walls, cannons. To them such defenses were little more than paper-thin illusions. Ellen yawned lazily. Those are hardly worth mentioning. A torrent of iron sand would sweep away walls and artillery batteries alike, reducing them to rubble in an instant. Suddenly snowbanks flanking the path exploded outward. Dozens of massive, grotesque white rabbits, eyes burning crimson, leapt forth, blocking their path. What is that? Rabbits. Vivi's mouth fell open into a perfect O as she stared at the creatures. What on earth was happening on Magnet Drum Island? Not only was the king unhinged, but even the rabbits carried themselves with brazen arrogance. They're rabongs, ferocious rabbit-like beasts unique to Magnet Drum Mountain. They hunt in packs and attack without mercy. Dalton's face paled reflexively. He began shifting into his wild bull form to brace for impact. Cass remained utterly unruffled. Barton. Yes, Captain. Barton instantly drew his bow and knocked 3 arrows. Whip, whip, whip. 3 shafts flew in unison, each striking the precise joint of the forelimbs of the 3 lead rabongs. Barton instantly drew his bow and knocked 3 arrows. Whip, whip, whip. 3 shafts flew in unison, each striking the precise, and he struck true. Yet more rabongs enraged surged from all directions, far exceeding their earlier numbers. Captain, this is rather beyond our scope. Barton's expression tightened. He mentally tallied his remaining arrows. Even with flawless accuracy, they wouldn't suffice. I can help too. Weight enhancement. Chopper had somehow joined them unnoticed. At once he transformed into his muscular hulking form and stepped protectively before Vivi. Vivi unsheathed her longsword. Just rabbits. Leave them to me. Ellen stepped forward first, iron sand swirling around her like living breath. Roar. Offended by such casual dismissal, the rabongs roared in unison. Oh, so they dare underestimate them. Time to show these pirates exactly what rabongs ate. A pack of rabongs charged forward with thunderous fury, like an avalanche of fangs and claws, bearing down upon Cass and his crew. Ellen thrust both hands forward and cried out. Iron sand. Torrent. A colossal wave of black iron sand erupted, surging forth like a breached dam, crashing headlong into the onrushing rabong horde. Boom. The dark torrent instantly engulfed the foremost dozen rabongs, crushing them deep into the snow beneath its crushing weight. The rabongs behind recoiled in terror, turning tail and fleeing. Crunch. Thump. Plop. Like a monstrous black palm sweeping across the snowfield, the torrent slammed fleeing rabongs into the ground, flattening them like flies, leaving only twitching ears protruding above the white expanse. It was so amazing. Chopper's eyes sparkled with starry awe, his admiration for Ellen soaring to new heights. This was what being a pirate truly meant. Absolutely breathtaking. A Logia-type devil fruit user. Truly monstrous, Dalton thought, stunned. At last he grasped just how gravely he'd misjudged his own strength. Soon the group arrived beneath the towering castle walls, its great gate sealed tight, soldiers lining the ramparts. Dalton stepped forward and shouted, "Open the gate. I am Captain Dalton. Do you dare deny me entry?" Captain Dalton. But who are those people behind you? Soldiers on the wall eyed the group warily. They're my friends. We bear urgent matters, requiring immediate audience with His Majesty. Dalton forced the words out, though even he doubted their credibility. But Captain, are you certain there are 1,000 of them? 1,000. Dalton blinked, then whirled around. Indeed, hundreds, perhaps over 1,000 ordinary islanders had followed them, drawn by curiosity, rarely venturing outdoors, yet now flocking en masse to witness the spectacle. Had the entire populace of Magnet Drum Island emerged today, solely for entertainment? Traitor Dalton, you dare conspire with this rabble to coerce me? King Wapple appeared atop the ramparts, pointing furiously at Dalton below. Your Majesty, this is slander. I swear it's untrue. Dalton scrambled to protest, thinking I merely intended to replace you, not conspire. Wapple ranted on. Enough talk. Open fire. Drive Dalton, and that scum away. The soldiers hesitated, but Captain Dalton has always treated us fairly. Wapple pointed sharply at the soldier who'd spoke. From this moment, you're the new captain of the guard. Issue the order, fire. Yes, sir. The new captain pledges absolute compliance. The soldier beamed, chest puffed, heart soaring. He'd just reached the zenith of his life. Dalton stood frozen, icy dread flooding his veins. Damn, his captaincy, just revoked on the spot. How brutally real. By order of the captain, fire, disobey, and face military law. Clearly the newly appointed captain wasted no time. eager to sacrifice his predecessor as a warning. Bang, bang, bang. Scattered gunfire peppered the snow, kicking up puffs of white mist. Dalton tumbled backward toward Cass, face earnest and pleading. Lord Cass, after solemn reflection, I believe I possess the vision, integrity, and resolve to become a wise and benevolent sovereign. Please grant me this opportunity. A man who recognizes reality, truly admirable. Your Majesty, Dalton, your insight is swift indeed. Cass nodded approvingly. Who said the man was stubborn? He adapted with remarkable ease, shifting roles seamlessly. Lord Cass, you've utterly ruined me. At that moment, Dalton's emotional state mirrored the new captain's, peaking at absolute euphoria. Cass, shall I blast the gate open? Ellen's patience had worn thin. Why waste breath on fools? When action, no need. Demolishing gates, I've done this before. Perfect chance to sharpen my hand. Cass gently halted Ellen and summoned Sigri. He gripped Sigri's hilt, closed his eyes, and steadied his breath, harmonizing his hockey with the blade, recalling in stillness the unwavering will forged within the little garden. Sigri, let us unleash our most passionate combo, once more. Sigri hummed resonantly, crimson light flickering along its length, as an indomitable aura rose sharp and unyielding. What's he doing? Posing for effect. Wapple sneered from the ramparts. Your Majesty, the new captain is likewise uncertain, the newly promoted officer proudly interjected. You're genuinely a genius. Wapple's lip twitched. This fellow clearly lacked wit. Dismissal would follow the moment that boom, boom, boom. Below, just as his aura peaked, Cass snapped his eyes open, seized Sigri with both hands and lunged forward, delivering a single decisive strike. Elbaf's spear, vigor of the nation. Crocker kerboom. A 2-meter-wide shockwave of pure sword energy erupted from Sigri's tip. The blade's energy tore through the air with a shrieking wail, like a divine javelin hurled from myth, flying straight toward the thick iron-reinforced castle gate. Refined through combat and contemplation in the little garden, Cass and Sigri had deepened their mastery of this technique. Sigri mostly me. Gee. The shockwave pierced the iron gate without resistance, then continued onward, carving a deep, smoking furrow down the corridor beyond. The soldiers on the city wall, the citizens below, and even Valpo were all left in a state of blank disbelief, staring incredulously at the door that had been opened in an instant. What kind of power is this? Dalton murmured, finally grasping the most intuitive understanding of the 200,200,000 bounty. This is not a power that a human should possess. At this moment, Dalton's resolve to be a good king became even more sincere. Wei Wei stared blankly. Such power should be able to save their country, right? Dalton, I knew it. I knew you were a traitor. You actually brought people to attack this king's castle. You want to rebel. You all want to rebel. Valpo was furious, jumping up and down on the city wall, pointing at Dalton below and cursing madly. Oh, you dare to point at this king. With Cass backing him up, Dalton was completely reckless. He stepped forward, gathering his strength, and shouted loudly at the soldiers on the city wall. Everyone up there, listen. I am the newly appointed King Dalton. The tyrant Valpo, who has brought calamity to the nation, is no longer worthy of being king. All soldiers, as long as you lay down your weapons, I, Dalton, guarantee in the name of the new king that you will not be held accountable for past actions. You are still the protectors of the kingdom. Cass was momentarily stunned, saying, you. Not bad. This Dalton is indeed a rare talent. Oh, it's a rebellion. It's a full-blown rebellion. Open fire. Bombard them. Kill them. Kill that traitor Dalton. Valpo screamed frantically. However, the soldiers on the city wall exchanged glances and did not immediately carry out the orders. They had also had enough of Valpo's rule, and just now Cass' strength had instilled fear in them. Moreover, that gentleman was still standing next to the respected Captain Dalton. No, on King Dalton's side. The new captain thought to himself, who the king is doesn't matter. He should still be the captain. You all. Valpo was trembling with rage, pulling out a flintlock pistol and preparing to pull the trigger. Whoosh. An arrow shot and piercing Valpo's gun barrel. Boom. The flintlock exploded in Valpo's hand, mangling his fat hand beyond recognition. My doctor. Get the doctor over here. Valpo screamed in agony, rolling on the ground while covering his hand. Dalton watched Valpo's grotesque state and recalled his previous loyalty to him, feeling a wave of absurdity. How could he have been so blind at the time to be so loyal to such a character? Lord Cass, why didn't you come earlier? It's your turn to perform, Your Majesty, Dalton. You can now receive your kingdom. Cass looked at Dalton, signaling that he could win the— Yes, Lord Cass. Valpo slowly walked up to the city wall. His legs gave way, and he screamed in a fierce voice, I am the king recognized by the world government. You can't touch me. Dalton, you will regret this. I am the king. At this moment, Dalton had completely entered character. Under the gaze of the crowd, he exuded a powerful aura. Citizens, under the leadership of Lord Cass, the era of the tyrant Valpo has come to an end. Our country will enter a new era. D. Dalton, you. Valpo was dumbfounded. Why does this dog say it so naturally? You have long been plotting against me, right? In the new era, the nation, the future, you will choose for yourselves. Dalton transformed into a wild bull and directly hurled Valpo into the open ground in front of the crowd. This was taught to him by Cass, using the blood of the culprit to quell the accumulated resentment. Although cruel, it was effective. The crowd was initially stunned, but soon the anger and hatred that had been repressed for years erupted like a volcano. Kill him. That devil. Avenge my daughter who died of illness. Return my father's life. Die. The scene became somewhat uncontrollable, But no one stopped, they just watched quietly. The citizens of this country needed to vent their hatred, and it was a necessary sacrifice before the establishment of a new order. Seeing the hatred of the people, Wei Wei's determination to govern the country became even stronger. However, the citizens of the Drum City were still kind-hearted and simple. After the initial outburst, seeing Valpo, already bruised and battered, most of them stopped merely glaring at him with hatred. I am the king. The world government will not let you go. Valpo slowly got up, still cursing, but suddenly slipped and fell straight into the abyss. And below the cliff was the Laban tribe who had been injured by Aaron. The outcome, of course, goes without saying. The dust settled. Cass had no interest in participating in the subsequent revelry. He headed straight for the royal treasury and found the object he had come for among a pile of gold and silver treasures. It looked like a round, plump plum. The surface was covered with black spiral patterns, and there was a jagged crack in the center resembling a mouth that could devour everything. Superhuman type, gulp gulp fruit. It's mine now. Cass picked up the fruit, examined it carefully, and stored it away with satisfaction. This fruit is an excellent choice whether for his own research or for suitable subordinates in the future. Let the gold and silver treasures be. Only children make choices. The next day, in the square in front of the drum, Dalton officially succeeded as the new king and announced on the spot that the country's name would be changed to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, symbolizing the hope of cherry blossoms blooming after the winter snow. Dalton announced on the spot the lifting of the ban on medical practice, calling back all expelled doctors and allowing private medical practice. At the same time, he appointed Dr. Correja as the national medical advisor, implementing comprehensive medical reforms. The scene was filled with jubilation. When leaving, Cass also took a few doctors who volunteered to follow him, led by a middle-aged doctor named Blake, whose medical skills were second only to Dr. Correja. They would officially become the ship's doctors of the Dawn Pirates. Chopper watched as Cass and the others prepared to leave. He wanted to go to sea with Cass and the others, to see the vast world outside. But Cass had already talked to him in advance. Chopper recalled Cass' words. Chopper, you have your own ship, your own path to follow. You are still too young right now. Study hard under Dr. Dolly, and when you truly grow up, the sea will always welcome you. Chopper watched as the judgment slowly sailed away, gradually becoming a black at the horizon, tears finally streaming down his face. Dr. Dolly, I will study harder. I will also work hard to control my power. One day I will go to sea, and then I will find Cass and the others. Tell them I did it. Dr. Correja leaned against a wooden post by the dock, glanced at the ambitious Chopper, took a sip of alcohol, and chuckled softly. You fool. Cass stood at the bow of the ship, holding a small vial containing several blue pills. This was a farewell gift from Chopper, the secret formula and sample of the Rumble Ball. A precious drug that can break the transformation rules of animal-type devil fruits and develop multiple enhanced forms. Why not take Chopper with you? He's such a good doctor and can transform and fight. It would be so interesting. Aaron walked up to Cass, asking, somewhat puzzled. She quite liked that pure and kind little reindeer, feeling it was a pity to leave him on Drum Island. He has his own ship, his own deck that he is destined to board. Cass gazed at the outline of Drum Island, gradually blurred by the wind and snow, slowly saying, Chopper is kind-hearted. Perhaps only a pirate crew like Luffy's with its idealism would be suitable for him. Simply put, their hearts are too dark. They are afraid of tainting this blank paper. Well, then are we going to find Crocodile and the others next? Things in Alabasta should be about done too, right? Aaron switched the topic. Of course. Cass put away the vial of Rumble Ball and turned to look toward the front of the Grand Line. The Grand Play in Alabasta is about to come to an end. Wei Wei could hardly contain her excitement. We can finally go home. Dear readers who see this, please give a 5. The judge broke through layers of heat waves and finally arrived at the port of Arabasta, the town of Canola. This coastal city of the Desert Kingdom was filled with the dry scent of yellow sand, contrasting sharply with the icy world of the Magnet Drum Kingdom. Vivi stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the familiar port, her eyes shimmering with a complex light. At the dock, vendors were selling baked goods, children ran barefoot, chasing each other, and several elderly men sat in the shade smoking water pipes. Everything was just as it was when she left. But she knew that beneath this calm facade the country was gradually marching towards the abyss. When she left, she was still the princess, full of hope, seeking help. But now she had returned. She intended to reclaim everything. Stop daydreaming, we need to gather now. Cass' voice came from behind, interrupting Vivi's turbulent thoughts. Oh, coming. Vivi hurriedly followed, her face slightly flushed. Clearly at such moments in novels there would be a lengthy inner monologue accompanied by an epic soundtrack, yet here she was being urged to move. In the bustling market, following the secret signals left by Crow, they took numerous twists and turns, finally arriving at what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. Descending a narrow staircase, a modified underground base suddenly appeared before them. Cass pushed open the door, looking at the familiar faces filling the room, grinning broadly. Comrades, you've worked hard. Crow nodded slightly, as calm as ever. Cassie rascal, why did you take so long to arrive? We've been eating sand in the desert while you enjoy a trip to the icy land, huh? Gaia shouted loudly. We call this division of labor, each has their role. Also, don't say anything that might undermine unity, or you'll deduct your bonus. Cass spoke seriously. Bonus? What's that? Gaia looked confused. Why had no one ever given him one? It's your drinking money for next month. Damn. Cass, I was wrong. Cass ignored him, turning his gaze to the other side, his tone suddenly turning affectionate. Look, it doesn't matter if Gaia is here or not, you don't know how I'd manage without you. He was referring to the food. since Luca was sent to infiltrate, the quality of meals on the ship had plummeted. Luca smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Captain. After the mission, I'll cook you a great meal." "Cass, you're here." Goa leaned against the wall, her eyes brightening slightly upon seeing Cass. Her gaze soon met with Aaron's, who followed Cass, and the two exchanged glances. "Goa, have there been any developments in the past few days?" "Aaron, everything is stable, fully under control. The little girl hasn't had a chance to exploit us." "Goa, that's good to hear." "Aaron, of course I'm a professional." After their silent exchange, everything was understood without words. Nearby, Zhang Ao rushed forward and bowed deeply, saying, "Captain, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you like we wait for stars and moons. The tea is ready. We have green tea, black tea, and flower tea. Which would you like?" Everyone turned to look at Zhang Ao. Why was this kid so different? His flattery was refreshingly unique. Zhang Ao felt a bit uneasy under their gaze, chuckling awkwardly. I'm just expressing my admiration for the captain." Akin watched this scene expressionlessly, silently deciding to give Zhang Ao 20 sets of weighted runs. "All right, enough of the chatter." Cass waved his hand, walking to the main seat. Noticing Zhang Ao still standing there rubbing his hands, he added, "The tea is good." Zhang Ao immediately straightened his back. Yes, this was worth it. Crow, report the situation. Crow cleared his throat and began to clearly outline their achievements. The first phase of the infiltration plan has been successfully completed. The high-level agents of the former Baroque works have been mostly controlled or eliminated, and our people have successfully replaced them in their positions. He paused and continued, "I'm still operating under the identity of Mr. 4 with Zhang Ao assisting. Goa is replacing Mr. 1 with Akin assisting. Luca is replacing Mr. 3 with Paulu assisting. Gaia is replacing Mr. 5 or report complete." Gaia was very dissatisfied. "Why am I Mr. 5? I'm the vice captain. It's bad enough to have the lowest position. I don't even have an assistant." Crow remained unperturbed. "It's precisely because of your high rank. As the vice captain, your strength far exceeds that of other officers. Having multiple assistants would actually hinder you. In other words, not having an assistant is the greatest acknowledgement of your strength." Gaia opened his mouth to speak. It was indeed quite reasonable. I found myself at a loss for words. But why did it feel so suffocating? "All right, enough of the numbering. Once this is resolved, I'll let you have Mr. 0 to take over." Cass held back his laughter, trying to comfort him. "Really?" Gaia's eyes lit up. "Fake, you really thought this was a job?" "Damn. Cass, you're playing with me." Everyone burst into kind-hearted laughter, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Then Crow continued his report. "Based on our observations over this period, we can basically confirm that Crocodile's base is located in the Rain district of Arabasta, where he operates a large casino called Rain Banquet. Using the Rain Banquet Casino as a stronghold, he creates a false drought using dance powder, framing the Arabasta royal family, and inciting conflict between the rebel army and the king's forces." "I knew it was Crocodile's doing." Vivi exclaimed angrily, "The national hero is all a lie. I must expose his true identity." "Vivi, look at you getting anxious again." Cass picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip. "But Cass, you promised me. You said you would help me." Vivi was getting a little anxious. Cass replied unhurriedly, "I didn't say I wouldn't help you. I said I would do it slowly, steadily, with rhythm and planning. Then fine." Vivi, although she didn't fully understand, felt it seemed impressive and could only suppress her anxiety. Just as Cass was about to speak about the next step in the plan, suddenly his gaze sharpened, and he abruptly turned to look at the shadow at the door. "Looks like we have a guest arriving." "Oh my, how impressive. I didn't notice that the president's work group has already been taken over by someone else. And it's even a newcomer pirate crew. What a surprise." From the shadows, a tall figure slowly emerged, revealing her true form. She had sun-kissed skin, long black hair, and three-dimensional features, exuding an aura of both intelligence and mystery. "Who are you?" Cross pupils contracted. He hadn't even noticed someone approaching. "Shouldn't we first be concerned about how she got it?" Luca frowned. "The concealment of this base should be quite good with someone outside keeping watch. How did this person get in? What were those little brats doing?" Gaia was also stunned. "Oh, it's a beautiful young lady." Aaron's eyes lit up as she looked Robin up and down. Everyone turned to look at Aaron again. "You're not quite right." Cass recognized the identity of the visitor. "Miss Sunday, a survivor from O'Hara, a user of the flower fruit, the vice president of Baroque Works. The child of the devil Nico Robin. The future archaeologist of the Straw Hat Pirates, a woman who struggled in darkness for 20 years before finally finding her place. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Allow me to introduce myself." Robin smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping across the assembled figures before settling upon Cass. "I am Miss Sunday, the deputy director of the Baroque Works." Clou's expression darkened instantly. He recognized his own oversight, a grievous blemish upon a career built upon the moniker 100 Schemes. Without hesitation, he vanished in a blur of motion. Spoon. His tin blade gleamed with lethal coldness as it shot straight for Robin's throat. He would subdue this woman in the swiftest possible instant, erasing his misstep. Yet Robin merely lifted her arms, crossing them lightly before her chest, and parted her crimson lips. 3-petal bloom. Puff, puff, puff. 3 pristine white arms erupted from Clou's body, as if conjured from thin air. Each seized his wrist, elbow, and shoulder, attempting to lock him in place. Arms. Clou's pupils contracted sharply, but panic did not stir within him. The moment the limbs restrained him, he abandoned the spoon, reversed his grip, and slashed backward with his clawed tin blade. Triac. The ethereal arms were severed by the razor-sharp claws, dissolving into drifting petals of light. Clow retreated in fluid motion, widening the distance between himself and Robin, his eyes now sharpened with heightened wariness. The flower fruit. Truly an exceptional ability. Cass observed with quiet fascination. This was his first direct encounter with the power, and indeed, as foretold in the original chronicles, it proved both uncanny and profoundly practical. Highly suited for assassins. Captain, I can handle her, Clow declared, voice low and resolute, preparing to strike anew. Though their exchange had been fleeting, he already grasped the truth: this woman would not fall easily. If confronting a woman proves inconvenient for you, I'll step in. Aaron stepped forward, black iron sand swirling like living shadow within her palm. What inconvenience? It's just a woman. We'll settle this with one punch. Guaranteed. Gaia rolled up his sleeves. Gaia, shut up. Cass shot him an exasperated glare. The moment you speak, the tone shifts straight into villain territory. Huh, really? Gaia blinked, bewildered. Aaron, Quina, and Vivi replied in unison, yes. Fine. You take it. Gaia lowered his sleeves with a wounded sigh, feeling deeply misunderstood. He was chivalrous. Just ask Miss Valentine, whom he'd embedded, not killed, in the ceiling. As tension thickened in the air, Cass turned toward Robin. So, you sensed us from the beginning. Ah, Captain, this older sister is after all the deputy director of the Baroque works. Robin chuckled softly. Though we operate as an assassin syndicate, do you truly believe we'd remain indifferent to such a sweeping personnel reshuffle? Then Crocodile knows too, Cass asked. The director? He couldn't care less, Robin shrugged. To him, senior agent positions have never been static. Whoever eliminates the incumbent claims the post. That is the Baroque works' unwavering code. Moreover, he possesses absolute confidence in his own strength. Whoever eliminates the incumbent claims the post. That is the Baroque works' unwavering code. Moreover, he possesses absolute confidence in his own strength. Gaia snorted, but reluctantly admitted the words carried undeniable swagger. TCH, we've been underestimated. Laika flexed her wrist, a dangerous smile, curling at the corner of her lips. Clow adjusted his glasses. Is this the temperament of a Shichibukai, or simply hubris? Such an attitude fits perfectly with Crocodile's sand crocodile persona. Cass no longer doubted it. Crocodile, self-proclaimed challenger to Whitebeard in the New World, defeated yet defiant, had seen his ambitions sink into the abyss, but his pride remained unbroken. Men like him likely regard the first half of the Grand Line as little more than a playground, hardly worth earnest attention. Excellent. Arrogance makes even the strongest stumble. Robin paused, then let her gaze drift past Cass to rest upon Kuna, standing silently in the corner. Still, the director himself is most eager to witness firsthand the swordswoman who slew Mr. 1 and claimed his title. A native of the North Blue, she attained swordmaster rank while still young. Miss Daki correct. Kuina acknowledged quietly. This alias had been prepared by Clow, and the name chosen by herself. A ready-made feminine name. Why waste it? Cass twitched at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he found himself intensely curious about everyone else's assumed identities. Would any happen to be named Sanji or Zoro? Zoro, alias of Gaia, how perceptive of you. Speaking of which, it truly is vexing. Robin sighed. We originally assumed these newly appointed senior agents were either infiltrators from rival organizations, or ambitious climbers seeking advancement through the Baroque works. Such occurrences aren't unprecedented. But what we didn't anticipate, her eyes met Cass's alight with genuine intrigue, was that all of them belonged to a single fledgling pirate crew. You deduced that? Cass raised an eyebrow. Mr. Cass, do I strike you as foolish? Robin countered, her lips curving in a subtle, enigmatic smile. Had she only suspected their true affiliations, given their varying degrees of disguise, her certainty might have remained tentative. But Cass's appearance amounted to an open declaration. Captain of the Dawn Pirates, Cass the Demon-Eyed, with a bounty of 220 million berries. For a rookie entering the Grand Line, such a bounty bordered on absurd, yet not entirely implausible. She herself had once borne a 79 million berry bounty, a tragic irony. Yet it underscored one undeniable fact: these individuals were no mere spies. They were high-ranking officers of the Dawn Pirates. In other words, the entire Baroque works had been dismantled, seized outright, by a single nascent pirate crew. Utterly preposterous. Captain, we cannot let her escape. Clow spoke again, urgency sharpening his tone. She now knows our true identities. She must not return to inform Crocodile. The situation is now crystal clear. Capture the deputy director, then mobilize all forces for a direct assault upon Alabasta. Sound reasoning. Cass nodded. Instantly, hostile intent coalesced around Robin once more. Like a step forward, voice calm and measured. Surrender now, Miss Robin. Pain will be minimized. Kuina's hand rested firmly upon her hilt. Unless you wish to be cleaved cleanly in two. Gaia grinned savagely, cracking his knuckles. Should you resist, well, we make no promises about what follows. All eyes snapped back to Gaia. Why does your tone shift so drastically? Gaia silently seethed. Clearly they failed to grasp that his aesthetic existed on a higher plane entirely. Faced with the encirclement of the crowd, Robin remained completely unfazed, leisurely stating, what if I say? I don't mind if you take out the president. Cross brows furrowed. What do you mean? Could it be that this vice president wants to usurp power? I can help you suppress the news, and even assist you in dealing with the president. Robin slowly said, but I have one condition. Condition? Cass looked at her with great interest. I need Princess Vivi to agree to one thing for me. Robin's gaze passed over the crowd, landing on Vivi, who had been quietly standing in the corner, trying to diminish her presence. Vivi pointed at herself in surprise, looking bewildered. She was just a passing princess. Why was she being... Robin nodded her tone, leaving no room for doubt. That's right. I want something from your country, and you cannot refuse. Vivi was just about to ask what it was, but Cass casually interjected, the historical text, is that really so important? Robin's smile instantly froze. You. How do you know? The historical text was a secret known to only a few in the scholars of O'Hara, including her mother, paid the price of their lives for it, and the world government regarded it as taboo. She had navigated through various organizations and factions fighting for survival, while seeking the historical text to uncover the obscured blank history. And this newcomer pirate who had just entered the Grand Line casually mentioned the historical text. Who exactly are you? Robin's voice wavered for the first time. Just an ordinary newcomer pirate. Cass shrugged. I have my own sources of information, and I can tell you in advance that Alabasta does not have what you're looking for. You. Robin's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew about the historical text and the ancient weapon. Could he also be a survivor of O'Hara? But she had clearly never seen him before. Vivi looked bewildered, glancing back and forth between Cass and Robin. What is the historical text? Does our country have that thing? The officials exchanged glances, looking equally baffled. It felt as if Cass and this woman had encrypted their conversation. They completely couldn't understand, but it seemed very impressive. Cass looked at Robin, who was lost in thought, knowing he had gained He stepped forward, looking directly at Robin, his tone filled with undeniable certainty. Nico, Robin, I don't need you to help me deal with Crocodile. I just need you to do one thing, lure him out of the Rain Dinner Casino. As for the historical text, I will agree for Vivi. Alabasta may not have the ancient weapon, but it records the location of the ancient weapon. Wano country. Even if Crocodile learns about this, what can he do? Wano country is the base of Kaido of the beasts. That sand crocodile would need to risk his life to obtain it. Vivi's face turned slightly red. What does it mean? I will agree for Vivi. What is this guy doing, making it seem like they have some special relationship? Irene watched from the side, feeling her eyelids twitch. Damn, did I not monitor properly? Could it be that Cass, this Lolicon, really got a hold of her? Robin looked deeply at Cass. She found herself unable to see through this man at all, even more elusive than Crocodile. Crocodile's ambitions were written all over his face, but this man's eyes concealed too much. After a long time, Robin let out a gentle breath. I agree. She did not ask Cass how he knew about the historical text, nor did she inquire why he knew about the ancient weapon, because she knew asking would yield no answers. At least not now. Yet she had a feeling that following this man might truly lead her to the answers she sought. Watching Robin's departing figure, Crow couldn't help but murmur, Captain, can we trust her? What if she informs Crocodile in advance? We would be at a disadvantage. It doesn't matter even if she does, so what? Cass turned around, his smile filled with arrogance and confidence. We are the Dawn Pirates. A mere Shichibukai. How could he possibly stop the steps of our Dawn? Who cares about the Shichibukai or the 8th Shichibukai? Let's just do it. Kuina remained silent, her eyes sharp. Lu Ka flexed his wrist and smiled. Just right, I also want to see. Who cares about the Shichibukai or the 8th Shichibukai? Let's just do it. Kuina remained silent, her eyes sharp. Lu Ka flexed his wrist and smiled. Just right, I also want to see if my nature-type sand can be shattered. My sand iron is no worse than his sand. Black iron particles swirled around Irene. Cross eyes flickered. Then let us give this Shichibukai a lifelong, unforgettable surprise. Vivi looked at this group of spirited individuals, feeling a surge of inexplicable confidence. Is this what pirates are like? They seem quite reliable. In the rain at the Rain Dinner Casino. Luxurious decor, mesmerizing lights, and the air thick with the scent of money and desire. This is Alabasta's largest den of vice. It is also the lair of the warlord of the sea sand Crocodile. Crocodile sat on his luxurious leather sofa, a cigar clutched in his hand, smoke curling up in the dim light. On the table in front of him was a bottle of aged red wine, the liquid in the glass a deep crimson resembling blood. His expression was calm, as if all of this was just another boring night in his long life. Until Robin pushed the door open. My identity has been exposed. Crocodile paused, putting down the cigar and narrowing his eyes like a snake sensing prey. Is it the Navy? Or the world government? Robin shook her head. No, it's a newcomer pirate, the Demon Eye Cass, with a bounty of 200. He also killed the newly appointed Mr. 5. Faraway Gaia in the rapeseed flowers. Why is it me again? I am the vice captain, always being used for achievements. Don't I have any pride? 200 million berries. Did the bounty give him the confidence to think he can swagger through the Grand Line? Crocodile sneered, raising his glass and gently swirling at the scarlet liquid spinning within. 200. Back in the day when he roamed the New World, let alone 200 million, he had fought pirates with even higher bounties, even personally, sending off a few. A newcomer who had just entered the Grand Line daring to come and mess with him just because of a 200 million bounty. He didn't know how to die. As for Mr. 5's death, he subconsciously overlooked it. Just a small character dead is dead. Tools can always be replaced with new ones. After all, Baroque works never lacked desperate individuals seeking to rise up. Yet what truly seized Crocodile's attention was something else entirely. This man knew Nico Robin. What happened next? Crocodile's gaze locked onto Robin like a raptor's, penetrating, unrelenting, as if seeking to pierce straight through her soul. Robin knew every word she spoke now had to be measured with surgical precision. She understood Crocodile all too well. The man was deeply suspicious, ruthlessly pragmatic, and consumed by boundless ambition, The slightest misstep could doom her irrevocably. Yet she also knew precisely how to wield that very ambition against him. After a deliberate silence, she said, "He knows about the poneglyphs." The air itself seemed to freeze. The calm mask on Crocodile's face shattered instantly. He rose slowly, his towering frame casting a long oppressive shadow beneath the lamplight. "What did you say?" "He instructed me to lure you out, and then kill you together. In exchange he promised me the poneglyphs." She withheld. She revealed most of what was true. Lies were fragile things, easily exposed by inconsistency. But truth, when artfully reframed, could become the most flawless deception of all. And she knew Crocodile better than anyone. For the ancient weapon Pluton, he had lain in wait for years in Alabasta, orchestrating the overthrow of an entire kingdom. Anyone daring to touch that forbidden subject would strike his most volatile nerve. And indeed, Crocodile's expression twisted violently. "Woman, was it you who leaked this information? How else could some low-ranking pirate dare lay hands upon such a thing?" With a sudden lunge, Crocodile seized Robin by the throat and lifted her bodily into the air. Robin gripped his thick forearms, her breath constricting, but she did not struggle. Instead, she forced the words past her tightening windpipe. "If I had leaked it, I wouldn't have returned to face you." She knew fear at that moment would be her death warrant. Crocodile held her gaze for several icy seconds, then snorted coldly and flung her aside. Thud! Her body slammed against the wall before crumpling silently to the floor. "Tell me about this, Cass." Crocodile sank back into his chair, lit a fresh cigar, and drew deeply, its curling smoke veiling the predatory glint in his eyes. Obsessed with Pluton, he had dismissed the so-called new pirate as utterly insignificant. As for Cass's bounty, perhaps noteworthy in the East Blue, but to Crocodile it was merely a number. Robin massaged the angry red marks on her neck as she rose, her voice hoarse. "Cough. His full name is Aurel Cass. Hailing from the East Blue, his initial bounty stood at 69 million berry. Rumors claim he has ties to the Revolutionary Army." "The Revolutionary Army? Monkey D. Dragon. That verminous wretch lurking in the sewers is indeed troublesome." Crocodile frowned. Monkey D. Dragon's name carried weight rivaling, even surpassing, that of the foreign. That man was the world's most dangerous criminal, public enemy, no one to the world government. If this newcomer truly consorted with them, he could no longer be underestimated. Later, Admiral Garp himself attempted to apprehend him, only to fail. Consequently, Cass's bounty soared, ultimately reaching 220 million berry. Robin added quietly, though inwardly she'd questioned how any rookie pirate could possibly escape the man who chased Joel D. Roger across the globe. Had Garp deliberately eased his grip? Interesting. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. To any pirate, the name Admiral Garp was legend itself. To slip through that old man's grasp, by whatever means, proved Cass possessed real skill. "Nico, Robin." Crocodile stepped before her, lifting her chin with his golden hook, forcing her eyes to meet his. "So you intend to let that boy kill me, thus securing yourself a new master, perhaps one more willing to hand over the poneglyphs?" His tone implied that should her answer displease him, the hook would slit her throat without hesitation. A bead of cold sweat traced Robin's temple. "Never. I believe only you, President, can grant me access to the... I return precisely because I know. In Alabasta, only you hold absolute command over the field." Flattery, however thin, never failed to penetrate armor. It was her survival instinct incarnate. "Good." Crocodile studied her for a long silent moment, then withdrew the hook with a low, inscrutable chuckle. "Tell that boy if he dares seek me out, let him come. The President awaits." "President, I recommend you bring senior agents from Baroque Works." Robin added smoothly. After all, given his possible ties to the Revolutionary Army, well, she left the rest unsaid, letting Crocodile's own imagination fill the chilling void. Crocodile pondered briefly, then nodded. Though he deemed mobilizing elite agents excessive for a mere rookie, the phrase Revolutionary Army warranted extra caution. After all, those agents were mere tools, expendable, replaceable, and utterly disposable. "You will handle this." Robin bowed slightly and withdrew. The instant the door clicked shut behind her, the faintest trace of a smile curved. An endless expanse of desert stretched beneath a merciless sun. Blazing heat shimmered above, dunes warping the distant horizon. As far as the eye could see, only sand remained, bleached, barren, and unyielding, punctuated only by the brittle yellowed spines of cacti, standing sentinel like tombstones across this sea of death. Cass arrived at the designated coordinates with Eileen and Gaia. Eileen couldn't resist muttering, "This place is so hot you could fry eggs without a pan." "We're early, right?" Cass scanned the desolation, then froze. "No, you're exactly on time." Whoosh! Before the words faded, a violent sandstorm erupted without warning, blinding, suffocating, swallowing sight and sound alike. When the tempest subsided, a tall figure stood silhouetted atop a nearby dune. Cloaked in black fur, a cigar clenched between his teeth, he surveyed them with arrogant disdain, the gleaming gold hook at his arm flashing coldly in the sun. Simultaneously, figures emerged from behind surrounding dunes, encircling them. Mr. 1. Jine stood poised, twin swords at her waist, expressionless. Mr. 4. Kuro adjusted his wire-rimmed spectacles, sunlight glinting off the lenses, his expression unreadable. Of those present, only Von Crew was newly aligned. Everyone else answered solely to Mr. 4. Kuro adjusted his wire-rimmed spectacles, sunlight glinting off the lenses, his expression unreadable. Of those present, only Von Crew was newly aligned. Everyone else answered solely to Cass. Cass swept his gaze across the formation, and nearly laughed aloud. 5 subordinates. For loyal to him alone. At this point defeat seemed mathematically impossible.